Chapter 1. A miserable beginning, the arrival of the system. Get down. Stick your ear up. Ah, it hurts. Be gentle. It's so painful, Lin Bei replied in agony. If it didn't hurt, would you even be at the hospital? Dr. Wang concluded after his examination. This hemorrhoid of yours needs to be dealt with. When you came for a checkup a month ago, you already had an internal hemorrhoid. I told you to take your medication, but you didn't listen. Now, congratulations. You've got both internal and external hemorrhoids, a dual affliction, and surgery is your only option. Upon hearing the word surgery, Lin Bei, who was lying on the bed, immediately sprang up. No, Dr. Wang, I beg you. When I came in, I heard that undergoing that surgery is incredibly torturous, and it might even relapse, necessitating another surgery. Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile. Don't worry, Xiao Bei. I'm a professional, you can rest assured. He'll personally perform the surgery, and it definitely won't relapse. Lin Bai's face revealed a hint of skepticism as he teasingly responded. Dr. Wang, do you think this is my first time at the hospital? I'm well aware of your proficiency. In theory, you're a master, but as for practical skills, let's just say we all know the truth. From the very beginning, when he first visited the hospital, Lin Bei had gathered some information. It was clear that Dr. Wang was seasoned in examinations and prescriptions, yet his surgical skills were less than commendable. Thinking of this, Lin Bei continued, Forget it, Dr. Wang, just prescribe me some medication instead. This time, I promise to follow your advice and recuperate properly. Seeing that Lin Bei was unwilling to undergo surgery, Dr. Wang shrugged and said, All right then, since you refuse the surgery, they'll prescribe you some medication. Remember those precautions I mentioned before? Avoid sitting or standing for prolonged periods, reduce alcohol intake, and eat less hot pot. Your health has never been great, and you often experience diarrhea. You've certainly been pushing all those limits. Who wouldn't develop hemorrhoids under such circumstances? Lin Bei could only nod in agreement. Sure, thank you, Dr. Wang. I'll do my best to heed your advice this month, but you know my current job situation. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei began to reflect. After graduating from university, he had enlisted in the army. Just after a year and a half, due to his outstanding performance in a martial arts competition at the division headquarters, he was set to be promoted. However, during the final physical examination before the promotion, a minor issue was discovered in his lungs. Though it was just a small problem, it prevented him from continuing his military service, resulting in a regrettable discharge. After leaving the army, he struggled to find suitable employment and ended up in a sales position. His job often required him to either sit or stand for long periods, accompanying clients for drinks or hot pot, which exacerbated his already poor digestive health. Dr. Wang had briefly learned about Lin Bai's job during his first visit. Hang in there. If you can find another position, do so. Now, go get your medication. Lin Bei nodded. Thank you, Dr. Wang. He then stepped outside to collect his medication. Just as he grasped the medication, his phone rang. Checking his phone, he realized it was his colleague, Xiao Lu, calling. Xiao Lu was a new intern in their group. Hello, Xiao Lu, why are you calling me? Xiao Lu spoke in a hushed tone. Bei Ge, are you out meeting clients? Or is there something up? Lin Bei replied, I'm not feeling well. Just came to the hospital for some medication. Not wanting to reveal he had hemorrhoids, as it was somewhat embarrassing, he merely stated he was unwell. By the way, what do you need me for? Xiao Lu continued in a low voice. I have something to tell you. I overheard team leader Li and supervisor Zhao talking in the restroom just now. Supervisor Zhao informed team leader Li that starting the day after tomorrow, there will be a business review implementing a bottom elimination policy. The three with the lowest performance this month will be directly eliminated. I thought of you, Bei Ge, since your performance is at the bottom this month, so I wanted to give you a heads up. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up inside Lin Bei. Is that guy Li out his mind? When I was the top performer, he didn't come up with this nonsense. Now that my performance is lacking, he pulls this on me? It's just because I didn't give him that order last month. Is that reason enough for him to play these games with me? Xiao Lu hurriedly advised, Bei Ge, don't get mad. You still have 2 days, find a big client, and push your way to the front. Lin Bei sighed, finding a major client isn't as simple as it sounds. Thanks for the encouragement, and for the heads up, he'll hang up now, Xiao Lu. Sensing Lin Bai's low spirits, Xiao Lu urged, Bei Ge, stay strong. I believe in you. He'll hang up now. After ending the call, Lin Bei prepared to leave the hospital. However, just then his phone rang again. This time, it was his girlfriend, Xiao Ling. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions. What's up, darling? What do you need from me? On the other end, Xiao Ling paused momentarily, then said, Bei, let's break up. At those words, Lin Bei was instantly stunned. There are still 3 days until April Fool's Day. You're joking, right? Xiao Ling replied, No, I'm not joking. I've come to terms with things these past few months. You have no money, no house, and no car. Why would I stay with you? What happened to your earlier words about 30 years of ups and downs? Don't look down on the youth without wealth. To me now, that seems like a joke. Don't look down on the youth without wealth. Don't look down on the middle-aged without wealth. Don't look down on the elderly without wealth. That's the true depiction of your life. My mother has arranged a blind date for me the day after tomorrow I hear he's wealthy and has a car and a house. Lin Bei cut her off. Enough. Just shut up. If you want to break up, then go. Get lost. As soon as he finished, he hung up the phone. On the other end, Xiao Ling heard the dial tone and realized Lin Bei had ended the call. What a joke. If it weren't for your handsome looks, would I have ever paid attention to a broke loser like you? Your meager salary doesn't even cover half of my expenses. For 2 weeks, you're truly worthless. Still, I look forward to the big boss waiting for me the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Lin Bei found himself by the riverside. Gazing at the desolate bank, his frustration boiled over, and he shouted at the sky in anger, "Damn this wretched world. Why must it all end in tragedy? Why?" At that moment, from the layers of heaven above, an imperceptible white light pierced through the obstacles and settled into Lin Bei's consciousness. Immediately, Lin Bei heard a chime in his mind. Ding! The unresolved system has been successfully bound. This system is dedicated to resolving all unresolved matters, ensuring that nothing remains unresolved henceforth. Chapter 2. The First World Fire Blue Blade. Lin Bei was somewhat taken aback, thinking he had lost focus. However, he soon realized that a white light screen had appeared in his mind, displaying black characters that flickered. As he focused, he saw the screen scrolling with the titles. Fire Blue Blade. I'm a Special Forces soldier. Soldier Assault. I am a Special Forces soldier. The blade unsheathed. I am a Special Forces soldier. The Fire Phoenix. My battalion commander, my battalion. In addition, a plethora of information flooded into Lin Bei's mind. It turned out that this unresolved system was created by a powerful figure who couldn't stand those unsatisfying dramas, thus crafting this system. The system would automatically seek a host and issue tasks once the host accepted a task. It must be completed to escape. If a task failed, the host would remain trapped in that cinematic world until death. However, upon completion of a task, reward from the system would be granted. After absorbing all this information, Lin Bei's spirits began to soar. As a longtime reader who had devoured novels for a decade, how could he not have encountered those system-themed stories? Every recipient of a system would inevitably become the protagonist of their own life. Finally, it's time for me to turn my fortunes around. Li Xiaoling, just wait for me. Lin Bei clenched his fists in determination. With that, he returned home, clutching his medication. As soon as he sat down, he began to delve into the workings of the system. He discovered the system was rather simple aside from the scrolling screen. There was nothing else. As for the titles displayed, Lin Bei noted they primarily revolved around military-themed dramas. Could it be that the creator of this system has a penchant for military dramas? This thought crossed Lin Bei's mind. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. Ding! The unresolved system has begun operating and is now extracting the first world for the host to save. The titles on the screen began to scroll at an accelerated pace. Lin Bei's eyes were glued to the screen, eager to see which world would be his first. After a brief span of mere seconds, the rolling speed began to decelerate. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn the world of Fire Blue Blade. Please make your preparations, as in 1 minute, the host will commence the journey. This transition will be a soul transfer. As for the flow of time between the real world and the cinematic realm, the discrepancy will not exceed 1 second. Please rest assured, host. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Lin Bei momentarily found himself at a loss for words. However, when he realized that the first world he was to save was Fire Blue Blade, a surge of excitement coursed through him. It was, after all, a series he had been drawn to during his military service, inspired by the show Soldier Assault. As for Fire Blue Blade, a television drama produced by the Navy, he held it in high regard. Had it not been for his regrettable discharge, he might have aspired to join the Navy's Special Forces. While Lin Bei pondered this, a flash of white light enveloped him, and in the next instant, he lost consciousness. Kneeling before a gravestone, Lin Bei bore a bewildered expression. The system's orchestrated transition was indeed swift, and it was confirmed to be a soul transfer. The system had already assigned him an identity. Lin Bei, 22 years of age, a graduate of West China Medical University, had lost his mother during childbirth and was raised solely by his father. Tragically, just as he graduated, his father succumbed to a sudden heart attack. Thus, he returned to inter his father and contemplate his future. I never imagined the system would possess such capabilities, assigning a rather formidable identity. Yet, starting with both parents deceased seems a tad too targeted at me. Soon, the entirety of his memories from childhood to adulthood flooded Lin Bei's mind, affirming that the identity assigned was indeed commendable. Most notably, following his father's death, he found himself without kin, which spared him considerable complications. Then, The system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have transitioned into the world of Fire Blue Blade. You are required to complete the following challenging tasks. Main Task 1. Ensure Long Baichuan survives. Main Task 2. Accompany Xiang Yu to participate in the Mars Reconnaissance Competition. Main Task 3. Ensure Liu Xiaoshan survives. Side Task 4. Have Jiang Xiaoyu, Liu Yin, and Zhang Chong lie low for you and become the new kings of the Beast Camp. Side Task 5. Personally eliminate Thomas. Side Task 6. Successfully locate Submarine 303. Ding. Please note, all 3 main tasks must be successfully completed. Failing even one will result in the host aging alone in the world of Fire Blue Blade. Strive to complete the 3 side tasks as well. Reminder, completing all tasks will yield richer rewards upon return. My head spinning. Upon seeing the 3 challenging tasks, Lin Bei's immediate reaction was one of overwhelming concern, for he felt most confident only about Task 3, somewhat confident about Task 2. Yet Task 1 left him feeling rather uncertain. Just as Lin Bei grappled with these challenges, the system's cold voice resounded again. In light of this being the host's inaugural task world, the system has specially prepared a reward. Warm reminder, all rewards are generously provided by readers who are more handsome than Yin Zhu and wealthier than Sikong. As long as the host engages in plot-related tasks, there is a chance to receive minor tasks, and completing them will double the rewards. These rewards will assist the host in accomplishing the challenging main tasks. This concludes the reminders. We wish the host great success in completing the tasks. Upon hearing this, a smile crept on Lin Bei's face. Thank you to all the readers who surpass Yin Zhu in charm and Si Tsong in wealth. You are truly wonderful people. I wish you happiness and familial bliss. If he had harbored any trepidation regarding the tasks before, Lin Bei now felt entirely unperturbed. At that moment, before him, beyond a row of gravestones, a resonant voice echoed. TZ, I have come to visit you again. This year, there are orders to recruit good soldiers, specialized ones. I have now partnered with your brother, Wu Gang, to recruit and train soldiers. We will ensure they are as exceptional as you were. As Long Baichuan spoke, he opened a bottle of fine liquor, pouring it around the gravestone of Wu Tai. Behind him, Lin Bei gazed in astonishment at the middle-aged, handsome man clad in military attire. I can't believe I would encounter Uncle Long here. It's truly astonishing. System, I must admit, you have something special. I like it. Just as Lin Bei prepared to approach and greet his long-admired Captain Long, a sorrowful voice drifted from a distance. Chapter 3. The plot commences. A spectator becomes the target. Si Guzi. Oh, Si Guzi. Your mother sent me to check on you. You're so young, how could you leave us? Si Guzi. Si Guzi. Approaching Long Baichuan was a trio of individuals. A middle-aged man in his 30s flanked by 2 young men in their 20s. Stopping before the gravestone opposite Wu Gang, the burly man knelt, speaking earnestly. Si Guzi. Oh, Si Guzi. Your mother entrusted me with bringing you a wife, so you won't remain a bachelor any longer. Oh, and here is your marriage certificate. I'll burn it for you as well. As he spoke, the middle-aged man placed a paper doll atop the grave, then retrieved a marriage certificate from his pocket, igniting it while continuing. Also, your mother reminded me to tell you not to grind your teeth at night. At this moment, Long Baichuan stood up, momentarily perplexed, and inquired with a smile. Comrade, may I ask who you are mourning? The middle-aged man promptly replied. Who else would I mourn? Of course, in lamenting my cousin Si Guzi. Lin Bei, observing this scene, couldn't help but reflect on how many times he had witnessed it on television. Xiang Xiaoyu, selling 2 lives at one, grave impressive indeed. Though I understand you did it for your mother's medical expenses, this is quite illegal. Just as he finished his lament, Long Baichuan interjected. Si Guzi, you must be jesting. He was a soldier, a martyr. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately rose, visibly irate, and retorted. Are you daft? My cousin Si Guzi is only 16. You want him to serve under the King of Hell? Before Long Baichuan could respond, a soldier behind him interjected. How dare you speak like that? This is Captain Long of the Navy Special Operations Brigade. Once these words were uttered, the middle-aged man glanced at Long Baichuan's officer demeanor, and his tone instantly softened. So it is Captain Long. I was unaware you held that rank. Long Baichuan waved his hand, responding amiably. It's nothing, he said, gesturing towards the adjacent tombstone. That over there is the grave of my comrade. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man became visibly excited. No way. This gravestone clearly bears the name Zhang Guikai. Captain, if you don't believe me, come take a look, he urged. Immediately, Long Baichuan and the soldiers behind him approached. There, inscribed on the white gravestone, were the words Tomb of Zhang Guikai. This sight astonished Long Baichuan, prompting him to inspect the gravestone closely. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man chimed in, "Captain, see? It says Zhang Guikai, right?" Long Baichuan responded promptly, "It does say that. But I have a question. Who sold you this grave?" The middle-aged man replied candidly, "Advisor Jiang sold it to us." Long Baichuan, puzzled, inquired, "Who is Advisor Jiang?" The middle-aged man quickly gestured to the two individuals beside him. Hurry, bring that card to show him." The young man on the left promptly retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Long Baichuan. As Long Baichuan leaned in to examine it, he read the name, Jiang Xiaoyu. The middle-aged man affirmed, "Yes, Jiang Xiaoyu, Advisor Jiang." Witnessing this exchange, Lin Bei couldn't help but shake his head. "Jiang Xiaoyu, your fate with Uncle Long is about to unfold." Just as Lin Bei was lost in thought, a couple in their 40s approached him. They knelt down before Lin Bei's father's grave, their despair palpable. Suddenly, a mournful cry escaped the man's lips. "My dear father, why have you abandoned us like this?" The woman beside him sobbed, "Dad, how could you leave us? Our family still needs your support." The sorrowful words left Lin Bei in a state of confusion. At that moment, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness." It dawned on him that before he had traversed into this realm, the original owner of his body had also purchased a burial plot from Jiang Xiaoyu. Without further ado, upon observing the situation before him, Lin Bei comprehended the circumstances. "Ah, you Jiang Xiaoyu have ventured into my territory with your business," he thought, and promptly approached the distressed couple. "Excuse me, sir and madam, may I interrupt? Did you purchase this grave from a consultant named Jiang?" The weeping couple, taken aback by the sight of a tall, handsome young man standing before them, were slightly puzzled by his inquiry, yet they responded. "How do you know?" Lin Bei elucidated. "Because that individual sells the same grave twice. The tombstone across from you belongs to my father. Rest assured, you are not the only ones to see it. The soldiers over there and several gentlemen across the way have also fallen victim to this ruse." Instantly, the woman, who had been kneeling, rose to her feet. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, her voice filled with indignation. "That scoundrel! He actually played me for a fool. When I purchased it, he praised it to the heavens, convincing me to part with 4,500. I had no idea it would come to this. I must confront him and demand a refund." Her loud exclamation caught the attention of Long Baichuan, who turned to see the upright figure of Lin Bei standing before the woman. Unable to contain his admiration, he remarked, "I never expected such a fortunate discovery today. I've found a promising soldier. If he were to join the beast camp and train for a year and a half, he would undoubtedly become an elite." With a newfound appreciation for talent, Long Baichuan approached. Upon seeing him, Lin Bei, who held him in high regard, promptly raised his right hand and rendered a crisp military salute, asserting, "Greetings, Commander." Long Baichuan returned the salute with a smile, inquiring, "Considering a military career?" Lin Bei shook his head, replying, "Not yet. I merely underwent a month of military training during university." Long Baichuan praised him, "Impressive. What year are you in? And have you given any thought to enlisting?" Lin Bei responded, "I have just graduated from university. Had it been before, I would not have considered it. However, now I am inclined to serve." Long Baichuan, slightly puzzled, queried, "What prompted this decision now?" Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lin Bei replied, "My only relative. My father has passed away. Therefore, I have chosen to enlist and serve my country." Hearing this, Long Baichuan's eyes glistened with emotion as he placed a comforting hand on Lin Bei's shoulder. "You are a good young man, and I hold you in high esteem. Though your family may be gone, you still belong to a greater family. The nation is your family, and your comrades in arms will become your kin," Lin Bei resolutely affirmed. "Understood, Commander. I will wholeheartedly defend my country." Chapter 4. The deceitful ghost of Jiang Xiaoyu. Subsequently, Long Baichuan inquired, "By the way, I still do not know your name." Lin Bei promptly replied, "Chief, my name is Lin Bei. I am 22 years old and a graduate of West China Medical University." Upon hearing this, Long Baichuan nodded in approval, expressing his satisfaction. "Ah, Lin Bei, quite impressive. You graduated from the second-ranked medical university in the nation. Do not call me Chief. Just refer to me as Uncle Long." Lin Bei responded with a smile. "Very well, I shall call you Uncle Long for now. If I join the army and encounter you, I will then address you as Chief." Long Baichuan chuckled. "Excellent. I will be waiting for you in the army." "You must come," Lin Bei reassured him. "Rest assured, Uncle Long, I will definitely return. By the way, I just heard you mention looking for that Jiang Xiaoyu, the consultant. Allow me to accompany you." At that moment, the ant beside them, who had been silent, spoke up, indeed. Comrade of the People's Liberation Army. I just heard this handsome young man speak about your situation, and it mirrors ours exactly. That consultant Jiang is a fraud. He is nothing but rubbish. We demand a refund. Upon hearing the aunt's words, Long Baichuan realized that both she and Lin Bei were, like him, victims of the same deceit. Let us go together to confront him. At this moment, a voice resonated within Lin Bei's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for making the acquaintance of Long Baichuan and earning his recognition. You have been rewarded with 3 experience cards for the 10-kilometer off-road prince. Upon using these cards, you shall reign supreme in the 10-kilometer off-road challenge. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Lin Bei's face. Marvelous. Truly, the system does not disappoint. I adore this reward. Meanwhile, in the office, Xiang Yu was presenting a sample image of a house to a seemingly refined middle-aged man. The gentleman scrutinized the image for a moment before nodding and stating, I quite like the layout and appearance of the house. It is indeed appealing. However, I have heard that this neighborhood is adjacent to a revolutionary cemetery. With a smile, Xiang Yu replied, He. A person as refined as yourself should not be concerned with superstitious matters. Besides, this precisely indicates that the area is auspicious. After all, why would so many prominent figures choose to be buried there upon their passing? Allow me to share a truth with you, only because you are here. I would not disclose this to anyone else. The place possesses a dragon vein. Residing there ensures you need not wait for death. It will safeguard your family's well-being while you live. Upon hearing this, the refined gentleman expressed skepticism. Are you attempting to deceive me? You must know that I am a teacher. Do not trick me. I shall ponder this matter further. Meanwhile, a military van arrived at the company's entrance. The initial group, consisting of an elder gentleman, Long Baichuan, Lin Bei, and a couple, disembarked from the vehicle. As soon as the elder stepped out, he addressed the soldiers, declaring, Here we are, comrades of the People's Liberation Army. Long Baichuan surveyed the company premises and instructed those behind him, Lin Bei and the auntie, You two accompany me. The rest of you, please wait here. Subsequently, the 4 individuals entered the building. Upon their arrival, a sales representative with a refined appearance rushed over, smiling as he inquired, Good day, gentlemen and ladies. Are you here to view properties or to purchase one? If so, before he could finish, Lin Bei interrupted, stating, We are looking for consultant Jiang. The sales representative, upon hearing this, promptly exclaimed, Oh, you are here for Xiang Yu. He then called out to the interior, Xiang Yu, you have visitors. Upon hearing his colleague's call, Xiang Yu stood up and addressed the bespectacled gentleman, saying, Sir, please ponder carefully. Missing out on this property could be detrimental to you. Conversely, acquiring it could mark the beginning of your ascent. Within 2.5 years, you could soar to great heights. He then excused himself, adding, I have some matters to attend to, please consider this. As he approached, Xiang Yu turned to the previous sales representative and instructed, Please refer to me as Consultant Jiang. He then scanned the 4 individuals before focusing on the elder gentleman, saying, Ah, it's you. He swiftly directed the nearby sales representative, Why are you not more perceptive? Go prepare some tea and set the air conditioning to maximum. The sales representative responded promptly, Yes, I will do that right away. However, Long Baichuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need for that. Let us clarify the matter regarding the cemetery. The elder gentleman chimed in, Indeed, what is the situation with the cemetery? The auntie added, Exactly. You must provide a reasonable explanation regarding the cemetery. Otherwise, be wary, as I may dismantle your establishment. Finally, Lin Bei turned to Xiang Yu and said slowly, Consultant Jiang, selling the same grave twice is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Xiang Yu glanced at the 4 once more and, noticing that the most formidable among them seemed to be the soldier and the impressively handsome gentleman, he immediately addressed Long Baichuan, saying, Comrade, I must admit, I do not comprehend your meaning. Long Baichuan's voice grew firmer as he pressed, Why have you transferred my comrade's burial plot to them? Is this how you conduct business, selling the same grave twice? Lin Bei responded, You've transferred my father's burial plot to the father of that lady next door? Is such a lucrative deal possible? Xiang Yu's mind raced, and she immediately clarified, Ah, so this is what you all are concerned about. Please, have a seat. I will elucidate the situation. Subsequently, Long Baichuan, Lin Bei, and a few others took their seats. Xiang then addressed Long Baichuan and Lin Bei, saying, Listen, I have not transferred your comrades or your father's burial plots. The ownership still remains under their names. Upon hearing this, The elder gentleman and the lady behind him immediately stood up. The gentleman spoke first, Consultant Jiang. Are you implying that my 4,500 was given to you for nothing? The lady added, yes, and my 4,500 as well. You proclaimed how excellent it was back then, and now you're pulling this stunt, are you? Xiang Xiaoyu quickly interjected, brother, sister, please remain calm and sit down. Allow me to explain this slowly. You see, this is a popular concept nowadays known as shared burial plots. It's akin to renting out additional rooms in your house. You wouldn't do so for free, would you? Surely there must be some rental fee. The elder gentleman and the lady, upon hearing this, seemed to grasp the concept and echoed in unison. Indeed, Lin Bei, who had just taken a sip of tea, inadvertently spat it out upon hearing Xiang Xiaoyu's explanation. You truly have a way with words, Xiang Xiaoyu. Now even shared burial plots are a thing. Realizing that everyone was now looking at him due to his outburst, he quickly added, Consultant Jiang, please continue, don't mind me. Thus, Xiang Xiaoyu resumed, consider this, 4,500 for 20 years amounts to merely a few dozen dollars each month. Do you find that expensive? Upon hearing this, the elder gentleman and the lady took out their phones and began calculating, satisfied that she had managed to convince them. Xiang Xiaoyu then turned her attention to Lin Bei and Lin Bei. Dear uncle from the People's Liberation Army and handsome gentleman, the management fee for your comrade's and your father's burial plots is $300 per month. With this shared arrangement, you won't have to pay out of pocket. She continued, isn't this both economical and practical? Lin Bei, half amused and half irritated, replied, so according to your reasoning, should I be thanking you? Lin Bei chuckled, adding, Uncle Long, it certainly seems he expects us to express our gratitude. Xiang Xiaoyu quickly responded, oh no, that is not my intention at all. I had no idea you two knew each other. Here, dear uncle from the People's Liberation Army and handsome gentleman. This is my business card. Please accept it. Should you ever wish to purchase a burial plot or a house, do reach out to me. Purchasing a grave. I possess an exquisite edition, a model grave that is well ventilated from north to south, exempt from rent for a year, warm in winter and cool in summer, with spring waters flowing and autumn frost absent. To the south lies the Taoist immortal mountain, Mount Bulow, and to the north is the Buddhist sacred site, Youth Spring. After expressing this to Lin Bei, Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to Lin Bei. Handsome, I also have a premium property, which I initially intended to keep for myself. However, upon recognizing your destined future of great wealth, I decided to sell that property to you. It is indeed well ventilated, warm in winter and cool in summer. A land of auspicious feng shui, rumored to be imbued with the energy of the dragon vein beneath. If you acquire this property within 2.5 years, you shall soar to great heights. Lin Bei accepted Xiang Xiaoyu's business card and smiled. Your words are truly formidable, yet soon someone will take care of you. Chapter 5. The astonished Lin Bei startled Xiang Xiaoyu as soon as the words left his lips. Lin Bei's gaze turned to Lin Bei, who had risen from his seat. The formerly cheerful expression had transformed into one of grave seriousness. Return the money, give them back their funds. Upon hearing this, the uncle and aunt, still calculating, immediately stood up. Yes, heed the words of the People's Liberation Army comrade. Swiftly return our money. Xiang Xiaoyu lamented. All right, I have been speaking in vain for so long. Yet you refuse to listen to me. Just as he intended to say more, he noticed Lin Baichuan's stern demeanor and the glint of menace in his eyes, fixated upon him. Thus, he quickly added, all right, uncle, please sit for a moment. I shall retrieve the contract. However, the subtle movements on Xiang Xiaoyu's face could hardly escape Lin Baichuan's keen observation, who immediately deduced that this fellow was attempting to flee. After finishing his tea, Lin Bei stood up and approached Lin Baichuan, smiling as he inquired, are you ready, Uncle Long? Lin Baichuan cast an appreciative glance at Lin Bei. At that moment, Xiang Xiaoyu returned to his previous position, preparing to head to the back door and depart on his motorcycle. The refined bespectacled gentleman who had been viewing the property noticed Xiang Xiaoyu's approach and promptly stated, you've come. I've given it some thought, and I shall take this house. At this moment, Xiang Xiaoyu paid him no heed and sprinted towards the back door. On the road, he mounted his motorcycle and sped ahead. Lin Baichuan and Lin Bei emerged from the hall, just in time to catch a glimpse of Xiang Xiaoyu. Let us get in the car and pursue him. Ding. A jolt for Lin Baichuan, allowing him to witness the host's speed. Task accomplished. Reward. 2 proficiency cards for Bejiquan. Lin Bei, initially preparing to join Lin Baichuan in the chase, chuckled upon hearing the system announce the task. Uncle Long, I think I'll pass on the ride. I can catch up to this fellow with just a bit of running. Long Baichuan expressed his doubt. Are you certain? You know I have little patience for boastful individuals. Lin Bei smiled and replied, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. I shall take my leave now, Uncle Long. He then murmured, utilizing the 10-kilometer off-road Prince experience card. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a surge of strength in his legs, an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. After signaling to Long Baichuan, he darted in the direction Xiang Yu had vanished, disappearing like a flash of lightning. This kid is astonishingly swift, Long Baichuan marveled, observing Lin Bei already several dozen meters ahead. Xiao Lu, start the car. We are in pursuit. Yes, sir. Xiang Yu, riding his motorcycle, kept a wary eye on the military van behind him, feeling a deep sense of dread regarding this soldier. After all, if captured, he might not only have to refund the money but could also face incarceration. Thus, he pressed the accelerator to the maximum, speeding ahead, recalling a shortcut that would allow him to evade Long Baichuan. Hello, Consultant Jiang, or should I say Xiang Yu? Your motorcycle seems to be lacking. Your speed is rather underwhelming. Just as Xiang Yu was about to accelerate fully, a familiar voice reached his right ear. Turning his head, he was astonished to see Lin Bei had somehow caught up to him, running alongside his motorcycle. This left him momentarily dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. In broad daylight, could I be seeing a ghost? Observing Xiang Yu's bewildered expression, Lin Bei chuckled. I'm no ghost, Consultant Jiang. Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice again, Xiang Yu exclaimed in surprise, indeed, you are no ghost. However, you are far more terrifying. How could you catch up to me at this speed? With that, he pressed the throttle to the floor, quickly widening the distance between himself and Lin Bei. What a formidable opponent. I cannot allow him to catch up. However, the individual in question failed to discern the path ahead, and with a sudden turn, dashed toward the steps. Accompanied by the piercing screams of Xiang Yu. His motorcycle surged up the steps, violently shaking and causing equipment to scatter along the way. Subsequently, both man and machine plunged into the river. Lin Bei, standing at the steps, could only shake his head upon witnessing this scene. Just as I intended to caution you to slow down, you fell in. Meanwhile, the onlookers at the riverbank, seeing Xiang Yu tumble into the water, hurriedly gathered around. Quick, save him. Someone has fallen into the water. I want to help, but I can't swim. Neither can I. Hurry, find someone who can. The crowd then dispersed in search of capable swimmers to rescue Xiang Yu. Soon, Xiang Yu surfaced, and upon realizing that the crowd had departed, he contemplated swimming to the opposite bank to avoid Lin Bei and Long Baichuan. On the other side, Long Baichuan arrived at Lin Bei's location. Xiao Bei, where's that advisor Jiang? Lin Bei replied. He fell into the river while riding his motorcycle, but don't worry. Uncle Long, he is a strong swimmer and will be fine. Long Baichuan nodded. That's good, as long as he is safe. However, Xiao Bei, you have truly surprised me. With that speed, you could easily rank among the best in the beast camp. For a medical student, your speed is indeed remarkable. Lin Bei responded with a smile. Uncle Long, I've always enjoyed running since childhood, and I've continued to practice even during my studies, which accounts for that speed. Yet, internally, Lin Bei attributed his prowess to the system. Thanks to the system, I've become the prince of 10-kilometer cross-country. Long Baichuan praised, excellent, Xiao Bei. You must join our military. You're truly a promising candidate. At that moment, he felt genuine joy, not expecting such a significant surprise from this outing. Rest assured. Uncle Long, I will deliver. Lin Bei replied with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task and received 2 cards for mastering Baji Quan. At that moment, the system's notification resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's smile grew even brighter. Long Baichuan then said, That's wonderful. I'm looking forward to your progress. Now, let us go find that young man. All right, Uncle Long. Lin Bei nodded and followed suit. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu, drenched to the skin, ascended the shore and plopped down onto a stone bench. Suddenly recalling that his wallet remained tucked in his pocket, he promptly retrieved it, extracted the money within, and placed it atop the stone bench to dry in the sun. Unexpectedly, as he was about to place the money upon the stone bench, he casually glanced up and beheld 2 familiar figures approaching ahead. Chapter 6. The art of bravado. The newcomers were none other than Long Baichuan and Lin Bei. Upon spotting them, Xiang Yu bolted backward, only to realize, after a few hurried steps, that he was perilously close to a small cliff, rising about 7 or 8 meters high. His gaze then shifted to the other side. Long Baichuan, with a smile, remarked, Run. Here is your chance to escape. Have you noticed my companion, Xiao Bei? If you truly believe you can outrun him, then you may yet flee. Lin Bei chimed in cheerfully, Advisor Jiang. I can grant you a 5-minute head start. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu immediately approached with a grin, replying, What chance do I have to outrun this handsome fellow? Gentlemen, please, you must calm your tempers. If you were aware of our situation, I assure you, you would be inclined to let these matters slide. Uncle, handsome. Allow me to show you. With that, Xiang Yu swiftly seated himself, deftly removing his shoes and socks, lifting his right foot with his hands. However, it must be said that as a salesman, Xiang Yu's feet certainly possess a rather overwhelming odor. It nearly made Lin Bei retch. And even the well-traveled Long Bai Chuan found it difficult to contain himself upon catching a whiff of the foot odor. Both men hastily covered their noses with their hands. At that moment, Xiang Yu spoke up. Uncle, handsome gentleman, have you both noticed the Southern Dipper's 6 stars beneath my feet? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized the pungency of his foot odor was quite pronounced, prompting him to don his shoes before continuing. You too should know that the Southern Dipper's 6 stars gaze longingly at the Northern Dipper's 7 stars in the heavens. According to the divination texts, this signifies a fate of great wealth and nobility. Had this been a century ago, I would have undoubtedly been a prince or a nobleman. Yet now, I find myself in a predicament akin to a dragon stranded on dry land. However, rest assured, in less than 5 years, fortune will surely smile upon me. If you grant me this favor today, I shall be eternally grateful, and once I attain prosperity, I will repay your kindness handsomely. Long Bai Chuan did not respond immediately, but instead glanced at the expensive medical bills laid out on the stone bench, inquiring, What are these exorbitant medical bills about? Xiang Yu replied with a hint of melancholy, My mother is elderly and in poor health. She has been hospitalized 4 times in the past 3 months. Long Bai Chuan nodded, saying, So, you are deceiving people merely to pay for your mother's medical expenses, is that right? Lin Bei then interjected, Regarding your mother. You are indeed a devoted son, but deceiving others is rather inappropriate. To this, Xiang Yu retorted, Uncle, handsome sir, I assure you. I am a reliable youth of the new era. When have I ever deceived anyone? I may have exaggerated a bit, but what can I do? After a moment of silence, Long Bai Chuan pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and placed it in Xiang Yu's hands. Take this and take good care of your mother. Upon seeing the money in his hands, Xiang Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as he exclaimed, Uncle, you truly are a modern-day hero, far surpassing the likes of Guo Jing or Ling Huchong. Long Bai Chuan patted Xiang Yu on the back, saying, Kid, try to be a bit more serious. Xiang Yu responded, All right, from now on, you shall be my dear uncle, and I shall be your nephew. Oh wait. My Uncle Long is also my dear uncle, and I acknowledged him first, so I apologize, but you must take the second place. Lin Bei interjected. Genuinely impressed by Xiang Yu's eloquence, as he had managed to claim Long Bai Chuan as his uncle in just a few words. With a smile, Xiang Yu remarked, No worries, I don't feel embarrassed. Being able to stand behind such a handsome gentleman as you is indeed a blessing. Long Bai Chuan chuckled, dismissing the trivial matter, and pointed toward the river, asking, From which side did you swim over? Xiang Yu replied, Indeed. Long Bai Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. You young lad can hold your breath underwater for such a long time. Xiang Yu replied calmly, This is nothing, uncle. I once held my breath underwater for 18 minutes and even took a nap while submerged. Upon hearing this, Long Bai Chuan chuckled, You little rascal, that seems a bit exaggerated. That was due to your special skills. Let me tell you, the best record in the entire army. No, why am I even telling you this? Xiang Yu quickly interjected, Uncle, it's only because I was tea there. Had I been present, I would undoubtedly have claimed the top spot in the entire army. Not necessarily, perhaps I would have. Lin Bei interjected nonchalantly from the side. After all, possessing a system meant that as long as he completed a task, he could earn the breath-holding prince card and surpass Xiang Yu in no time. Handsome, that's not a certainty. In terms of running, you may excel. But when it comes to holding breath, I have never lost to anyone, Xiang Yu asserted confidently, just as Long Bai Chuan was about to respond to their banter. His phone rang. Hello, what is the situation at the sports university? A man's urgent voice came from the other end. We have a serious issue. That sports champion has been poached. Long Bai Chuan immediately replied, Is that so? Stay there. I'll come right over. I must see who dares to poach my talent. After hanging up, Long Bai Chuan rushed towards the sports university. Don't run so fast, uncle. Leave me a contact number so I can repay you. Lin Bei said with a smile. No worries. I have Uncle Long's number. Xiang Yu chimed in happily. Handsome, you're quite reliable. Lin Bei remarked casually. Stop calling me handsome. My name is Lin Bei, and I'm 22 years old. Hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu immediately responded, then I shall call you Bei Ge. Since you're a year older than me, and you introduced yourself first. Lin Bei nodded. Ding. Assist in rescuing Xiang Xiaoyu's mother. Reward. 3 swimming prince cards. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Bei's face brightened with a smile. 3 excellent cards awaited him. After all, the previous off-road 10-kilometer prince card had indeed brought him great benefits. Thus, he was determined to acquire these 3 swimming prince cards. No problem. Since you've called me brother, I want to let you down. Xiang Xiaoyu momentarily did not grasp the implication of Lin Bei's words, but responded with a smile. All right, Bei Ge, I await your good news. Inside the swimming pool, Liu Yin was practicing various swimming strokes. After finishing his practice, he was led out by a soldier and approached Long Baichuan, who stood waiting. The soldier respectfully announced, Captain Long, I have brought the person you requested. Immediately, Long Baichuan smiled and extended his right hand. Liu Yin, with a hint of apology, replied, I'm sorry, my hand is a bit damp. Subsequently, Long Baichuan withdrew his hand and said calmly, So you are Liu Yin? Liu Yin did not respond verbally, but gestured with his eyes towards the wall behind them. Long Baichuan turned to look, and there, not far away, hung a photograph of Liu Yin, beneath which were inscribed his name and various accolades he had achieved. Long Baichuan nodded in satisfaction and continued, Are you familiar with the frogmen? Liu Yin replied, I have seen them on television. Long Baichuan inquired, Are you interested in joining our squad? Liu Yin, with regret, replied, I'm afraid the physical training team suits me better. Undeterred, Long Baichuan persisted. Joining the frogmen also allows you to bring glory to your country. You can look up the international reconnaissance competition from recent years. Before Long Baichuan could finish, Liu Yin interjected, Captain Long, I hold great respect for soldiers, but my aspirations lie in becoming a champion at the Olympics and World Championships. Thank you for your encouragement. But I must take my leave. As he finished speaking, Liu Yin turned towards the exit. Just as he took a few steps, Long Baichuan called out, Wait. He then pulled out a piece of paper and a pen, swiftly jotting down a series of numbers. This is my phone number. Should you change your mind? Feel free to call me. As he handed over the note, Long Baichuan added, Our Marine Corps sincerely invites you to join. Liu Yin smiled as he accepted the note and walked out. Chapter 7. Money, Going Home, and Trouble. At that moment, Long Baichuan exited alongside the soldier from earlier. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Xiang Xiaoyu peering into a military van. While not far from him, Lin Bei stood quietly. Intriguingly, this fellow had followed him here. He then addressed Xiang Xiaoyu. Young man, what are you looking at? Xiang Xiaoyu replied, Uncle, you're finally back. This journey has exhausted me, but thankfully, Brother Bei was with me. He then pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket. This is an IOU I wrote. Don't worry, once I save enough money, I will definitely repay you. At that moment, the soldier behind Long Baichuan cleared his throat. Ahem. Hearing that familiar sound, Xiang Xiaoyu immediately turned around. Oh, isn't this my brother Yang? It's been a while since we last met. The soldier called Brother Yang responded, You still dare to face me? Remember, the last time with the apartment rental, you really put me in a bind. Xiang Xiaoyu promptly remarked, Yang, please refrain from mentioning the previous incident in front of Uncle. Grant me a modicum of dignity. He then turned to Long Baichuan and inquired, Uncle, are you here to recruit troops? Long Baichuan responded, Oh, how did you perceive that? Xiang Xiaoyu elucidated, I am aware that Yang is from the Armed Forces Department. Long Baichuan acknowledged, Well, I must concede that you have accurately deduced it. Xiang Xiaoyu retorted, It cannot merely be considered a guess. It is the result of my analysis. Now, let us dispense with the pretense. I find it somewhat difficult to endure. In the distance, Lin Bei could no longer endure the charade of Xiang Xiaoyu, so he stood up and spoke. Long Baichuan approached Lin Bei and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Xiao Bei, you know how much I value you. You have my number. You must join the Marine Corps. Lin Bei nodded and replied earnestly, Rest assured, Uncle Long, I will definitely come. I hope you won't be intimidated by my abilities when the time comes. Long Baichuan laughed heartily, Ha! I shall await your arrival with anticipation. He then turned his attention to Xiang Xiaoyu, inquiring, By the way, what is your name, Jiang? Xiang Xiaoyu responded, Just call me Stinky Fish. Subsequently, Long Baichuan returned the note to Xiang Xiaoyu. Upon seeing this, Xiang Xiaoyu excitedly exclaimed, Uncle, you leave me at a loss for words. Until we meet again. May our friendship endure. Long Baichuan patted Xiang Xiaoyu on the shoulder, affirming, Until we meet again. He then faced Lin Bei once more, saying, Xiao Bei, upon passing the physical examination for the Marine Corps, contact me immediately. I will be waiting for you. Lin Bei assured him, do not worry, Uncle Long, I will. Until we meet again. Long Bai Chuan nodded, I await your good news. Until we meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Bai Chuan entered his car and vanished from their sight. Lin Bei then approached Jiang Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, show me around. I have never been here before. Jiang Xiaoyu patted his chest and replied, Brother Bei, you can rest easy. Today, I will take care of everything. First, I will take you to my hometown for some fun, so you can truly experience it. Lin Bei smiled, all right then. Without further ado, let us depart now. As Lin Bei sat behind Jiang Xiaoyu on the motorcycle, he leisurely admired the scenery of the town, nodding in approval. Xiaoyu, the scenery in your town is quite charming, he remarked. Jiang Xiaoyu joyfully responded, Brother Bei, of course. And this is just the beginning. We have yet to reach the most beautiful spots. Once I take you there, you will truly appreciate it. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go, Lin Bei urged. Jiang Xiaoyu promptly accelerated, driving forward with enthusiasm. However, just a few minutes into the drive, they encountered an acquaintance. How's business lately, Lao San? The young man known as Lao San smiled and replied, It's going well. My basic needs are covered. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu took out a business card from his wallet and handed it over, advising, Keep this safe. If you face any issues in the city, just pull it out. My card carries weight. Lao San complained, Brother, I already have one. You gave me a card last time. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei, who was seated in the back, couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Xiaoyu ignored Lin Bei's laughter and continued speaking to Lao San. You can discard that one. This is a new one. Your brother has been promoted. Hearing this, Lao San examined the card closely. Oh, it even says Deputy Store Manager. But I don't know what that means. I haven't read much and am unfamiliar with these titles. Jiang Xiaoyu explained, Let me put it this way. To clarify with a classic martial arts novel, take The Smiling, Proud Wanderer for example. Your brother is at least akin to the deputy leader of a sect. Does that make sense? Understanding, Lao San nodded eagerly. Wow, that's impressive. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu was about to continue boasting, a young woman rushed over. Xiaoyu Ge? Jiang Xiaoyu quickly inquired. Mingzhu, what's wrong? The girl named Mingzhu, panting, replied. Your mother has fainted. You need to hurry home. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback and anxiously said, Mingzhu, get in the car. I'll take you there. Mingzhu shyly responded. Xiaoyu Ge, there's still a handsome guy in the back. Jiang Xiaoyu slapped his forehead, quickly saying, My apologies, I forgot to mention. He is an older brother I know. You can call him Bei Ge. Lin Bei interjected, Mingzhu, is it? Please hop in. I can follow along. All right, Bei Ge. Mingzhu nodded and took a seat. Lao San chimed in, Xiaoyu Ge, hurry back to check. Okay, I'm off, Lao San. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped forward. Lin Bei, having stretched his limbs, soon caught up, for the distance to Jiang Xiaoyu's home was not particularly far. Hence, the 10-kilometer off-road Prince card was entirely unnecessary. Additionally, his regular exercise during university rendered this journey quite manageable. As Jiang Xiaoyu arrived home with Mingzhu, they were met with the distressing sight of her unconscious mother sprawled on the floor. Just then, Lin Bei also rushed over. Wiping the sweat from his brow and assessing the situation, he immediately instructed, Xiaoyu, do not move your mother. Call 120 right away and wait for the ambulance. I'm from a medical university, trust me. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, despite her urgent desire to save her mother, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to retrieve her phone and promptly dial 120. Chapter 8. Familiar faces not to call you in vain. Bei Ge, help. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Xiaoyu's mother lay on the sickbed. Having been seated moments before, Jiang Xiaoyu inquired of the doctor as he entered, Doctor, how much should we prepare if my mother requires surgery? The doctor replied, Your mother's condition is quite complex. You should prepare at least 200,000. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang's mother could not help but exclaim, Why does it cost 200,000? That's exorbitant. The doctor continued, This is merely the cost of the surgery, not including the expenses for post-operative recovery, which will require several tens of thousands more. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded earnestly and responded, That's all right, doctor. As long as my mother's health can be restored, money is not an issue. Indeed, I concur, money should not be a concern. Just then, the door swung open and Lin Bei entered, carrying numerous nutritional supplements. Observing the scene, Jiang Xiaoyu smiled and remarked, Bei Ge, what prompted you to buy all these? Lin Bei replied, "Don't worry about that. Since you've called me brother, it's only right for an older brother to check on his little sister's mother." Lying in bed, Jiang's mother expressed her gratitude. "Xiaobei, you shouldn't have gone to such trouble." After all, Jiang's mother had regained consciousness during the trip to the hospital and was somewhat aware of the brotherly title Xiang Xiaoyu had used. Lin Bei smiled and responded, "Annie, it's nothing, just a small expense." He then approached the doctor and, after a moment of observation, realized the physician seemed quite familiar, as if he had encountered him a year prior. Suddenly, he recollected and addressed the doctor. "Excuse me, are you Dr. Zhao?" Dr. Zhao, puzzled, replied, "Yes. How do you know my surname? Did you see it on the bulletin board outside?" Lin Bei shook his head and smiled. "No, I wonder if Dr. Zhao remembers that a year ago, you spent 3 months training at the Chuanxi Hospital, and your supervising director was one of my senior brothers. I even met you then, on the afternoon of May 13th. Do you recall?" After pondering for a moment, Dr. Zhao responded, "I remember now. It's you, the prodigious Lin. You are a distinguished student from Huaxi Hospital. If I'm not mistaken, you have already secured a spot for graduate studies. What brings you here? Given that it's over 1,000 kilometers from the southwest region?" Lin Bei replied, "I am from here. Recently, my father passed away, and I returned to handle his affairs." He then glanced at Xiang Xiaoyu, who was pouring water for Zhang's mother. Lin Bei continued, "I understand that your hospital provides subsidies for serious illnesses. Could you possibly leverage your connections? That individual is my newly recognized younger brother, and I regard his mother as my own." After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Zhao answered, "Were it anyone else, I would certainly decline. However, for you, Lin, rest assured, I will assist. After all, if it weren't for you last year, I would have been utterly embarrassed." Lin Bei patted Dr. Zhao on the shoulder. "Last year was merely a minor issue. It was no trouble at all." He then addressed Xiang Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, come here. This is Dr. Zhao, whom I met last year. Following our recent conversation, he will apply for the serious illness subsidy on your behalf, which will help lessen your medical expenses." Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Bei, you truly are my brother. I cannot express my gratitude enough." Tears welled in her eyes, astonished that a brother she had casually referred to would be so kind. Lin Bei replied, "Did I not mention that if you call me brother, I will surely help you? Moreover, you should thank Dr. Zhao for this." Xiang Xiaoyu turned to Dr. Zhao and said, "Thank you, Dr. Zhao. I am truly grateful. You are like Gu Jing from Jin Yang's martial arts novels. I am filled with admiration." Dr. Zhao waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "You flatter me. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Lin. I will go report to the director and the president now. Once that is done, remember to submit your documents." Xiang Xiaoyu eagerly nodded. "Thank you so much, Dr. Zhao. Safe travels." Lin Bei added, "Thank you, Dr. Zhao. It's just a small matter. You two continue your conversation. I will go find the director and the president." Subsequently, Dr. Zhao departed, and Lin Bei retrieved a bank card from his pocket, handing it to Xiang Xiaoyu. "Uncle Long has already provided you with funds, as your elder brother. It is only fitting that I contribute as well. This card contains 100,000, which constitutes the majority of my savings. Please use it to support your mother's medical treatment." Upon receiving the card, Xiang Xiaoyu was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, reflecting on how no one had shown him such kindness throughout the years. "Enough of the tears, be a man. Do not shed tears so easily," Lin Bei remarked. Hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu composed himself and earnestly replied, "Brother Bei, rest assured, I will repay you promptly. However, I noticed how fond Uncle was of you. Are you truly planning to enlist?" Lin Bei nodded affirmatively. "You are correct. I intend to join the military. As you have just heard, since my father's passing, I have been alone in my household. One person feasts while the family goes hungry. It would be better to serve the nation, especially since Uncle Long's unit is no ordinary one." A smile graced Lin Bei's face at the thought of soon reuniting with Wu Heilian and the others. "Very well. Since you are determined to enlist as your younger brother, I fully support you. Do not worry about the money. I will repay you as soon as I earn it." Xiang Xiaoyu pledged, patting his chest. "There's no rush. Focus on caring for your mother. I have a few matters to attend to and must return. Farewell, Auntie. I will visit again soon." Lin Bei responded with a smile, waving at Zhang's mother, who lay on the bed. She had overheard the conversation between Lin Bei and her son and felt immensely grateful towards him. "Thank you, Xiaobei. You have done so much for our family. From negotiating with the doctor for reduced surgery fees to lending money to Xiaoyu. If I weren't confined to this bed, I would find a way to express my gratitude properly." Lin Bei quickly gestured for her to stop. No need for that, Auntie. As Xiao Yu has called me brother, I shall not let him do so in vain. Just focus on your recovery. I will visit to share a meal at your home once you are well. Zhang's mother responded eagerly. All right, I will await your visit. You are welcome to stay at my home anytime. A chime resonated in Lin Bei's mind, announcing, Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 3 little swimming prince cards. Maintaining his composure, Lin Bei smiled and replied, Understood, Auntie. I must take my leave now, Xiao Yu. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Brother Bei, take care. I will definitely call you. Zhang Xiaoyu promised as Lin Bei departed. Zhang Xiaoyu waved his hand. Chapter 9. Refusal of Enlistment. Renowned and celebrated. After leaving the hospital, Lin Bei hailed a taxi and headed towards his residence, situated in a rather old neighborhood. Upon entering his home, he tidied up briefly before opening his computer to begin researching the local enlistment schedule. In the hospital room, after watching Jiang's mother fall asleep, Zhang Xiaoyu stepped outside. At this moment, he felt a pang of hunger, contemplating going out for lunch. After all, he had been busy all day and had yet to take a single bite of food. As soon as he reached the adjacent street, he noticed a banner overhead that proclaimed, Enlist and serve the motherland. Beneath the banner were several platforms occupied by young soldiers, with a crowd gathered around, inquiring and filling out forms. Driven by a tinge of curiosity, Jiang Xiaoyu approached the scene. Upon his arrival, one of the soldiers addressed him, Young man, consider enlisting. There are subsidies available, and your family can enjoy military benefits, including discounts on medical care. Upon hearing about the subsidies and the medical benefits for his family, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately inquired, How much is the subsidy? After all, he was currently in dire need of money, and the prospect of financial support from military service was enticing. The soldier replied, I am unsure of the exact amount, but rest assured, enlisting not only brings honor to your family, but the government also provides financial assistance. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the government would offer monetary support. He exclaimed, Is that really true? The government provides money? The soldier smiled and confirmed, Absolutely. As long as you pass the medical examination and the political review, the government will promptly disburse the funds to you, as stated here. At this revelation, Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He thought to himself, Uncle, Bei Ge, wait for me. I shall be joining you soon. Resolute, he took a leaflet and sought out a nearby restaurant, where he could dine while meticulously studying the information. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, after reviewing the timeline, discovered that recruitment was taking place over the next few days and immediately began contacting the local administrative office. Uncle Long, I have passed the medical examination. On the roadside, Lin Bei gazed up at the azure sky while speaking on the phone with Long Bai Chuan. Hearing this, Long Bai Chuan, who was organizing documents in his office, responded with a smile, That's great. Given your qualifications, the political review will surely be passed as well. Remember to come to our office. I will definitely be there. Uncle Long, Lin Bei replied with enthusiasm. All right, we will meet in a few months. I have some matters to attend to, so I will hang up now. Long Bai Chuan responded cheerfully, No problem. Uncle Long, goodbye. In the office, not far from Long Bai Chuan, a tall and imposing lieutenant colonel remarked, Another promising recruit. Long Bai Chuan nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, this young man is exceptionally swift. Once the new recruits complete their training in 3 months, ensure he is assigned to the beast camp. The resolute lieutenant colonel was none other than Wu Gang, the chief instructor of the beast camp. Oh, I shall look forward to seeing if he truly is a promising recruit, he said. Just wait and see. Long Bai Chuan smiled knowingly and continued organizing the materials. Lin Bei, are you truly not considering pursuing a master's degree? Remember, you would be studying under Professor Long. A young woman in her 20s, with a sweet countenance, was speaking on the phone by the pond. On the other end, Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, I have no intention of continuing my studies. I have enlisted in the military, and my political review was approved yesterday. The girl expressed her astonishment. What? You are actually going to serve in the army? You are the genius of our Huaxi class. How could you do that? She was bewildered, struggling to comprehend Lin Bei's decision to join the military. Just 2 months prior, before his graduation, he had spoken of pursuing a graduate degree, yet now, in less than 2 months, he had completely changed his mind. Well, Wenjing, allow me to explain. A fortnight ago, my father passed away, leaving me as the sole member of my family. Do you understand? Lin Bei responded. Of course, this was merely a fabrication. The true reason was related to the system, a detail he could not disclose. Wen Jing replied with a hint of regret, I see. My condolences. However, with your exceptional abilities, I believe you will carve out a new path in the army. Best of luck, Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled and said, no problem, you too, Wen Jing. Remember, you are not only the beauty of our class, but also the academic representative. Wen Jing shyly replied, stop flattering me. You are the impressive one. At that moment, a female voice called out, Xiaojing, it's time for dinner. After eating, you need to tidy up your things. Wen Jing quickly said, all right, Lin Bei, I must go. My mother is calling me for dinner. I wish you the best as the strongest soldier in the army. Lin Bei responded, rest assured, I will. I wish you success in becoming the most outstanding doctor. Let's both strive for excellence. 3 months swiftly passed, and Lin Bei had completed his training in the military. Thanks to his prior experience and physical conditioning, he had prepared extensively before enlisting. These combined factors made Lin Bei a notable figure in the entire new recruit company. Inside a room, several officers were engaged in a heated debate. Lin Bei must be assigned to our first company. One insisted. Why should that be? He must be allocated to our third company. Another retorted. What does your fifth company have to do with this? He should be assigned to our second company. Our sixth company is the strongest. The best should be with the best. It's only fitting. Regardless, he must join our third company. At that moment, the new recruit company commander spoke up. All right, brothers, let's not quarrel. Lin Bei will not be assigned to your company. The fiery second company commander immediately inquired, Old Huang. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting he has been pre-selected? The third company commander chimed in as well. Who said that? The new recruit company commander glanced at a few of them and shook his head. You might as well give up. You cannot compete. Earlier this morning, Captain Long of the Marine Corps personally called me, specifically requesting Lin Bei. Do you think I could refuse that? Upon hearing the words of the new recruit company commander, everyone shook their heads. What a pity for such a promising talent. One company commander remarked with a smile. No worries. As long as he is sent to the Marine Corps, it's fine as long as he doesn't end up with the second or third company, the second company commander replied. Humph, if that's the case, I will just have to recruit other new soldiers, the third company commander said, unwilling to concede. Fine, if you're going to steal. So will I. The new recruit company commander could only shake his head. After all, as Lin Bei's commander, he was well aware of Lin Bei's exceptional capabilities. Unfortunately, such a promising talent would never belong to them. Chapter 10, Classic Scene, Zhang Chong vs. Agon, watching the show on a large bus. A group of soldiers clad in blue uniforms were engaged in lively discussions about various amusing anecdotes. Naturally, their topics revolved around who was stronger in their respective companies or what embarrassing incidents had occurred within them. These new recruits had just completed 3 months of rigorous training and had subsequently undergone a selection process to identify special talents. Thus, they were now en route to the Orcs, a place renowned as the cradle of the Marine Amphibious Reconnaissance Battalion. As the bus accelerated, it entered the camp area. A new recruit seated by the window pressed his eyes against the glass, curiously observing the surroundings. Meanwhile, in the back corner of the bus, Lin Bei quietly took in the scene before him, his heart whispering, Uncle Long, Wu Haizi, Lu Yin, Zhang Chong, I have arrived. During the previous 3 months of training, the lack of interaction with the key characters of the narrative had left Lin Bei unable to acquire missions, which had been quite distressing for him. However, all is well now that he has arrived at the training camp, where he can engage with them and undertake tasks to enhance his own prowess. As the bus came to a halt, the new recruits began to disembark in groups. Due to a minor issue with the officer in charge, they were granted a brief period of free time. The new soldiers, clutching their belongings, congregated in small groups, continuing to share amusing anecdotes. Lin Bei, disinterested in their chatter, made his way to a tree, intending to recline for a while and savor the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, he awaited whether the system would assign him any tasks. Indeed, scarcely had he settled down when he observed Zhang Dapeng fixating on Aegon. How intriguing! The show commenced sooner than anticipated. After staring at Aegon for several seconds, Zhang Dapeng exclaimed, Oh, you are that Sonda champion, Iron Fist Aegon, aren't you? Aegon, preoccupied with adjusting his attire, did not respond. Zhang Dapeng, slapping his thigh in excitement, remarked, that's why you look so familiar. I saw you on television last time. You knocked out that Thai boxing champion with a single punch. As he gesticulated, he continued, What was that move called? Once Aegon finished adjusting his clothes, he noticed this fellow incessantly chattering in his ear. Consequently, he promptly demonstrated the very punch that had felled the Thai champion. He first threw a tentative punch, then executed a graceful turn before delivering a powerful strike, stopping mere 3 centimeters from Zhang Daping's face. Witnessing such proximity, Zhang Daping could not help but swallow hard, momentarily contemplating his own demise. He then gingerly touched Aegon's fist, flattering him. This is indeed the legendary fist capable of slaying a pig. It's utterly terrifying. Upon hearing this compliment, Aegon instantly raised his fist and declared to the surrounding recruits, "Let me tell you, if you take my punch, any pig under 400 pounds is guaranteed to perish." Zhang Daping chimed in, "Wow, no wonder you're Aegon. You're truly formidable." Nevertheless, several recruits remained skeptical, voicing their disbelief. "How could that be possible? I certainly don't believe it. I want to try too." Upon hearing these doubtful remarks, Zhang Daping, Aegon's loyal sidekick, expressed his dissatisfaction and urged, "Aegon, show them your skills. What are you all waiting for? Start applauding and witness Aegon's might." Observing that the crowd was still reluctant to clap, Zhang Daping insisted once more, "Everyone, let us hear some applause." Prompted by his words, the recruits hastily began to applaud, chanting, "All right, let us see a demonstration." Wearing his military cap, Forrest turned his head and was taken aback by the exuberance of the crowd, a sensation of elation washing over him. Well, since everyone was eager to witness, he decided to showcase a couple of moves. After a brief warm-up, he assumed his stance and began to throw punches. It must be said, as expected of the national champion and the man who defeated the boxing king, he possesses undeniable prowess. With a series of punches executed with remarkable finesse, just as he was poised to showcase an exquisite display of skill to the audience. Unexpectedly, as he stepped back, he inadvertently trod upon a backpack, which ignited a surge of irritation within him. Casting a glance around, Aegon spoke in a low tone. "Whose bag is this? Remove it." Noticing the indifference of those nearby, he reiterated, "Whose bag is this? Hurry and take it away." With this declaration, he kicked the backpack in frustration. At that moment, just a few meters away, a man with a fierce countenance and a glint of menace in his eyes was glaring intently at him from beneath a large tree. Beside the tree, Lin Bei reclined on the backpack, observing the unfolding drama with interest. The spectacle was about to commence, though he lamented the absence of sunflower seeds. For enjoying the show while snacking would have been a true delight. As Zhang Chong approached, Aegon, with a displeased expression, remarked, "I said, do you not understand me? Take your bag away." Zhang Chong remained silent, advancing directly to Aegon's front. Feeling a sense of embarrassment as Zhang Chong ignored him, Aegon's anger intensified, and he pointed at Zhang Chong, exclaiming, "Are you ignoring me? Do you wish to be beaten?" Zhang Chong continued to hold his tongue. He first tossed his shirt onto the ground, then removed his short-sleeved shirt, revealing a claw mark across his chest, coupled with a beast-like demeanor that left the surrounding recruits convinced of his formidable prowess. However, Aegon paid little heed to such matters. As the national Sanda champion who had triumphed over Muay Thai experts, he regarded Zhang Chong before him with utter disdain. He launched a punch straight at Zhang Chong's face, instantly distorting the left side of Zhang Chong's visage. Yet, for him, this blow was merely a trifle compared to the tribulations he had endured in his youth. Swiftly, he retaliated with a kick, and under Zhang Chong's full force, Aegon was compelled to retreat several paces. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself, avoiding a fall. Frustrated that his kick had not felled Aegon, Zhang Chong pressed the attack once more. He raised his right fist and aimed a swing at Aegon's face. However, as a seasoned Sanda champion, Aegon's reflexes were remarkably swift. He executed a swift bend, evading the blow, and simultaneously launched a counterattack, delivering a kick to Zhang Chong's shoulder. Yet, the ensuing momentum forced Aegon to retreat several steps. Incensed, he charged forward once more, raising his fist to strike at Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong, equally enraged, was astonished that this fellow had managed to evade his previous blow. However, observing the approaching fist of Aegon, he summoned all his strength and retaliated with his right fist. The two fists, imbued with a fierce gale, collided with one another. In terms of sheer strength, it was evident that Zhang Chong had the upper hand. At the moment of impact, Aegon felt as though he had not struck a human, but rather a solid stone. Instinctively, he retracted his fist, his entire right hand trembling uncontrollably, illustrating the terrifying magnitude of Zhang Chong's power. Observing Aegon's condition, the fury within Zhang Chong diminished considerably. He then returned to put on his clothes. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who had been watching the scene unfold, felt a mix of exhilaration and regret. He was thrilled to witness the intense clash between the two up close, yet disheartened that the system had failed to assign him a task. Nevertheless, Lin Bei harbored no regrets, for this was merely the beginning, and ample time lay ahead. Furthermore, they were to partake in the fire blue ceremony shortly, where opportunities for undertaking tasks might arise. Meanwhile, the officer who had escorted them approached. Chapter 11. Tidying up and attending the fire blue ceremony, I have just concluded discussions with the leaders of the beast camp, he announced. You may take a moment to rest, as someone will come to guide you when the time arrives. With his words, the officer departed the venue, his mission accomplished. It was now time for him to report back. Upon hearing that they could rest for a while, the group began to congregate in small clusters, engaging in conversation. However, the focus of their conversation has now shifted to Zhang Chong and Agon. After all, Zhang Daping had exalted Agon to the heavens, proclaiming him the national Sanda champion who had triumphed over Muay Thai experts. Yet now, he found himself trembling at the hands of an unknown adversary. This was indeed a surreal experience for them. The tall new recruit remarked, I know that Agon is the national Sanda champion, but do not underestimate his opponent. Did you see that claw mark on his chest after he took off his shirt? Another new recruit inquired, what do you mean? Is there a story behind this? A shorter recruit chimed in, yes, do share with us. Seeing their eager expressions, the tall recruit immediately responded, since you are so curious, let me enlighten you. I hail from the Northeast. I believe you've heard of the saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers, right? Both nodded in acknowledgement. The tall recruit continued. Based on my 20 years of living in the Northeast, that claw mark is undoubtedly from a bear, which means that fellow has indeed battled with a bear. Upon hearing this, both recruits gasped in astonishment. Although they were among the elite chosen from various brigades, they had only recently completed 3 months of training. This was the first time they had ever heard of someone having fought a bear. They then glanced at Zhang Chong, resting under the large tree, filled with awe. Meanwhile, Zhang Daping continued to comfort Agon. Gone good, do not pay attention to that kid. You did not lose. If the fight were to continue, he would surely not be your match. Agon ignored Zhang Daping, for he perceived Zhang Chong's prowess as formidable, while he might possess superior offensive techniques. In the face of a brute force like Zhang Chong, his skills were rendered ineffective. Zhang Chong could afford to make countless mistakes, but Agon could only afford one. However, Agon did not lose heart. After all, this was the beast camp, and it was only his first day here. He believed that with diligent training, he would surely be able to defeat Zhang Chong. At that moment, an officer approached and addressed everyone present. Your dormitories have been prepared. Please place your backpacks in your rooms and choose your respective beds. Once you have completed these tasks, await the signal. With that, everyone followed him. And when it came to selecting their beds, whether upper or lower, by the door or not, Lin Bei expressed indifference. He casually chose a bed, organized his belongings, and then lay down. A few observant individuals noticed how swiftly Lin Bei had settled in, feeling somewhat astonished. Lin Bei, however, paid no mind to their surprise. All he desired at that moment was to rest. Some of those who were slower in their preparations had just finished arranging their sheets and were ready to lie down when the sharp sound of the whistle echoed outside. Everyone hurriedly adjusted their attire and rushed out to line up. It is uncertain whether it is mere coincidence or something else entirely. But Lin Bei found himself standing behind Liu Yin, while to his left front stood another protagonist, Zhang Chong. Meanwhile, a sergeant approached the front of their new recruits with an upright posture. Attention, stand at ease, he commanded. Following this, the sergeant continued. You are conveniently divided into 2 groups. One will proceed to the logistics warehouse to collect tables and chairs, while the other will clean the training ground. Upon hearing these words, astonishment washed over the crowd, their mouths agape as they exchanged incredulous glances. Among the more spirited members of the group, Ma Mingliang, with a distinct Tianjin accent, protested, Instructor, we are here to become frogmen, not to run errands. We are all selected elites. This task seems beneath us. The sergeant retorted loudly, you new recruits are indeed fortunate. Having just arrived, you are already able to participate in the fire blue commendation ceremony, yet you dare to complain? Get to work. Upon hearing this, the ever-spirited Zhang Daping leaped forward with a smile, inquiring, Instructor, may I ask what this fire blue entails? Could you enlighten us? The instructor scolded, where do you find the time for idle chatter? Get to work immediately. Attention, right turn. However, at that moment, Zhang Daping executed a surprising turn of events. He misinterpreted the command to turn right as a directive to turn left, resulting in an unexpected face-off with Liu Yin and Zhang Chong. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei nearly burst into laughter. Liu Yin exclaimed, fool. Zhang Chong followed with, dimwit. Lin Bei added, simpleton. In response, Zhang Daping sheepishly turned his body away. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's earlier remarks drew glances from Liu Yin and Zhang Chong. Unfazed, Lin Bei maintained a stoic expression, for to him, such moments were trivial. The Fire Blue award ceremony commenced. The military band played resounding melodies, while the officers, clad in immaculate white uniforms, stood at the forefront, awaiting the commencement of the award presentation. However, among the final ranks of the new recruits, the displayed emotions were far from exuberant. Liu Yin, in particular, expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "I must protest, the venue is arranged by us. Even the flower pots were placed by our hands. Based on that triviality, they stand neatly in the front row, while we are relegated to the back." Beside him, Zhang Daping echoed in agreement, "Indeed, we must voice our dissent." A voice resonated in their minds. Ding. Challenge Liu Yin, let him understand the rationale behind this. Reward, 1 little prince card for a 10-kilometer armed cross-country. In truth, when Liu Yin first articulated his complaint, no system task had emerged. He already wished to confront Liu Yin. Now, with the task presented, albeit the reward being merely a card, it was certainly preferable to nothing. Thus, before the sergeant could speak, Lin Bei, standing behind Zhang Daping and beside Zhang Chong, immediately interjected, "Why should we, mere recruits of 3 months, be compared to them, who possess superior strength and skill?" At this moment, the sergeant unreservedly retorted, "Look at them. They clearly understand the situation, while you persist in protest. What are you protesting about? You are soldiers, shortly. You shall witness what true soldiers embody. Stand at attention and observe closely." Chapter 12. What if I choose not to applaud? Battles raged within Liu Yin, who felt deeply discontented after being chastised by both Lin Bei and the sergeant. After all, he was a national swimming champion and had always been regarded as a treasure by his teachers at school. Yet here, anyone could confront him, which infuriated the proud and aloof Liu Yin. He could accept reprimands from superiors, but he could not fathom how Lin Bei, a fellow recruit, dared to challenge him. He vowed to find an opportunity to demonstrate to Lin Bei that one should refrain from speaking out without the requisite strength. Lin Bei remained unaware of Liu Yan's inner thoughts, and even if he had known, it would have mattered little to him. In Lin Bei's perspective, Liu Yan's greatest asset was his swimming prowess, and possessing a swimming card rendered him fearless. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned a little prince card for a 10-kilometer armed cross-country. Meanwhile, on the training ground, the military and Marine Corps flags fluttered in the wind. As the symphony commenced, Long Baichuan strode confidently toward the podium, chest out and steps vigorous. He first saluted the assembly of officers and soldiers with a precise military salute, then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Attention everyone. I hereby declare the commencement of the Fire Blue Dagger Award ceremony." "Barong, present," responded a tall young officer from the center of the front row. Subsequently, Barong jogged up to Long Baichuan and rendered a salute, to which Long Baichuan returned the gesture. Subsequently, turning around to face the crowd, he declared, "Now, let Colonel Xiao bestow the Barong Fire Blue Dagger." A distinguished colonel clad in a white military uniform, adorned with 4 stars, stepped forward and saluted both Long Baichuan and Barong. The two promptly returned the gesture. At that moment, a female officer presented a beautifully crafted gift box to Colonel Xiao. He graciously accepted it with both hands and then handed it to Barong. In a display of reverence, Barong saluted before receiving the box with both hands. After completing this exchange, Colonel Xiao descended from the podium. Long Baichuan then earnestly advised Barong, "Remember, pour every drop of your fervent blood into the ocean of our motherland." Barong resolutely replied, "Yes." He then faced the assembly and slowly opened the gift box, revealing a stunning dagger resting within. Raising the box, Barong proclaimed to all the officers and soldiers present, "I swear." The assembly echoed back, "I swear." Barong continued, "To pour every drop of blood into the ocean of our motherland." The crowd passionately responded, "To pour every drop of blood into the ocean of our motherland." However, among the new recruits at the back, only Lin Bei joined in the chant, while the others displayed a lackluster enthusiasm. Following Barong's declaration, the officers and soldiers in the front erupted into fervent applause, while the new recruits, aside from Lin Bei, offered only half-hearted claps. Zhang Chong, beside Lin Bei, clapped a few times before lowering his hands, displaying clear disdain for the lack of fervor around him. However, in Lin Bei's eyes, all of his antics appeared to be mere child's play. Nevertheless, the thought of Ba Lang thoroughly dealing with him soon filled Lin Bei with anticipation. After the conclusion of the award ceremony, the officers and soldiers in the front orderly withdrew. Long Baichuan then strode confidently towards the new recruits preparing to exit. addressing the rightmost soldier, Zhang Chong. Are you Zhang Chong? Having stood on the podium during the Fiery Blue Award ceremony, he had observed everything that transpired below with keen clarity. He noted Zhang Chong's utter lack of respect for honor, the ceremony itself, and the fiery blue dagger. Zhang Chong scoffed in response. What is it to you? Lin Bei suppressed his rising anger and commanded loudly, step forward. Zhang Chong sauntered out, perplexed. What is the matter? Lin Bei pressed on. Why didn't you applaud just now? Zhang Chong retorted. Why should I applaud? From a distance, Ba Lang, still lingering nearby, chided him. What did you say? Yet, Zhang Chong, with his fiery temper, immediately shot back. What of it? Do you have a problem? In a flash, Ba Lang stormed over to face Zhang Chong. Do you dare repeat what you just said? Zhang Chong, brimming with disdain, stepped boldly before Ba Lang and defiantly declared. I won't applaud, so what? In fact, let me reiterate. I want to applaud, so what? Observing this exchange, Lin Bei chuckled and remarked, all right, a defiant one against another. Let us have a contest to determine who stands superior. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong readily agreed, recalling that his previous bout with Agon had merely been a warm-up. Bring it on. Who would fear this guy? He taunted. By the way, kid, do you fear pain? Ba Lang regarded him with disdain. Having encountered numerous brash individuals like Zhang Chong before, with proper training, such a spirited recruit could undoubtedly become a capable scout. As for dealing with this obstinate brat, Ba Lang had only one approach, to beat him into submission until he comprehended the hierarchy of strength. By the beach, Ba Lang, removing his hat, addressed Zhang Chong nonchalantly. Kid, perhaps you should find a partner. After all, you're a rookie. I wouldn't want others to accuse me of picking on you. For Ba Lang, with his skills ranking among the top 3 in the entire beast camp, aside from the war god Xiang Yu, virtually no one could pose a challenge to him. Thus, confronting a mere rookie was a gross understatement of his abilities. Zhang Chong, however, replied with disdain, With your kind, frankly, I could take on 5 of you. After all, for Zhang Chong, who had once slain wolves and fought bears, the likes of Ba Lang were hardly a challenge. Over the years, he had never feared anyone in a brawl and had never tasted defeat. In response, Ba Lang first spread his hands wide, then clasped them behind his back. Casting a provocative glance at Zhang Chong, having endured a profound humiliation, Zhang Chong seethed with anger. I'll show you what arrogance leads to. Soon, you'll be the one weeping. With those words, he raised his fist and launched an assault, delivering a powerful blow aimed squarely at Ba Lang's face. However, in Ba Lang's eyes, while Zhang Chong's punch held considerable force, it was severely lacking in speed and experience. Thus, Ba Lang easily evaded the strike. Zhang Chong followed up with a kick and then another punch, yet all were deftly dodged by Ba Lang, witnessing himself being toyed with like a fool. Zhang Chong's fury reached its zenith. Chapter 13. Ba Lang defeats Zhang Chong. Lin Bei intervenes to confront Zhang Chong. You've provoked my wrath. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Zhang Chong, in a frenzied state, charged at Ba Lang. He first attempted a kick, which Ba Lang deftly avoided, prompting Zhang Chong to unleash a flurry of punches. In his wrath, his strength had evidently increased compared to before. After dodging several of Zhang Chong's strikes, Ba Lang ultimately could not evade a solid punch that landed squarely on his chest. The new recruits present cheered in approval, with Zhang Daping exclaiming joyfully, "That was splendid. Truly splendid." However, Lin Bei, standing beside him, shook his head, aware that this was merely the beginning, and that Ba Lang had not truly engaged in combat. As expected, after being struck in the chest by Zhang Chong's punch, Ba Lang realized he could no longer feign indifference. Consequently, he clenched his fists, adopting a combat stance. His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Chong. He then extended his left hand, signaling an intent to launch an attack. Observing Ba Lang's continued provocation, Zhang Chong could no longer restrain himself. He raised his fist and charged forward, entering into a fierce confrontation with Ba Lang. Youthful exuberance and a lack of combat experience ultimately led to Barong seizing the opportunity to deliver a sharp elbow strike to Zhang Chong's abdomen, followed by a forceful kick that sent Zhang sprawling. To Barong's surprise, Zhang attempted to retaliate with a kick, prompting Barong to deftly evade the attack. Swiftly, he lifted Zhang's leg and forcefully pushed it backward while twisting his own right leg against Zhang's, causing Zhang to collapse onto the ground. In one fluid motion, Barong mounted him, gripping Zhang's neck with disdain etched across his face. Uncle Long, observing from the sidelines, could not suppress a smile upon witnessing this turn of events. In his view, while Zhang Chong displayed considerable brute strength, it paled in comparison to the skills honed through systematic training that Barong possessed. Behind him, Zhang Daping sighed at the sight of Zhang on the ground, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Despite being pinned, Zhang Chong was resolute and struggled to break free. Yet Barong was unyielding, tightening his grip with ease. Barong then coolly inquired, "So, what do you say, kid? Will you yield?" Zhang, refusing to relent, retorted defiantly, "Not a chance. It's far too early for that." Barong chuckled, "I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Even while pinned down, you refused to concede." Zhang, filled with indignation, challenged, "If you have the guts, let me up and we can continue this fight. I'll show you what I'm capable of." Amused by Zhang's bravado, Long Baichuan chimed in, "All right, if you're still not willing to concede, let us have another round." At Long Baichuan's encouragement, Barong released his grip and stepped back, preparing for the second bout. As Zhang rose, he let out a furious roar and charged at Barong. However, the new recruits behind him rushed forward and seized Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong bellowed, "You rascals, release me. Whoever dares to hold me will face my wrath." Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind, announcing, "Lesson learned for Zhang Chong. Let him understand that there are always greater forces beyond him." Mission accomplished. You have received 3 Wilderness Survival Prince experience cards. Consequently, Lin Bei stepped forward and proclaimed, "If you cannot defeat me, then you certainly cannot best him. If you doubt my words, let us engage in a contest." Upon hearing this, both the new recruits and the veterans present were taken aback. "Oh, young man, are you certain? His prowess is quite formidable. Do you truly believe you can prevail against him?" Barong inquired, observing Lin Bei with caution, sensing no aura of a strong fighter emanating from him. Even Long Baichuan, who was watching from a distance, appeared surprised at Lin Bei's audacity. At that moment, a commanding officer approached, exuding an immense presence with resolute eyes. It was Wu Gang, the chief instructor of the beast camp. Initially intending to halt the contest, he was beckoned over by Long Baichuan with a subtle gesture. Reluctantly, Wu Gang complied and approached. "What troubles you, my esteemed Captain Long? Surely, you do not wish for them to continue this farce?" "It is utterly unbecoming," Wu Gang remarked with a smile. "Do you recall that fellow I mentioned?" "This is the one I spoke of," Long Baichuan replied. Wu Gang then scrutinized Lin Bei. "Is this the lad known for his remarkable speed? According to your account, he was merely swift in running. How is it that he now displays such combat prowess?" Long Baichuan, equally perplexed, reflected on his investigation of Lin Bei after he joined the unit. He had discovered Lin Bei's exceptional speed and outstanding academic performance in college. Yet, aside from these attributes, he had heard little regarding Lin Bei's fighting capabilities. Even during the new recruit's 3-month training, Lin Bei's performance in combat had merely been satisfactory, not exceptional. However, upon witnessing Lin Bei's resolute gaze, Long Baichuan was reminded of their first encounter, prompting him to speak. "I have faith in him. Let them engage in a match." Seeing Long Baichuan's conviction, Wu Gang could only nod in agreement, eager to gauge the true prowess of the one whom Long Baichuan esteemed. With a smile, Long Baichuan declared, "Very well, you two shall compete. Should you lose, the blame lies with yourselves." Lin Bei replied with a grin, "Rest assured, Captain Long. The word defeat has never graced the pages of my dictionary." At this juncture, the new recruits, upon hearing Long Baichuan's announcement of a match, released Zhang Chong. The moment he was freed, Zhang Chong exclaimed furiously, "You brat, seeking death, are you? Fine, I shall oblige. Prepare to be thoroughly beaten." Not far behind, Zhang Daping approached Liu Yin, ingratiatingly asking, "Brother Yin, do you reckon this fellow can defeat Brother Chong?" Although Liu Yin held little regard for either of them, he harbored resentment towards Lin Bei for his earlier rebuttal during the Fire Blue Commendation ceremony. He had initially intended to personally reprimand Lin Bei, but was taken aback by Lin Bei's audacity to challenge Zhang Chong. Need I say it? He stands no chance. That veteran is undoubtedly among the best here. Replace him with another veteran, and Zhang Chong would certainly prevail. As for this one, he is bound to falter. Zhang Daping concurred. "I share the same sentiment. With that physique, Brother Chong could take on 8 of him." The memory of Lin Bei's earlier insult lingered in his mind. And knowing he could not afford to offend Zhang Chong or Liu Yin, he dismissed Lin Bei as lacking any formidable strength, thus emboldening him to speak disparagingly. Chapter 14. Easily overcoming the challenge unperturbed, Lin Bei replied, "Spare me the idle chatter. If you wish to leave me battered and bruised, then unleash your true strength." Instantly, a thought crossed his mind. and he activated the 8 Extremes Fist Proficiency card. In an instant, Lin Bei felt his mind brimming with numerous techniques of the 8 Extremes Fist. At that moment, Zhang Chong noticed Lin Bei seemingly distracted during their impending clash. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his right fist and charged at Lin Bei. His fist, as large as a sandbag, surged towards Lin Bei's head with formidable force. Observers erupted in laughter, having previously assumed Lin Bei to be exceptionally skilled, only to witness him rendered motionless, seemingly dazed by Zhang Chong's approaching blow. Even Wu Gang could not help but comment, "Are you certain this is your chosen elite?" Despite Long Baichuan's bewilderment, he chose to place his trust in Lin Bei. Just watch. As Zhang Chong's fist was a mere centimeter away from Lin Bei's head, Lin Bei sprang into action. With a speed that defied ordinary perception, he evaded Zhang Chong's punch. Following this, he retreated a step, creating distance between them. Quite impressive. Your speed is commendable, but from my perspective, your flaws are glaring. In an instant, Lin Bei pivoted his right elbow, stepping forward to drive it into Zhang Chong's chest. With the force of his strike, Zhang Chong was propelled backward. In that split second, Lin Bei pursued him, delivering a powerful Iron Mountain strike. Bang! A resounding noise echoed, drawing the attention of onlookers, who were astonished to see the once formidable Zhang Chong now lying in the sand. After the confrontation, Lin Bei clasped his fists and remarked, "I concede. Do you wish to continue? If so, I am more than willing to oblige." The crowd was utterly dumbfounded, mouths agape, as they witnessed the unfolding spectacle. They could hardly fathom that the previously aggressive Zhang Chong had been felled by Lin Bei in just 2 moves. Even Ba Lang, upon witnessing Lin Bei's prowess, was filled with apprehension. He acknowledged that he had underestimated Lin Bei, mistaking him for a novice when he was, in fact, a master. At that moment, Wu Gang stared blankly at Long Baichuan, bewildered. "Ah, so you've learned to deceive me as well, Long Baichuan. You claimed this fellow's specialty was running. Is this running?" Long Baichuan, equally astonished, had not anticipated Lin Bei's remarkable strength, yet he feigned composure and replied, "I did not deceive you. I suppose Lin Bei is simply a jack of all trades." In the ranks of the new recruits, Zhang Dapeng was left speechless, unable to comprehend Lin Bei's strength. Beside him, Liu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had to admit he had misjudged the situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong, now back on his feet, declared with bravado as he prepared to charge at Lin Bei again, "Come on. Am I supposed to fear you? You ambushed me earlier. Just watch as I make you regret it." Witnessing this, Lin Bei smiled, knowing he had previously held back. He had only utilized half of his strength. Had he given his all, Zhang Chong would likely still be unable to rise. However, the new recruit behind Zhang Chong immediately held him back, as they all sensed the terrifying prowess of Lin Bei. If Zhang Chong were to confront him, it would surely lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Wu Gang stepped forward and declared, "What are you still fighting for? Return to your ranks. Stand at attention if you are to be punished. Accepting defeat is a must." Long Baichuan chimed in with a smile, "Listen to Instructor Wu. Everyone, return to your positions immediately." The recruits promptly escorted Zhang Chong towards the rear. As Lin Bei prepared to follow, Long Baichuan cast him a knowing glance. Thus, Lin Bei strode over and, upon reaching Long Baichuan, saluted him. "Greetings, Captain Long." Long Baichuan responded with a smile and returned the salute, saying, "There are no outsiders here. Just call me Uncle Long." As Lin Bei descended the ladder, he replied with a grin, "Very well. Uncle Long, may I inquire as to why you called for me?" Long Baichuan, still smiling, responded, "Ah, little Bei, you have truly surprised me. I initially thought your only talent was running swiftly, yet your combat skills are remarkably impressive as well. What was that martial art you just displayed? It seems somewhat familiar." Lin Bei replied, "Did I not mention to you, Uncle Long, that I came to the beast camp to astonish everyone? As for the technique I just employed, it is Bajiquan, taught to me by a neighbor during my childhood. The reason I hadn't mentioned it earlier was to give you a delightful surprise." Long Baichuan pointed at Lin Bei with a smile and said, "Well, little Bei, I look forward to seeing what other surprises you have in store for me. You may return now." Lin Bei saluted once more, saying, "See you later, Uncle Long. Farewell." Long Baichuan smiled in response, thinking, this lad is truly a delightful surprise from the heavens. Meanwhile, in the office, Wu Gang was busy preparing documents when a phone call interrupted him. "Hello, is that the political commissar?" He answered. "The recruits have all arrived, and there are quite a few promising candidates among them," came the reply from the other end. Wu Gang chuckled, "Have you already begun training?" "Rest assured, Commissar. The training plan is already in place. You should focus on your studies at the academy. When you return to see these soldiers, you will undoubtedly be astonished." The political commissar on the line smiled in response. Really? Don't deceive me. You know the consequences if you do. Wu Gang quickly assured him. How could I dare to deceive you, commissar? Just wait and see. There are indeed some exceptional talents among them. And I believe one of them might rival Xiang Yu in the future. At this juncture, he could not help but think of Lin Bei. He had to concede that Lin Bei had indeed recruited exceptionally well this time. Ah. To elicit such words from the typically cold and ruthless Wu Halian indicates that this individual is undoubtedly a promising talent. Well then, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Farewell, comrade political commissar, goodbye. After Wu Gang hung up the phone, he also began to immerse himself in work. Meanwhile, in the grassy expanse, the new recruits of the squad were engaged in cleaning, their spirits notably subdued. Zhang Daping began to voice his grievances. This is really unfortunate. We are even penalized with cleaning duty. Liu Yan responded, it is of no consequence. Those who are less skilled should diligently practice and not dwell on complaints, for they will not resolve our issues. Moreover, those who surpass us are also here, laboring alongside us in this task. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Yan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Bei, who was not far away, wielding a broom and sweeping the ground. However, Liu Yan's words left Zhang Chong feeling rather displeased. Who are you referring to? Liu Yan did not spare Zhang Chong and promptly replied. Who do you think I am talking about? The former champion Aegon, who had been defeated by Zhang Chong, held great admiration for the one who bested him, and thus felt incensed by Liu Yan's rebuke towards Zhang Chong. He immediately interjected, where were you when the challenge was issued? If you were so capable, why didn't you step up? Clearly, you are nothing more than a pretender, a coward. Zhang Daping hastily intervened. Enough, brother gone, let this matter rest. Liu Yan responded. If one lacks self-awareness, one is bound to suffer humiliation, as evidenced today. Not only did he lose face for himself, but he also tarnished the reputation of our new recruits. Lacking the strength, why pretend to be a formidable figure? At that moment, Zhang Chong, consumed by rage, threw down his broom and yelled, you truly deserve a beating. With that, he prepared to charge at Liu Yan. Liu Yan, equally incensed, thought to himself that while he could not best Lin Bei, dealing with someone like Zhang Chong, who relied solely on brute force, would be a trivial matter. He retorted, come on, I'm terrified of you. Immediately, those around them rushed to restrain both individuals, urgently advising, calm down, calm down. Ding. The system chimed, successfully calming the two, rewarding them with a swimming prince card. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, who had been observing the spectacle, upon hearing the system's voice, abandoned his role as a bystander and stepped between them, broom in hand. Let go of them. If you both enjoy fighting so much, take me on together, right now. The crowd was taken aback by Lin Bei's audacious declaration. Although Zhang Chong and Liu Yan were filled with fury at Lin Bei's bold words, they reconsidered in light of his formidable prowess and chose to endure. At that precise moment, Wu Gang arrived in a jeep, honking his horn. He rolled down the window and addressed the crowd. Why has the noise ceased? No fighting? Can you not act like soldiers? Get back to cleaning. With that, Lin Bei resumed sweeping as if nothing had occurred. The other recruits quickly followed suit. After exchanging glances, Zhang Chong and Liu Yan also picked up their brooms and continued with the cleaning. Chapter 15. Wu Gang's address in the afternoon at the training ground. Wu Gang first saluted the assembled recruits lined up in 2 rows. He then commenced his address. Welcome to the Navy. Welcome to the training of the Amphibious Reconnaissance Battalion. I am your chief instructor, Wu Gang. From this day forth, the entirety of the next 2 years will be under my command. Do you all comprehend? A chorus of responses echoed back, affirming their understanding. After casting a scrutinizing glance over the crowd, Wu Gang, with a grave expression, continued, I cannot hear you. Could you respond with the voice of a man? Can you comprehend? The crowd, standing tall and resolute, replied in unison, we understand. Wu Gang, maintaining his impassive demeanor, proceeded. You have just undergone 3 months of rigorous training as recruits. You are all individuals we have meticulously selected for your exceptional capabilities. Do you know the purpose of your presence here? The assembly responded in harmonious accord, to join the Marine Corps, to enlist in the Frogman Reconnaissance Unit. Wu Gang nodded, elucidating further. What is the Marine Corps? It is the fist of combat, the spearhead of our forces. Its primary mission is to assault and engage. The Amphibious Reconnaissance Unit represents the most formidable knuckle of that fist, the very tip of the blade. At this juncture, Wu Gang raised his clenched fist. Only the most qualified and exceptional among you are worthy of undertaking this most arduous of tasks. Henceforth, You shall endure the most stringent training. Is that understood? The crowd responded with unwavering resolve. Understood. Upon hearing their voices, Wu Gang resumed, this training will be arduous, yet pain shall become your greatest ally. Do you know the paramount benefit of pain? The crowd replied, some uncertain, I do not know. I know. Interjected a distinctive voice amidst the others. Wu Gang, with his keen hearing, discerned the alternative response and, given his proximity to Lin Bei, naturally turned his attention toward him. Oh, you seem to know. Pray, tell us what is the greatest advantage of pain? Lin Bei responded with unwavering conviction. Report, instructor. The greatest benefit of pain is that it reminds us we are still alive. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully interjecting during Wu Gang's address, earning a reward of 1/4 fragment of the heart-saving pill. Notification. Acquiring 4 fragments will allow for the exchange of 1 heart-saving pill, which, barring terminal illnesses, can facilitate recovery from other ailments within a week. Upon hearing the reward, Lin Bei accepted Wu Gang's words, a decision he had not intended to make otherwise. However, for the sake of Long Baichuan's life and to rectify this regret, he had no choice but to step forward. Fortunately, he recalled a few lines from a television drama that he had watched earlier. Wu Gang nodded in satisfaction upon hearing his words. Well said. But you have not answered completely. The greatest advantage is not merely knowing that you are not yet dead. You must continue to fight. Over the next 2 years, I will be quite strict with you, and you may not like me. Nonetheless, I relish this feeling. The more you despise me, the faster you will learn. I intend to teach you how to transcend in battle and how hesitation can lead to the loss of life, leaving you with deep regrets. Simultaneously, I must instill in you the essence of camaraderie, responsibility, and dedication. Now, I ask you to proclaim loudly whether you wish to train and aspire to become true Marine Corps warriors. Wu Gang's final words were almost a roar. Yes, louder. Summon your masculine spirit. Yes. The crowd exerted all their strength, shouting with fervor. Very well. I look forward to the results you will deliver. You are dismissed for now. Enjoy your freedom. Tomorrow, formal training begins. Take today to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings and prepare. With that, Wu Gang departed. As he departed, he cast a fleeting glance towards the position where Lin Bei stood, etching the image of Lin Bei deeply into his memory. Lin Bei, with his keen perceptive abilities, sensed the gaze upon him. However, he refrained from any reaction, fully aware that the observer was Wu Gang. The members of the new recruit squad began to stir once Wu Gang had moved further away. Meanwhile, Lin Bei turned to seek a secluded spot, intending to practice his Baji Quan. It was at this moment that he realized, after utilizing the experience card, he could distinctly perceive all the movements of Baji Quan in his mind. Seizing this opportunity, he sought a quiet place to experiment with his newfound knowledge. Arriving at an unoccupied corner, Lin Bei commenced his practice, following the movements imprinted in his thoughts. A few minutes later, after successfully completing a full set of Baji Quan, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. It turned out that the experience card had such an extraordinary effect after its use. Now, it became clear why he had felt an inexplicable sensation in his legs after finishing the 10-kilometer armed cross-country course with the Little Prince card. At the time, he had merely attributed it to the exhilaration of completing the run. However, after practicing Baji Quan once more, Lin Bei realized that his current proficiency in Baji Quan was merely at the level of a novice, far inferior to the mastery he had attained after utilizing the experience card. However, Lin Bei remained undeterred. After all, there were still many days ahead of him. He could practice gradually, and eventually, he would reach the level of the experience card. With this thought in mind, Lin Bei continued his training. As the sun began its descent, his stomach started to rumble. Estimating that it was time for dinner, he made his way to the dining hall. Hey, could I have a bit more, please? Just a little bit more. Lin Bei requested of the cook serving the meals. The cook glanced at Lin Bei's towering pile of food and expressed his astonishment. Are you really going to finish all this? You know the rules of the army. We must avoid extravagance and waste. Otherwise, not only will you face a fine, but you'll also have to write a self-reflection and endure a scolding. Lin Bei nodded and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I can definitely finish it. Encouraged by Lin Bei's confident tone, the cook added 2 generous scoops of rice to his plate. With a heaping plate of food in hand, Lin Bei found a seat and immediately began to devour his meal. Previously, he had not had such a large appetite. But after an afternoon spent practicing Baji Quan, he felt ravenous. Within 3 minutes, to the astonishment of several cooks, Lin Bei had polished off an entire plate of food. He can really eat. I haven't seen such a voracious new recruit in years, one of the cooks remarked. Same here, echoed another. Chapter 16. The astonishing Barak begins formal training after finishing his meal. Lin Bei did not return to the dormitory immediately. Instead, he went to the playground to aid his digestion. There, he spotted several familiar faces jogging and practicing their punches. At that moment, one of his acquaintances, Zhang Daping, ran over with a flattering expression. Brother Bei, you're here to work out too? Earlier that afternoon, after much inquiry, he had finally learned Lin Bei's name and had been eager to find an opportunity to get to know him better. However, after searching all afternoon, he had failed to find Lin Bei. Thus, he thought he might have better luck at the playground in the evening, and just as he hoped, he spotted Lin Bei approaching. One should not strike a smiling face. Lin Bei replied with a smile. I just finished my meal, and I'm here to digest a bit and get some light exercise. After all, tomorrow marks the beginning of rigorous training. In response, Zhang Daping remarked, Indeed, time flies. Well, Brother Bei, you go ahead and train. I won't disturb you. Lin Bei nodded lightly, performed a brief stretch, and then prepared to run 5 kilometers to conclude his day. Before long, the time had arrived for breakfast the following day. Before Ba Lang entered to blow his whistle, Lin Bei had already opened his eyes, dressed himself, tidied his bedding, and after a quick wash, he made his way to the playground to commence his exercises. This was a habit instilled in him during his time in the recruit company. After all, back then he was unable to complete the tasks. And in a bid to enhance his own excellence, he would rise an hour early to practice running, pull-ups, or perhaps push-ups. However, now it has transformed into 2 pursuits, running and boxing. After a brief stretching session, Lin Bei completed a 5-kilometer run. Following a momentary respite, he engaged in boxing for a while before making his way towards the dormitory. Just as he reached the entrance, he spotted Baron entering with a whistle in hand. Peep, 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 the whistle echoed, swiftly followed by Baron's furious roar. Rise and shine for morning exercises. Move swiftly, be quick about it. Time to get up, hurry up. Baron was not merely standing in place shouting. He was climbing up and down, bellowing into the ears of the still slumbering recruits. At that moment, he noticed an unoccupied bed, with the quilt and pillow arranged with meticulous precision. The personal belongings beneath the bed were equally well organized. Turning to the crowd, he inquired, Whose bed is this? Mine, came the reply from the doorway, where Lin Bei stood, impeccably dressed. Upon closer inspection of the perspiration on Lin Bei's brow, he deduced that Lin Bei had risen at least half an hour prior. Unable to restrain himself, he offered a compliment. Well done, the quilt is folded most impeccably. Thank you for your kind words, Captain Ba, Lin Bei replied calmly. However, it was not long before the cheerful expression of Barong shifted instantly to one of anger as he addressed the still unrisen recruits. Get up quickly. If you dawdle any longer, you shall forfeit your breakfast. Stop behaving like a bunch of timid women and hurry up. At the sound of Barang's furious voice, the recruits hastily donned their uniforms, neatly arranged their bedding, and rushed to wash up before dashing outside. Once gathered in 2 lines and having performed a brief warm-up, Barong began issuing commands. Next, turn left. Prepare for a 5-kilometer run. Complete the 5 kilometers, and you shall earn your breakfast. Upon hearing the distance, the new recruits immediately groaned. For during their training in the rookie battalion, they only ran 3 kilometers each morning. Little did they know that upon arriving at the beast camp, they would be thrust into a 5-kilometer challenge right away. Barang's furious shout pierced the air. This is your first warning. Should I hear any more complaints, the next run will be extended by an additional kilometer. With that, he led the group into a run. For Lin Bei, 5 kilometers posed no challenge. Even though he had just completed a 5-kilometer run prior, it remained effortless for him. However, he understood that this was not a competition. Running as a collective was entirely manageable. After completing the 5 kilometers, the recruits made their way to the mess hall for breakfast. As they sat down to eat, Zhang Daping gazed at Lin Bei, who was balancing 10 buns, 8 eggs, and a large bowl of congee, utterly astonished. He was not alone in his disbelief. Even Liu Yan and Zhang Chong, who had previously clashed with Lin Bei, wore expressions of bewilderment. Brother Bei, your appetite is astonishing, Zhang Daping exclaimed, attempting to flatter him. Just a normal appetite. Hurry and finish your meal. We need to resume training afterward, Lin Bei replied nonchalantly. For him, the morning felt akin to having run 10 kilometers. Coupled with half an hour of boxing practice, he was practically starving and needed to eat well, especially with the grueling training that lay ahead. Seeing this, Zhang Daping ceased his remarks and began devouring the buns with gusto. From this moment on, we shall officially commence your training regimen at the beast camp. Do you see those logs over there? Form groups of 4, lift them, and run in circles around the red flag over there. No one is permitted to stop until you've completed 10 laps. On the beach, Baron addressed the group of new recruits. Soon after, Lin Bei, Baron, Zhang Chong, and Agon approached, and the 4 of them together lifted a heavy log before sprinting away. Observing their swift departure, the other recruits quickly formed their ranks, hoisting a log of their own to follow suit. Initially, the 4 of them surged ahead, for their prowess placed them among the top 5 within the entire cohort of newcomers. Thus, they swiftly distanced themselves, leaving the other teams trailing by a considerable margin. Noticing the sluggish pace of the others, Baron bellowed, "Are only the 4 of us the ones who had breakfast? Did you all skip it? Hurry up. Speed up. Or I might have to resort to harsher measures." Upon hearing Baron's words, the others promptly picked up their pace. At first, everyone managed to maintain their speed. But as the laps increased, fatigue began to take its toll. Meanwhile, the crashing waves along the shore presented a new challenge, elevating the difficulty level. In Ma Mingliang's small team, a sudden surge from the waves caused them to lose their footing and tumble into the sea. Witnessing this, Baron shouted, "Tell me, do you still wish to add 2 more laps?" Ma Mingliang quickly replied, "Report, squad leader, we do not wish to. We will be up and running in no time." With that, he and his teammates lifted the log from the water, hoisting it onto their shoulders, and continued their sprint forward. Chapter 17. Do not show off in front of me as Lin Bei observed Xiang Yu and the last group finishing their run. Before the new recruits could catch their breath, Baron spoke again. "Gather up. Destination, training ground, march." Instantly, the joy of completing their task faded from the recruits' faces, leaving them devoid of any radiance. However, the current group dared not voice even the slightest dissent, for should their words reach Barong, they might find themselves compelled to run an additional few laps while carrying logs. For Lin Bei and his companions, the recent 10 laps merely served as a warm-up, presenting no significant challenge. Rather, it kindled their anticipation for the forthcoming training. On the playground, Barong surveyed the scattered soldiers and promptly commanded, "All present, prepare for push-ups." Immediately, the soldiers commenced their exercise. Zhang Chong, glancing at Lin Bei beside him, performed a few provocative clapping push-ups, seemingly questioning his capabilities. Lin Bei cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chong, promptly placing his left hand behind his back. To Zhang Chong's astonishment, Lin Bei retracted 2 fingers from his right hand, executing several one-handed push-ups with only 3 fingers. This display left Zhang Chong utterly dumbfounded, compelling him to avert his gaze outward, as though nothing had transpired. Seated above and observing the training was Wu Gang, who couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "Zhang Chong, why must you provoke that kid Lin Bei? You are merely inviting your own misfortune." Noticing Zhang Chong's turned head, Lin Bei couldn't suppress a smile. It was impossible to show off in front of him. He recalled that during military training at university, his prowess in one-handed 3-finger push-ups had earned him renown throughout West China Medical University. At that moment, Zhang Daping, struggling to complete another push-up, glanced at the scoreboard and exclaimed, "Yin Ge, Yin Ge, Yin Ge? Why is there no name next to the first place on the leaderboard? And who is it that even surpasses Sergeant Ba, placing him in second?" Zhang Daping was well aware of Barang's formidable strength. He had hardly needed to exert himself against the fierce Zhang Chong. The thought of such an influential figure being relegated to second place piqued his curiosity. Liu Yan lifted his gaze and replied nonchalantly, "I'm not sure. Perhaps he has retired." Beside him, Lin Bei overheard Zhang Daping's inquiry. For him, the obscured name in first place was none other than the undisputed king of the beast camp, the war god, Xiang Yu. "Xiang Yu. We shall meet again on Wild Man Island." With that, Lin Bei refrained from interrupting the conversation between the two and continued with his push-ups. However, the conversation between the two was overheard by the keen-eared Barong, who approached them and squatted down, casually inquiring, "What were you two just discussing?" Zhang Daping was taken aback by Barang's sudden presence, his speech faltering as he stammered, "No. We weren't saying anything." With a cold smirk, Barong retorted, "If you don't speak the truth, you'll have to do an extra 50 push-ups." Upon hearing this, Liu Yan promptly replied, reporting to the squad leader, "We were merely discussing why the name of the first-place winner was obscured and why you are in second place." Upon hearing Liu Yan's response, Barong turned to glance at the leaderboard, solemnly stating, "As long as he is present, others can only vie for second place." Liu Yan countered, "Why is that?" Barong snapped back, "Where do you get all this unnecessary chatter? Get on with your push-ups." Subsequently, Barong rose and observed Lin Bei, who was diligently performing push-ups beside Liu Yan, thinking to himself, "At present, you remain an enigma to me. I hope you qualify to challenge the squad leader in due time." Then, Barong addressed the group, saying, "I see everyone is sweating from doing push-ups. So allow me to assist in wiping your sweat." As soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers brought forth a large fan capable of a full 360-degree rotations and turned it on to blow directly at them. After having completed hundreds of push-ups, the soldiers were already severely fatigued. The sudden gust of wind blasting against them twisted their faces in discomfort. Yet, despite this, they gritted their teeth and persevered, continuing with their push-ups. Meanwhile, Long Baichuan approached the observing Wu Gang and flashed a slight smile. However, at that moment, Wu Gang had no intention of engaging with Long Baichuan. He rose from his seat and approached the new recruits, his voice booming as he commanded, "Hasten your movements. Execute each action with precision." The soldier in the second-to-last row. "What are you doing? Sit up immediately." Observing Wu Gang's departure, Long Baichuan merely smiled faintly. After years of collaboration, he understood Wu Gang's temperament all too well. At that instant, Long Baichuan suddenly felt a tickle in his throat, followed by a violent cough, and he realized that something was amiss with his health. Swiftly, he retrieved a tissue from his pocket to catch the blood he had coughed up. Not far away, Lin Bei was diligently performing push-ups, already aware of Long Baichuan's arrival. Upon noticing Long Baichuan's cough, a thought crossed his mind. This is not good. It seems Uncle Long's illness is somewhat severe. The urgency to gather the 4 fragments for the heart-saving pill must be accelerated. I hope to exchange it for Uncle Long soon. Meanwhile, a soldier approached Long Baichuan and reported, "Sir," followed by a salute. After Long Baichuan returned the gesture, the soldier continued, "Captain Long, someone is looking for you. He claims to be your second nephew." Long Baichuan, puzzled, asked, "My second nephew? Where is he?" Confusion washed over him as he wondered when he had acquired a second nephew. After a few seconds of contemplation, he glanced over at Lin Bei, who was earnestly engaged in his push-ups, and suddenly recalled who his second nephew was, smiling widely as he said, "Let us go. Take me to meet him." Near the grand hall, Long Baichuan looked at Xiang Yu in the distance and remarked, "I can't believe it's you, young man. If it weren't for that second nephew, I wouldn't have thought of you at all." Xiang Yu saluted Long Baichuan and replied with a smile, "Uncle Long, it's definitely me. Beigan knew you before I did, so he is your eldest nephew, and I am your second nephew." After returning the salute, Long Baichuan, beaming, inquired, "What made you decide to enlist?" Xiang Yu promptly responded, "To protect our home and country, we must do our part." Long Baichuan found this amusing and asked, "Which unit were you assigned to after your 3-month basic training?" Xiang Yu replied, "I was assigned to a good unit. I'm currently with the Brigade Headquarters Direct Support Team. And now I'm officially in charge of procurement, overseeing the provisions for over 100 personnel." Long Baichuan glanced around and pointed, prompting Xiang Yu to clarify, "Oh, you mean that? I've been helping out at the Grand Hall lately, managing movie screenings and cleaning. I have quite a few responsibilities." Chapter 18, A Meal Invitation, an unexpected turn of events. Long Baichuan smiled and nodded, "Not bad. I didn't realize you had it in you. By the way, why do you refer to yourself as my second nephew?" Xiang Yu explained, "If I hadn't claimed to be your second nephew, you definitely wouldn't have come looking for me. After all, there are rules of kinship." Hearing this, Long Baichuan chuckled, "You rascal, you truly have your ways. Now, tell me, what do you need from me?" Xiang Yu pulled out several bills from his pocket and earnestly replied, "My mother has told me many times to return the money to you." After counting the money once more and confirming it was 500, Xiang Yu handed it over with both hands. "You don't want to count it again?" Long Baichuan inquired. "No need. I can tell at a glance. By the way, how did you know I was here?" Xiang Yu replied with pride, "My connections, my network, with just a little inquiry. Who wouldn't know you are the captain of our journey?" Long Baichuan teased, taking the money and playfully patting Xiang Yu. "You little rascal. You're not a stinky fish. You're clearly a mudloach. I'll accept the money, but I insist on treating you to a meal." Xiang Yu nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Uncle Long. By the way, can we invite Beiga to join us?" Since parting ways with him, Xiang Yu had not seen Lin Bei again. At that moment, he felt a deep longing for Lin Bei, who not only helped him with connections but also lent him a substantial sum of 80,000. During the previous month, he had been unable to meet Lin Bei due to caring for his mother, who had just undergone surgery. Subsequently, Lin Bei had joined the army, and his phone was mostly turned off. Xiang Xiaoyu's gaze fixed intently on Long Baichuan, hoping to elicit an answer. Noticing this, Long Baichuan chuckled and replied, "I'm afraid I cannot fulfill that wish. He is currently training in the beast camp, although I would love to have Lin Bei join us for a meal. The timing is simply not right. Later on, I will invite both of you out for dinner." Jiang Xiaoyu nodded and smiled. As expected of Bei Guo, being able to train in the beast camp, it certainly would not be appropriate to disturb him. For now, I'm grateful to Uncle Long for this second meal. Long Baichuan pointed at Jiang Xiaoyu, saying, "You little trickster." On the road, Long Baichuan was driving, preparing to take Jiang Xiaoyu to his favorite restaurant for a meal. Unexpectedly, just halfway through the journey, his phone began to ring. "Hello, this is Long Baichuan." He answered, "All right, I understand. Please notify Barong and his team to head over immediately. Oh, and don't forget to bring the new recruits along." The co-pilot, Jiang Xiaoyu, sensed something was amiss and inquired, "What is going on, Uncle Long?" Long Baichuan replied slowly, "A diver has become ensnared underwater. The Coast Guard has informed us to send assistance. Would you care to accompany me for a round? Next time, I shall invite you and Xiaobei for a meal together." Jiang Xiaoyu responded, "I have no objections. Uncle Long dining can be arranged at any time. Saving lives takes precedence." At the seaside, a female journalist was reporting. An hour earlier, a group of adventurous divers, driven by curiosity, had ventured into an underwater cave, only to encounter misfortune. Among them, a high school girl found her legs trapped by rocks. At that moment, a skilled diver passing by the beach heroically rescued her, though this act of bravery left him himself ensnared within the depths of the cave. As a vehicle approached, Long Baichuan alighted. The Coast Guard captain on site rushed over to brief him on the situation. The trapped diver was currently not in immediate danger, but could only sustain oxygen for a mere 10 minutes at most. Shortly thereafter, several military vehicles arrived, and Barong was the first to disembark, running over to salute. "Reporting to you, Team Leader Long. We have brought our personnel and equipment. Please give your orders." Long Baichuan returned the salute and instructed, "Take 2 individuals with you to assess the underwater situation. The rest should prepare for action." Barong affirmed, "Understood." After donning their gear, Barong and 2 others set out on a kayak into the sea. Beneath the waves, a myriad of fish swam, alongside fearsome sharks. Fortunately, the shark did not detect Baron and his 2 companions. After an extensive search, Baron and his teammates finally discovered Shinge, who was trapped within the confines of the cave. Inside, Shinge gestured towards the trio, indicating that the cave was exceedingly narrow and that they were encumbered by their oxygen tanks, making it difficult to enter. However, Baron, standing at the cave's entrance, misinterpreted Shunji's signals and attempted to venture inside with his oxygen tank. Unfortunately, as soon as his head entered, the tank became lodged behind him. Above, Long Baichuan and a group of soldiers were observing the entire scene through surveillance cameras. One soldier voiced his concern, questioning how Baron and his team could proceed given the small entrance beneath the water. Simultaneously, Baron signaled towards the camera, indicating that entry was impossible. At that moment, Long Baichuan suggested that Baron and his companions remove their oxygen tanks to see if that would facilitate their entry. At this juncture, Liu Yan interjected, stating, "Team leader, Baron has already made one descent. His stamina may be waning. Allow me to attempt it in his stead." Zhang Chong, overhearing this, expressed his discontent and immediately retorted, "That won't do. Why should you go alone? I want to join as well." An elder soldier reprimanded them. "You 2 rookies, what are you doing here causing a commotion? Step aside." This provocation ignited Zhang Chong's fury as he shot back. "Who are you referring to? Do you look down on me? Say that again if you dare." The elder soldier's expression darkened upon witnessing a rookie daring to challenge him. "What of it?" he retorted as Zhang Chong raised his fist, ready to strike. At that moment, Lin Bei stepped forward, urging, "Enough of the bickering. Saving lives is paramount. Can we rescue anyone amidst this quarrel?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent. Long Baichuan regarded Lin Bei with admiration and nodded appreciatively. He then declared, "Lin Bei is correct. Arguing will not resolve our dilemma. Here is the plan. Liu Yan and Zhang Chong, I shall grant you both an opportunity." The 2 immediately responded with enthusiasm, "Yes." At this moment, Long Baichuan also cautioned, "I must emphasize one last point. You 2 must prioritize your safety." The 2 nodded, and Zhang Chong, with a silly grin, assured him, "Rest assured, we will certainly pay attention to safety." Chapter 19. Rescue Attempt Fails. Plotting with Jiang Xiaoyu. Subsequently, Liu Yan and Zhang Chong made their way towards the equipment. At that moment, Zhang Daping and his group hurriedly approached, with Zhang Daping expressing his excitement. Chonggu, Yingu, our new recruits are counting on your performance. This is a splendid opportunity to shine. Ma Minglong chimed in with his characteristic Tianjin dialect. Indeed, Chonggu, Yingu. Perform well and let the old veterans witness our new recruits' prowess. Lu Yin and Zhang Chong nodded and dashed forward, fueled by a simmering determination. They were resolute in their mission to demonstrate that the capabilities of new recruits were by no means inferior. Observing this, Zhang Daping and Ma Wenliang cautioned, be careful. Chonggu, Yingu. At that moment, Zhang Daping noticed Lin Bei standing a short distance away, seemingly indifferent to the situation, and promptly approached him. Beigu, what are you doing? Yingu and Chonggu are going down to rescue people. For the sake of our new recruit's reputation, shouldn't you go and see them off? In response, Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, they won't succeed. Their endurance is insufficient to sustain the rescue. Taken aback, Zhang Daping couldn't help but voice his discontent. Beigu, how can you be so sure? This is just the beginning. I have faith in Yingu. He is a national swimming champion and will undoubtedly succeed. With that, Zhang Daping returned to Ma Mingliang, eager for good news. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Bei smiled and ambled towards the roadside jeep. At that moment, Xiang Yu stood beside the jeep, observing the situation in the sea. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect you to join the army. A familiar voice resonated in Xiang Xiaoyu's ear. She turned and, in surprise, exclaimed, Beigu, it's you. We haven't seen each other in ages, and you look even more handsome now. Lin Bei smiled. You certainly have a way with words. What prompted you to enlist? I've been busy and changed my phone number after joining the army, hence the lack of contact. Xiang Xiaoyu replied, well, I too have a heart to serve the country. When I saw the recruitment drive, I decided to enlist. Lin Bei shook his head with an amused expression. Really? Is that so? Realizing she needed to clarify, Xiang Xiaoyu added, all right, to be honest. Enlisting also helps alleviate some of my mother's medical expenses. By the way, speaking of medical expenses, it reminded me, Beigu, that you lent me 100,000 yuan. I will return 50,000 to you now, and the remaining 50,000 I will repay later. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyu took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Bei. After all, he had always been mindful of Lin Bei's kindness and had been seeking an opportunity to repay the debt. Upon receiving the card, Lin Bei smiled gently and said, no rush. Your mother's health is of utmost importance. After all, I am also a doctor and, currently, a soldier. It is my duty to save lives. The two were engaged in a pleasant conversation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yin and Zhang Chong were experiencing some discomfort after diving into the sea. As they approached the cave entrance, Zhang Chong felt he could no longer hold his breath. He gestured to Lu Yin, indicating that he needed to surface for air. He then swam up to the surface, intending to rest on the lifeboat. On the shore, Lin Bei watched Zhang Chong emerge and remarked, the average person's breath-holding time is only 5 to 6 minutes. This duration barely allows them to reach the cave entrance, leaving no time to rescue anyone. Simultaneously, the expressions of Zhang Daping and others behind Lin Bei were filled with disappointment upon witnessing Zhang Chong's emergence. Before long, Lu Yin also surfaced, unable to endure any longer. Observing this, the Coast Guard said to Lin Bei, Captain Long, we cannot afford to waste any more time. So much time has already passed. The divers must be running low on oxygen. Before Lin Bei could respond, a veteran nearby offered a suggestion, Captain. How about we use underwater explosives to blast open the cave entrance? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei immediately dismissed the idea. No, underwater explosives are too perilous. If they cause a cave-in, the divers' lives would be in grave danger. Seeing the plan rejected, the veteran proposed again. Then let us use a grappling hook and have the team try once more. What do you think of this plan? Lin Bei shook his head. Do you think a grappling hook can guarantee success on the first try? If it fails, the divers' lives would still be in jeopardy. The veteran, feeling despondent, asked, then what shall we do? After all, without removing the oxygen tanks, we won't even be able to reach the cave entrance, and with them, we are stuck at the entrance and cannot proceed inside. Lin Bei did not respond to the veteran's concerns, but instead scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed Xiang Xiaoyu, who was happily conversing with Lin Bei not far away. An idea struck him, and he immediately approached them. Lin Bei, Xiang Xiaoyu, while you two are engrossed in conversation about how to save lives, we are at a loss here. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Bei replied, Uncle Long, I merely came to see Xiaoyu because I truly miss him. If you wish to save someone, You should seek out Xiao Yu. After all, do you remember what he said to you the first time we captured him? At that moment, Long Baichuan turned to Xiao Yu and inquired, "Tell me, is it true that you can hold your breath underwater for 18 minutes? Surely you are not boasting, especially considering the gravity of the situation at hand." Xiao Yu patted his chest in assurance. "Uncle Long, rest assured, I speak with utmost sincerity. Our villager Guamani, as well as Lao San and Xiao Long, can vouch for me. Oh, and Bei Gu can attest to my words as well." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded and smiled. "Indeed, I can confirm this, Uncle Long. I have complete faith in Xiao Yu's capabilities." Upon hearing Lin Bei's endorsement, Long Baichuan felt a sense of reassurance and addressed Xiao Yu. "All right. Do you dare to dive in and save someone?" Xiao Yu, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Save someone? Uncle Long, I only know how to hold my breath. I have no idea how to rescue anyone. Moreover, if something were to happen to me while diving, what would my mother do? She has just undergone surgery and is finally recovering." Before Long Baichuan could respond, Lin Bei interjected, "Do not worry. It is perfectly safe to dive in. Nothing will go awry." Long Baichuan concurred, "Indeed, trust me. I would not lead you astray. Here is what we can do. I will dive in with you. And if you still feel uneasy, I can call Xiaobei to join us. That should ease your mind." Despite the reassurances, Xiao Yu remained conflicted, as he had never attempted to rescue anyone before. Noticing his hesitation, Lin Bei exchanged a knowing glance with Long Baichuan, who promptly seized the moment. "Xiao Yu, do not blame me for not warning you. There is a monetary reward for this rescue." Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Xiao Yu's expression shifted, and he inquired, "Uncle Long, how much is the reward?" Long Baichuan replied with a smile, 2,000. Upon hearing the figure of 2,000, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true? Uncle Long, you will give 2,000 for saving someone." Lin Bei chimed in. "What? Do you think Uncle Long would deceive you?" Xiao Yu responded confidently. "Certainly. Uncle Long would never trick me." Long Baichuan then stated, "In that case, let us hurry. Saving lives is of utmost importance." Just as Long Baichuan was about to leave, Xiao Yu called out, "Uncle Long, hold on a moment. We should draft a written agreement. If I save the person and the 2,000 is not given to me, I would be quite distressed. In these times, you know how it is. We should have a written record to ensure everything is clear." Upon the utterance of those words, both Lin Bei and Long Baichuan were taken aback. Even though he was somewhat familiar with the plot, he had not anticipated that Xiao Yu would resort to such a maneuver. Long Baichuan, with a hint of exasperation, responded, "You wretched fish, I am truly at a loss. Where am I supposed to procure paper and a pen for you?" At that moment, Xiao Yu produced a small notebook and a pen from behind and handed them over. "Uncle Long, I was prepared for this," she declared. Long Baichuan chuckled in response. "Well done, young one. You truly are impressive." Chapter 20. The Disdain of the Crowd. A spectacle on the beach on the sandy shore, clad in athletic training attire. Xiao Yu was engaging in stretching exercises. A few minutes later, she called out to Long Baichuan, who was donning a diving suit at a distance, "Uncle Long, I am ready. We can head into the water now." Long Baichuan replied, "All right, I will be ready shortly." At this juncture, Lin Bei interjected, "Uncle Long, do you truly not want me to accompany you?" Long Baichuan shook his head. "No need. You can remain on the shore." "Very well, do take care." Lin Bei responded with concern. The veteran who had initially spoken addressed Long Baichuan, inquiring, "Captain, who is that lad? What capabilities does he possess to warrant such a venture into the water?" Long Baichuan replied casually, "A friend." Upon hearing this, Balang immediately chimed in, "Captain Long, this is no time for frivolity. Look at him. He probably doesn't even know how to use an oxygen tank." Long Baichuan pointed at Balang and remarked, "I apologize, but he doesn't require an oxygen tank or any gear. He is a free diver." Upon hearing this, Balang became animated, exclaiming, "Free diver? Captain Long, are you certain he can manage?" Simultaneously, Wu Gang interjected, "Long Baichuan, bear in mind that this is a matter of life and death. You must consider this carefully." Subsequently, Long Baichuan approached Wu Gang and whispered, "There is no other option. If you can devise a better plan, I would prefer not to take this risk." Ding. The voice of the system echoed in Lin Bei's mind, astonishing Ba Lang and Wu Gang, revealing Xiao Yu's prowess, with the task offering a reward of a breath-holding prince card. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Bei immediately stood up, his tone resolute. "Instructor Wu, Sergeant Ba, just watch. Xiao Yu will undoubtedly succeed in rescuing that person." At Lin Bei's declaration, both men were taken aback, with Ba Lang being the first to respond. "So you know that lad. Your certainty is remarkable." Lin Bei nodded. "Indeed, I have faith in his abilities." Wu Gang also interjected. "Oh, how unexpectedly confident." Lin Bei smiled and said, "Indeed, you two may as well observe quietly." Seeing Lin Bei's confident demeanor, Wu Gang and Ba Lang could not help but grow curious about Xiang Xiaoyu. Could it be that they had truly misjudged her, and Xiang Xiaoyu was, in fact, a master? However, upon catching sight of Xiang Xiaoyu's playful grin, both individuals could not help but feel a sense of exasperation, realizing that their previous thoughts were merely flights of fancy. At that moment, Long Baichuan approached Xiang Xiaoyu and addressed the nearby photographer. "All right, it's time to cease the photography. He is going down to rescue someone. Let us go, Xiaoyu." In response, Xiang Xiaoyu waved goodbye to several photographers before following Long Baichuan as they made their way toward the sea. Not far away, Zhang Daping witnessed this scene and exclaimed in anger, "Where did this kid come from? By what right does he accompany Team Long to rescue people?" Zhang Chong followed up. "With that sharp-nosed, monkey-faced appearance, it's evident he is not trustworthy. How could someone like him possibly save anyone?" Dressed appropriately, Liu Yin remarked nonchalantly, "I know him. He used to be a second-hand housing agent." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Ma Mingyang shook his head, speaking in his characteristic Tianjin dialect. "I can't fathom what Team Long is thinking. They must be out of their minds to send him down to rescue people, and without proper gear, no less." Beside him, Agon added, "They did use someone, even two, but they had to perform, right?" While speaking, Agon's gaze kept drifting towards Liu Yin and Zhang Chong. Hearing such sarcastic remarks, Zhang Chong retorted loudly, "Shut your mouth. Just because you're silent doesn't mean you're not a fool." Following this, Ma Mingliang quickly tugged at Agon's sleeve, signaling him to cease his comments. At that moment, Lin Bei approached, having listened intently to the conversation. "Ding!" retort the crowd, and soon they shall witness Xiang Xiaoyu's prowess. A successful mission rewards a 10-kilometer off-road prince card. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Bei was taken aback. He hadn't expected to receive 2 tasks in such a short span. Although the rewards were merely cards, they were sufficient to uplift his spirits. Thus, he immediately stepped forward and declared, "Let us not speak of talents. With your current abilities, even a dog would shake its head. Aside from making sarcastic comments, what can you actually do? Looking down on someone's profession as a second-hand housing agent. What is wrong with that? He possesses the skill to dive without gear. And here you are, questioning Team Long's decision. If you had that capability, why was it you who was taken down? Just wait, soon enough. He will prove you wrong." After uttering those words, Lin Bei turned away, clasping his fists, and gazed toward the sea. The individuals he had reprimanded, though eager to retort, reconsidered upon reflecting on Lin Bei's formidable prowess and subsequently abandoned their thoughts of dissent. Only Zhang Chong, fists clenched, contemplated charging at Lin Bei for a confrontation. However, he was promptly restrained by Zhang Daping and the surrounding recruits, who understood that engaging in a brawl here would not bode well, regardless of whether Zhang Chong could prevail in a fight. Beneath the waves, Long Baichuan and Xiang Xiaoyu successfully reached the entrance of the cave. After surveying the surroundings, Long Baichuan gestured towards the small knife and rope at his waist. Xiang Xiaoyu, grasping his intent, swiftly drew the knife and swam into the cave. Navigating the intricate environment within, Xiang Xiaoyu nearly collided with the walls. Yet, fueled by the encouragement from Long Baichuan and Lin Bei, the aspiration to save lives, and the prospect of a 2,000 yuan reward, he persevered forward. Soon, he arrived at the location where Xiang Yu was trapped. Armed with the knife, he began to pry at the obstructing rocks. In just a few deft movements, he managed to clear the blockage entirely. Without hesitation, Xiang Xiaoyu entered the cave, only to find Shinji's oxygen tank had long since run out. Swiftly, he swam back out and conveyed the situation to Long Baichuan, who grasped the urgency. He removed the stopper from his own oxygen tank, allowing Xiang Xiaoyu to take a deep breath of air, with his mouth filled with oxygen. Xiang Xiaoyu re-entered the cave and approached Xingu, removing the obstruction from her mouth. He then pressed his lips to hers, sustaining the breath for several seconds before swimming upwards with Xingu in tow. On the shore, the onlookers erupted in excitement as they glimpsed Long Baichuan, Xiang Xiaoyu, and Xingu emerging. "They're out! They're out!" they shouted, accompanied by a resounding applause. Wu Gang and Ba Lang exchanged astonished glances, both struggling to comprehend the scene. Liu Yin and Zhang Chong also expressed their surprise at the spectacle, while Lin Bei remained notably composed. Long Baichuan, pushing the rescue boat, called out loudly, "Quick! Get a doctor!" On the shore, the waiting medical personnel rushed over, promptly removing Shinji's breathing mask. Upon seeing the face beneath the mask, Lin Bei was taken aback. It was none other than Advisor Shun. After examining her pulse, the doctor remarked, "The patient's pulse is very weak. Immediate treatment is necessary." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei urgently instructed, "Then hurry and take her away." With the assistance of the crowd, Xiang Yu was lifted onto the ambulance. At that moment, an experienced soldier approached to help Lin Bei remove his gear. Glancing at his watch, Lin Bei exclaimed in astonishment, 15 minutes and 47 seconds. Almost 16 minutes. I can't believe this kid was boasting. Meanwhile, the surrounding journalists had long been awaiting, and they swiftly flocked to Xiang Xiaoyu's side. Upon seeing so many reporters, Xiang Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement, "Allow me to recount the events to you all gradually. Initially, under the guidance of Captain Long, I ventured into the sea, exerting tremendous effort to reach the cave entrance. Upon arrival, I was taken aback by the profound darkness that enveloped it. Suddenly, two shadowy figures rushed towards me. Fortunately, my reflexes were swift, allowing me to evade their attack. As I steadied my gaze, a chill of fear washed over me. At that moment, a female reporter could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, 'Comrade, can you still sweat while submerged in water?' Caught off guard by the interruption and the reporter's question, Xiang Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, unsure of how to respond. He finally replied, 'Please do not digress. My previous statement was merely an expression of my inner thoughts at the time. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that two 4-meter-long sea serpents were guarding the cave entrance. Not far away, the new recruits heard these words and wore expressions of disdain. Zhang Daping could not help but comment, 'This kid is truly impressive. He could boast a cow to death.' Even Lin Bei, upon hearing this, shook his head in disbelief. 'No wonder you are in sales, Xiang Xiaoyu. Your ability to exaggerate is remarkable. Are you waiting for the moment when you transcend to immortality?' Meanwhile, Xiang Xiaoyu continued, 'What I mentioned earlier was merely the length of one sea snake. The other one was over 5 meters long, its body a striking shade of green. It left me utterly astonished.' In response, Zhang Daping could not refrain from another sarcastic remark, 'A sea snake, you say? It hardly resembles one.' Ma Mingliang concurred. 'Saving a person is indeed commendable, but your embellishments are utterly ridiculous. Do you truly see yourself as a super scion?' At that moment, a reporter turned to Xiang Xiaoyu and said, 'Thank you for sharing so much. Could you please disclose your identity? I would like to write a report on this matter.' Hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu was at a loss for how to respond. Not far away, Lin Bei witnessed this scene and immediately approached, saying, 'This hero is a new recruit in our Marine Corps Reconnaissance Battalion, having just enlisted this year.' Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu smiled and quickly echoed, 'Yes, yes. I am Captain Long's soldier.' At this moment, a journalist interjected, 'Then, how about the two of you take a photo together?' 'Sure, sure.' Soon after, Lin Bei and Xiang Xiaoyu struck a pose. Lin Bei smiled slightly, and then followed Wu Gang and the other recruits onto the vehicle, as they still had to return to continue their training. Chapter 21. The interesting part arrives Xiang Xiaoyu's arrival in the Marine Corps during the afternoon assembly. A heated discussion ensued regarding Xiang Xiaoyu's successful rescue and whether he should be allowed to join the Marine Corps. Wu Gang promptly voiced his rejection. 'On the contrary, I firmly disagree. That lad exudes a certain streetwise aura. He talks a big game without any substance and lacks the demeanor of a soldier. Moreover, it was previously established that there are rules for recruiting into the Marine Corps. We cannot simply admit him because he saved someone. If that were the case, it would be akin to giving someone a free pass or pulling strings. Thus, Brigade Commander, let us raise our hands to express our stance. Those who oppose Xiang Xiaoyu joining the Marine Corps, please raise your hands.' With that, Wu Gang immediately raised his hand, and soon, the majority of officers in the assembly followed suit. Observing this, Wu Gang remarked, 'Brigade Commander, you can see for yourself, it's not just me who disagrees. Most of the attendees share the same view.' The brigade commander looked around and confirmed Wu Gang's assertion. At this moment, Lin Bei smiled and said, 'I believe everyone has witnessed Xiang Xiaoyu's outstanding performance today. Therefore, let us consider that rules are often rigid, while people are adaptable. Why can't we make an exception and welcome such talent into our Marine Corps?' Wu Gang retorted immediately, 'If you truly believe he is talented, you may recommend him to another unit. However, I doubt any unit would want him. Such a troublesome individual would be a burden.' Lin Bei replied, Whether he is a burden or not depends on the organization's management and training, not on the individual. Xiang Xiaoyu excels at underwater breath holding, which is precisely the kind of talent our reconnaissance battalion requires. Wu Gang shot back. What good is merely being able to hold one's breath? Being a soldier is not about having just one skill. Lin Bei calmly explained, a soldier can be trained to become an excellent frogman, and based on my observations, this is indeed the case. Xiang Xiaoyu possesses remarkable resilience, filial piety, and an astute mind. Such exceptional qualities are indeed rare. Just as Lin Bei was poised to elaborate further, the brigade commander interjected. Enough of your bickering. I've already grasped your opinions. Allow me to share my thoughts. As an experimental talent nurtured by the military, we might consider transferring Xiang Xiaoyu from the direct unit. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Gang interjected, I beg your pardon, brigade commander, but I must express my dissent. The brigade commander nodded in acknowledgement. Your dissent is noted. Let us adjourn today's meeting. In the mess hall, Xiang Xiaoyu, enjoying a beer and devouring a chicken leg, boasted to the members of the cooking team. You cannot fathom the scene at that moment. With a beautiful long-haired lady cradled in my left arm and a knife in my right, I swiftly dispatched two beasts with just a couple of decisive strikes. Just as I sighed in relief, a sudden chill crept onto my shoulder, prompting me to glance back. While recounting the tale, Xiang Xiaoyu animatedly gestured, only to realize the gravity of the situation. Perched upon his shoulder was a hefty octopus weighing over 40 pounds. However, just as he turned around once more, he was unexpectedly met by the sight of Lin Bei standing behind him. Subsequently, Xiang Xiaoyu set down his beer and addressed the members of the cooking team. To learn what transpires next, allow me to elaborate. Now, disperse and commence your tasks. He then stepped outside and smiled at Lin Bei. Uncle Long, what brings you here today? Lin Bei exchanged a knowing glance, and Xiang Xiaoyu immediately followed him outside. On the broad avenue, Lin Bei retrieved a newspaper from his pocket and handed it to Xiang Xiaoyu. Take a look for yourself. Xiang Xiaoyu accepted the newspaper and began to read, his eyes widening at the bold headline. Beautiful diver rescues victim. Marine Corps new recruit retrieves moon from the sea. The title was splendid, though the accompanying photograph left much to be desired. Hearing this, Lin Bei chuckled. What more do you desire? Keep spinning your tales, and you might find yourself at our reconnaissance unit. Xiang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. But Uncle Long, we have done you a great service. Why would you kick me while I'm down? Lin Bei replied, what do you understand? This is your opportunity. Lin Bei is currently thriving in the reconnaissance unit. Xiang Xiaoyu shook his head. Uncle Long, I cannot possibly compare myself to Bei Go. You know he is a beast. I cannot hold a candle to him. Moreover, we are doing quite well in the cooking team. What need have I for reconnaissance? Understanding Xiang Xiaoyu's character, Lin Bei calmly stated, soldiers retired from the Marine Corps are highly sought after by numerous enterprises. Do you know what their starting salaries are? He then gestured a 5 and 6 with his fingers. Seeing this, Xiang Xiaoyu exclaimed, 50 to 60,000? That is quite a sum. Lin Bei shot him a glance. 50 to 60,000? You wish. I meant 5 to 6,000. Xiang Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. 5 to 6,000 is still substantial, but you know, Uncle Long, with my small stature, I manage well enough in the cooking team. But if I were to become a reconnaissance soldier, that would be quite a challenge. Lin Bei, smiling, replied, I know you still owe Lin Bei money. If you join the reconnaissance unit, I can provide you with a monthly stipend. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu immediately responded, Uncle Long, since you've gone this far, I must find a way to make it work. He then added, by the way, I'll keep this newspaper. Lin Bei chuckled in response, that newspaper was meant for you. Xiang Xiaoyu smiled slightly. No, Uncle Long. I plan to send it to my mother. She will surely be delighted and proud to read it. To this, Lin Bei remarked, good lad. You certainly have a sense of filial piety. Now go pack your things. I have arranged for Baron to take you to the Marine Corps. Remember to train diligently once you arrive. Xiang Xiaoyu nodded. Rest assured, Uncle Long, I will certainly train hard. At this moment, in the new recruit's dormitory, Zhang Dapeng burst in, clapping his hands excitedly. Hey, hey, hey. He spoke only when the attention of those around him was drawn to him. I have some thrilling news to share. Straight from this young master himself. That fellow has been transferred to our new recruit squad, and I've heard he will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin remarked coolly, it's a pity for us, or is it a pity for the Marine Corps that he can enlist? Ma Wenyang added his thoughts, indeed. We are all carefully selected elites, and yet he simply parachutes in. Zhang Dapeng chimed in, right? Just look at that kid. with his monkey-like face and big ears. He resembles that character from the movie The Lord of the Rings. What was his name again? Liu Yin interjected, Gollum. The others immediately responded, yes, yes. That's him. Zhang Chong, who was working out nearby, couldn't help but ask, wait a moment, what is Gollum? After all, having spent years in the mountains, he had hardly any opportunity to watch movies, let alone foreign films. Liu Yin replied nonchalantly, he's your relative. This elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd. Ha. Upon hearing the laughter, Zhang Chong quickly realized that Gollum was certainly not a good thing. What are you all laughing at? Quiet down. At that moment, sharp-eyed Zhang Daping spoke up. Everyone, settle down. Squad leader Ba is bringing that kid over. As soon as he finished speaking, Baron entered the dormitory with Xiang Xiaoyu. After just a few steps, Xiang Xiaoyu addressed the crowd. Hello, brothers. I am Xiang Xiaoyu, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. He scanned the room and noticed the intimidating demeanor of the recruits. Thus, he took out a newspaper and handed it to the nearest Zhang Daping. Since I am new here and you are unfamiliar with me, please take a look at the newspaper. You can find my details on the 3rd page. Immediately, Zhang Daping and several other recruits began reading the newspaper. Beautiful diver saves lives. Marine Corps recruits fish for the moon. Ma Wenyang read each word slowly in his Tianjin dialect. Jiang Xiaoyu confirmed, indeed, that's us. At that moment, Lin Bei, who had just awakened from his slumber, heard Jiang Xiaoyu boasting and remarked, all right, enough with the bragging. Chapter 22, Betting and Bravado. Upon hearing a familiar voice and seeing a familiar face, Jiang Xiaoyu promptly responded. It turned out to be Brother Bei. His words were to be heeded. He immediately retracted the newspaper. The onlookers were astonished, as they had not anticipated that Lin Bei had known Jiang Xiaoyu from the very beginning. Seeing this, Liu Yin murmured, how intriguing, truly intriguing. Beside the bed, Balin interjected. All right, Jiang Xiaoyu, come over here at once. He then glanced at the crowd behind Jiang Xiaoyu. Ma Mingyang. Ma Mingyang promptly replied, present. Shift your bed a little. He then directed Jiang Xiaoyu. From today onward, you will take the upper bunk. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily interjected, no need, Captain Ba. I can manage to sleep here. Besides, Brother Bei can take the lower bunk. With that, Jiang Xiaoyu placed his hat on the bed. The crowd was taken aback. They truly did not expect Jiang Xiaoyu to be so audacious as to speak in such a manner. Lin Bei, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, understood that Jiang Xiaoyu could persuade Balin, thus refraining from intervening. Firstly, he was confident in Jiang Xiaoyu's success, and secondly, he wished for Jiang Xiaoyu to integrate into the group more swiftly. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Balin, slightly irritated, retorted, you can manage? This bunk is reserved for myself. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly replied, Captain Ba, can we negotiate this matter? Balin replied sternly, negotiate what? Who would negotiate this with you? Even faced with Balin's seriousness, Jiang Xiaoyu maintained a smile. Captain Ba, could you step outside with me for a moment? Balin, in a stern tone, questioned. What is there that cannot be said here, that must be discussed outside? Jiang Xiaoyu explained, Captain Ba, this is a tremendous opportunity that cannot be disclosed to anyone else. I wish to share it with you alone. Upon finishing his sentence, Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward and pulled Balin outside. The onlookers were seized by curiosity, and Zhang Daping exclaimed with excitement, the newcomers are truly impressive. They fear nothing at all. Ma Wenyang chimed in, what are we waiting for? Let us go and watch the drama unfold. I tell you, if he actually manages to secure the bunk, I will wash your shoes for a month. Upon hearing Ma Mingliang's declaration, Lin Bei couldn't help but respond, Ma Mingliang, are you serious about that? With Lin Bei's inquiry, Ma Mingliang began to hesitate. However, recalling Balin's character, he was convinced that Jiang Xiaoyu would not succeed, and thus he resolutely replied, absolutely. But if he fails to secure it, Lin Bei smiled as he spoke, if I fail to acquire it, not only will I wash shoes for a month, but I shall also wash socks for the same duration. Upon hearing Lin Bei audaciously raise the stakes, Ma Mingyang momentarily found himself in doubt, questioning whether he should partake in this wager. Observing his hesitation, Zhang Daping chimed in. Why fear the gamble, Ma Mingliang? Is this your first encounter with Captain Ba's character? Just imagine, if you win, it could mean Lin Bei washing your shoes and socks. Are you not thrilled by the prospect? If it were me, I would undoubtedly take the bet. After some contemplation, Ma Mingliang recognized the validity in Zhang Daping's words. The thought of having their current new recruits' powerhouses washing shoes and socks for an entire month was indeed exhilarating. All right, I accept. Lin Bei responded with a grin. Then prepare to lose. Liu Yin and Zhang Chong exchanged puzzled glances. uncertain of Lin Bei's confidence in Xiang Xiaoyu's ability to secure Ba Lang's bed. At that moment, Zhang Chong recalled something and inquired, Liu Yan, Lin Bei, what vehicle does the Gulu belong to? Taken aback, Liu Yan initially reacted with surprise, then couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Chong, you truly are amusing. To this, Lin Bei elucidated. Gulu is a character from the foreign film The Lord of the Rings. Upon realizing it was a character from a movie, particularly a foreign one, Zhang Chong immediately lost interest. Oh, I thought it was from some vehicle, my mistake. Outside the dormitory, Ba Lang was reprimanding Xiang Xiaoyu. Look at you. Do you exhibit even a semblance of a soldier? Can you not sort out your uniform? As a soldier, you cannot even manage your attire. What kind of soldier does that make you? First, button your top button properly and neatly. Hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu promptly fastened his button, ensuring everything was in order before turning to Ba Lang. Ba Lang coolly remarked, if you have something to say, do so quickly, do not waste my time. Xiang Xiaoyu glanced back at the onlookers, then took a couple of steps closer to Ba Lang, ready to employ his boasting technique. Captain Ba, you resemble a hero straight out of a Jin Yong novel. You must be curious as to why I say so. Allow me to explain. First, your eyebrows are unlike anyone else's. You possess the rare, as the ancients said, 1 in 100,000 may have such eyebrows. If you do not believe me, take a look for yourself. Subsequently, Xiang Xiaoyu retrieved a mirror from his pocket and handed it to Ba Wang. Ba Wang took the mirror, examining it from various angles. Observing this scene, Xiang Xiaoyu realized that it was time to administer a potent dose of persuasion. Thus he continued, I trust that you, Captain Ba, have perused martial arts novels, correct? The legendary heroes such as Yang Guo, Hong Qigong, and Ling Hu Chong are all characterized by their distinctive sword-shaped brows. Furthermore, it is said in the treatises that those with pronounced sword-shaped brows possess a generous spirit, unwavering loyalty, and unparalleled bravery, naturally destined to be leaders of men. With the mirror in hand, Ba Wang scrutinized his reflection from side to side and top to bottom. Is that so? Your words do seem to hold some merit. Sensing the opportune moment had arrived, Xiang Xiaoyu stepped forward and said, Captain Ba, to speak candidly, the feng shui of the lower bunk is exceedingly poor, as it faces the window directly, which could adversely affect your future. Upon hearing this, Ba Wang retorted, let me tell you, do not feed me this nonsense. I am a soldier, and as a soldier, I do not subscribe to beliefs in feng shui. With the initial plan thwarted, Xiang Xiaoyu quickly pursued, Captain Ba, allow me to be honest with you. If I sleep on the upper bunk, I am prone to wetting the bed. Ba Wang's expression shifted upon hearing this. Are you being serious? To which Xiang Xiaoyu replied, having come this far, do you truly believe I would deceive you? Recognizing the logic in this, Ba Wang waved his hand and conceded, all right, I shall relinquish that bed to you. I am truly at a loss. Xiang Xiaoyu responded with delight, thank you, Captain Ba. You are truly a good person. Upon returning to the dormitory, when the others saw Xiang Xiaoyu placing his belongings on the chosen bed, they understood that the victor of this contest was indeed Xiang Xiaoyu. In contrast, Ma Mingyang wore a troubled expression, dreading the prospect of having to wash everyone else's shoes for an entire month. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained remarkably composed, for he knew well that Xiang Xiaoyu possessed a silver tongue, capable of achieving the seemingly impossible. Chapter 23, Deceiving Zhang Chong and Boasting Galore. At that moment, the group gathered around, and Zhang Daping, eager to curry favor, remarked, Brother, dear brother, do enlighten us on how you managed to persuade Captain Ba to relinquish the lower bunk so willingly. Witnessing the eager anticipation in their faces, Xiang Xiaoyu feigned profundity as he replied, in truth, it was quite simple. I merely spoke one sentence. Zhang Daping, somewhat skeptical, queried, really? Just one sentence? It appeared to me that you and Captain Ba conversed for quite a while. Xiang Xiaoyu responded, what do you know? The initial conversation was merely a prelude. It was the final sentence that delivered the decisive blow. How can I describe the potency of the last words spoken by my brother? It is not merely that he has arrived. Even if the commander or the general were to come, they would still have to yield this place to us. Upon hearing this, curiosity was immediately piqued among everyone, prompting Zhang Daping to continue his inquiries. Brother, dear brother, what exactly did you say? Xiang Xiaoyu replied with an air of calmness, that is a statement I cannot divulge. Once uttered, the consequences would be dire. As the saying goes, some secrets must remain unspoken, so please refrain from asking. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of disappointment. Only Zhang Daping persisted in his questioning. Just tell me. I promise I won't share it with anyone. Ma Wenliang, who had lost a bet to Lin Bei and was obliged to wash shoes for a month, grumbled, "I see you have no real skill, just a penchant for nonsense. If you wish to refute me, then reveal that earlier statement. If you do, I shall concede your victory." Just as Xiang Yu was about to respond, a deep voice interrupted, "Step aside." It was Zhang Chong, who approached Xiang Yu with a dismissive tone. "Xiang Yu, what talents do you possess? Show us, so we do not regard you with disdain." In response, Xiang Yu smiled and asked, "May I inquire how I should address this esteemed brother?" "Zhang Chong," came the reply. "Ah, so it is brother Zhang Chong. Are you here to test my abilities?" Zhang Chong replied, "Indeed, whether you are a mule or a horse, you must present yourself for our scrutiny." Xiang Yu then surveyed those around him and praised, upon observation, "The feng shui of this room is remarkably auspicious. It is a veritable den of dragons and tigers, with each of you possessing unique skills." This flattery elicited laughter from the crowd, filling their hearts with warmth. Noticing their reactions, Xiang Yu continued, logically, "We should not display our talents here. Yet since Brother Zhang has afforded us this opportunity, I shall take the liberty of offering a divination." Zhang Chong appeared somewhat bewildered. "Divination? What kind of divination?" Xiang Yu, with unwavering conviction, responded, "What else could it be but a reading of your future, your romantic prospects, and your wealth? This is the extent of my abilities. Come, Brother Zhang Chong, allow me to examine your left hand." At this moment, Zhang Chong was utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless by Xiang Yu's words. Meanwhile, Zhang Dapeng, standing beside Xiang Yu, chuckled and added, "Brother Chong, just let the master take a look at your hand. After all, there is no fee involved." With a heart full of trepidation, Zhang Chong extended his hand, and Xiang Yu grasped it, beginning to scrutinize intently. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Yan shook his head and remarked in silence, "What a bunch of fools, utterly hopeless." Lying on the bed, Lin Bei found the situation amusing and acknowledged Xiang Yu's knack for boasting. Soon, however, he diverted his attention, preparing to indulge in a much-needed slumber to replenish his energy, as he had been training for an extended period and needed to seize the opportunity to rest. After a moment of meticulous observation, Xiang Yu exclaimed dramatically, "Oh my goodness!" Zhang Chong, startled by this sudden exclamation, hurriedly inquired, "What is the matter? Have you disowned something?" Xiang Yu promptly clarified, "Brother Zhang, your fate is astonishingly remarkable. I have only heard the older generation of masters speak of it. I have never encountered it before today. This is my first experience of such a destiny." Zhang Chong, taken aback, pressed for further explanation. "What fate? It sounds so mystical." Xiang Yu elaborated, "For words, seeing the dragon in the field." The others looked on in confusion. "Seeing the dragon in the field?" Noticing their bewilderment, Xiang Yu quickly elucidated. "You all have watched demigods and semi-devils, right? You know the heroic figure Qiao Feng, the leader of the beggaress sect? He embodies these 4 words. In ancient times, this was the fate of great heroes. In contemporary terms, it signifies the destiny of a great leader. Brother Zhang, although you are currently a mere foot soldier, you possess this fate. And it won't be long before you are destined to become a general. Trust me, I have never misjudged anyone's fate in all these years." Hearing Xiang Yu's compelling words, Zhang Chong, who was simple-minded but physically strong, found himself believing wholeheartedly, a silly grin spreading across his face. "I tell you, if this doesn't come to pass, I'll hold you accountable." Xiang Yu affirmed, "There is no chance of error." Witnessing this exchange, the other new recruits quickly gathered around, extending their hands eagerly. "Brother, take a look at me." Xiang Yu promptly responded, "Gentlemen, there is plenty of time. We can examine each of you one by one, all right?" He then approached Liu Yan. "Brother Liu, we have known each other for a while now. I hope for your continued camaraderie." Liu Yan replied coolly, who said we're from the same place. "Here, we rely on our abilities." In response, Xiang Yu quickly retorted, "Brother Liu, do you see Lin Bei over there sleeping? He can be considered our fellow townsman, and he is my elder brother. The reason we haven't mentioned this connection is that we do not wish to leverage Brother Bei's name to intimidate anyone. After all, when he first arrived here, he had already inquired with Lin Bei about Lin Bei's prowess, which was indeed unparalleled among the entire new recruit squad. However, upon hearing Xiang Yu utter Lin Bei's name, Liu Yan's expression instantly fell, and he coldly replied, "Since he is your fellow townsman and your elder brother, why not seek his assistance?" With that, Liu Yan turned and walked away without a glance back. Observing Liu Yan's retreating figure, Xiang Yu could not help but murmur, "So aloof, even more pretentious than Bei Ge." Forget it. If this fellow cannot be of help, I shall seek Bei Ge's attention later. I hope that, considering we are both from the same hometown and share the same uncle, he might look after me. With this thought, Xiang Xiaoyu's gaze drifted towards the peacefully slumbering Lin Bei. Chapter 24. Liu Yan's breakup. Xiang Xiaoyu endures torment. Stepping out of the dormitory, Liu Yan leaned against the railing, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. At that moment, Long Baichuan, preparing to attend to some matters, spotted Liu Yan leaning nearby. He strode over with purpose. What's troubling you? Upon recognizing Long Baichuan, Liu Yan immediately straightened his posture and saluted respectfully. Long Baichuan returned the gesture before continuing, missing your physical education team? Regretting joining the military with me? After a moment of reflection, Liu Yan replied, there is no regret. This is entirely my choice. Hearing this, Long Baichuan smiled and shook his head. That's good. I was beginning to think you were having second thoughts. By the way, here is your letter. Long Baichuan produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Liu Yan. A letter? Liu Yan, intrigued, accepted the envelope from Long Baichuan's hand. He then made his way to the beach. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, having just awakened and stepped out of the dormitory, chanced upon this scene and, after a brief moment of contemplation, recalled what had transpired. Noticing Liu Yan heading toward the sandy shore, he followed suit. Upon reaching the beach, Liu Yan found a structure, wiped away the dust, and sat down. He then opened the letter and began to read intently. The moment he glanced at the first line, excitement surged within him. He recognized the familiar handwriting as that of his girlfriend, Milan. The thought that he had been in the army for over 3 months and had sent Milan 12 letters without receiving a single reply weighed heavily on his heart. Fortunately, the heavens do not forsake those who are diligent. Today, Milan finally responded to him. However, the contents of her letter left Liu Yan deeply distressed. Milan expressed her belief that Liu Yan had abandoned his championship dreams by choosing to enlist, leading her to conclude that their relationship should also come to an end. The disparity in their circumstances had become so vast that they no longer seemed compatible. After reading the letter, Liu Yan cast it to the ground, his eyes falling upon the once intimate photographs of the two of them, and a surge of anger welled within him. In a fit of rage, he tore the photos into shreds. Just as he finished this act and prepared to return to his dormitory, a voice echoed from behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Lin Bei. Liu Yan scoffed. What brings you here at this hour? Lin Bei stepped forward and replied nonchalantly, oh, just wandering about. You still haven't answered my question. Liu Yan's tone remained frosty. What difference does it make? What does it have to do with you? In response, Lin Bei calmly stated, it does matter. We are comrades, and comrades ought to help one another. Liu Yan chose to ignore him, believing Lin Bei's presence was merely an opportunity for mockery, and walked away without a backward glance. As Liu Yan distanced himself, Lin Bei called out, heartbroken, are we? It's a normal occurrence. It only proves that this girl was not right for you. The next one will be. Liu Yan hesitated for a moment, but quickly resumed his pace. Lin Bei smiled to himself, thinking, just wait, Liu Yan, I shall slowly revel in your misfortune later. Soon. It was dinner time, and Xiang Xiaoyu was devouring her meal with gusto. Suddenly, Zhang Daping rushed over, holding his tray, and sat beside her. Fish bro. Do tell us what kind of spell you cast on Babong that made him willingly give up his bed for you, he urged. Inquisitive, Ma Mingyang chimed in. Yes. Do enlighten us, or I shall wash these shoes in vain, and it will torment my soul. Not far away, Lin Bei, already aware of the answer, hastened his pace in eating, for he had no desire to endure the nauseating experience a second time. The others nearby, accustomed to Lin Bei's voracious eating speed, displayed no signs of astonishment. Observing the curiosity of the crowd, Xiang Xiaoyu felt compelled to explain, how can I describe this to you? I can only say it once. If I have to repeat it, not only can I not muster the words, but it's also somewhat. At that moment, Zhang Daping glanced at the apples in front of the rice bowl and exchanged a knowing look with Ma Mingliang, who immediately grasped Zhang Daping's intent. Subsequently, the surrounding individuals placed the apples before Xiang Xiaoyu. Zhang Daping spoke, Brother Yu, as long as you reveal that phrase to me, all these apples will be yours. Seeing the apples, Xiang Xiaoyu set down his chopsticks and asked, Are you telling the truth? You're not deceiving me, are you? How could we dare deceive you? They're all yours, came the reply. Xiang Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, To be honest, we only said 2 words to him. What bed? If he sleeps in the lower bunk. By the latter half of the night, it would indeed turn into a water curtain cave. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt both disgusted and deceived. and they quickly attempted to reclaim their apples. Witnessing their actions, Xiang Xiaoyu protested in indignation. Wait, weren't you all supposed to give these to me? At that moment, having finished his meal, Lin Bei approached Xiang Xiaoyu and said in a calm tone, "Hurry up and eat. Fill your stomach. Take a good nap after lunch. You have practiced this afternoon." Xiang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Brother Bei, we will practice diligently." He then accelerated his eating pace, prompting the others to do the same. Only Liu Yin remained lost in the sorrow of heartbreak, unable to eat. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for afternoon training. Their first task, as before, was to form teams of 4 and run while carrying logs. However, this time, Ba Lang had specially added a high-pressure water gun nearby, continuously spraying them, thus doubling their physical exertion. Standing atop a vehicle, Ba Lang shouted through a loudspeaker, "Hurry up. Move faster. Did you not eat lunch? If you slow down any further, you might as well skip dinner. Is that clear?" In response, Lin Bei shouted, "Hold on, brothers." The others, hoisting the logs, charged forward. "Jiang Xiaoyu, hurry up. You're the only one lagging behind. Get up here and carry that log." Hearing the furious voice of Barong, Jiang Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and followed suit. Once the current project concluded, the group had no time to rest and immediately rushed towards the next endeavor. Soon, they arrived at the subsequent challenge, the rapid descent. The principle was simple. First, ascend to the summit, then swiftly lower oneself to the ground while gripping 2 poles. Lin Bei, in particular, relished this activity, swiftly climbing to the top and then descending with equal speed. Not far away, Baron observed the scene with admiration, considering Lin Bei undoubtedly the strongest among the new recruits. However, soon after, Jiang Xiaoyu left Baron speechless. Trembling, she climbed up and stood atop, gazing down, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of acrophobia that rendered her unable to descend swiftly. Witnessing this, Baron could not help but shout, "What are you doing, Jiang Xiaoyu? Can you hurry up and come down?" Jiang Xiaoyu, trembling with fear, replied, "Captain Ba, I can't do it. I'm scared." Her words infuriated Baron, who retorted angrily, "You useless wretch, come down quickly. Even kindergarten children possess more courage than you." However, the words of Barong failed to inspire Jiang Xiaoyu, who slowly extended his foot, preparing to retreat downwards. In response, Barong shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry back. Are you not a man?" Jiang Xiaoyu replied, "I am not a man. I am afraid. Class leader, I beg you." At that moment, Lin Bei approached and said to Barong, "Allow me to persuade him." Barong, having great confidence in Lin Bei, nodded in agreement. "Very well, you take over." Lin Bei stood below and called out to Jiang Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, can you muster the courage you had when you saved someone before? You wouldn't want to disappoint your mother, nor Dragon Squad, and certainly not me." Hearing Lin Bei's words, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a conflict within himself. After all, the individuals Lin Bei mentioned weighed heavily on his conscience. Gaining courage, he closed his eyes and shouted as he slid down from above, "Well done." Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu safely reach the ground, Lin Bei stepped forward to encourage him. Jiang Xiaoyu, elated to have succeeded, exclaimed, "I did it. I really did it. Thank you, Brother Bei." He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lin Bei. "Do not thank me. Thank yourself." However, just as Jiang Xiaoyu reveled in his triumph, Barong approached him. "Now that you are down, let us move on to the next task. I do not wish to see a repeat of what just occurred. Otherwise, the penalties will double." Under Barang's stern reprimand, Jiang Xiaoyu felt compelled to begin practicing for the next task. This time, the challenge was to spin in circles. As the name suggests, it involved performing a full 360-degree rotation on a turntable. As Jiang Xiaoyu firmly grasped the apparatus, Zhang Daping initiated the spin. Alarmed, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly said, "Slower, please, slower." Zhang Daping immediately slowed down and asked with concern, "Brother Fish, is this speed suitable for you?" Jiang Xiaoyu replied, "If it could be just a little slower, that would be even better." However, their actions did not escape the keen eyes of Barong, who promptly approached them. "Are you two merely playing house like children? Hurry up and pick up the pace," he commanded. Subsequently, Zhang Daping and another recruit immediately accelerated their efforts. The anguished cries of Jiang Xiaoyu echoed all around. Minutes later, they finally came to a halt. Zhang Daping quickly assessed Jiang Xiaoyu's condition, only to find her eyes vacant, before she suddenly began to vomit. Not far away, Lin Bei observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle, murmuring to himself, "Come on, kid, this is just the beginning." With a swift turn, he resumed his project. Chapter 25. Initiating the plan. Time flew, and Jiang Xiaoyu had been part of the beast camp for half a month. It could be said that with him in the training ground, surprises were abundant, his cries echoing throughout the space. In the office, Wu Gang addressed Long Baichuan. We can commence that plan now, right? Long Baichuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, we can proceed, but we must meticulously check all our equipment to ensure nothing is discovered. We must bear in mind that this cohort of recruits includes several formidable individuals. Moreover, that Lin Bei is exceptionally clever, should he uncover our intentions. It would render the entire endeavor rather dull. Wu Gang replied, I shall instruct them to conduct a thorough inspection to prevent any slip-ups. Long Baichuan smiled, very well. Then notify Balin to initiate the operation. Wu Gang nodded. I will inform him shortly. I am quite eager to see what will transpire when Lin Bei encounters Xiang Yu. Upon hearing this, Long Baichuan pondered, mentally comparing the two before breaking into a grin. Little Bei, though I discovered him, he conceals much and possesses great strength. Yet, even if his hidden prowess is profound, I doubt he will match Xiang Yu. Wu Gang concurred with Long Baichuan's assessment. Our views align on this matter. Like you. I believe that despite Lin Bei's abilities, he remains a mere rookie, while Xiang Yu is the war god of our beast camp. Though they may not be evenly matched. It is certain to be an exhilarating encounter. Now, let us notify Balin to set the wheels in motion. Before dawn. All the soldiers were soundly asleep in their dormitories, including Lin Bei, who was in a deep slumber. Suddenly, the dormitory doors swung open, and Balin entered, whistle in hand. With a sharp blast of the whistle, his voice rang out, Emergency assembly. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Put on your uniforms. Gather on the training ground within the stipulated time. Latecomers will face the consequences. Is that clear? As his words echoed, everyone swiftly donned their clothes, the pace remarkably brisk. At this moment, Balong discovered that Jiang Xiaoyu was still peacefully slumbering. He approached her ear and let out a sharp whistle. The piercing sound instantly roused Jiang Xiaoyu from her deep sleep. Following this, Balong's voice resonated, urging, Jiang Xiaoyu, rise and dress quickly. We are gathering on the playground. If you are late, you shall face the consequences. Promptly, Jiang Xiaoyu began to prepare herself. Soon, the group, now properly attired, hurried to the playground. Zhang Dapeng grumbled, it's not even dawn yet. And we are being summoned to rise. This is truly exasperating. Ma Mingliang echoed his sentiments. Indeed, what is the purpose of this? Hearing the chatter from the ranks, Balong sternly commanded, silence. All of you, eyes to the right. Consequently, 2 rows of new recruits began to shift, aligning themselves to achieve uniformity in their stance. Count off. Balong instructed. 1, 2, 3, 11. Upon hearing this, Balong casually remarked, you all claimed you had never witnessed a sunrise. Today, I shall grant you this wish and take you to see it. First row, board the bus. The first row of recruits promptly made their way to the bus. At that moment, a bus approached from a distance, distinct from theirs, as it was filled entirely with female soldiers. This sight stirred excitement among the second row of recruits who had yet to board. Wow, female soldiers. Look at all of them. We finally get to see female soldiers. They exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong gazed at the cloud-like figure seated by the window on the bus, momentarily entranced. Lin Bei nudged him, saying, Get on the bus, Zhang Chong. Are you smitten? If so, I could ask Xiaoyu to inquire about her. Jiang Xiaoyu chimed in, Bei is right. If you truly fancy her, I can help you find out. Snapped back to reality by their teasing, Zhang Chong quickly retorted, That's not the case. You're mistaken. At this point, Jiang Xiaoyu remarked, Brother Zhang Chong, I must tell you, I sense that the female soldier you were eyeing might have taken a liking to you. If I were to inquire on your behalf, I believe it could work out. Go away. I have no such intentions, Zhang Chong replied dismissively. Just then, Balong approached the group, stating, What are you still doing here? Hurry and get on the bus. Do I need to invite you? Hearing this, the 3 promptly boarded the bus. Meanwhile, on the bus filled with female soldiers, the cloud-like figure, who had earlier exchanged glances with Zhang Chong, opened her water bottle and took a sip. Unexpectedly, this remark elicited a flurry of whispers among the nearby female soldiers. Where does that smell of alcohol come from? Did you notice it too? One soldier seated beside the Cloud inquired. Cloud, surely your water bottle isn't filled entirely with liquor, she teased. Believing the soldier desired a drink, Cloud promptly unscrewed the cap and offered it. Would you care for some? It's homemade from my hometown, and it tastes exquisite. The soldier wrinkled her nose and shook her head in refusal. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Seeing this, Cloud took a sip herself. At that moment, the new recruits had just disembarked from the bus and transferred to a speedboat, which began to race across the sea. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei recalled the storyline. How intriguing, the Wild Man Island has arrived. God of War, here I come. At this juncture, the lively Zhang Daping chimed in. Chong, you don't see this kind of scenery in the northeast, do you? Zhang Chong replied, the landscapes in the northeast are far superior to this. Zhang Daping appeared somewhat incredulous. Really? Chong, I find that hard to believe. Lin Bei interjected, Zhang Chong is indeed correct. The scenery in the northeast is truly beautiful. Look. Even Lin Bei agrees it's lovely. Don't you all believe it now? After hearing Lin Bei's affirmation, Zhang Chong exclaimed with excitement. As everyone noted Lin Bei's endorsement, they quickly echoed, we believe, we believe. Since Brother Bei says it's beautiful, it must be so. However, Lin Bei had to concede that the sunrise over the sea was indeed breathtaking, with the sunlight shimmering on the water's surface, casting a dazzling glow. Yet, the beauty was fleeting. Soon the sunrise was over, and the speedboat began its return journey. Just halfway through, an old soldier spoke up. The boat has malfunctioned. The group gasped in surprise. It really has broken down. What should we do? Then, Zhang Daping's astonished voice rang out. The boat is taking on water. In response, Lin Bei calmly remarked, what are you waiting for? Jump into the sea. With that, he leapt into the water. Seeing Lin Bei take the plunge, the other recruits followed suit. Chapter 26, Arrival at Wild Man Island. Gathering fire with the individuals in the water soon realized that the boat was gradually sinking. In frustration, Ma Mingyong exclaimed, what a wretched vessel. It fell apart just like that. I am truly astounded. Meanwhile, Liu Yin stood up and reassured everyone, do not panic. Gather around me and await rescue. The troops will surely come to our aid. Ma Wenyang also comforted the group, everyone, stay close together. At this moment, Lin Bei spoke up, stating that continuing in this manner was futile. Remaining here would only lead to their demise. He suggested they swim forward. The first subordinate, Xiang Yu, concurred, asserting that while they still possessed strength, it was wise to move ahead, as staying put would inevitably result in a grim fate. At this juncture, Zhang Daping presented a differing perspective. Brother Bei, Brother Yu, the sea is nothing but an expanse of white. Where are we to swim? Lin Bei gazed ahead and replied, we shall swim forward. There is undoubtedly an island ahead. Let us follow Brother Bei and swim forward. Xiang Yu echoed. However, Liu Yin interjected loudly. Do not heed the words of these two. You possess no extraordinary abilities to ascertain that an island lies ahead. Lin Bei responded with unwavering conviction. How do I know? It is simply a calculation. I am a graduate of Huaxi Medical University. Although I am a medical student, I excelled in geography during high school. Based on the coordinates, I can assure you there is an island ahead. Xiang Yu then entered his persuasive mode. Brother Bei speaks the truth. Moreover, I grew up by the sea and can already scent the earthy aroma carried by the sea breeze. Just follow me and Brother Bei. Meanwhile, Liu Yin continued to advocate for his stance. Listen to me. Do not follow them. If we remain here, assistance will arrive shortly. Trust me. To this, Lin Bei calmly replied, as far as I know, this marine area is frequented by sharks. If you wish to become shark bait, you may continue to wait here. Regardless, I am swimming forward. Xiao Yu, come with me. All right, Brother Bei. Xiao Yu answered, promptly following Lin Bei as they swam ahead. Observing this, the others began to shout in unison, let us swim forward. I do not wish to be shark bait. Neither do I. Let us swim quickly. Faced with the situation, Liu Yin reluctantly followed, realizing that he was alone in his stance, and waiting for rescue was futile. After swimming for over 2 hours, the group noticed that the island was still nowhere in sight. The most vivacious among them, Zhang Daping, could no longer contain his frustration. Brother Bei, why haven't we spotted the island yet? We've been swimming for 2 hours. Ma Mingliang chimed in. Yes, Brother Bei, why is there still no island? You are not deceiving us, are you? At that moment, the other members of the new recruits began to murmur quietly. In response, Lin Bei assured them, I have no time to deceive you. Continue swimming forward. We should reach our destination in approximately another hour. Suddenly, Lin Bei exchanged a knowing glance with Xiang Yu, who understood perfectly. Brother Bei is right. It's still the same sentiment. I can already scent the earthy aroma carried by the sea breeze. Brothers, let us muster our strength, for victory is within our grasp. If you do not wish to exert yourselves, you may remain here to feed the sharks. Upon hearing the mention of sharks, a wave of trepidation washed over the group. Gritting their teeth, they continued to follow Lin Bei and Xiang Yu as they swam forward. After more than an hour, Lin Bei, who led the group, finally caught sight of a small island. Turning to the others, he announced, the island has appeared. Let us redouble our efforts. Upon hearing his words, everyone immediately turned to look ahead, and indeed, not far away lay a small island. They erupted into cheers, energized as if they had been invigorated by an elixir, and began to swim faster. At last, after a mere 10 minutes, the group reached the shore of the island. As they stepped onto the land, exhaustion washed over them, and they collapsed onto the ground, having swum for over 3 hours and expending considerable energy. Apart from Lin Bei and Liu Yin, who still possessed a modicum of stamina to remain standing, the others lay sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Liu Yin spoke up, "Let us take a head count to ensure everyone is present." Lin Bei replied, "Let us count off directly, starting from the left." Thus, the group began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, 14, 15, 18. Liu Yin then declared, "We are missing 4 individuals." Zhang Daping immediately chimed in. "It seems Zhang Chong and Agon are still out there in the water." Lin Bei responded, "It's likely that when we accelerated earlier, we swam too swiftly, causing them to lose track of us and become disoriented. Now, if we gather some firewood to create a bonfire, they will be able to see it and swim towards us." Zhang Daping quickly remarked, "Brother Bei, that's a splendid idea. However, we do not have a lighter, and there is nothing on this island to start a fire." Lin Bei confidently replied, "No worries, watch me demonstrate the art of friction fire. Those who are bold can join me to gather dry twigs. The timid may stay here and wait." With that, Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Daping followed Lin Bei as they ventured into the forest. Upon entering, Lin Bei began to issue instructions. "Xiaoyu, you search for dry twigs over there. Daping, you head this way." "Understood, Brother Bei," they replied in unison. At that moment, while gathering wood, Zhang Daping suddenly caught sight of a shadow darting past him not far away, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lin Bei, who already knew the answer, inquired, "What's the matter?" "Daping, did you discover something?" Zhang Daping replied, "Beige, it seems I caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting by." Lin Bei responded nonchalantly, "Don't dwell on it. You are merely overthinking. Focus on gathering firewood. Indeed, consider that we have been swimming in the ocean for over 3 hours. Fatigue is entirely natural, and thus, seeing things is not uncommon." Jiang Xiaoyu interjected. Hearing their remarks, Zhang Daping began to doubt his own perceptions, concluding, "It is likely as you say. Let's continue with the firewood. Make sure to gather plenty of dry sticks." At this moment, Lin Bei advised, "Rest assured, I am quite adept at this." Subsequently, Zhang Daping began to search for dry firewood, while Lin Bei cast a fleeting glance deeper into the forest toward where Xiang Yu was situated. "Where God Xiang Yu? I eagerly anticipate our encounter." Chapter 27. The failed show-off. After tidying up the firewood, Lin Bei carried it outside and returned to the beach. On the shore, a group of recruits had already stripped off their waterlogged clothes and hung them on low shrubs, awaiting the sun's warmth to dry them. "All right, let us place the firewood here." Lin Bei indicated a nearby sand pit, whereupon Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Daping piled the gathered sticks together. At that moment, Zhang Daping remarked, "Beige, the next step is up to you." Lin Bei confidently replied, "Just watch me." Jiang Xiaoyu, expressing concern, said, "Beige, are you certain you can manage? If not, I can fetch Liu Yin. He has a flashlight. I could dismantle the batteries and pull out the wires. This short circuit will definitely ignite a fire. Just say the word, and I'll go for Liu Yin." Lin Bei shook his head with a smile, responding, "There is no need to trouble yourself. Just watch, Xiaoyu. I would never undertake something without assurance." With that, a thought ignited in his mind, activating the Wilderness Survival Prince card. Instantly, a wealth of wilderness knowledge flooded into Lin Bei's consciousness. After a brief moment of daze, he opened his eyes, feeling as though he had transformed into an enhanced version of Bear Grylls. Immediately, he walked to the nearby beach, found a stone, and took out a small knife from his pocket. He gathered some dry fluff, holding the stone in his left hand and the knife in his right, and began to strike the stone. The onlookers watched this scene in disbelief, questioning how it was possible to ignite a fire in such a manner. Initially, there were no flames, only a few stray sparks, which brought smiles to their faces. To them, it seemed that even Lin Bei, renowned for his unmatched prowess in the beast camp, could experience moments of failure. Little did they know that Lin Bei's initial attempts were merely experimental. Once satisfied with his trials, he unleashed his formidable Qilin arm. Thud, thud, thud. A series of rhythmic strikes culminated in a final blow that released a substantial spark onto the dry fluff. In an instant, the fluff ignited, bursting into flames. The crowd erupted in cheers. "It's on fire. Brother Bei is incredible. Brother Bei is invincible. Quickly, add more firewood. We can finally dry our clothes." After praising Lin Bei, the crowd began to produce their garments for drying. At that moment, Xiang Yu, swimming in the sea, spotted the rising bonfire and, with the unconscious Aegon in tow, hastened toward it. A sharp-eyed rookie then noticed Xiang Yu not far offshore and shouted excitedly, "They're back! They're back!" Hearing this news, the crowd rushed to greet them. "Brother Chong, we're here! We're here!" They welcomed Xiang Yu and Aegon ashore. At this time, Zhang Daping noticed the unconscious Aegon and inquired, "Brother Chong, what happened to Aegon?" Zhang Yu explained, "It's nothing, just a little water in his lungs." Nearby, Liu Yin observed the situation and immediately remarked, "He's drowning. He can't lie flat like this. We need to turn him over." Zhang Yu pushed Liu Yin aside, shouting, "You don't need to meddle. Stay away from me." Liu Yin retorted loudly, "What do you mean I don't need to meddle? Your actions could cost him his life. This is a matter of life and death. I won't allow you to mess it up." Zhang Yu scoffed in response, "I'm the one who saved him. Stop nagging in my ear." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu prepared to continue his rescue efforts. Liu Yin stepped forward and forcefully pushed Zhang Yu aside. "As long as I'm here, I won't let you act recklessly. This is a human life." In an instant, the two began to exchange heated words. At this moment, Lin Bei, who was drying clothes, could no longer remain silent and approached them. "What is all the shouting about? Everyone, quiet down." Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, the two individuals fell silent. Lin Bei approached Aegon, turned him over, and began to pat his back. Soon, Aegon coughed up the water that had choked him and gradually opened his eyes in a daze. As he regained consciousness, Aegon surveyed his surroundings and muttered, "What happened to me? Where am I?" Lin Bei replied, "You nearly drowned, but Zhang Yu rescued you. We are on a deserted island." After providing this information, Lin Bei resumed drying his clothes. The others, relieved to see Aegon safe, finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Although Zhang Yu had initially been furious, the knowledge that he had saved Aegon diminished his anger somewhat, though his disdain for Liu Yin remained unchanged. "Well, what discoveries have you two made?" inquired Ma Mingliang, addressing Zhang Daping and Dai Fei amidst the forest. Zhang Daping shook his head. "Nothing significant. This forest is dense and convoluted. If I hadn't marked my path on the way in, I might have struggled to find my way back." Dai Fei added, "I found nothing either, just trees, and not a single wild fruit in sight." Upon hearing their reports, Ma Mingliang concluded, "It appears this is a barren island, devoid of resources and sustenance. We should return to the beach and stay with the others. Let us go." The three then proceeded toward the beach, unaware that deep within the thicket, a pair of eyes was quietly observing them. Upon their return, Liu Yin immediately inquired, "So, are there any people on the island? Any food or fresh water?" Ma Mingyang responded, "Brother Yin, there is nothing here. This is truly a deserted island. We might even be the first group of people to set foot on it." Meanwhile, Xiang Yu, who had already dried his clothes, interjected, "Brothers, something feels amiss. How many of us are there in total?" Without hesitation, Liu Yin replied, "Is that even a question? There are 22 of us." Xiang Yu quickly remarked, "In that case, we are missing one person, the old soldier who was steering the boat. Where could he be?" The group began to search for him, and Zhang Daping slapped his forehead, saying, "We were so focused on our own brothers that we completely overlooked him. We forgot about the old soldier." Xiang Yu said, somewhat frightened, "Could it be that he drowned in the sea?" To this, Lin Bei interjected, "How could he possibly drown? He is a seasoned veteran. Perhaps he lost his way. Or he might have been fortunate enough to be rescued by a passing vessel." Zhang Daping readily concurred, expressing his belief that Beige's assertions held merit. He added that the bonfire had been continuously ablaze, and should anyone happen to see it, they might be inclined to swim towards it. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu also found it quite reasonable and thus ceased to ponder the matter further. Chapter 28, Divided Paths, Success for Zhang Yu. Failure for Aegon. After more than an hour, everyone's clothing had dried, and they lay upon the beach, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, hoping for any passing vessels. Unfortunately, their expectations were met with disappointment as the sea revealed nothing. At this juncture, Zhang Daping, feeling disheartened, lamented, "Without a boat, how shall we return?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu immediately rose and declared, "I propose we all venture into the forest and gather timber to construct a raft." Aegon, who had been rescued by Zhang Yu, had now become his most loyal follower and eagerly chimed in, "Brother Chong's idea is excellent. Let's head into the woods together and gather wood for the raft." Contrarily, Liu Yin, who had a contentious relationship with Zhang Yu, stood up to counter, "We are unfamiliar with the environment of this island. What if something were to go awry? It would be wiser to remain here and await rescue. Furthermore, there is undoubtedly communication equipment on that speedboat. A few brothers should accompany me to retrieve it. Once we secure it, we shall surely be able to leave this deserted island. Zhang Chong scoffed at this suggestion, replying, if you wish to go, then you may do so alone. My brothers will accompany me into the forest. Let us go. Witnessing this, Liu Yin felt a surge of indignation. In his eyes, had Lin Bei made such a statement, he might have understood, considering Lin Bei's formidable combat prowess and intellect. However, Zhang Chong's words only fueled his disdain, as he viewed Zhang Chong as a quintessential example of brute strength devoid of intellect. Thus, Liu Yin retorted, wait a moment. By what authority do you command everyone? What gives you the right? No one should bear the burden of your decisions. Upon hearing this, the straightforward Zhang Chong removed his jacket, asserting, what is your grievance? Fine. On this island, only one person shall have the final say. If you refuse to accept that, let us settle it with a fight. Liu Yan's temper flared, and he boldly replied, let us fight then. Who fears you? Ding. A voice advised both individuals to pursue their respective plans, promising them a card for mastering the 8 extremes boxing upon completion of their tasks. Lying on the beach, Lin Bei, upon hearing the system's task in his mind, instantly rose, his face illuminating with joy. He had not anticipated that this task would appear so straightforward. Yet the reward was remarkably generous, a card for mastering the 8 extremes boxing, which filled him with excitement. Subsequently, he approached, exclaiming, oh, I heard there is only one person in charge here, and you wish to fight to determine the victor. Were you not aware of my presence while discussing this? Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, despite harboring 100 grievances, the two could only endure, for they knew they could not triumph over him. At that moment, Zhang Daping stepped forward to ingratiate himself, saying, Brother Bei, it is clear that this is your domain. With your formidable strength, who would dare to challenge you? The other recruits nodded in agreement. So, Brother Bei, what shall we do? In order to preserve Long Baichuan and Wu Gang's plans and to temper Xiang Yu's enthusiasm, Lin Bei replied, let us do this. I understand that both of you are quite dissatisfied. Those willing to follow Zhang Chong into the woods to construct rafts may do so, while those who wish to accompany Liu Yin to search for communication devices on the assault boat may follow him. Ultimately, as long as we can lead everyone away from this desolate island, that will be my success. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Zhang Chong and Liu Yin exchanged a glance and dispersed. The majority followed Zhang Chong into the woods, while only 2 accompanied Liu Yin toward the sea. At that moment, only Zhang Daping, Jiang Xiaoyu, and Lin Bei remained on the beach. Zhang Daping then inquired, Brother Bei, Brother Yu, what shall we do now that they have all departed? Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, of course, we must procure food. Having swum in the sea for so long, I am utterly famished. Jiang Xiaoyu echoed, Brother Bei is correct. We must indeed find something to eat. I refuse to believe you, Zhang Daping, are not hungry. Zhang Daping immediately retorted, Gentlemen, please. I am already so hungry that my stomach is pressing against my back, but in this wretched place, how do we find food? Lin Bei responded, Daping, have you never heard the saying, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, rely on the water to eat from the water? The sea is teeming with sustenance. At that moment, Lin Bei's mind brimmed with advanced wilderness survival knowledge, inspiring him to venture into the sea for a practical exploration. As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed a spicy strip behind Zhang Daping. He exchanged a glance with Jiang Xiaoyu and remarked, what a fortuitous find. Upon hearing their conversation and realizing their gazes were fixed behind him, Zhang Daping quickly turned around. Ah, a snake. Beige, fish, help me. I've been terrified of these creatures since childhood. Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, stop screaming. Lower your voice. You might scare away our food, and Beige would surely be upset with you. Zhang Daping responded hastily. Then fish, you must act quickly. I'm frightened. Subdue it at once. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded. No problem, just leave it to me. It's a perfect opportunity to showcase my skills to Beige. He then stepped forward, his eyes meticulously tracking the snake's movements. With lightning speed, he seized the creature by its vital spot. Proudly, Jiang Xiaoyu approached Lin Bei, holding the snake aloft. Beige, what do you think? Wasn't that impressive? Lin Bei smiled and replied, impressive indeed. Jiang Xiaoyu continued, don't rush, Beige. When we go fishing, I have an even more dazzling display in store for you. Lin Bei, intrigued, responded with a slight smile. Well then, let's see who truly shines. Possessing unparalleled wilderness knowledge, he was confident that Jiang Xiaoyu's skills would not surpass his own. Meanwhile, In the forest, Zhang Chong and his companions were fervently chopping down trees. Observing the dedicated group of brothers around him, Zhang Chong resolved to demonstrate his prowess, proving to them that following him was undoubtedly the right choice. Fixing his gaze on a branch high above, he shouted and, with a swift run-up, ascended the tree effortlessly, snapping the branch with ease. He then landed gracefully, eliciting cheers and applause from the onlookers. "Chonggu, well done. I'm glad I chose to follow you," they exclaimed. Aside from Beige, Chonggu is undoubtedly the second strongest. Hearing their praise, a broad smile spread across Zhang Chong's face, and his spirits soared. Not far away, Agon witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." However, upon reflecting on his status as a legendary boxing champion, he felt compelled to showcase his skills before the crowd. After a brief warm-up, Agon emulated Zhang Chong's movements, taking a running start and charging towards a nearby tree. Alas, he failed to grasp the essence of the technique. After just 2 steps, he stumbled and fell in a most ungraceful manner, leaving everyone in fits of laughter. Zhang Chong, witnessing Agon's fall, couldn't help but find it amusing. What a ridiculous endeavor, he thought, recalling that he had trained for years. Mortified by the laughter surrounding him, Agon, feeling humiliated, kicked the tree in frustration. "You wretched tree." Chapter 29. Zhang Chong's defeat. At this moment on the beach, Lin Bei, Xiang Yu, and Zhang Dapeng were leisurely reclining. Xiang Yu was roasting a snake he had just caught. Zhang Dapeng remarked, "Beige brother, fish brother, it has been over 2 hours. Why haven't Liu Yin and the others returned?" Lin Bei reassured him, "Do not fret. Liu Yin is a swimming champion and will undoubtedly be fine." Zhang Dapeng, however, expressed his concern, "But it's been over 2 hours, and there hasn't been a single boat passing by. Do you think the reconnaissance team has forgotten about us and is unaware that our ship has sunk?" Lin Bei replied, "Just stay put and be patient. It is Dragon Team who should be anxious about losing so many men." Xiang Yu chimed in, "Listen to Brother Bei. Let us stay here quietly and enjoy some snake. It's already roasted." He quickly divided the snake into 3 portions, keeping one for himself and giving a larger share to Lin Bei, while ensuring Zhang Dapeng received an equal amount. Lin Bei took a bite of the snake meat Xiang Yu handed him and was pleasantly surprised by its taste. "Well done, Xiaoyu, your skills are quite impressive." Xiang Yu smiled and replied, "Of course, Brother Bei. After all, I have worked in the cooking team. I'm not boasting. My culinary skills surpass those of anyone there. They even sought my advice previously." Zhang Dapeng, eager to flatter, remarked, "As expected of fish brother, I admire you." Lin Bei smiled in response, "You truly have talent." At that moment, Xiang Yu spoke up, "Brother Bei, Dapeng, are you interested in making a little fortune?" Before Lin Bei could respond, Zhang Dapeng interjected, "Fish brother, where in this desolate place could we possibly make money?" Xiang Yu confidently asserted, "I assure you, there is opportunity to be found." Knowing the answer, Lin Bei remained silent, a knowing smile gracing his face. Upon seeing this smile, Xiang Yu understood that Lin Bei had already grasped his thoughts. Consequently, he immediately spoke up, "Brother Bei, you truly deserve to be my brother. Our minds are undeniably in sync." Hearing this, Lin Bei replied, "Hold on, let us not use that phrase so casually. I'll assist you shortly, and I shall also showcase my skills." Meanwhile, in the sea, Liu Yin, Ma Mingliang, and Dai Fei were searching the area where the speedboat had sunk. As the 3 emerged from the water, Ma Mingliang was the first to speak. "Brother Yin, we've been searching for over an hour without a single clue. Dai Fei and I are nearly exhausted. Moreover, I fear that if we linger too long, we might encounter a shark, and we could very well meet our end here." Upon hearing this, Liu Yin furrowed his brow and encouraged, "Just a little longer. If I recall correctly, it should be in this vicinity." Ma Mingyang surveyed the endless expanse of the ocean and could not help but exclaim, "But Brother Yin, there are no landmarks around. Can you be certain that it is indeed this area? If we are mistaken, we would have labored in vain and may even risk becoming shark bait." Dai Fei echoed, "Indeed, Brother Yin, can you truly be sure?" Liu Yin spoke with conviction, "Trust me, let us search separately for a while longer. If we have not found anything in 10 minutes, we shall return." With Liu Yin's firm assurance, the 2 reluctantly nodded and submerged once more in search of their quarry. Meanwhile, in the woods, Zhang Chong emerged with the collected wood, only to be met with a perplexing question from Agon. "Brother Chong, it has just occurred to me that we have no rope. How shall we bind these logs together to construct a raft?" Taken aback, Zhang Chong glanced at the pile of wood and then at Agon. "Why are you asking me? Can't you devise a solution yourself? Day in and day out, all I hear is questions." Agon, momentarily stunned by Zhang Chong's words, could only helplessly scratch his head. At that moment in the sea, Liu Yin resurfaced, holding a satellite phone with palpable excitement. Come quickly, I've found it. Within seconds, Ma Mingyang and Dai Fei broke the surface. Upon seeing the satellite phone in Liu Yan's hand, Ma Mingyang exclaimed, "It's all thanks to you, Brother Yan. Truly, you are the swimming champion. When we return, we must thoroughly tease Zhang Chong and the others. Let us see what they have to say." At this moment, Dai Fei expressed his doubt. After soaking in the sea for several hours, can this still be used? Ma Mingyang replied, "No problem. This item is called an ORC. It's waterproof and sun-resistant." "That's good. Let's swim back quickly. I'm a bit afraid of sharks." Dai Fei responded immediately. "Charge." On the beach, Agon pondered for a moment and then said, "I've got it. Chonggu, I think of a brilliant plan that will surely work." Zhang Chong replied without hesitation, "What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Stop dawdling." Agon proposed, "We can all take off our clothes and tear them into strips. This way, we can use them to tie the raft, right everyone?" The other new recruits heard Agon's suggestion and found it quite reasonable. Indeed, Agon is right. I support it. I support it too. Upon hearing Agon's suggestion, Zhang Chong was rendered speechless. What nonsense is this? We've stripped down and torn our clothes into rags. And you expect us to return to the brigade in such a state? Can you not conjure a more sensible idea? The others, upon hearing Zhang Chong's explanation, realized the validity of his reasoning. Indeed, they had almost been deceived. If they were to return in such a state, it would surely make headlines the next day, leading to a complete loss of dignity. In the face of Zhang Chong and the group's reproaches, Agon found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly glancing around. At that moment, he spotted Liu Yin and his companions approaching from the sea. Seizing the opportunity to change the subject, he exclaimed, "Chonggu, look over there. Liu Yin and the others are back." Upon hearing Agon's words, Zhang Chong immediately led the group over. As they approached, Agon inquired, "How did your search go?" Ma Mingyang replied, "That's none of your concern. First, tell us about your progress with the raft." Agon promptly echoed Ma Mingyang's original words. "That's not something you need to worry about." However, following Ma Mingyang, the three approached Zhang Chong and his companions, catching sight of the timber strewn upon the ground. Ma Mingyang scoffed, "Oh, it appears your raft is still not completed. My apologies, but we have successfully retrieved our communication devices." At that moment, Liu Yin cast a triumphant glance at Zhang Chong. "Ma Mingyang, do show them the distress signal," he urged. "I'm afraid, Zhang Chong, the competition has concluded, and you have lost." In the distance, Lin Bei and his two companions observed the unfolding events with a sense of detachment. Chapter 30. Utter Defeat. The Apex Hunter emerges. Zhang Daping spoke up, "Brother Bei, do you think they succeeded? Can we leave this place?" Knowing the answer, Lin Bei shook his head. "They certainly have not succeeded. Xiang Yu, Daping, let us commence our plan." Eager to make money, Xiang Yu chimed in, "Brother Bei is right. Let us find some tools and get started. Tonight, we shall undoubtedly reap a bountiful reward. Let us go." With that, the trio ventured into the woods, hunting for the appropriate tools to begin their fishing and crab-catching endeavors. Meanwhile, upon hearing Liu Yan's command, Ma Mingyang promptly pressed the distress button, only to find it unresponsive. "It can't be out of power, can it?" Dai Fei queried. Ma Mingyang quickly retorted, "Impossible. This transmitter is definitely functional. Its battery life lasts nearly 2 months. How could it be dead?" Hearing Ma Mingyang's voice, Liu Yin snatched the transmitter and began frantically pressing the buttons. Witnessing this, Zhang Chong couldn't help but mock. "What is the matter? Aren't you the victors? Keep calling." Agon added, "Well, now we've got a problem. Our raft isn't constructed, and the communication device you brought is defective. These past few hours have been utterly futile." Disappointment washed over the group. In the woods, Lin Bei discovered a straight sapling. With a swift kick, the sapling bent and snapped. He emerged with the sapling, whittled away the unnecessary branches with his knife, and soon found a piece of cloth on the beach. After binding the knife to the straight trunk, Lin Bei had fashioned a perfect fishing tool. Testing its feel, he found it quite satisfactory. At that moment, Xiang Yu and Zhang Daping glanced at Lin Bei's creation and praised, "Brother Bei, this looks remarkably professional." Lin Bei smiled. "It's essential to show you what true professionalism looks like. Let us begin our endeavor." Xiang Yu and Zhang Daping responded in unison, "Understood." They promptly set about their fishing plan. Lin Bei approached the shoreline, glancing at the small fish in the shallow waters, which did not pique his interest. He continued onward until he reached the deeper waters. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei dove beneath the surface. It must be said that the fishing resources in the waters surrounding this small island are remarkably abundant. As Lin Bei descended into the depths, he was immediately greeted by a plethora of marine fish swimming around him. Armed with his fishing spear, he commenced his search for larger prey. Meanwhile, in the shallows, Zhang Daping and Xiang Xiaoyu had already begun to haul in their catches. Zhang Daping, wielding a long spear, precisely targeted a fish's location and swiftly thrust it into the water, successfully securing his catch. With the fish impaled on his spear, a look of joy illuminated his face. Not far away, Xiang Xiaoyu had spotted a sizable crab. Cautiously, he extended his hand into the water and, seizing the moment before the crab could react, swiftly grasped its back. Pulling it out of the water, Xiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle at his impressive find. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, still submerged in the deeper waters, continued his quest for prey. Although several fish weighing 3 to 4 kilograms dangled from his waist, he remained unsatisfied. After all, having utilized a wilderness survival card, he felt it would be a disservice to catch only a few small fish. As Lin Bei searched, a colossal creature approached nearby. Sensing the imminent danger while focusing on his pursuit of larger fish, he turned to see a shark, exceeding 2 meters in length, gliding toward him. Goodness! There are indeed sharks in these waters? Why hadn't I encountered one before? Lin Bei soon discerned the source of the issue. The blood from the fish he had previously caught was attracting the shark. At this moment, the shark was less than 5 meters from him. Yet it refrained from launching an attack, sensing a palpable aura of danger emanating from Lin Bei. After locking eyes with Lin Bei for half a minute, the shark turned and swam deeper into the ocean. Lin Bei scoffed. Is that all? A mere small shark? I expected something more formidable. He had contemplated activating his Master of Bejiquan card when the shark approached, but now that it had retreated, he dismissed the thought. For the moment, the pursuit of larger fish remained paramount. Finally, fortune favored the diligent. Amidst a cluster of corals, he discovered a sizable flounder, approximately 1 meter in length and weighing around 50 kilograms. At last, his efforts bore fruit. Subsequently, Lin Bei accelerated toward his destination, oblivious to the imminent danger that the flounder was blissfully unaware of, meandering leisurely in the water. To the flounder, this coral reef was its rightful kingdom, allowing it to swim with such nonchalance. Only the occasional shark could make it retreat slightly. Otherwise, other fish were merely its sustenance. Unfortunately for the flounder, today it encountered Lin Bei. With a fishing spear in hand, Lin Bei stealthily approached the flounder's diagonal rear. After silently counting to 3, he launched the spear with precision, piercing through the flounder's chest. Remarkably, despite such a grievous injury, the flounder did not perish immediately. Instead, it attempted to flee, dragging the spear along in its wake. Seeing his dinner attempting to escape, Lin Bei could not afford to let it slip away, so he swiftly pursued it. Given the flounder's grievous wound and the weight of the spear, it did not swim far before Lin Bei caught up. Holding the spear firmly, he began to swim towards the shallows with the flounder in tow. Barely 2 minutes had passed since their departure when a shark, accompanied by several others, approached from the depths, having locked eyes with Lin Bei earlier. On the shore, Xiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Daping were already busy sorting through their bounty. They had caught a total of 24 fish, 10 crabs, and 8 lobsters, a truly monumental harvest. Xiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in excitement. Zhang Daping replied, Brother Fish? This doesn't even account for Brother Bei's catch. When he returns, his haul will likely be even more impressive. However, a look of concern crossed Xiang Xiaoyu's face. But Brother Bei has been down there for quite some time now. Aside from a few brief moments to surface for air, why is there no sign of him? However, as soon as Xiang Xiaoyu concluded his statement, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. Not far away in the shallow waters, Lin Bei approached, triumphantly bearing a nearly 1 meter long flounder. Goodness gracious! Exclaimed Zhang Daping, who was equally taken aback by this spectacle. Chapter 31. Seafood Buffet, how about that? I told you I was an exceptional hunter, didn't I? Lin Bei declared as he presented the flounder to Xiang Xiaoyu. After taking a moment to admire their haul, and then Lin Bei's impressive catch, Xiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but commend him. I am in absolute awe of you, Brother Bei. You are akin to Gui Jing from the Legend of the Condor heroes, Qiao Feng from Demigods and Semi-Devils, and Ling Hu Chong from the Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Truly remarkable. At this, Lin Bei swiftly interrupted. Enough with the flattery. If you continue, it will be dark before we know it. I'm going to search the woods for some spices. By the way, Daping, could you dig a large pit for me? This enormous flounder will take too long to grill on skewers, and the meat may not cook evenly. So let us prepare a pit for roasting the fish. Oh, Xiao Yu, what was your initial pricing? Jiang Xiao Yu promptly responded, Brother Bei, I had initially set it at 81. With a grin, Lin Bei replied, with the addition of this flounder, an increase of 20 seems reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Jiang Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. That's not unreasonable. A 20-unit increase is a bargain. Brother Bei, you truly are a wonderful person. Zhang Daping chimed in. Indeed, Brother Bei, you are genuinely a great person. However, Lin Bei then spoke again. When you promote in the evening, divide it into two categories. One is the standard option priced at 80. And the other is the luxurious option, which allows for the consumption of flounder, priced at 100. Jiang Xiaoyu responded, Brother Bei, your strategy is truly remarkable. We admire you. Same here. Zhang Daping chimed in. All right, enough talk. Let's get to work. Lin Bei instructed the two. Consequently, they immediately set about their tasks, one preparing the fish and the other digging the pit. After placing the fish on the ground, Lin Bei ventured back into the woods, seeking spices. Simply roasting the fish would yield a pleasant taste, yet it felt lacking in some essence, a bit unaccustomed. Drawing upon the extensive knowledge afforded by the Wilderness Prince card, Lin Bei soon made a discovery. Wow, rosemary. Excellent, I'll take this. Continuing deeper into the woods, he stumbled upon an astonishing sight. Under a nearby tree stood several robust plants, 2 meters high, with leaves measuring 40 to 50 centimeters in length. It was lemongrass. What a delightful find. My roasted fish is saved. Quickly harvesting some, Lin Bei noticed the day was waning, and his stomach was already growling. He promptly made his way back outside. Just as he emerged, he spotted a banana tree about 10 meters diagonally from him and hurried over. I almost forgot about you. Without you, what would I do with my roasted fish? He swiftly plucked a dozen banana leaves, nearly stripping the tree bare, before feeling satisfied. As he stepped out, Zhang Daping rushed over and exclaimed, Brother Bei, the pit is ready. Now it's your turn to shine. Lin Bei smiled and replied, No problem, let us get to work. The three of us. By the way, I found some lemongrass. Let's tie it with the fish to enhance the flavor. Zhang Daping joyfully responded, Brother Bei is impressive. The three of them then began to diligently follow their tasks, Zhang Daping grilling the fish, Jiang Xiaoyu preparing his crabs, and Lin Bei focusing on his ultimate creation, the pit-roasted flounder. They worked in a well-organized manner, and soon the sky darkened. Under Lin Bei's subtle glance, Jiang Xiaoyu spoke up, Daping, be sure to grill the fish well, don't let it burn. Zhang Daping immediately understood and replied, Brother Fish, are our crabs ready yet? Jiang Xiaoyu responded, they'll be ready shortly. He then glanced over at Lin Bei, Brother Bei, how's your pit-roasted flounder coming along? I can already smell the aroma. We all know it must be delicious. Lin Bei smiled and assured him, it will be ready soon. We'll savor it together. Upon hearing the blatant temptations of the three individuals, coupled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafting through the air, the already ravenous crowd began to salivate profusely. At this moment, the famished Aegon rose to his feet and approached the grilled fish skewered over the fire. He inhaled the fragrant scent, which instantly overwhelmed his senses. Grabbing the fish, he was poised to devour it whole. Sensing the opportunity, Jiang Xiaoyu promptly approached him. Hold on, Aegon. This is a seafood buffet, and we offer 2 tiers. The regular tier consists of grilled fish and crabs that you can enjoy at will. The other tier is the luxury option, where you can indulge in the baked flounder from Brother Bei's pit. Surely, you witnessed Brother Bei carrying that fish ashore this afternoon. By the way, the regular tier is priced at 80, while the luxury tier is 100. Aegon, may I ask which tier you prefer? If funds are tight, you can settle the bill later when we return to the beast camp. Upon hearing these prices, Aegon was taken aback. Wait a minute. 80 for the regular tier and 100 for the luxury tier? Jiang Xiaoyu, we are all comrades here. Is it reasonable to set such high prices? Jiang Xiaoyu immediately switched to his persuasive mode. You must understand that this fish has been freshly cooked within 3 hours of being caught from the sea. Entirely fresh and free from harmful substances. Moreover, we have painstakingly sourced spices from the woods. Charging you 80 is already a familial price. As for the luxury tier at 100, that is for the 50-pound flounder from Brother Bei. Have you ever consumed a 50-pound fish? Listen up, everyone. The regular tier is 80, while the luxury tier is 100, which includes the privilege of enjoying Brother Bei's pit-roasted flounder, a truly substantial fish. Upon hearing these prices, the crowd murmured their discontent. That's exorbitant. We can't afford that. However, Aegon, who was already famished, immediately remarked upon catching the delightful aroma wafting through the air. I would like a lavish portion, please. I want to eat my fill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu cheerfully replied, Sure thing. 100 luxurious grilled fish for Aegon. Pick them up from Brother Bei. If it's not enough, you can always ask for more. It's all you can eat. With that, Aegon dashed over to Lin Bei. Brother Bei, is it ready? I'm absolutely starving. Lin Bei promptly produced a package of grilled flounder, wrapped in mud and banana leaves. Here you go, be careful. It's hot. The enticing scent wafting from within made Aegon's stomach rumble audibly. Thank you, Brother Bei. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open the outer wrapping, revealing a generous portion of fragrant fish. Aegon could hardly contain his excitement as he took a hearty bite, exclaiming, "This is amazing. So delicious." The surrounding recruits, witnessing Aegon's reaction, began to shout in unison, "I want a lavish portion too." Me too. Observing this scene, Xiang Xiaoyu laughed. Everyone, be patient. Take your time. There is plenty for all. Noticing Lu Yin and Zhang Chong lingering at a distance, Lin Bei waved them over. Xiang Xiaoyu immediately rushed over to inquire, "What's up?" "Brother Bei?" Lin Bei replied calmly, "Please send a portion over to Lu Yin and Zhang Chong. It's on the house." Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Yin and Zhang Chong and smiled, saying, "Brother Bei, your thoughts align perfectly with mine." Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoyu took 2 packages of grilled fish and approached them. "You two must be starving. Have some? This is grilled by Brother Bei himself." Zhang Chong took it without hesitation, tearing open the banana leaves and indulging eagerly. Lu Yin, on the other hand, responded coolly, "No thanks, I'm not hungry." Zhang Xiaoyu, with a smile, reassured him, "Don't worry, Brother Bei has covered the cost for you." Hearing this, Lu Yin accepted the fish. As he had merely been putting on a brave face, in truth, he was quite hungry. Once both were eating, Zhang Xiaoyu added, "Take your time. There's more over there if you need it." Zhang Chong responded, "All right then, I won't hold back." Before long, everyone had eaten their fill. Some chatting by the bonfire, others dozing off, while a few simply stared into space. At that moment, Zhang Daping approached Lin Bei and Jiang Xiaoyu, saying, "Brother Bei. Fish brother, there are a total of 22 people, excluding the 3 of us and the 2 who ate for free. We've made a total of 1,007. Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Daping then withdrew. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled. "This revenue is quite impressive, Brother Bei." Lin Bei said nonchalantly, "Well, it is what it is." At that moment, he noticed that Zhang Chong was lost in thought, so he spoke up. "What's on your mind, Zhang Chong? Are you contemplating that female soldier we encountered earlier today?" Jiang Xiaoyu chimed in, looking at him. He must be thinking about it. Zhang Chong was about to explode with anger, but after glancing at Lin Bei, he realized he was no match for him, and having just enjoyed the fish they caught, he could only reply, "No, I'm not thinking about anything. Don't get carried away with your assumptions." To which Lin Bei teased, "All right then. You're just a stubborn duck. Let us get some sleep." Jiang Xiaoyu added, "I hope we can go back tomorrow." Sleep, sleep. Zhang Chong looked at the two. And after pondering the female soldier they had met that morning, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 32. The troops split up. Crisis at dawn. As Jiang Xiaoyu opened his eyes, he spotted a helicopter in the sky and immediately exclaimed, brothers, wake up. There's a plane up there. It must be here to rescue us." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's voice, everyone excitedly opened their eyes and stood up. At that moment, Zhang Daping spoke, "Brothers, take off your jackets and wave them. This way, the chances of it seeing us increase." Lin Bei, already aware of the outcome, lay quietly on the ground, observing his comrades' frantic movements with a calm demeanor. The new recruits were shouting and hollering, creating a cacophony akin to a bustling market. Unfortunately, their exuberant calls only seemed to spur the helicopter to fly away faster. Soon, it vanished from their sight. Seeing the helicopter depart, Zhang Daping lamented, "It's over. The army has completely abandoned us." Zhang Chong, in a fit of anger, hurled the stick he was holding aside. At that moment, Lu Yin said, "Everyone, don't panic. The fact that a helicopter flew by indicates we are not too far from land." Ma Mingyang concurred, "Yin Gu is right. We should quickly devise a plan to construct a raft. Once we have it ready, we can leave this island." To this, Agon retorted, "Ma Mingyang, why are you in such a rush? Crafting the raft is our responsibility, so keep your comments to yourself." Dai Fei, witnessing Agon's confrontation with his comrade, immediately shot back, "What's with you? Do you have the materials to build a raft?" Ma Mingyang, not one to back down, answered, "Dai Fei makes a valid point. Do you have rope to tie the raft? Without rope, how will you construct it?" Hearing these words, Agon's temper flared, and he angrily declared, "Say that again. I dare you." Ma Mingyang mocked, "You don't have any rope? And I've already said it. What are you going to do about it? Aegon raised his fist and charged towards Ma Mingliang, but fortunately, a nearby recruit swiftly restrained him. Unfazed by Aegon's aggression, Ma Mingliang boldly retorted, "Come on. Do you think I'm afraid of your iron fist?" At that moment, Lin Bei intervened, stating, "Enough with the noise. It's just a rope. When I went in yesterday to gather spices, I discovered an abundance of rami vines inside. Those are far sturdier than any rope." Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, the crowd fell silent. Ru Yin then inquired, "Lin Bei, what do you suggest we do now?" Lin Bei commanded, "We shall divide our forces into 3 groups, one to search for rami vines, another to locate a water source, and the last to find food. Dai Fei and a few brothers will search for water, as he is the swiftest. As for fruit, I, Jiang Xiaoyu, and Zhang Dapeng will go, while the rest of you will gather rami vines. Do you have any objections to my plan? If not, let us act swiftly." Zhang Chong seemed to want to voice an opinion, but considering Lin Bei's prowess and the fish they had consumed the previous night, he ultimately refrained. When he saw that no one else reacted, Lin Bei proclaimed, "In that case, let us commence our mission." The group then set off according to Lin Bei's designated teams. Meanwhile, as Lin Bei led Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Dapeng deeper into the woods, Zhang Dapeng spotted some fruit ahead. Famished, he rushed towards it, eager to pluck a piece and devour it. Observing this, Lin Bei quickly shouted, "Zhang Dapeng, hold on. Don't eat it yet." "What is wrong, Bei Ge?" Zhang Dapeng replied. Before Lin Bei could respond, Jiang Xiaoyu interjected, "Isn't it obvious? That fruit looks toxic." Lin Bei concurred, stating, "Indeed, Xiaoyu is correct. This fruit is called the leprosy fruit. When ripe, its skin turns yellow, and consuming it can lead to visual disturbances and even pose a threat to one's life." Earlier, upon entering the forest, Lin Bei had activated a wilderness survival card. Having utilized such cards multiple times, he realized they had time limitations. Firstly, once a card's function was entirely exhausted, such as the 10-kilometer armed cross-country prince card, it would disappear after completion, yet leave a faint impression in his mind. Secondly, functional cards, like the wilderness survival card he had used yesterday, only lasted 6 hours, and once that time elapsed, no memory of it would remain. This was why he had promptly employed a wilderness survival card upon entering the forest. Otherwise, consuming the wrong wild fruit could have dire consequences. Once again, Bei Ge proves to be the expert, came the admiration from the group. Upon witnessing Lin Bei effortlessly identify the varieties of fruits and articulate the potential side effects of consumption, Jiang Xiaoyu expressed profound admiration. "Brother Bei, you are truly a polymath. Without your expertise, I might have perished here," he exclaimed. Zhang Dapeng immediately chimed in with praise as well. "All right, enough flattery. Let us proceed and continue our search for fruits," Lin Bei replied. Subsequently, the trio advanced onward. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Fei stumbled upon a spring and promptly called over the other 3 new recruits. "Look, isn't there a spring here?" As they approached, the trio gasped in astonishment. Indeed, there is a spring. Without hesitation, the 4 began cupping their hands to drink from the spring, quenching their thirst after a day without water. Unbeknownst to the 4, a pair of eyes in the dense forest nearby was keenly observing their every move. On the beach, the group, having gathered rami vines, had already commenced the construction of their raft. Ma Mingyang, while lifting a piece of wood, remarked, "I have truly had enough of this wretched place. If we finish quickly, we can depart from here sooner." "Wait a moment, Yan Gu," he added, "our raft is nearly complete. Yet why have Dai Fei and the others not returned from their search for water? Be brother, their quest for fruit must have slowed them down, but surely finding water should not take this long," Liu Yin replied. "They should be back soon. Once they return, we shall set off," Ma Mingyang exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Splendid. We can finally leave this dreadful place. I am utterly fed up with it," he continued, eliciting cheers from the other recruits, who likewise were weary of life on this desolate island. At that moment, Zhang Chong handed a few rami vines to a fellow recruit, cautioning, "Everyone, make sure to bind it tightly. Otherwise, if it falls apart halfway, we shall all become shark bait." "Rest assured, Chong Ge, it will be secured firmly," Ma Mingyang assured, thumping his chest. "Let us return now. We have gathered enough wild fruit," Lin Bei instructed the 2 men behind him. "Indeed, following Bei Ge is far more comfortable," Zhang Dapeng replied, munching on a wild mango. "Yes, with Bei Ge, there is food and drink aplenty," Jiang Xiaoyu chimed in with a smile. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the serene atmosphere. Chapter 33, The Wild Man, Why Aren't They Fighting Back? After observing the 4 as they drank water, Xiang Yu had already devised a plan for capture in his mind. With swift motion, like a sudden gust of wind, he launched himself towards the unsuspecting quartet. Two of the four had not yet registered the danger before Xiang Yu struck them unconscious. Only Dai Fei, retaining a sliver of vigilance, witnessed the scene and immediately took flight. Another recruit, caught off guard, was also knocked out by a single blow from Xiang Yu. Seeing Dai Fei escape, Xiang Yu remained composed, intending to first drag the three captured individuals to a place of confinement. After all, there would be ample opportunities later. Meanwhile, on the beach, Zhang Chong and the others heard the screams. That sounds like a human scream, Ma Mingliang exclaimed. Could it be that Dai Fei and the others are in trouble? Let us investigate, Zhang Chong urged. All right. The group promptly abandoned their tasks and rushed towards the sound. Simultaneously, in Lin Bei's camp, Zhang Daping voiced his concern. Bei go. You go. That sound seems to be Dai Fei's. Could something have happened to him? Then we should go and check, Lin Bei decided. Lin Bei responded, fully aware that Xiang Yu had begun to act. Xiang Yu, I have eagerly awaited this moment for a long time. He then hurried off with Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Daping. When they arrived, they found only Dai Fei, panting and visibly terrified. The impatient Zhang Chong immediately inquired, Dai Fei, where's everyone else? Ma Mingliang echoed, yes, what happened earlier? Zhang Daping, noticing Dai Fei's empty hands, added, what about the water you were supposed to find? Not a single drop in sight. Overwhelmed by their barrage of questions, Dai Fei was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. Lin Bei stepped forward, saying, let him answer at his own pace. Dai Fei addressed their questions one by one. Taking a deep breath, Dai Fei replied, all right, Brother Bei. He proceeded to respond in the order the questions were asked. We found the water source, but while we were drinking, we encountered. At this point, the memory of the terrifying scene caused him to falter. Seeing his hesitation, the group pressed him. What did you find? Don't leave us in suspense. After a brief pause to collect himself, Dai Fei continued. We encountered a being that was neither human nor ghost. It knocked out two of my brothers instantly. The third was still in shock when he was also incapacitated. If I hadn't fled quickly, you wouldn't be seeing me now. I vaguely saw that creature dragging them away. The group was taken aback, their faces reflecting shock and fear. Only Zhang Chong, unacquainted with terror, stepped forward. What do you mean by a being that is neither human nor ghost? Dai Fei, now anxious, exclaimed, it was exactly that. A being that was neither human nor ghost. Its speed was extraordinary, and in my panic, I could hardly see clearly. Just as he was about to elaborate further, he noticed flames erupting on the beach. What is happening over there? Why is it on fire? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Realizing that the fire was consuming the very spot where their makeshift raft had been constructed, they rushed back to the scene. When they arrived, the raft was ablaze. They hastily scooped up sand from the beach, attempting to extinguish the fire. Lin Bei interjected, there's no point in trying to salvage it. It's already beyond repair. Even if we manage to put it out, all we'll recover is a pile of charcoal. Ma Mingyang exclaimed in indignation, what have we done to deserve this? Not only have our people been captured, but our raft has also been set ablaze. They truly wish for us to remain stranded on this desolate island. Zhang Chong, witnessing the timber he had painstakingly gathered and the meticulously crafted raft succumb to the flames, was filled with profound rage. He turned and shouted into the forest. Who did this? Step forward and face me. I'll make sure you regret it. If you have any courage, come out instead of hiding like a coward. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu interjected, enough, Baldy. Save your breath. If he dared confront us, he wouldn't resort to such cowardly tactics. Zhang Chong, angered, shook his hands in frustration. Indeed, what a spineless coward to engage in such disgraceful acts. At that juncture, Lin Bei directed his gaze towards the nearby woods and remarked calmly, he isn't gone far. He is still in those trees. The quickest to react, Zhang Daping, upon hearing Lin Bei's words, immediately glanced in that direction. Yes, I see him. There's someone just ahead of us. Soon after, Dai Fei turned as well, and, upon spotting the figure, cried out, that's him. He is the one who took our 3 teammates. The group instantly began shouting and pursuing him. Stop right there, you scoundrel. Unfortunately, their speed was no match for Xiang Yu, who was intimately familiar with the island's terrain. After just a few paces, he vanished from their sight. Stop. Don't chase him. We'll never catch up. He knows this terrain far better than we do. Lin Bei gestured for them to halt. What Brother Bei says is true. We can't keep up, Jiang Xiaoyu panted beside him. At this moment, Lu Yan focused his gaze on Dai Fei. Dai Fei, are you certain that the one who burned the raft is the same person who ambushed you? Dai Fei affirmed, absolutely. I would recognize him even if he turned to ash. He runs faster than I do, and I feel utterly humiliated. It is noteworthy that Dai Fei was a long-distance champion, and being outpaced was indeed a blow to his pride. Ma Mingliang, wearing a worried expression, pondered aloud. What is his issue? Why is he antagonizing us? What have we done to provoke him? Zhang Daping, in a somewhat superstitious manner, replied. I recalled seeing something on television about primitive forests or deserted islands inhabited by wild men, covered in hair, who consume human flesh and drink blood. Do you think this fellow could be one of those wild men? Perhaps he has been secretly observing us since we arrived on the island. Upon hearing this, Dai Fei immediately concurred. If that's the case, he truly is a wild man. A shiver coursed through my body as Zhang Daping trembled beside me. Zhang Chong waved dismissively, his face etched with disdain. Enough. Silence. Whether he is a wild man or a bird man, we are many and should not fear him. If you have courage, join me in capturing him. Lu Yin rose to counter. Taking them with you would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Setting aside whether you can find the wild man, even if you do, what then? You remain stranded on this desolate island. Our foremost priority is to escape this island. Thus, someone must guard the beach, awaiting passing ships or military rescue. Zhang Chong, incensed by Lu Yan's persistent opposition, retorted, Why must you always stand against me? If you have grievances, let us settle them through combat. Words are of no consequence. Lu Yan shot back, It is precisely because following you leads to but one outcome, failure. If it comes to a fight, I fear you not. Zhang Chong's gaze fixed intensely on Lu Yan. Come on, let us fight. With that declaration, he prepared to charge. Fight then. Lu Yan matched his fervor, rushing forward. Strike until one falls, and I shall promptly dig a grave for you. Lin Bei interjected, his voice commanding. At his words, both ceased their movements. Why the sudden halt? Lin Bei mocked. All right, Brother Bei, perhaps you should outline our next steps. At that moment, Zhang Daping stepped forward with a smile, offering Zhang Chong and Lu Yin a way out of their confrontation. Chapter 34. The Single Charge. Bait Agon. Lin Bei began. Given the circumstances, I shall share my perspective. First and foremost, we must capture the wild man. After all, he has taken 3 of our brothers. We came intact, and we shall leave intact. The plan is simple. Remain together, with one person stationed on the beach to monitor passing vessels, while the others pursue the wild man. As for me, I shall act alone. The rationale behind this was not solely Lin Bei's desire to confront Xiang Yu one-on-one, but also due to the recent activation of a system task. Ding. Who is the god of war? One must remain until the end and defeat Xiang Yu in a direct confrontation. Task success will yield a shard of the heart-saving pill. Thus, Lin Bei articulated his strategy. Jiang Xiaoyu interjected, Brother Bei. Are you implying that you will not join us? Zhang Daping added, Brother Bei, you must think this through. He is a wild man, after all. Dai Fei concurred, Bei. That wild man is remarkably swift. I cannot keep up with him, and he has the ability to incapacitate all 3 of us warriors in an instant. His strength is formidable. Even Lu Yin and Zhang Chong gazed at Lin Bei with astonishment, as they had not anticipated that he would engage in battle alone. No matter. I possess great confidence in my own abilities. I shall set off first. He then proceeded towards Su Yu's location. As Lin Bei ventured further away, Jiang Xiaoyu stepped forward, proclaiming, Now let us execute the plan formulated by Bei. However, I have conceived a rather rudimentary idea that might allow us to capture that wild man before Bei does. At this moment, something sparked in Jiang Xiaoyu's mind, prompting her to speak up. What method? Can we be certain we can outpace him? Zhang Chong inquired eagerly. For although he could not match Lin Bei's prowess, the prospect of apprehending the wild man before Lin Bei would still signify triumph. Indeed, do not keep us in suspense. Speak swiftly, Lu Yin urged, observing Jiang Xiaoyu as hesitation, as he too desired to capture the wild man ahead of Lin Bei. Everyone, do not fret. Let us first proceed to the spring mentioned by Dai Fei and examine it closely to see if we can uncover any clues. Jiang Xiaoyu chuckled. Before long, the group arrived at the site where Dai Fei had discovered the spring. Dai Fei remarked, This is the spot. The 3 of them were overpowered and subsequently taken from here. After surveying the surroundings, Jiang Xiaoyu stated, This location is excellent. Water is nearby, and the dense underbrush allows for ambushes. It appears that the wild man is quite clever. However, despite his cunning, we have our own strategies to counter him. Listen to me. We must conceal ourselves first. At this moment, on the beach, Ma Mingyang shouted with excitement, Brothers, we are saved. We can finally leave this wretched island. Du Lin, standing nearby, inquired. Really? You mustn't be deceiving me. Ma Mingyong replied. How could I deceive you? I yearn to leave this cursed island more than anyone. I have repaired this device, and soon we will be able to contact our reconnaissance team and send out a distress signal. However, this location is too low-lying. We must find a higher vantage point. Come, follow me into the woods. Dude, if we all leave, won't the beach be unguarded? If a ship passes by, we will miss our chance for rescue, Ma Mingyong immediately countered. Do not dwell on that, do you? With this device I have repaired. As long as we find a signal spot, we can quickly contact the reconnaissance team. What are we still doing here, waiting idly? Brother Liang is right. Let's go, Dayu. We've waited here for so long, yet not even the shadow of a boat has appeared, Du Lin advised. Very well, let's depart, Dayu replied, finding their words quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, in pursuit of Xiang Yu's trail, had ventured deep into the woods. Employing the knowledge gleaned from the wilderness survival Little Prince card to examine the footprints left behind by Xiang Yu. With his meticulous observation and newfound wealth of experience, Lin Bei soon identified the traces left by Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu, wait for me. I have a surprise in store for you. At that moment, by the spring, Xiang Xiaoyu was concealed behind a large rock with the others. After enduring 2.5 hours of waiting, they had yet to catch sight of the wild man. Zhang Chong, having been thoroughly bitten by mosquitoes, could no longer contain his frustration. What a ridiculous method this is. We've waited so long, and not a single figure has appeared. Staying here serves only to feed the mosquitoes. Look at how many bites I've received, he exclaimed, showcasing the welts on his skin. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly offered reassurance. Don't panic, Baldy. We must remain calm and wait a little longer. That fellow will surely show up. At that moment, Agon urged, Brother Chong, crouch down, let us wait a bit longer. Zhang Chong, in a crouched position, complained, what are we hiding for? We've been here ages. The mosquitoes are about to finish me off. Who knows, the wild man might not even appear before I succumb to these bites. Suddenly, Agon exclaimed, I have a brilliant idea. Hearing this, Zhang Chong eagerly inquired, quickly share it. I'm not keen on feeding mosquitoes any longer. With a grin, Agon proposed, since we have fire, let us simply set this forest ablaze. That wild man will definitely come out. Upon hearing Agon's suggestion, Zhang Chong found it quite reasonable. That's a good idea, far better than Jiang Xiaoyu's. I like this plan. However, Lu Yen immediately countered. Have you considered that we still have 3 comrades in the wild man's grasp? Jiang Xiaoyu added. Indeed, you rogue. Are you intent on endangering our comrades? Nevertheless, Agon's words sparked an idea in Zhang Chong, who said, I will refine my approach. We shall use a decoy to lure the wild man out. Upon hearing the term decoy, Zhang Chong quickly scanned the group. A decoy? Who's going to take on that role? I certainly want T. I intend to capture that wild man myself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at Dai Fei, who immediately looked towards Zhang Daping. Zhang Daping followed suit, directing his gaze towards Lu Yen, who in turn fixed his eyes upon the final target, Agon. Noticing this, Agon considered shifting his gaze to Zhang Chong. But as he did so, he found Zhang Chong looking back at him, his eyes emanating an aura of dominance. Meanwhile, the collective gaze of the group converged on Agon. Why are you all staring at me? You can't possibly expect me to be the bait. Jiang Xiaoyu exclaimed hastily. No, that would be inappropriate for you, Zhang Chong replied. I concur, you are not suitable for that role. Several others nodded in agreement. Faced with such blatant disdain, Agon slapped his thigh and protested. What is this? Are you all looking down on me? Why am I deemed unsuitable? Seeing that Agon had taken the bait, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly clarified. It's not that we look down on you, Agon. Being bait requires someone who is bold, skillful, agile, and possesses a sharp mind to adapt to changing circumstances. The average person simply cannot fulfill this role. Upon hearing these descriptors, Agon immediately responded. But I possess all those qualities. I am undoubtedly the best choice for this role. Just tell me what I need to do. Jiang Xiaoyu continued to weave his narrative. You must understand the risks involved. Being bait is perilous, especially with wild men involved. Of course, if you are afraid, we have plenty of brothers here who can take your place. As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with Zhang Daping and Dai Fei. They promptly chimed in, yes, we can take over. Witnessing their attitude, Agon indignantly retorted, listen here, I have lived my life without ever knowing fear. Just tell me what to do. Seeing that Agon was fully committed, a smile graced Jiang Xiaoyu's face. Very well, since you are willing to take on this role, I commend your bravery. If we manage to capture the wild man, the credit shall be yours. When you reach the spring, simply pretend to faint and leave the rest to us. Of course, this all hinges on your acting skills. With all eyes upon him, Agon thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, I can be both a champion and an award-winning actor. With that declaration, Agon strode forward. Go, go, go. The others cheered him on. Chapter 35. Agon and Ma Mingyang are captured. The scheme as Agon embarked on his mission, Xiang Xiaoyu spoke up. Brothers, endure just a little longer. We will soon capture the wild man, and then we can boast before Brother Bei. I can hardly wait. Zhang Chong exclaimed with excitement. His thoughts consumed by the prospect of triumphing over Lin Bei, which filled him with exhilaration. Unbeknownst to Xiang Xiaoyu, not far away in the woods, Xiang Yu was observing everything that transpired. Witnessing Agon's remarkably clumsy performance, Xiang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He decided to remain in the vicinity, for he had noted that 3 new recruits were still present at the beach, thus preparing to enact a strategy of diversion. Silently, he slipped away from his original position. At that moment, Ma Mingyang had ascended the mountain with Du Lin and Da Yu. Isn't there supposed to be no signal here, Brother Liang? We've been walking for 2.5 hours, and my legs are about to give out, the somewhat portly Da Yu remarked. Ma Mingyang promptly replied, Do not rush. Do not rush. If we continue forward, we shall find it. If you wish to leave this place, then refrain from hurrying. Subsequently, Ma Mingyang activated the walkie-talkie and said, Hello, hello, this is Ma Mingyang. Can you hear my voice? If you can, please respond. However, there was still no sound from the walkie-talkie. Thus, Ma Mingyang had no choice but to continue his ascent up the mountain. After taking a few steps, he was startled by the scene before him. Not far away, a thick fog enveloped the area, prompting Ma Mingyang to shake his head in dismay. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until the fog dissipated a bit before proceeding. He then crouched down with Du Lin and Da Yu, preparing to rest for a while. Unbeknownst to them, this dense fog had been summoned by Xiang Yu. Soon, the mist encircled the 3 of them, and Xiang Yu recognized that the moment to act had arrived. He swiftly knocked out Du Lin, followed by Da Yu. Amidst the fog, a sense of foreboding gripped Ma Mingyang, who called out, Du Lin, Da Yu, where are you? Respond. Unfortunately, the 2 who had already succumbed to unconsciousness could not hear his pleas. Realizing the unsettling silence, Ma Mingyang immediately shouted, Help, help, and dashed down the mountain. Not far away, within the fog, Lin Bei arrived at the scene. Observing the traces left behind from where Du Lin and Da Yu had been dragged away, he pursued them. At the spring, Zhang Dapeng remarked to Agon, Agon is truly remarkable, with such acting skills. I almost suspect he is not a boxer but rather an accomplished actor, for there is not a trace of performance detectable. Soon, the sound of Agon snoring filled the air, leaving everyone dumbfounded. It turned out this fellow was not a master of acting but had simply fallen asleep. Witnessing this, Zhang Chong picked up a stone from the ground, preparing to throw it. He is actually asleep? Let me see if I can wake him up. Zhang Xiaoyu quickly intervened. Stop. If you wake him, the wild man will surely notice. Just as she finished speaking, she faintly heard a cry for help. Something is off. It sounds like Ma Mingyang, Lu Yin replied. That shouldn't be. He should be with Da Yu and Du Lin on the beach, Zhang Xiaoyu asserted. No, it is indeed Ma Mingyang's voice. Thus, the group immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. At that moment, Ma Mingyang was sprinting frantically while clutching the walkie-talkie, glancing back to see if Xiang Yu was in pursuit. Upon noticing that Xiang Yu had not followed, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he turned his head, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward his face, and he promptly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, hindered by the expiration of his Wilderness Survival Prince card, found it challenging to track Xiang Yu's whereabouts, which frustrated him. Since Xiang Yu had been carried away by a slow Ma Mingyang, there were no dragging traces on the ground, and the surrounding dense underbrush obscured any visibility of individuals. However, Lin Bei soon thought of a place, the area beside the spring. According to Zhang Xiaoyu's plan, Agon should still be lying next to the spring at this moment. He immediately hastened his pace towards it. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu and the others had also arrived at the location where Ma Mingyang had previously called out. After surveying their surroundings, they found no traces. This is strange, Zhang Xiaoyu. Did you hear incorrectly? Zhang Xiaoyu replied, Impossible, that was undoubtedly Ma Mingyang's voice. At that moment, Zhang Dapeng discovered a walkie-talkie hidden in the grass and picked it up. Upon seeing the walkie-talkie, Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed, It's over, we have fallen into a trap. Zhang Dapeng responded, What trap have we fallen into? Jiang Xiaoyu articulated clearly, it's a diversion tactic. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu had already begun to stride towards Agon. Awakened from his slumber by mosquito bites, Agon groggily opened his eyes to find Xiang Yu standing before him. With a startled scream, Agon was swiftly knocked unconscious by a punch from Xiang Yu. Subsequently, Agon was dragged away by Xiang Yu. Just 2 minutes later, Lin Bei finally arrived, only to realize that Agon had vanished from beside the spring, understanding that he had come too late. However, upon observing the fresh traces on the ground, I immediately gave chase. Agon, are you there? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu and the others returned, only to discover that Agon's figure had long since vanished beside the spring. In response, Liu Yan exclaimed in frustration, an ambush, an ambush. This is your so-called ambush, and now we find ourselves ensnared by the savages. The current predicament is entirely of your making. You thought you could make a difference by stepping forward, yet this is the outcome. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu retorted without hesitation. How can you blame me? When I initially proposed the plan, you did not object. Why are you placing the blame on me now? If you possess any capability, come up with your own strategy to capture the savages. To say this now is akin to burning bridges and killing the donkey after the millstone is removed, purely despicable. Liu Yan immediately countered, what do you mean by despicable? If it weren't for your flawed idea, would Agon, Ma Mingyang, Dai Yu, and Dulin have been captured? Liu Yan's subordinate, Dai Fei, chimed in. Exactly. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaoyu clarified, you all fail to comprehend my plan. What appears to be a first layer is, in fact, the fifth layer. Zhang Chong looked bewildered. What do you mean by first layer and fifth layer? Let's communicate clearly. To this, Jiang Xiaoyu elaborated. Allow me to elucidate once more. The reason I chose Agon as bait was due to his exceptional skills and sharp intellect. Among us, there is no one as capable as him in both agility and intellect. Therefore, I selected Ma Mingyang as the bait, a strategy aptly named without entering the tiger's den. How can one catch the tiger cub? Do you understand now? However, Jiang Xiaoyu's explanation only left Zhang Chong more bewildered. What on earth are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had pushed his speed to the utmost and finally glimpsed Xiang Yu's figure not far ahead. Chapter 36. Hold on, trap. Stand still and release my comrade. Lin Bei shouted at Xiang Yu, who was not far away, surprised by the emergence of a new recruit keeping pace. Xiang Yu turned to look back and recognized him as the individual Wu Gang had shown him in a photograph, claiming he was the strongest recruit of this batch, Lin Bei. Contemplating this, Xiang Yu couldn't help but twist his neck. How intriguing, the strongest recruit. However, this is not the time for a confrontation. After I capture these fellows, I shall see just how formidable you truly are, strongest recruit. Subsequently, he ignored Lin Bei and delved into the dense forest, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, Lin Bei, having exhausted his strength, could only watch helplessly as Xiang Yu disappeared from his sight. Truly deserving of the title God of War, his prowess was indeed formidable. On Jiang Xiaoyu's side, Zhang Daping and 2 new recruits, parched and desperate, approached a spring, cupping the water in their hands, preparing to drink. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu caught sight of this and immediately intervened. Wait a moment, that water is not safe to drink. Zhang Daping looked perplexed. What do you mean, brother you? Why can't we drink this water? Jiang Xiaoyu explained, you might not grasp the situation, since that savage has already set his sights on us. He is likely to poison the water. If the poison is mild, you'll merely faint. If it's potent, we might as well prepare for a feast. And I'll be seated at the children's table. Zhang Chong scoffed. Is it really as outrageous as you say? I refuse to believe it. Let me try. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately grabbed Zhang Chong. Are you truly going to drink it? If you end up in dire straits, the female soldier you saw yesterday morning might soon belong to another. At the mention of Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Zhang Chong envisioned the beautiful face of Wu Yun and began to have second thoughts. Just then, Liu Yan spoke up. All right, night is approaching. We should return to the beach. It is perilous to linger here. However, Zhang Chong held a differing opinion regarding Liu Yan's words. As for returning, I have no intention of doing so. Those with courage may continue to follow me in pursuit of the wild men. Those lacking in bravery may accompany him back. With that, he strode into the depths of the forest. Upon hearing this, Dai Fei and 2 new recruits followed suit. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yan refrained from further comment, having already expressed his sentiments. In the heart of the dense forest, within a trap, Agon awoke to the sound of a familiar voice. Agon, how did you end up captured as well? Wasn't your martial prowess supposed to prevent this? Agon, still dazed, stood to see Ma Mingyang, Dulin, and Yu, What are you doing here? He inquired. Ma Mingyang shook his head. There was no choice. That fellow was simply too swift and powerful to resist. On the beach, the group gazed at the endless sea, their hearts heavy with melancholy. Jean Dapeng lamented, "It is said that the Marine Corps is an elite force, and the Amphibious Reconnaissance Battalion is the pinnacle among them. I even relinquished a full scholarship to an American university to become a frogman. And now, I find myself here, on this wretched island, which is not only desolate, but also home to wild men. I am truly at a loss." Xiang Xiaoyu quickly countered, "What are you complaining about? I am the one who suffers the most. I was content in the direct battalion when Long's team deceived me into coming here. That is what truly pains me." Hearing their dejected exchange, Liu Yin rose and proclaimed, "Listen to me, everyone. Do not be so despondent. As long as we wear this uniform, we are soldiers. And we must endure. To endure signifies everything." A voice from not far away chimed in. Liu Yin is correct. However, the prerequisite for endurance is to first fill our stomachs. Otherwise, it will be impossible to persist. Lin Bei emerged, his coat wrapped around a large bundle of wild fruits. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu and Jean Dapeng sprang to their feet and rushed to Lin Bei's side. Jean Dapeng complimented, "Brother Bei, you didn't spend the entire afternoon gathering these fruits, did you?" Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, "Of course not. I was tracking the wild men. I was merely a step away from catching up." Jiang Xiaoyu immediately flattered, "Brother Bei, you are truly impressive. We haven't seen a trace of the wild men all afternoon." Though it may seem somewhat embarrassing to admit, Jiang Xiaoyu has always held a deep admiration for Lin Bei. Thus, expressing such sentiments is quite natural. This fellow is remarkably astute, and it is generally quite challenging to discern his true nature. Lin Bei replied with unwavering conviction, "For that individual is none other than Xiang Yu, the god of war from the beast camp. If he could be so easily detected by Jiang Xiaoyu and his companions, then what merit would he have in being called a god of war? Enough of that. Let us distribute these fruits among everyone to satiate our hunger, so we may be invigorated for tomorrow," he declared. "Indeed, Brother Bei is the best," exclaimed Zhang Dapeng, stepping forward to begin distributing the fruits to each new recruit. In the depths of the forest, Zhang Chong was perched upon a tree, directing the 3 individuals below. "Make that circle larger. Only then can we ensnare him. Also, add more leaves for concealment. We must not reveal any flaws." As Dai Fei busied himself with the foliage, he could not help but voice his doubts. "Zhang Chong, are you quite certain this trap will work?" Zhang Chong, though slightly uncertain himself, offered an explanation. "This method is foolproof for catching wolves in our region. As for capturing wild men, I cannot say, for I have yet to attempt such a feat." Dai Fei then inquired, "By the way, I heard you grew up in the primordial forests of northeast China, and that the martial instructor personally recruited you from there. Have you truly captured a wolf?" With a nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Chong replied, "Absolutely. When he arrived, I personally killed a wolf before his eyes, and not to mention, I have slain several bears as well." The others were taken aback, astonished by Zhang Chong's prowess. "No wonder you are called Brother Chong. Your strength is undeniable. It is no surprise that even the boxing champion, Aegon, cannot defeat you." Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Chong replied, "All right, enough of that. Are you all planning to sleep in the trees?" Dai Fei was incredulous. "Brother Chong, how can one sleep in a tree?" Upon hearing Dai Fei's skepticism, Zhang Chong immediately interjected, "You simply do not understand. One can indeed sleep in trees. But what if one falls? Surely that would lead to a grievous injury." A new recruit, somewhat apprehensive, responded, "I fear the fall might be quite severe." "Do not be afraid," Zhang Chong reassured him. "I have been sleeping up here since childhood and have never fallen." Dai Fei expressed his concern. "What about your family? Aren't they worried?" Zhang Chong explained, "Well, my adoptive father is a forest ranger, and I have followed him since I was young. Now, enough chatter. Let us ascend the trees and rest." After all, for the resolute Zhang Chong, he preferred not to dwell on his family, as it was a source of sorrow for him. Chapter 37. Action, Escape. Rescue. At the break of dawn the following day, Lin Bei was the first to awaken. He made his way to a nearby beach where he practiced a few routines of Baji Quan before returning. Upon his return, he noticed that the others had yet to rouse from their slumber. However, as a medical student, he quickly discerned that several of the new recruits were in distress. Approaching them, he felt their foreheads and assessed their conditions. Then he woke the sleeping Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin. "They have a fever. Something is amiss. I will venture into the forest to gather some herbs. You all stay behind, some to care for them, and the others to fetch water," he instructed. Jiang Xiaoyu, taken aback, replied, "Ah, Do we need to fetch water? I shall take De Peng and a few brothers to get it, while Liu Yin and the others can remain here to tend to them. Upon hearing this, Liu Yin nodded, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. Very well. You must be swift in your return. We will take care of them here. With that, the group commenced their separate tasks. However, just a few steps away, Lin Bei turned around and said, simply go to the spring we visited yesterday. The water there has not been poisoned. This left Xiang Yu momentarily stunned. Ah, Brother Bei. Are you certain? Zhang Daping echoed. Indeed, Brother Bei, can you guarantee this information? I would rather not risk drinking it and facing dire consequences. After all, I still have my youth to cherish. Lin Bei confidently replied, of course. I arrived at the spring before any of you yesterday, and I certainly drank from that water. Do you think I would deceive you? Hurry and fetch the water. Zhang Yu immediately smiled and explained, we're not being fearful, just exercising caution. Since the spring has your endorsement, Brother Bei, it must be safe from any wild man's poison. Let us go at once. Yes, we shall go immediately. Zhang Daping agreed, his thirst becoming increasingly unbearable. All right, you should hurry. They need to drink first, otherwise my herbal medicine won't be ready in time. And they might face grave consequences, Lin Bei stated calmly. Very well, there is no time to waste. Let us set off swiftly. Upon hearing the gravity of Lin Bei's words, Zhang Xiaoyu instantly grasped the importance of their mission. Soon, she led Zhang Daping and the others to the vicinity of the spring, and with just a few more steps, they would arrive. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu felt an unsettling sensation, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching him intently, instilling a sense of imminent danger. He began to scan his surroundings. Beside him, Zhang Daping, observing Zhang Xiaoyu's anxious demeanor, inquired, Brother Yu, what's wrong? We shall arrive shortly. Zhang Xiaoyu replied, I have an inexplicable feeling that something nearby is covertly observing us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daping's anxiety escalated. Brother Yu, I am rather timid. Please do not frighten me. He implored. Zhang Xiaoyu reassured him, we must exercise utmost caution. If you were a wild man, would you not choose this very place to lay in ambush? Zhang Daping, perplexed, responded, but I am not a wild man, Brother Yu. How am I to know his thoughts? Let us hasten to fetch water. The brothers on the beach are waiting for us. Zhang Xiaoyu cautiously surveyed the area once more, still harboring unease. However, remembering that their companions awaited them on the beach, he proposed, here is the plan. Daping and I will gather water while the rest of you maintain watch. The new recruits nodded in agreement. No problem. After issuing his commands, Zhang Xiaoyu led Zhang Daping to the spring, preparing to use the banana leaves they had brought to collect water. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Xiang Yu began to shake the branches of nearby trees, creating rustling sounds to attract the attention of the new recruits. Upon noticing the commotion in the dense thicket, one of them exclaimed, the wild man has appeared. What should we do? Should we inform Zhang Xiaoyu and run? Another scoffed. Run? Are you a coward? There are 4 of us. Why should we fear a single wild man? Let us pursue him. With that, he dashed towards the source of the noise, and the others, finding his reasoning compelling, swiftly followed suit. Just as Zhang Xiaoyu finished filling the banana leaves with water, he heard the sounds behind him and turned to find that the 4 new recruits had vanished without a trace. Soon, piercing screams echoed from the nearby forest. Witnessing this alarming scene, Zhang Xiaoyu dropped the banana leaves and shouted, Zhang Daping, run. Zhang Daping, confused and still trying to grasp the situation, stood up only to see the saplings in the forest shaking violently. What are you waiting for? Hurry and run. Zhang Xiaoyu urged, eyeing Daping's dazed expression. Run, run, run. With that, they both took off at a frenzied pace. Upon seeing the 2 flee, Xiang Yu did not pursue them immediately. Instead, he decided to carry the unconscious individuals back to secure them before contemplating his next move. Little did they know that this small island was abundant with medicinal herbs. At this moment, Lin Bei, gathering a substantial handful of herbs, nodded in approval. All right, it is time to return. Holding the herbs, Lin Bei strolled towards the beach. Within the confines of the pit, Ma Mingyang discovered an opening that allowed for escape. After surveying the surroundings to ensure safety, he slipped through the gap. Just as he intended to awaken the slumbering Agon and the others, he noticed a disturbance emanating from the nearby woods. With little time to ponder, he took flight, planning to mark his path for a return to rescue them later. As Ma Mingliang sprinted, seeking a momentary respite, he inadvertently stumbled into a trap set by Zhang Chong, ensnaring his left foot in a rope and hoisting him into the air. In the distance, Dai Fei and a new recruit excitedly exclaimed, "We've caught him. Charge." After securing the rope, they rushed towards him with wooden sticks in hand. Zhang Chong, more exuberant than the others, brandished a 2-meter-long pole as he charged forward. However, as they drew closer, they were taken aback to find that the ensnared individual was none other than Ma Mingyang. "No, how could it be you, Ma Mingyang?" Dai Fei questioned, promptly loosening the bindings. "Weren't you captured by the wild man? What did he look like? Did you see him clearly?" Ma Mingyang shook his head. "I couldn't see clearly. His speed was too swift." Zhang Chong inquired, "Why are you alone? What about Agon and the others?" Ma Mingyang explained, "They are still confined. I found an opening and managed to escape. Just as I was about to rescue them, I heard noises in the forest and assumed the wild man had returned, prompting my hasty retreat. I intended to return with news and bring you all to their rescue. By the way, I marked my path while fleeing." Zhang Chong, resolute, declared, "Very well, let us proceed. I am eager to see what this wild man is truly capable of, whether he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms or the ability to fly and vanish. I shall see to his demise." Chapter 38. The game is coming to an end before long. Ma Mingyang led Zhang Chong and the others to the vicinity of his former confinement, pointing towards the dungeon not far away. "Do you see that? That is the place from which I escaped." Dai Fei cautiously surveyed the area, asking, "The wild man isn't nearby, is he?" Ma Mingyang replied, "He should likely be absent at this moment." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong rose to his feet. "No matter. I fear nothing now. Xiaoqi, you two stay here. Dai Fei, Ma Mingyang, follow me. We shall rescue Agon and the others." As Zhang Chong approached the dungeon, he found it eerily empty. "No, are you jesting? Where are the others, Ma Mingyang?" Dai Fei wore a perplexed expression. "Are you sure this is where you were held captive?" Ma Mingyang affirmed, "This is definitely the place. But where could the people possibly be?" At that moment, a cry for help echoed through the air. "Chongge, help me! Chongge, save me!" Without hesitation, Zhang Chong commanded, "You two stay here. I shall investigate what has happened to Lao Qi. Could it be that he has encountered that wild man?" The two nodded in agreement. As Zhang Chong sprinted forth, he called out, "Lao Qi, can you hear me? Where are you?" As Zhang Chong pursued, Xiang Yu had already arrived behind Ma Mingyang and Dai Fei. At that moment, Ma Mingyang was still perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden disappearance of an individual who had appeared perfectly well just moments before. Dai Fei, on the other hand, remained vigilant of their surroundings. And just as he turned to glance behind him, a sudden crack echoed. He was seized without warning, closely followed by Ma Mingyang. Xiang Yu unceremoniously cast both men into the dungeon. "Zhang Chong, help! Brother Chong, save us!" they cried out in unison, hearing their desperate pleas from behind. Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, he sprinted back. Upon his return, he was greeted by the sight of the once empty dungeon now occupied by the 2 men, Ma Mingyang and Dai Fei. "What on earth is happening with the 2 of you?" Ma Mingyang exclaimed in anger. "It's that wild man. He has struck again," Dai Fei added. "Quickly, you must flee. Do not concern yourselves with us. That wild man is exceedingly swift," Zhang Chong replied with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, I would never abandon you two. It is not in my nature to forsake anyone. Wait here, and I will rescue you both at once," he declared. This heartfelt declaration moved both Ma Mingyang and Dai Fei deeply. "Zhang Chong, you are truly a good brother," they responded. Subsequently, Zhang Chong began to search the vicinity for anything that might aid in liberating Ma Mingyang and Dai Fei from their grim predicament. However, his actions were keenly observed by Xiang Yu, who remained hidden. Just as Zhang Chong finally found a stick, preparing to attempt a rescue for the 2 individuals, Xiang Yu struck. Like a phantom, he approached Zhang Chong with remarkable speed, catching him completely off guard. It was only when Xiang Yu reached Zhang Chong's side that the latter sensed something was amiss. In the next instant, a formidable iron fist struck Zhang Chong's back, swiftly followed by a kicking blow, rendering him unconscious before he could react. Grasping the unconscious Zhang Chong, Xiang Yu approached the cage and unceremoniously tossed him inside. Ma Mingyang and Dai Fei hurried over to examine him, and upon discovering that Zhang Chong had merely fainted, they breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Ma Mingyang lamented the situation, pondering what to do now that even Zhang Chong had been subdued by this wild man and confined with them. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Fei responded, "We can only rely on Lin Bei now. We hope he can triumph over the wild man and come to our rescue. Let us hope Brother Bei arrives swiftly. Otherwise, I fear the wild man may devour me," he added. In the monitoring room, Wu Gang was overseeing all that transpired. A soldier entered, standing at attention and saluting before speaking. Report, the dragon squad has arrived. Wu Gang replied casually, what does he seek here? The soldier answered. He claims he is here to observe the training of our new recruits. After a moment of thought, Wu Gang moved forward. Just a few steps later, Long Baichuan appeared before him, sporting a broad smile. Observing Long Baichuan's demeanor, Wu Gang asserted resolutely, Captain Long, the training of our beast camp is of no concern to your reconnaissance squad. Long Baichuan, still smiling, retorted, is it truly unrelated? Do not forget. Once your training is complete, the promising recruits in your hands will inevitably be allocated to my reconnaissance squad. In response, Wu Gang continued, you must remember our prior agreement. The training and management of my beast camp are independent, and you have no authority over them. Therefore, you should attend to your own matters. Be on your way. As soon as he spoke, Long Baichuan did not leave, but instead took a seat. If you won't let me observe, then I'll simply sit here and watch. Rest assured, I shall not disturb you. This should suffice, right? Wu Gang appeared exasperated. Pray tell, how old are you? Engaging in such antics is truly juvenile. In response, Long Baichuan earnestly said, indeed, I am immature. Had I not been, I would not have lost Tizi. Although Wu Gang felt a pang of sorrow, he nonchalantly replied, the man is dead. There is no need to dwell on it. Long Baichuan, still smiling, responded, that is not acceptable. Though the man is gone, the debt remains. And I owe him. Wu Gang replied, what do you owe him? If it's money, just burn some paper. Long Baichuan offered a bland explanation. No, I owe him an unfinished matter, one that leaves both of us with a sense of regret. Wu Gang, fully aware of what Long Baichuan referred to, which was merely the issue concerning the 303 submarine, fell into silence for a moment before coolly stating, let us not speak of that matter. For now, step aside. At that moment, Long Baichuan resembled a stubborn child. If you don't let me see, I won't move. Wu Gang, anxious to relieve himself, responded, I need to use the restroom. You can go watch, go watch. Upon hearing this, Long Baichuan immediately moved aside, smiling as he said, hurry then. It would be unfortunate if you wet yourself. Subsequently, Long Baichuan walked over and inquired, what is the current situation on the island? The soldier monitoring the situation replied, there are 6 left on the beach, and 3 more in the forest, Xiang Yu, Zhang Daping, and Lin Bei. It seems we are nearing the end. After listening to the soldier's response, Long Baichuan began to scrutinize the images on the monitor. On the beach, Liu Yin observed the delayed return of Xiang Yu and Lin Bei, saying, they went to find water, and they've been gone too long for such a short distance. I fear something has happened. As for Lin Bei, he is likely still foraging for herbs. We cannot wait any longer. A soldier replied, what should we do, Yingge? Taking the forest route is too perilous, and we still have 3 patients here. Liu Yin responded, we shall take the water route. In the forest, Zhang Daping urged Xiang Yu, hurry up. I can barely stand my hunger. Let us go, let us go. There should be wild fruits ahead. I believe we will be fine, Xiang Yu confidently remarked as he surveyed their surroundings. Unexpectedly, just as the two had taken a few steps, a large net suddenly appeared on the ground, instantly suspending them in midair. This is it. We have fallen into the wild man's trap, lamented Zhang Daping, devoid of hope. Xiang Yu glanced at the sturdy ropes, momentarily at a loss for any solution. Chapter 39, Lin Bei vs. Xiang Yu. The battle of kings holding herbs in his hands, Lin Bei had returned to the beach. Upon noticing that only 3 injured soldiers remained, and that neither Liu Yin nor Xiang Yu was in sight, he realized the dire situation. It seems I must take charge again. I'll tend to these 3 wounded soldiers before preparing for the final battle against Xiang Yu. Subsequently, Lin Bei made his way to the nearby spring to fetch some water, which he provided to the 3 feverish recruits. He then crushed the herbs and applied them to their foreheads. After completing these tasks, Lin Bei found a comfortable spot on the beach to lie down, awaiting Xiang Yu's arrival. Meanwhile, at sea, Liu Yin was swimming back with 2 new recruits, having searched thoroughly without finding anything. Unbeknownst to them, Xiang Yu was stealthily tracking their movements from behind. Spotting the slowest of the new recruits, he accelerated and swiftly caught up to him. Before the recruit could react, he was knocked unconscious by Xiang Yu. Upon reaching the shore, Liu Yin and another recruit realized that one of their comrades was missing. Where's De Longren? The recruit inquired. I have no idea. He was right behind me when we turned back. Could there be something in the sea? No sooner had he spoken than he saw Xiang Yu emerging from the water, dragging the other recruit with him. Goodness, there really is something. Yingge, We must flee, Liu Yin remarked, observing Xiang Yu making his way to the shore. Do not fear. He appears to be human, Liu Yin reassured. After tossing the recruit onto the beach, Xiang Yu removed his disguise. Upon realizing Xiang Yu's true identity, Liu Yin gritted his teeth and declared, Indeed, he is human. Let us advance. With that, the two charged towards Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu deftly evaded Liu Yan's assault before turning his attention to the oncoming recruit. He delivered a swift punch to the recruit's face, followed by a powerful blow that rendered him unconscious before he could comprehend the situation. Liu Yin, witnessing the fallen recruit, clenched his teeth and charged at Xiang Yu again. However, in Xiang Yu's perspective, his speed and combat style appeared remarkably juvenile. Effortlessly evading Liu Yan's punch, Xiang Yu delivered a decisive blow to Liu Yan's mouth, causing him to stagger backwards several steps before ultimately collapsing to the ground. Yet, the indomitable Liu Yin rose again, contemplating that if his fist techniques were insufficient, he would resort to his leg techniques. He charged at Xiang Yu with a kick. This strike landed upon Xiang Yu, but given Liu Yan's current prowess, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Conversely, Xiang Yu's counter kick struck Liu Yin, sending him crashing to the ground. Just as Liu Yin attempted to rise and continue the battle, Xiang Yu had already approached him, delivering a solid kick to Liu Yan's head. After receiving this blow, Liu Yin rolled repeatedly across the beach, his consciousness fading. In his final moments of awareness, he cast a glance at Xiang Yu before succumbing to unconsciousness. Applause erupted behind Xiang Yu. Impressive, truly impressive. I have deduced your identity. You must be the number one on the leaderboard, Lin Bei remarked casually, refraining from uttering Xiang Yu's name, merely acknowledging his status. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Lin Bei watched the spectacle with excitement. How intriguing. Lin Bei is finally set to engage in combat with Xiang Yu. At that moment, Wu Gang approached. Just in time to witness this captivating duel. Quite fascinating indeed. I find it equally intriguing. Observe how composed and steady Lin Bei appears. It seems he remains unaware of Xiang Yu's formidable strength, Lin Bei replied with a smile. I have an inexplicable premonition that Lin Bei will emerge victorious against Xiang Yu. Uncertain of the reason, upon witnessing Lin Bei's demeanor of calm composure, Lin Bei found this thought emerging in his mind. It seemed that Lin Bei had previously bestowed upon him an abundance of surprises, which led to the inception of this notion. However, Wu Gang responded with a smile. Haha. Lin Bei, you are overthinking this. How could Lin Bei possibly defeat Xiang Yu? If he could, it would truly be a case of the sun rising from the west. Lin Bei chuckled. Let us wait and see. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Xiang Yu nodded. Indeed, it is I. You must be Lin Bei, the strongest new recruit of this cohort. Am I correct? I had contemplated where to confront you, but upon reflection, given your reputation, it would be prudent to save you for last. Lin Bei replied, precisely, I share the same sentiment. I will not take advantage of you. First, guide me to their confinement, and after I have regained my strength, we shall engage in battle. At this, a look of surprise crossed Xiang Yu's face. How intriguing. It has been quite some time since I have heard someone mention not wanting to bully me, Lin Bei remarked nonchalantly. I prefer to spar with those at their peak. Victory feels far more rewarding that way. Very well, then await my arrival. I hope you are not one to merely speak empty boasts, Xiang Yu retorted, before taking the unconscious Liu Yin towards the underground den on the mountain. In the monitoring room, Lin Bei and Wu Gang listened intently to the exchange between the two. Does this Lin Bei fellow not realize who he is up against? The beast camps were God. And yet he dares to utter the words, I will not bully you, Lin Bei remarked. That is to be expected for individuals of their caliber. They consistently seek the most perfect conditions, Wu Gang replied. In that case, I shall head to the site to witness the battle. After calculating the time, he decided to attend the event. Go ahead. I shall remain here to observe, Lin Bei smiled. An hour later, after completing all necessary preparations and recovering, Xiang Yu looked at Lin Bei and said, Come. All right. Lin Bei responded with unwavering determination. Subsequently, a thought crossed his mind, and he activated the card for mastering the 8 Extremes Fist. Within seconds, his entire demeanor transformed. As a skilled fighter, Xiang Yu also perceived the change in Lin Bei. He swiftly delivered a hook punch towards Lin Bei's head. Even before the fist made contact, a fierce gust from the punch rushed towards Lin Bei's face. After utilizing the mastery card of Bejiquan, Lin Bei's reflexes and combat prowess escalated significantly, allowing him to effortlessly evade the incoming attacks. The direct onslaught from Xiang Yu was deftly dodged by Lin Bei, prompting Xiang Yu to intensify his efforts, unleashing a flurry of rapid and fierce punches towards him. However, Lin Bei chose not to counterattack, instead opting to continue his evasive maneuvers. After numerous exchanges, Xiang Yu could not help but voice his frustration. Is the strongest rookie merely going to evade? The sight of Lin Bei's persistent guerrilla tactics, akin to an elusive eel, was increasingly exasperating for Xiang Yu. Very well. The time for games is over. I shall begin in earnest, Lin Bei replied with a smile. His initial intent had been to deplete Xiang Yu's stamina before launching a full offensive. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Bei delivered a powerful punch aimed at Xiang Yu's chest, its speed astonishing even Xiang Yu. Yet, as a battle-hardened warrior, Xiang Yu's years of experience and reflexes were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. He swiftly retaliated with a heavy blow of his own, resulting in a collision of fists that emanated a formidable force, causing both combatants to stagger backward. After exchanging a glance, they charged at one another once more, resuming their fierce engagement. What a thrill! This is what battle truly is, mused Wu Gang, observing the scene on the beach. Although Lin Bei's strength had indeed surged to a higher echelon following the use of the Bejiquan Mastery card, his combat experience paled in comparison to that of Xiang Yu, which was why the duel had yet to yield a clear victor after such an extended bout. Now, I shall unleash my ultimate technique. I hope you can withstand it, Lin Bei declared with a confident smile. He then executed one of the 8 lethal techniques of Bejiquan, the Liu Xiaoshan Pao, advancing towards Xiang Yu. Fully aware of Lin Bei's training in Bejiquan, Xiang Yu's focus sharpened as he prepared to defend against the impending assault. In that moment, even Lin Bei's lethal strike could not breach Xiang Yu's formidable defense. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a turn of events unfolded. Chapter 40. The spirit of the war god is forever worthy of praise. Xiang Yu felt a sudden pang of pain in his right arm, causing him to momentarily lose his focus. In that fleeting instant, Lin Bei seized the opportunity. He launched a punch aimed at Xiang Yu's head. But just as it was about to make contact, Lin Bei halted. Let's start over. You were distracted just now. He had noticed a twitch in Xiang Yu's facial expression and observed his gaze shift toward his right arm, which prompted Lin Bei to refrain from striking. Yet, Xiang Yu spoke. No need to start over. You have won. This battle is one I have lost. Although he had indeed been momentarily distracted, a loss is a loss. And as the god of war of the beast camp, he could accept defeat with grace. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task by defeating Xiang Yu. You have received a heart-saving pill fragment. Collecting 4 fragments will yield 1 heart-saving pill, 24. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Lin Bei was deeply moved. It became evident that Xiang Yu's ascension to the title of God of War was not without merit. His ability to accept defeat and move on was truly commendable. No. Let us consider it a draw. I look forward to our next encounter, God of War, Xiang Yu, Lin Bei remarked with a smile. Oh, you know me? Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, having assumed that Lin Bei was unaware of his name. Lin Bei replied with a subtle smile. You are the god of war of the beast camp. I have known of you for some time, and I am aware of the surveillance across the entire island. This is a test. Xiang Yu appeared somewhat astonished. It seems Captain Long has underestimated you. You are not only the strongest recruit of this session, but the most formidable recruit in all history. Lieutenant Xiang, there is no need for flattery. I have a long journey ahead and much to learn, Lin Bei asserted with unwavering determination. In the distance, both Wu Gang and Ba Lang wore expressions of astonishment. They had never anticipated that the formidable war god of the entire beast camp would be defeated by a mere recruit who had only joined a few months prior. Subsequently, the two approached without delay. Upon noticing their arrival, Lin Bei and Xiang Yu immediately saluted Wu Gang. After returning the gesture, Wu Gang, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Xiang Yu, I can't believe you were bested by Lin Bei. Before Xiang Yu could respond, Lin Bei interjected, reporting to Instructor Wu, it was merely a draw. Squad leader Xiang has not truly lost, primarily because. However, Lin Bei's sentence remained unfinished as Xiang Yu interrupted, report, indeed, I was defeated by him. Upon hearing this, Wu Gang chuckled, what a surprise. When Lin Bei and Xiang Yu first clashed, I had anticipated Lin Bei's defeat, expecting he would last at most a few dozen exchanges before succumbing. To my astonishment, he not only exceeded that number, but delivered a remarkable surprise by defeating Xiang Yu head-on. Lin Bei recognized that his victory over Xiang Yu was somewhat fortuitous. Had Xiang Yu not been distracted, he surmised that even with the mastery card of the 8 Extremes Fist, the outcome would likely have been different. Xiang Yu's combat experience far surpassed his own, and without the advantage of that card, Lin Bei suspected he would have been the one to lose. Report. It was all luck. Had squad leader Xiang not been distracted, I might not have been his match, he stated. All right, it's over now, let's not dwell on it. Xiang Yu remarked calmly. Very well, let us proceed. Take me to meet those rascals, Wu Gang declared at that moment. In the monitoring room, Long Baichuan observed Lin Bei's final victory over Xiang Yu and smiled. What a remarkable young man. I always knew you had it in you. Captain Long. I heard this individual is the genius you personally recruited. I never imagined he would possess such strength, defeating the war god of the beast camp, Xiang Yu. In a one-on-one encounter, I dare say he is the strongest recruit in the past 3 years, an old veteran in the monitoring room remarked appreciatively. It is noteworthy that the triumph over Xiang Yu during the training period is an achievement few can claim, even considering Xiang Yu's oversight. Lin Bei had demonstrated through their numerous exchanges that he undoubtedly possessed the capability to defeat Xiang Yu in the end. After all, given Lin Bei's age and time in service, with further training, he is bound to become the next war god. Hearing the veterans praise Lin Bei, the smile on Long Baichuan's face grew even brighter. Indeed, this lad is an enigma. No one knows the depths of his potential. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the words left his lips, Long Baichuan erupted into a fit of coughs, promptly retrieving a tissue from his pocket to cover his mouth. When the coughing subsided, a conspicuous stain of blood appeared on the tissue. After a brief glance, Long Baichuan crumpled the tissue into a ball and stuffed it back into his pocket. All right, apart from Xiang Yu and Zhang Daping, everyone else is here, Xiang Yu declared, gesturing towards the individuals within the cage. Upon catching sight of Wu Gang, Lu Yin exclaimed with fervor, Instructor Wu, what on earth is going on? You must provide us with an explanation. The other recruits echoed his sentiment, equally agitated. Indeed, we require an explanation. Wu Gang regarded the crowd with a serious demeanor and commanded, Silence. Listen to me. Welcome back to the realm of reality. This is a game orchestrated by myself and Team Long. The first objective is to assess your wilderness survival skills. And the second is to give you a glimpse of what true frogmen are like. Allow me to introduce to you the god of war from the beast camp, Xiang Yu. With that, Wu Gang began to scrutinize the expressions of those present. Ma Mingyang scoffed, I see no remarkable ability here, apart from theatrics. What else is there? Zhang Chong retorted angrily, what bravado? If it weren't for his sneak attack, would I be afraid? Let us face off on solid ground. And whoever backs down is a coward. Lu Yin remarked coolly, one person annihilated our entire recruit squad. He certainly has the right to be arrogant. Xiang Yu replied calmly. You are not entirely wiped out. At this, the crowd glanced around the cage, realizing the absence of Xiang Xiaoyu, Zhang Daping, and Lin Bei. However, they soon excluded Xiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Daping, as they were well aware of the duo's strength, which was insufficient to triumph over Xiang Yu. Thus, when viewed from this perspective, only one outcome remained. Lin Bei had defeated Xiang Yu. How does it feel to be left hanging, dear friends? At that moment, Lin Bei arrived at the location where Zhang Daping and Zhang Xiaoyu were suspended. Upon seeing Lin Bei standing beneath them, the two, who had been asleep, immediately exclaimed with excitement, Brother Bei, please release us. This hanging is unbearable. Subsequently, Lin Bei severed the ropes and brought them down, recounting the events concerning Xiang Yu before leading them towards the beach to prepare for their departure from Wild Man Island. Chapter 41. Praise a resounding blow. Your bravado is impressive on the beach, Wu Gang observed as Lin Bei returned with Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Daping, then spoke up. Well, now that everyone is present, let us embark on our journey home. Inside the boat's cabin, the group felt exhausted, leading to a period of silence as they succumbed to slumber, Lin Bei included. After all, the battle with Xiang Yu had taken a toll on his stamina. Having utilized the 8 Extremes fist to its fullest extent, engaging in hundreds of exchanges, which undoubtedly drained his energy. Thus, as soon as he settled into his seat, he entered rest mode. The return journey, aboard a military vessel, was considerably swifter than that of a speedboat. 2 hours later, the ship reached the harbor, and the group began disembarking in succession. At that moment, doves perched on the railings, and the sky was a brilliant blue. Commander Xiao, accompanied by the political commissar and advisor Xingu, had been eagerly awaiting the return of the group at the port, ready to extend a warm welcome. Zhang Xiaoyu stepped forward first, saluting and shaking hands with Commander Xiao and the political commissar before approaching Xingu. As she grasped Xinji's hand, memories flooded back to her, recollections of their underwater kiss, making it difficult for her to release his hand. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhang Chong interjected, Hey, why are you holding on for so long? It's my turn now. At his words, Xingu promptly withdrew her hand and began saluting Zhang Chong. Not far away, Lin Bei observed everything about Jiang Xiaoyu with keen interest. How intriguing. Subsequently, as the last of the new recruits, Lin Bei approached Commander Xiao, executing a standard salute and smilingly greeting, "Good day, Chief." Commander Xiao returned the salute and praised, "Well done. You are indeed the strongest recruit of this cohort." The Lin Bei who triumphed over Xiang Yu in the one-on-one duel on Wildman Island. Dragon Baichuan and Wu Gang had mentioned you to me before, but I never anticipated the strength you displayed this time. Even the Beast Camp's god of war fell to your prowess. Upon learning of Lin Bei's victory over Xiang Yu, he was utterly astonished, for Xiang Yu had held the title of god of war for several years. The fact that someone could defeat him was remarkable. Even more so when that someone was merely a recruit who had enlisted just a few months prior. Thus, after reviewing Lin Bei's records, he resolved to take a closer look at the recruit who had bested Xiang Yu. After all, each recruit of such caliber would undoubtedly bring him honor. Lin Bei respectfully replied, "Chief, you flatter me." The squad leader was momentarily distracted during our match, and at that time, he was not in peak condition. So my victory was truly fortuitous. Commander Xiao chuckled, "Fortuitous or not, there is no place for luck in the military. Strength reigns supreme. Your ability to defeat him is a testament to your skill. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you, and I wish to see another ace in my deck." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei saluted again, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, Chief, I shall not disappoint." Afterward, Lin Bei shook hands with the political officer and saluted. Compared to Commander Xiao, the political officer spoke less, but his message was clear. Lin Bei should train diligently to become the strongest in the Beast Camp. Finally, it was Shen Ji's turn. After Lin Bei saluted and shook hands, he contemplated leaving but suddenly had a thought and smiled. "When you fight him later, be swift. And don't use your right hand. He will evade that. Use your left. He won't see it coming." Xingu, puzzled by Lin Bei's advice, soon noticed Lin Bei's gaze shift towards Jiang Xiaoyu and immediately nodded, smiling. "All right, thank you." As Lin Bei joined the ranks, Wu Gang began to issue commands. "Attention. At ease. Align to the right." Once the formation was orderly, he promptly turned to the right. "Comrade Commander. The outdoor survival training for the new recruits in the Beast Camp has concluded smoothly. All 22 recruits are present. Please give your instructions." Commander Xiao nodded. "Well done. Now take them back immediately." "Yes." Wu Gang replied respectfully. Xiang Yu called the recruit at the back, his voice resonant. "Present. Take all the recruits back at once." Wu Gang immediately commanded. "Understood. Now, heed my orders, turn right, and board the bus." The crowd complied with Yu's directive and proceeded toward the bus. At this moment, Xingu contemplated and ultimately decided to summon Jiang Xiaoyu for clarification. The onlookers observed this interaction with amused expressions. As Jiang Xiaoyu approached, he smiled and inquired, "I wonder if the female commander has summoned me for official matters or personal ones?" Xingu replied, "The official business has just been concluded. Now it is a personal matter. First and foremost, I am grateful for your assistance in saving me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt delighted. "It's nothing. Just a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning." At that moment, he genuinely believed Xingu was there to express gratitude. Suddenly, with a sharp slap, Xingu struck him across the face, the resounding sound echoing in the air, leaving the crowd on the bus astonished. Lin Bei also wore a hint of amusement on his face. "You, with your incessant chatter, needed a surprise to foster some growth." After delivering the blow, Xingu felt a slight relief. "Do you understand why I struck you?" Jiang Xiaoyu shook his head. "You boasted in the newspaper about kissing for 10 minutes, making me quite notorious throughout the entire travel department. I advise you to refrain from speaking indiscriminately in the future, to avoid causing trouble for others and yourself. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be a slap." With her words hanging in the air, Xingu strode away, leaving a bewildered Jiang Xiaoyu nodding in response. However, he was aware that the new recruits on the bus had already witnessed the scene. Not wanting to lose face, he replied, "Thank you, Commander. I will certainly improve in the future." He then boarded the bus. As soon as he stepped inside, everyone gathered around him, and Zhang Dapeng spoke up. "Brother Yu, care to explain why that female officer slapped you?" Jiang Xiaoyu feigned nonchalance. "Don't mention it. Just thinking about it brings tears to my eyes." Ma Mingliang chimed in from the back seat. "Come on, Brother Yu, share the good stuff with us." The crowd urged. "Brother Yu, do tell." Seeing their curiosity, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately adopted an enigmatic demeanor. "Since you are also inquisitive, I shall only reveal 6 words. Deep affection breeds profound resentment. Ponder that. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Daping inquired, Brother Yu, was she pursuing you? Xiang Xiaoyu responded, we were acquainted before. She has persistently pursued me for many years. How could I possibly agree? Before he could finish, a teasing voice interjected. Chapter 42. Clouds at the door blocking the dormitory. In a moment of inspiration, Jiang Xiaoyu retorted, enough boasting. There are already plenty of cattle in the sky. I shan't reveal my secrets, lest you suffer even more next time. Lin Bei calmly remarked from the back seat. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Jiang Xiaoyu immediately replied respectfully, Brother Bei, we shall say no more. Everyone disperse. When the crowd saw that Jiang Xiaoyu had ceased speaking, they instantly lost interest. However, at that moment, Ma Mingyang suddenly recalled something and said, I remember now, that so-called beast camp war god, squad leader Xiang Yu, seemingly did not capture all of our new recruits. Only Brother Yu, Brother Bei, and Zhang Daping were absent at the time. So, who among you three escaped capture? This question piqued everyone's curiosity, and even Liu Yan, who had his eyes closed, turned his gaze towards them, eager for the answer. Indeed, while we were on the boat, everyone was resting and unaware of the situation. Moreover, the three of you exited together, making it difficult to discern the truth, Aegon added. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu smiled. If you think about it, it's clear that Brother Bei was the one who evaded capture. With our abilities, Zhang Daping and I would surely have been defeated had we encountered squad leader Xiang. Zhang Daping interjected, Brother Yu, you are mistaken. We didn't even meet squad leader Xiang, and were already ensnared by the trap he set. The crowd erupted into laughter. Ha. So, you were caught without even seeing him. Upon hearing the laughter of the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyu explained, at least I am better off than you. Being knocked unconscious and confined in a cage is the true disgrace. Indeed, Brother Yu speaks the truth. That is the real humiliation, Zhang Daping concurred. Although being ensnared by a trap is somewhat embarrassing, at least I was not rendered unconscious and spared a beating, which is quite fortunate. If that is the case, then Brother Bei has not been captured by squad leader Xiang. How impressive. He truly deserves the title of the strongest among this cohort of new recruits. Could Brother Bei possibly share some details? Ma Mingyang turned to Lin Bei and inquired. As for the details, you may ask squad leader Xiang. I require some rest. Lin Bei replied coolly, fatigue evident in his demeanor, as he had not slept well aboard the ship. We shall discuss it later, when time permits. Everyone, let us take this opportunity to rest, Zhang Daping interjected, seeking to ease the tension. Before long, the bus returned to the beast camp. As a group disembarked, they chanced upon the female soldier squad, who, upon witnessing their disheveled appearance, could not resist a teasing remark. Ha. Look at those male soldiers. They are hardly frogmen, they resemble wild men. One laughed. Indeed. It's utterly hilarious. Another chimed in, hearing such jests from the female soldiers. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes glinted mischievously as he smiled and replied, they all say the beast camp is filled with monks, yet suddenly, there are so many young ladies. Those in the know understand it's for internal exchanges and learning. Those unaware might think it's a matchmaking event. Absolutely, what Brother Yu said is spot on. Zhang Daping concurred, and smiles spread across the faces of the crowd. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu spotted Wu Yu not far away and remarked, Brothers, look at that female soldier. She resembles a fierce warrior, with a rather intimidating demeanor. Anyone who fancies her would be in for a rough time. Zhang Daping and Ma Mingyang chuckled in agreement. Yes, Brother Yu is correct. The description is eerily accurate. Ha. I'm about to burst with laughter. Just then, a notification rang in Jiang Xiaoyu's mind, indicating that he had learned the hard way what it meant to speak without thought, and rewarded him with a proficiency card for firearms. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's mind echoed with the system's voice. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu still reveling in laughter, a thought crossed Lin Bei's mind. You reap what you sow, foolish fish. I warned you before, yet you refused to heed my advice. This time, I shall ensure you learn a lesson about pain. At that moment, the female soldier who had just been mocked by Jiang Xiaoyu approached Wu Yun. I'm utterly furious. That group of male soldiers had the audacity to mock us as if we were here for matchmaking. Upon hearing this, Wu Yun's expression darkened. No worries, watch me. I will confront them. How dare they mock our female soldier squad? They must be seeking trouble. With determined strides, she headed towards the new recruits' dormitory. Unaware of Wu Yun's imminent arrival, the new recruits were busy changing clothes. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the dormitory door was flung open, and Wu Yun stormed in. The sight of a female soldier startled the recruits, prompting them to hastily put on their clothes. Wu Yun surveyed the room. then stood boldly in the center, declaring, "Who just said that the female soldier squad came here for matchmaking? Step forward. Today, I shall show you the strength of our squad." Upon hearing this, Liu Yin cast a glance at Xiang Yu before resuming the task of polishing his shoes. Lin Bei, in contrast, lay nonchalantly on the bed, paying no heed to Wu Yun's words. He awaited an opportune moment to enlighten Xiang Yu on the concept of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. Noticing that no one was responding to her, Wu Yun shifted her gaze towards the two closest individuals, Zhang Daping and Ma Mingliang. Sensing the lethal intensity of Wu Yun's stare, the pair hastily redirected their attention to Xiang Yu, who was busy tidying up the bedding. After all, it was Xiang Yu who had uttered those words earlier. Observing the situation, Xiang Yu promptly stepped forward and declared, "Who was it that made that remark? Step forward at once." When silence ensued and she caught sight of the fury radiating from Wu Yun, Xiang Yu swiftly employed her eloquence. "Male and female soldiers are akin to one family. We are all good brothers and sisters. To utter such words is a source of shame for you. You are unworthy of being called a soldier." Upon hearing Xiang Yu's words, Ma Mingliang was taken aback. Not only did he not admit any wrongdoing, but he was also being mocked alongside all the new recruits. "Hey, Xiang Yu, don't go placing blame where it doesn't belong. We didn't say that. Whoever did has a guilty conscience." Faced with Ma Mingliang's lack of respect and his undermining remarks, Xiang Yu was compelled to shift his focus to his beloved little brother, Zhang Daping. "Daping, do enlighten us. Did anyone in our new recruit squad make such a statement?" Zhang Daping immediately responded, "Absolutely not. Each and every one of us in the new recruit squad is a good person. Who would say such things? It's all mere rumors." Satisfied with the answer he sought, Xiang Yu's face broke into a smile. "That female soldier, you stop. I have a name. I am Wu Yun," she interjected coolly. "Very well, Comrade Wu Yun. You heard that there is no one here who made such remarks. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding on your side." The crowd nodded in agreement. In response, Wu Yun retorted furiously, "It's impossible to have misheard. If you don't believe me, I can summon someone to confront this issue." Upon hearing the mention of confrontation, Xiang Yu's heart raced. After all, those female soldiers had seen his face. He quickly exclaimed, No, that won't be necessary. I remember it was that scoundrel who said it. I'll fetch him right away." As Xiang Yu stepped out, his mind raced, and he immediately thought of Zhang Chong, who was still washing clothes. "Apologies, Zhang Chong. A dead comrade is not a burden to the living." Entering the restroom, he found Zhang Chong diligently scrubbing the laundry. Alas, alas, alas. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's lament, Zhang Chong retorted angrily, "What else with the sighing so early in the morning? Are you being chased by ghosts?" Xiang Yu responded, expressing his astonishment at the absence of personnel in the new recruit squad. Just moments ago, someone had blocked the entrance to their dormitory. Yet not a single individual dared to intervene. It was truly embarrassing. Zhang Chong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Isn't Agon Liu Yin here? And Lin Bei is present as well. Why did none of them take action?" Xiang Yu quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, they were all frightened. Their courage faltered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong scoffed. "What nonsense. They were scared? I must see what could possibly intimidate them. Just watch how I handle that person." With that, Zhang Chong dashed out. Seeing Zhang Chong rush outside, a smile crept onto Xiang Yu's face. Chapter 43, Zhang Chong in the dark cloud inside the dormitory. The dark cloud awaited Xiang Yu's return with that individual. "Who dares to block our dormitory door? I am eager to see the face of the one who could frighten even Lin Bei into inaction." Zhang Chong hurried into the dormitory, raising his voice. He soon spotted a figure clad in military attire, standing with their back to him, less than a meter away. "It must be you. Turn around. I want to see if you possess 3 heads and 6 arms to have subdued them all." At the window, Xiang Yu pressed his face against the glass, quietly observing the unfolding drama. The dark cloud nonchalantly turned to face him. Zhang Chong attempted to shout again, "You," but was abruptly silenced upon recognizing the dark cloud. He stood frozen, astonished that the female soldier he had encountered just 2 days prior now stood before him, leaving him momentarily incredulous. The dark cloud, noticing Zhang Chong's outburst, remarked slowly, "You must be the one who mentioned the female soldier squad was coming for matchmaking. With that loud voice of yours, I can say with absolute certainty it's you." Zhang Chong, bewildered, could hardly recall making such a statement upon his return. Before he could gather his thoughts, the dark cloud stepped forward and executed a swift throw, sending the capable Zhang Chong crashing to the ground. "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will adhere to the customs of our grassland and feed you to the wolves. Having delivered her warning, the dark cloud strode confidently towards the exit. Wait, a voice called from behind as Lin Bei rose from his bed. Upon hearing his voice, the dark cloud turned. Spotting the tall and imposing Lin Bei, who spoke with authority, "What is it? Do you wish to avenge your comrade? Let me witness your prowess." At this declaration, the new recruits were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the dark cloud would dare to provoke Lin Bei, whose strength was formidable. And they speculated that her slender frame would not withstand even a single blow from him. "Comrade Dark Cloud, I must say, you were incredibly bold to seek a contest with him." Zhang Daping raised his left hand and gave a thumbs up, declaring, "I feel the same way. He is quite a formidable character." Ma Mingyong concurred. Upon hearing their tone, Wu Yun realized that Lin Bei before her likely possessed considerable strength, and she relished the opportunity to spar with a skilled opponent. Thus, she provocatively challenged, "Are you afraid? Aren't you a man?" In response, Lin Bei, with an unperturbed demeanor, replied, "I apologize, but you are not my match, and I do not engage in combat with female soldiers. Furthermore, I called you over to inform you that that statement was not made by Zhang Chong." Wu Yun furrowed her brow at his words. "What? You dare claim I am not your opponent? Take this." As she spoke, she immediately raised her fist and lunged at Lin Bei. Zhang Chong, who lay on the ground, witnessed his beloved goddess about to strike Lin Bei. Fearing for the outcome, he quickly stood up and positioned himself in front of Lin Bei. Wu Yun's punch landed squarely on Zhang Chong's chest. Despite being a tough man, the force of Wu Yun's blow caused him to grimace in pain. Lin Bei was taken aback that Zhang Chong had rushed to block the punch, as he had intended to redirect Wu Yun's force and send her flying. "Hey, Zhang Chong, are you all right?" Lin Bei immediately inquired. In the presence of his cherished goddess, Zhang Chong suppressed his pain and managed a smile. "I'm fine. How could I possibly be hurt? You must be joking." Seeing Zhang Chong absorb her punch, Wu Yun was astonished, well aware of the power she had unleashed. "Are you okay? Why did you block for him?" Zhang Chong scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Well, you really aren't his match. I was just worried you might get hurt." Wu Yun couldn't help but smile at Zhang Chong's endearing expression. "Thank you, then. By the way, since he did not utter that statement, who did?" At this moment, Wu Yun finally grasped the question Lin Bei had posed earlier. Lin Bei smiled slightly and called out, "Xiang, come in." Xiang Yu, who had intended to sneak away, slowly entered upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, grinning as she asked, "Brother Bei, what do you need?" Lin Bei's smile vanished, his tone turning icy. "What do you think?" Realizing the gravity of the situation from Lin Bei's tone, Zhang Xiaoyu quickly turned to Wu Yun and apologized. "I'm sorry, Comrade Wu Yun. That statement was mine. I apologize to you and your friend." Upon recognizing that the individual who had made that statement was Zhang Xiaoyu, the very person she had first conversed with, Wu Yun's anger flared. "I can't believe it was you. You even tried to frame someone else. Take this." Raising a clenched fist, it struck Zhang Xiaoyu squarely in the abdomen. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Zhang Xiaoyu crumpled to the ground, curled up in agony, wailing in pain. Following the blow, Wu Yun gently addressed Zhang Chong. "I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. Rest assured, I will sincerely apologize to you later." Zhang Chong, scratching his head, responded with an expression of bewilderment. It's just a minor issue. After all, your punch wasn't that powerful. I can take it. Well, I'm off. Until next time." With that, Wu Yun exited the scene. As he watched Wu Yun's retreating figure, Zhang Chong waved farewell. "Goodbye, Zhang Chong, she's already out of sight. You needn't keep waving," Lin Bei reminded him. Observing Zhang Chong's infatuated demeanor, has she left? Zhang Chong finally realized, glancing at the onlookers who wore expressions of amusement. He immediately threatened, "About what just happened? You all saw nothing, understand? Anyone who dares to speak out of turn, I shall not hesitate to tear their mouths apart." His gaze then fixed on Lin Bei. "And you, Lin Bei, refrain from spreading rumors. Though I may not be able to best you in a fight, Zhang Chong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Seeing his flustered state, Lin Bei smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry. I would never divulge this." He then crouched down and spoke to the still prostrate Zhang Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, a true man stands by his word. What is done, and what isn't should remain unspoken. Focus less on empty bravado and more on honing your skills." Zhang Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, slowly rising to respond, "I will certainly practice more." Brother Bei. Fortunately, Wu Yun had shown restraint, sparing Zhang Xiaoyu from a more severe fate. Otherwise, he might still be lying on the ground, unable to rise. Chapter 44. Wu Yun's swimming practice and Xiang Xiaoyu's fundraising at this moment. Wu Yun had returned to the female soldier squad, her mind replaying the scene of Zhang Chong being struck. He truly resembled a fool, utterly incapable of defending himself. Meanwhile, at the front of the squad, Deputy Commander Cui Jie announced, "Today marks the first swimming lesson for our female soldier squad, focusing on adaptive training. It is merely to warm up and practice the basics. But I hope everyone maintains a proper attitude." The captain interjected, "All right, let them swim 100 meters to familiarize themselves." Cui Jie nodded in agreement. "All present, attention. Left face. First row, prepare to enter the water." As the command was given, the first row of 5 female soldiers gracefully leaped into the water, swimming forward with impeccable form. The second row followed suit. As she saw them approaching, Wu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Despite her proficiency in shooting and combat within the female battalion, swimming was a skill she had never acquired, having grown up in Inner Mongolia where such lessons were absent. Thus, she was a quintessential landlubber. Trying to evade the situation, Wu Yun lingered at the back, but no matter how she tried to hide, she could not escape her fate. With the last row entering the water, she remained on the platform, a sight that did not escape the captain's notice. "Wu Yun, what are you doing? Everyone else has entered the water. Are you waiting for me to ask you to jump in?" Wu Yun replied, "Report, Captain, I cannot swim." Hearing this, the captain felt a twinge of exasperation and assigned the vice captain, Cui Jie, the task of teaching Wu Yun to swim. In the swimming pool, Cui Jie began to instruct Wu Yun on the initial strokes. However, within mere seconds, Wu Yun found herself sinking, gulping mouthfuls of pool water. The captain on the shore shook his head in dismay. "Enough, enough. If this continues, she'll drain the pool dry." With that, he departed. On the path, the captain could not contain his thoughts. "Honestly, Wu Yun may be fine with alcohol, but a landlubber? How did you ever recruit her into our battalion?" Cui Jie immediately sprang to Wu Yun's defense. "She possesses unique skills. Her marksmanship and combat abilities are exceptional." The captain countered, "But what good are those skills if she cannot swim? No matter how talented she is, it will be of no use in the Marine Corps. Moreover, the swimming assessment is in 2 weeks. Are you suggesting we let her enter the water in a life jacket? She would bring disgrace upon our battalion." Cui Jie pondered for a moment before responding, "Captain, grant me 1 week, and I assure you that Wu Yun will not hinder our team during the swimming assessment." However, her words did little to placate the captain. "If she can swim 1,000 meters without sinking, I will celebrate her achievement. But let us not speak further. If she cannot learn to swim, I will report to the higher-ups, and she will return when she came." Cui Jie immediately replied, "Captain, have faith. I will ensure she learns to swim." On the beach, Cui Jie led the battalion in training by the shore. Coincidentally, Ba Lang happened to pass by and was drawn to the scene. Noticing Ba Lang approaching, Cui Jie greeted him with a smile. "Oh, Ba Lang, what brings you here?" Ba Lang saluted before responding, "I happened to pass by and wanted to observe your battalion's training." To this, Cui Jie replied with a smile, "So, how do you find the training?" "Quite impressive, isn't it?" Barong remained silent, yet he caught a whiff of the wine-scented air. He picked up a flask from the ground and brought it to his nose for a closer inspection. To his surprise, it was our hometown's Mares milk wine. Next to him, Cui Jie remarked, "Indeed, this is from our squad, and Wu Yun hails from Inner Mongolia, just like you." Upon hearing this, Barong immediately approached. "Hello. I am Barong, your fellow townsman." Wu Yun, taken aback, responded, "How did you know I am your compatriot?" Barong smiled gently. "Let us not mention that your deputy commander has already informed me. Just the scent of the wine on you reveals your origins from Inner Mongolia." At this, Wu Yun promptly replied, "Then can you swim?" "When I first arrived, I couldn't either," he said confidently. "But there's a trick. Envision the ocean as a vast grassland and swimming is riding a horse, and you shall surely learn." Inspired by Barong's words, Wu Yun began to practice, recalling his advice, and after several attempts, she was able to swim effortlessly. "Impressive, Wu Yun," Barong encouraged from the shore. Simultaneously, the captain of the female soldiers approached, eager to observe Wu Yun's progress. Deputy Commander Cui Jie stepped forward and said, "Captain, look, Wu Yun has fully grasped it. There is no need to send her back." The captain watched Wu Yun swimming in the sea and smiled. "No need. She is doing splendidly." After more than an hour, Barong spoke up. "Wu Yun, keep it up. You'll pass the assessment without a doubt. I must take my leave now." Wu Yun inquired, "Where are you off to?" "To the beast camp." She responded, puzzled. "You come from the beast camp?" Barong smiled. "Indeed, The training there is far more arduous than yours. Many male soldiers cannot endure it. However, Barong underestimated the determination of Wu Yun, who defiantly replied that because those male soldiers lack resilience, I would surely endure. Barong dismissed her claim as mere bravado, chuckling before heading towards the beast camp. In the dead of night, Xiang Xiaoyu noticed that everyone was asleep and quietly climbed out of bed. She retrieved a prepared flashlight and reviewed her list, crossing out the names of those who had already paid. She began searching for those who had not yet settled their dues. The first name left unchecked was Ma Mingyang. Brother, it's me. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Ma Mingyang above, Jiang Xiaoyu called out repeatedly until she successfully roused him. What are you doing? Playing a ghost in the middle of the night? Upon glimpsing Jiang Xiaoyu, who was illuminating his face with a flashlight, Ma Mingyang felt half of his soul flee in terror. Brother, pay me back? Ma Mingyang queried, perplexed, as he recalled that he had never borrowed money from Jiang Xiaoyu. What money? Jiang Xiaoyu promptly retorted. The $100 from that lavish seafood buffet on Wild Man Island. You don't intend to pay, do you? If you refuse, I shall summon Brother Bei immediately. At this, Ma Mingyang's memory was jogged. Don't call him. I'll give it to you right away. I am truly exasperated with you, demanding money in the dead of night. Jiang Xiaoyu replied, money must be requested at all times. If you truly owe me, I would demand it from you even on New Year's Eve. All right, here you go, Ma Mingyang said, extracting 100 yuan from his wallet and handing it over. After inspecting the bill, Jiang Xiaoyu tucked it into his bag and proceeded to seek out the next individual. Once he had collected all the funds, he divided the money accordingly, distributing it between Lin Bei, himself, and Zhang Dapeng. Approaching their bedside, he called out, Dapeng, I've collected the money. Here is your share. Zhang Dapeng, roused from his slumber, appeared dazed. Just leave it there, he murmured before shutting his eyes once more to drift back into sleep. With great caution, Jiang Xiaoyu then made his way to Lin Bei's bedside. Bei, regarding the buffet money. Before Jiang Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Lin Bei delivered a punch that sent him crashing to the floor. Ouch, he yelped, clutching his stomach in pain. However, to avoid disturbing everyone, he had to endure the pain, placing the money beneath Lin Bei's pillow before returning to his own bedside. Chapter 45, Meeting Long Bai Chuan, The Plan in Action. Knock. Come in. Inside the room, Long Bai Chuan was reviewing submarine data when he heard the knocking and spoke indifferently. The door opened, and Lin Bei entered, carrying an assortment of bags. Upon seeing Lin Bei, Long Bai Chuan couldn't help but smile. Isn't this the strongest recruit in our squad? What brings you here today? Lin Bei replied with a smile. Uncle Long, please don't flatter me. I still have much practice ahead. I earned some money and thought to visit you. Considering I have no family left, you are like an uncle to me. It is only right for a nephew to pay his respects to his uncle. Hearing this, Long Bai Chuan felt a mix of emotions and nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. From now on, I shall be your uncle. Subsequently, Lin Bei began to scrutinize Long Bai Chuan closely. Is there something on my face? Long Bai Chuan asked curiously, noticing Lin Bei's unwavering gaze. Lin Bei promptly responded, Uncle Long, you don't appear to be in the best of health. When was the last time you had a checkup? Long Bai Chuan continued to smile. Nonsense. I just had a checkup recently, and I am in excellent health. Lin Bei firmly retorted, Uncle Long, you may deceive others, but not me. I'm a distinguished graduate of Sichuan University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. If I were not serving in the military, I would likely be pursuing graduate studies. Moreover, I am well versed in both Eastern and Western medicine. I am quite aware of your health status. In light of this, Long Bai Chuan found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had previously investigated Lin Bei's background and confirmed that he was indeed a medical prodigy. Had he not joined the military, Lin Bei would certainly be pursuing further studies. However, concerning his physical condition, Long Bai Chuan was well aware. May I borrow your phone? I requested, intending to call my grandmaster for a precious medicine that once belonged to the royal family. Just a single dose guarantees a complete recovery. After all, you are my dear uncle, and your health must be paramount. I promise to bring you some remarkable rewards in the future. Here. Lin Bei intended to leverage his grandmaster's influence to pave the way for acquiring a life-saving pill, and he spoke the truth. The grandmaster he had known during his studies in traditional Chinese medicine was indeed a distinguished physician from the royal lineage. Ah, you really shouldn't have to go to such lengths, Long Bai Chuan replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, momentarily at a loss for words. The mere thought that Lin Bei would seek such a high-level remedy on his behalf was profoundly moving. In this matter, you must heed my advice. Taking the phone, Lin Bei stepped outside. Truly, I am at a loss for words. Long Baichuan shook his head, smiling. 5 minutes later, a sound echoed from the entrance. Report. Long Baichuan initially presumed it was Lin Bei and responded, come in. The door opened again, but this time, it was replaced by Xiang Xiaoyu. Wait. Has the wind blown you two together? Surely, you must have conspired, Xiang Xiaoyu remarked with a hint of confusion, glancing at the milk and fruit by the wall. He quickly deduced from Long Baichuan's words, could it be that Brother Bei has come to visit you? Long Baichuan nodded. Truly, Brother Bei comes to see you. And yet you do not call for me. Xiang Xiaoyu exclaimed. It has been a while since we last met. I have missed you, he added, placing the fruit he had brought in the corner. Observing the similarities in their actions, Long Baichuan could not help but chuckle. How amusing you two are. Now, what brings you here? Xiang Xiaoyu, with a twinkle in his eye, earnestly replied, Uncle Long, I simply came to see you because I missed you. A smile flickered across Long Baichuan's face as he responded mildly, is that so? Now that we have met, you may take your leave if there is nothing else. Hearing Long Baichuan's dismissal, Xiang Xiaoyu quickly explained with a grin, oh, Uncle Long, we have only just reunited. Why rush me away? As expected, experience lends wisdom. Nothing escapes your keen eyes. I actually wish to borrow your phone to call my mother and see how she is faring after her surgery. Long Baichuan replied. I knew it. As for the phone, go find Lin Bei, he will assist you. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Bei entered the room. Stinky fish. You have come to visit Uncle Long as well. Xiang Xiaoyu expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Beige, why didn't you invite us when you visited Uncle Long? Lin Bei shrugged his shoulders in explanation. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. I promise to include you next time. Xiang Xiaoyu stepped forward and snatched Uncle Long's phone from Lin Bei's hands. You must call me next time. With that, she exited and dialed her mother. Uncle Long. I've taken care of it. Just wait and see. Lin Bei said earnestly to Long Baichuan. After all, he had already acquired 2 fragments of the heart-saving pill and only needed 2 more to obtain a complete pill. All right, I shall await the good news from you. Xiao Bei, Long Baichuan replied with a smile. On the beach that afternoon, the entire new recruit squad stood rigidly, enduring the scorching sun. Not far away. On the steps, Wu Gang declared loudly, I hereby announce the orders for the new recruits. Squad leader, Lin Bei. Present. Lin Bei stepped forward and responded loudly. Squad leader. Zhang Chong. Present. Zhang Chong also stepped forward with a loud voice. Wu Gang continued speaking. According to your initial reporting order, the first 10 will form Squad 1. And the rest will constitute Squad 2. Squad 1, assemble. Lin Bei shouted. Squad 2, assemble. Zhang Chong echoed loudly. Soon, both squads had gathered, leaving only Xiang Xiaoyu awkwardly standing in the middle. Xiang Xiaoyu, why are you standing there alone? Do you wish for me to create a separate Squad 3 for you? Barong exclaimed. Xiang Xiaoyu began to explain. No, squad leader, I was specially recruited by Team Long and wasn't sure which squad I belonged to. Wu Gang observed him for a moment and said, you will be assigned to Squad 1. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Xiang Xiaoyu's face. Brother Bei, you are truly my elder brother. You must take good care of me. Lin Bei replied with a playful tone, rest assured. I will take excellent care of you and strive to train you into an outstanding Marine. At that moment, Wu Gang, holding the flag of the Blade Squad, proclaimed. This flag has remained in the Beast Camp for 11 years. It recognizes only heroes, not cowards. Whichever squad excels in the assessment at the end of the month will claim this flag. Ding. As soon as Wu Gang's words fell, a system voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Chapter 46. Choosing this identity means you must persevere. Ding. Successfully obtain the Blade Squad flag by the end of the month to receive a heart salvage fragment and a Gun King experience card. Top tier reward. Upon hearing the voice within his mind, Lin Bei's eyes gleamed with determination. He was resolute in his intention to secure the Blade Squad flag by the end of the month, not solely for the Gun King experience card, but also for that heart salvage fragment. If he were to obtain this fragment, along with one more, he could exchange it for the heart salvage, thus saving Long Baichuan's health. However, he soon recalled an important matter. His current class included Xiang Xiaoyu. How could he have forgotten the troublesome fish? He must motivate himself diligently. The rewards for completing the task were essential. At that moment, Balong spoke up loudly. All right, everyone, turn around. Our target is the seaside. Each of you must complete 200 push-ups in the water. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. What? 200 push-ups? Isn't that a death sentence? Lin Bei replied coolly, stop with the nonsense. You must complete them, even if it costs you your life. Begin running, take your positions, and start. The group immediately commenced the exercise. If this had taken place on land, 200 push-ups would not have posed a significant challenge. Given that they were all exceptional recruits except for Xiang Xiaoyu, who currently ranked as a novice. However, transitioning to the water dramatically increased the difficulty level. The waves relentlessly crashed against their bodies, requiring them to exert far more effort than usual. Consequently, those 200 push-ups in the water equated to 400 on land. Despite the group's capabilities, it remained a considerable challenge. Keep going, stinky fish. You only have 15 left to finish. At the seaside, the majority of the new recruits had already completed their push-ups and lay exhausted on the sand, while Lin Bei had long since finished. At this moment, he was supervising Xiang Xiaoyu, for this fellow's physical fitness ranked decidedly last among their group of 22. Thus, even though most had completed their tasks, Xiang Xiaoyu was still at it. Beach, just let me off the hook for the last 15. After all, Captain Ba and instructor were over there chatting and Haven T even noticed our situation. As long as you say I'm done, that would suffice. At this point, Xiang Xiaoyu felt as if every part of his body was in excruciating pain, as though he were on the brink of collapse. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei initially smiled, leading Xiang Xiaoyu to believe he might be exempted, prompting him to prepare to rise. However, in the next moment, Lin Bei's expression turned serious. No, you must finish. Not a single one can be omitted. Hearing Lin Bei's earnest tone, Xiang Xiaoyu, who initially wished to plead and act coy, had no choice but to relent. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and completed the final 15 push-ups in a single breath. Well done, you stubborn fish. Lin Bei praised with admiration upon witnessing this. Brother fish, you are formidable. Come over and take a proper rest, said Xiang Xiaoyu's most loyal subordinate, Zhang Daping. As he hurried over to assist him, not far away, Barong inquired with confusion, Instructor Wu. Why did you assign the position of class leader of the second class to Zhang Chong instead of Liu Yin? After all, in my view, Liu Yin is more suited for the role of class leader. Naturally, Liu Yin could never assume the leadership of the first class, given that Lin Bei's presence rendered it impossible. Wu Gang replied, you fail to comprehend. To deal with someone like Zhang Chong, one must subdue him through force. Only then will he yield. Furthermore, his combat prowess significantly surpasses that of Liu Yin. Thus, I appointed him as the leader of the second class, allowing him to be tempered by Lin Bei. As for Liu Yin, he will undoubtedly gain much knowledge within Lin Bei's first class. There was another reason Wu Gang refrained from revealing, which was that Zhang Chong had been recruited by him, while Lin Bei was brought in by Long Baichuan. The following morning in the new recruit's dormitory, Barong kicked open the door with a forceful motion. The sound of a whistle pierced the air, followed by his commanding voice. Get up and head out for morning exercises. Move quickly. He then began to survey the dormitory, urging everyone to hasten. Hurry up. Let's go. At this moment, Xiang Xiaoyu, having completed 200 water push-ups the previous day, was sleeping soundly like a log. Upon observing that Xiang Xiaoyu remained unresponsive to his calls, Barong approached him and shouted loudly, Wake up, Xiang Xiaoyu. How long do you intend to sleep? This is the military, not your hometown. Under the sonic bombardment of Baron's voice, Xiang Xiaoyu was jolted awake, promptly rising to dress and make his bed. Once he was ready, he stepped outside to retrieve his gear from the vehicle. Upon noticing his comrades already equipped, Baron commanded, Assemble. Everyone present, stand at attention, rest, right face, forward look. Once everyone was aligned, Baron continued, Today, your task is a 10-kilometer armed cross-country run. The moment the words left his mouth, pained expressions spread across the faces of the assembled soldiers. After all, to commence the day with a 10-kilometer armed run was far from delightful. Little did they know that Baron's next statement would further complicate their ordeal. Do you see those bricks over there? Each of your backpacks must contain 8 bricks. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Chong interjected. Class 2, come over and load bricks. Each of you will add 4 more to your packs. Understood. The members of Class 2 responded in unison. Class 1, take note. Each of you will also add 4 bricks to your packs. Lin Bei stated calmly. He did not impose a greater burden than Class 2. Rather, he aimed to maintain equality among all. Despite this, Zhang Daping expressed his astonishment. No way. Hurry up and load it. If you keep talking, I shall add another brick. Lin Bei spoke with earnestness. Upon hearing the mention of additional bricks, everyone immediately responded, yes. At that moment, Xiang Xiaoyu, who stood beside Lin Bei, smiled and remarked, Brother Bei, the second class is merely a bunch of Na'vi youths. There is no need for us to compete with them. Each of you can load 4 more bricks, while I shall manage with 8. Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, "You foul fish, do you recall what I told you yesterday? Once you enter my class, I shall ensure you undergo rigorous training. Your physique is capable. Adding 4 more bricks is no issue." Xiang Yu explained, "But Brother Bei, how can that be acceptable? You must understand that the combination of a handgun, grenade, and submachine gun weighs over 20 pounds. Adding a dozen bricks would mean carrying over 50 pounds. Running 10 kilometers with such a burden, are you trying to take my life?" Lin Bei responded with unwavering resolve. "Since you have chosen to enlist, knowing full well the path ahead may lead to peril, you must charge forth. This is the duty of a Chinese soldier. If you cannot even bear the weight of a few bricks, how will you shoulder the monumental responsibility of saving the people in the future? I hope you heed my words." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Bei moved to load the bricks, but unlike the others, he packed 16 into his backpack, for more than the rest, filling it to the brim. Contemplating Lin Bei's words, Xiang Xiaoyu approached and began to load bricks as well. Chapter 47. My apologies, I have made up my mind. Ready, set, run. At the starting point, Ba Lang announced from atop an off-road vehicle. Subsequently, the 2 classes, led by Lin Bei and Zhang Chong, commenced their competition. Lin Bei, I may not outmatch you in combat, but when it comes to running, you shall surely lose to me, Zhang Chong taunted, confident in his prowess. After all, he had spent his childhood traversing the woods with his adoptive father, running with heavy loads, and thus he regarded the 10-kilometer armed cross-country run with disdain. Believing he would not falter in a race, he issued a challenge to Lin Bei. "Oh, how amusing. Zhang Chong, you are still quite young." Lin Bei replied with a slight smile, although he acknowledged that his physical stamina was currently somewhat inferior to Zhang Chong's. He possessed an advantage, 2 armed cross-country 10 kilometers prince cards awaiting his utilization in his mind. In a contest, he would undoubtedly claim an additional victory. Behind him, Liu Yan caught up and remarked that he had overheard their earlier conversation. Although he was a swimming champion and confident that no one here could surpass him in the water, he was equally adept at running. Having once claimed the title of 5,000-meter long-distance champion during his university days. "Oh, how intriguing. Let us proceed." With these words, Lin Bei surged ahead. "Planning a sneak attack, are we? Just watch, I will catch up with you in no time," Zhang Chong commented while observing Lin Bei's lead. Shortly thereafter, Liu Yan followed suit. In the initial moments of the race, Lin Bei refrained from utilizing any cards, wishing to gauge his true capabilities at this moment. Minutes later, Lin Bei, Liu Yan, Zhang Chong, and Dai Fei found themselves in the lead group, while Agan, Ma Mingyang, and Du Lin trailed in the second tier. Jiang Xiaoyu, along with Zhan Daping and Du Yu, occupied the third tier. "Brother Yu, are you feeling tired? I feel like I'm about to collapse. I truly don't understand Brother Bei's mindset. Even if Zhang Chong and the others are pushing themselves, we must follow suit, leaving me utterly exhausted," Zhan Daping gasped. "Do you think I'm faring any better? I am just as drained as you are, nay, even more so," Jiang Xiaoyu replied weakly. Initially, when Lin Bei had loaded bricks and arrived at the assembly point, he had secretly removed some bricks and replaced them with foam. This clever ruse allowed him to conserve energy. However, upon reflecting on Lin Bei's words, he ultimately abandoned the notion and dutifully filled his backpack with 12 bricks. After running for a quarter of an hour, he found himself filled with regret, questioning the decision to carry the bricks. "Class 1, keep up." At that moment, Lin Bei addressed the group behind him. In response, Zhang Chong echoed, "Class 2, stay on our heels. Do not allow Class 1 to surpass us." In a short span of time, the group had completed 5 kilometers, with only the final 5 kilometers remaining. At this moment, the leading quartet consisted of Lin Bei, Zhang Chong, Liu Yan, and Dai Fei, while the subsequent teams remained unchanged, with the only alteration being that Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhan Daping had descended to the last tier. Observing the foremost 4, Jiang Xiaoyu weakly remarked, "How can they be so formidable, running at such speed? I feel utterly exhausted." Zhan Daping replied slowly, "Of course. Just look at Zhang Chong. He has adventured through the woods with his adoptive father since childhood. Liu Yan is a swimming champion, so his running prowess is likely commendable as well. As for Dai Fei, he completed a full marathon at the tender age of 14, truly extraordinary. However, I am perplexed as to why Lin Bei is also at the forefront." Upon hearing Lin Bei's name, Jiang Xiaoyu's interest was piqued. "Oh, I can clarify that. He is undoubtedly the fiercest among them. You should know, he once chased me down while I was riding a motorcycle, leaving me utterly astonished. Although I wasn't riding particularly fast, the fact that he could catch up is nothing short of miraculous." Zhan Daping was left speechless by this revelation. Not only is he formidable in combat, a master of survival in the wild, and a skilled physician, but now he possesses such terrifying speed in running. What is it that Lin Bei cannot accomplish? Hurry up, just 500 meters to go, exclaimed Ba Lang, addressing the crowd while standing atop the vehicle. He regarded the 4 individuals before him with admiration, for their current pace ranked among the best in all previous competitions. Ding! First place attained. Awarding 3 experience cards for the peak performance of Usain Bolt in the 100 meters. No sooner had Ba Lang's words echoed than the voice of the system resonated in Lin Bei's mind. How intriguing, if that is the case. I shall unleash my full potential. I beg your pardon, my 3 companions, Lin Bei remarked nonchalantly. Initially, he intended to sprint alongside Zhang Chong, Liu Yin, and Dai Fei. But it appeared that, regrettably, he must charge ahead for the sake of those 3 Usain Bolt experience cards. Apologies, my friends, this first place is mine to claim. With that proclamation, Lin Bei activated the armed cross-country 10-kilometer prince card. In an instant, he felt his weary body rejuvenated with vigor. He swiftly distanced himself from the 3, racing fervently toward the finish line. Goodness, Lin Bei possesses such extraordinary stamina. This won't do. As the class monitor of the 2nd class, I cannot fall behind. Zhang Chong exclaimed upon witnessing Lin Bei sprinting ahead. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his strength and surged forward. You all are charging ahead, so I must join as well. I, Liu Yin, am not inferior to any of you, shouted Liu Yin, as he hastened to keep pace with Lin Bei and Zhang Chong. Wait. If you 3 are racing, must I not join the fray? Dai Fei momentarily hesitated, initially believing the others to be as fatigued as he was. However, upon observing their determination, he quickly rallied himself. All right, if we are playing this way, who's to say I am not a prodigious talent? In terms of combat and swimming, I may be slightly behind, but when it comes to running, I, Dai Fei, am no lesser than any. With a resounding shout, he dashed forward. Ba Lang, watching the unfolding scene from the vehicle, could not suppress his excitement. All 4 of you are impressive. Now we shall see who claims the first place in this armed cross-country 10 kilometers. By the finish line, Xiang Yu awaited the arrival of these new recruits. Soon, a familiar face came into his line of sight. How fascinating. I never expected Lin Bei to be not only a fierce fighter but also an exceptional runner. It has been a long time since I have encountered such a formidable recruit. Only 100 meters to the finish. Ba Lang shouted to the 4 from the vehicle. Ah! Lin Bei shouted, his speed surging once more, akin to a whirlwind, as he crossed the finish line. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The cold, mechanical voice resonated within Lin Bei's mind, and as he cast his gaze forward, a familiar figure emerged within his line of sight. The 2 locked eyes. An undeniable aura of formidable combat intent radiating from their beings. Chapter 48. What is the point of pretending without strength? Well, Lin Bei, you are even more ferocious than the black bears in my forest. At the final moment, you were able to unleash such terrifying power. Zhang Chong, who had crossed the finish line a minute later, gasped for breath, genuinely astonished by the reserves of strength Lin Bei had managed to retain, panting heavily beside him. Liu Yin, who had nearly crossed the finish line at the same time, also stared at Lin Bei in astonishment, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief. Although he felt disheartened by his defeat, the thought that swimming was his strongest discipline brought him some solace. As for Dai Fei, who lagged behind the 2 competitors, he crossed the finish line, dropped his backpack, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, resembling a person on the brink of exhaustion. At that moment, Lin Bei shifted his gaze from Xiang Yu and replied nonchalantly, just average, a tad better than you. In the following minutes, Agon and the others reached the finish line, while Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Daping were still several hundred meters away. Consequently, Lin Bei, with his backpack still on, ran back to encourage them. Stinky fish, Daping, keep pushing. You can do it. As the class monitor, he felt a profound responsibility for the members of his class. Brother Bei, I really can't go on. I feel as if my entire body no longer belongs to me, Jiang Xiaoyu lamented. Yes, Brother Bei, this is simply unbearable, Zhang Daping echoed, his stamina only marginally better than Jiang Xiaoyu's, resembling a close tie in their struggle. Come on, you both need to push through. I believe you can do it. Stinky fish, think of your mother. Daping, remember your dreams, charge forward. Lin Bei unleashed his secret weapon. For Jiang Xiaoyu, the thought of his mother was his Achilles heel, and similarly, Zhang Daping's aspirations were his weakness. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the 2 exchanged glances, then simultaneously shouted, ah, ah, ah. They gritted their teeth and surged towards the finish line. I'm utterly exhausted. This is truly taxing, Xiang Yu gasped while lying on the ground, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing that everyone had gathered, Ba Lang quickly approached Xiang Yu, saluted, and stated resolutely, "Squad leader Xiang, the 10-kilometer armed cross-country is complete. Please advise." Xiang Yu returned the salute and replied coolly, "Continue according to plan." "Understood. This group of rookies is now in your hands," Ba Lang responded. Xiang Yu nodded. Hands clasped behind his back, and addressed the resting group, calling out loudly, "All personnel, assemble." Xiaoyu, who had just settled down, looked exasperated. "Ah, I just lay down. And now we have to assemble again. This is truly exhausting. Enough of that. Get up and assemble," Lin Bei urged as he pulled Xiaoyu to his feet. He then addressed the rest of Class 1. "Class 1, rise and assemble." Zhang Chong followed suit, shouting, "Class 2, rise and assemble." Under their encouragement, the groups quickly gathered together. Observing the two assembled classes, Xiang Yu announced, "We will now commence obstacle training by class units. Each class, please proceed." "No. How can the training come so swiftly again? O heavens, O earth, I beseech you, in my suffering," lamented Xiaoyu, tears welling in her eyes. "Enough of the complaints. Muster your spirits," Lin Bei urged gently. At that moment, atop the high ground, 3 seasoned soldiers were meticulously cleaning their firearms. Their eyes keenly fixed on the new recruits assembled at the beach not far away. "I've heard this batch of recruits possesses commendable strength with a few promising talents," remarked the soldier on the left. "Oh, truly a few promising talents? The previous batch was said to be the same, yet they faltered miserably," scoffed the soldier in the center. "Patience, we shall see shortly," the soldier on the right replied nonchalantly. On the beach, Xiang Yu was elucidating the rules of the obstacle training to Lin Bei and his comrades. "Do you see that beach over there? That marks the enemy's front line. Your task is to breach their fire blockade as a unit. The squad that accomplishes this in the shortest time and retrieves that flag shall be deemed victorious." As Xiang Yu concluded, Zhang Chong interjected, requesting permission for Squad 2 to take the lead. Having lost to Lin Bei in the 10-kilometer armed cross-country, he was determined to reclaim his pride in this event, eager to demonstrate that his Squad 2 was superior to Lin Bei's Squad 1. Lin Bei remained unfazed, fully aware that under the formidable firepower of the 3 veterans on the opposing high ground, the outcome for Zhang Chong's Squad 2 was undoubtedly bleak. However, his teammates voiced their dissent. Ma Mingliang retorted, "Why should you go first? We are Squad 1. Why? Because 2 is greater than 1, hence Squad 2 shall go first." A gon from Squad 2 countered. Ma Mingliang turned to Lin Bei, "Brother Bei, please speak up. How dare they jump ahead of us?" "Indeed, Brother Bei, utter a word, and they shall know their place. They cannot presume to advance before Squad 1, echoed Zhang Daping. Lin Bei, however, merely smiled faintly, responding with a calm demeanor. "The order is inconsequential. Success is the ultimate truth. And have you not heard the saying? The protagonist always makes their entrance last." The group nodded in agreement. Ma Mingyang, with a hint of mockery, added, "Let them go first. Our protagonist will appear afterward." "Very well. Squad 2 shall proceed. Prepare the rubber boats," Zhang Chong affirmed resolutely. "Yes. Squad 2, follow me. Let Squad 1 witness who the true backbone of the new recruit battalion is. Squad 2 shall emerge victorious." Immediately, a gon stood up and exclaimed. Subsequently, every member shouted for the victory of the second team and rushed towards Lin Bei's first team. Upon reaching the ocean, all members of the second team, carrying inflatable boats, sprinted towards the position of the flag, unaware that 3 seasoned soldiers on the high ground had already aimed their submachine guns at them. They had barely advanced 10 meters from the shoreline to the beach when the formidable firepower from the 3 soldiers obliterated them, resulting in their immediate elimination. Observing this scene, Ba Lang could not contain his indignation. "Look at you all, calling yourselves the main force? What a joke. Get out of my sight." Zhang Chong, left with no choice, led the second team to the side, eager to witness how Lin Bei's first team would contend with the overwhelming firepower while attempting to seize the flag. "Lin Bei, shall we devise a strategy to advance in an S-shape after landing?" Liu Yin proposed after observing Zhang Chong's team fail. "I'm afraid your plan is utterly futile." Lin Bei replied coolly. "Why not? I find it quite effective. If we move in an S-shape, we shall surely reach the flag," Liu Yin retorted, feeling dissatisfied with the dismissal of his proposal. "No, that is not the point. The design itself is flawed. When we land, there will be no barriers around us, rendering us mere targets for those 3 soldiers. Don't even think about the flag. Making it 10 meters would be a remarkable feat," Lin Bei elucidated. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Liu Yin inquired promptly. Stay calm and follow my lead. Just watch. Lin Bei glanced ahead at Xiang Yu and then led his team forward. Today marks the Army Day. I wish all the soldiers good health and happiness with their families. Thank you for safeguarding our nation. Your efforts are deeply appreciated. Additionally, I humbly request that readers encourage updates, write favorable reviews, and offer free gifts. As a modest author, I earnestly seek your support. Chapter 49. Success. If you think you can do it, then come. Balang returned to Xiang Yu's side and asked, Do you think their team will succeed? They want to succeed, Xiang Yu replied. As a veteran, he understood that the design he had conceived was beyond the capabilities of these new recruits. Indeed, even seasoned soldiers would struggle under such conditions. I concur, Brother Bei. What is our plan? On the way, Zhang Doping inquired. Yes, Brother Bei, what is our strategy? Ma Mingyong inquired, and the others turned their gazes toward him, eager to discern Lin Bei's strategy. After listening to Lin Bei's words, they all felt that seizing the flag was an unattainable aspiration. The plan is to hold the inflatable boat in front of us, rather than carrying it like Zhang Cheng's second class, using it to shield ourselves from their blank shots. Therefore, we require someone stationed behind to observe and guide us, as our line of sight is completely obstructed. Lin Bei articulated calmly, as this was the most viable solution he could conceive at the moment. I shall be that observer, Brother Bei. Upon hearing the need for an observer, Xiang Xiaoyu promptly stepped forward, thrilled at the prospect of this role. After running 10 kilometers, he felt sore all over and lacked the strength to charge forward. Thus, standing back as an observer suited him perfectly. Very well, it shall be you. Ensure you direct us effectively. If we lose, you will have to rise early every morning for additional training, Lin Bei stated with a serious tone. Rest assured, Brother Bei. Losing is out of the question. Victory is ours. Xiang Xiaoyu assured, thumping his chest with confidence. All right, Class 1, prepare yourselves. Remember, we must maintain our speed. For the inflatable boat can only shield a significant portion of our bodies, leaving a small part exposed. Understood, Brother Bei. The members of Class 1 placed the inflatable boat before them and began to get ready to charge forward. After ensuring everyone was in position, Xiang Xiaoyu spoke up. Is everyone prepared? Ready. They responded in unison. Then let us charge forward in a straight line. Should we deviate from the path, I will call out, Xiang Xiaoyu instructed. Okay, charge. Lin Bei declared decisively. With that, they surged forward, bearing the inflatable boat toward the flag. The 3 veteran soldiers on the high ground, upon witnessing Class 1's advance, unleashed a fierce barrage of fire. However, after a brief exchange of fire, they realized that their bullets were thwarted by the inflatable boat. It was unexpected that this group of individuals could be so astute, placing the boat at the forefront, quite cunning indeed, remarked the veteran on the left with a scowl of indignation. No worries, their feet are unprotected. Let us aim for their feet. The veteran in the center promptly identified Lin Bei and his companion's vulnerability. Indeed, take aim and fire. Such momentary cleverness is of little consequence, added the veteran on the right. Rat-a-tat-tat. A more vigorous assault was launched towards their feet. Lu Yin, you're veering off. Shift slightly to the left. Brother Bei, you two have strayed. Adjust to the right. Zhang Xiaoyu directed from the rear. Understood. Lin Bei and Lu Yin responded in unison. It was not entirely their fault for deviating, as they had just been evading the onslaught of bullets. Accelerate. They will undoubtedly target our feet next, Lin Bei cautioned. All right, the group shouted in unison. With their acceleration, they drew ever closer to the flag. Uncertain whether they possessed a protagonist's halo, the 3 veterans, despite aiming directly at their feet, failed to strike even one. Beside them, Zhang Chong observed the charging Lin Bei and his companions with a look of bewilderment. Beige, we're almost there. The flag is less than 5 meters away from you, shouted Xiang Xiaoyu, who was watching from behind. Understood. Lin Bei replied upon hearing Xiang Xiaoyu's alert. Hold your ground. I shall retrieve the flag. Go for it, Beige. The others encouraged him. Immediately, Lin Bei emerged from the cover of the rubber boat. This squad of recruits seems to be jinxed. We aimed and still couldn't hit them. One of the veterans fumed. It's all right. One recruit has emerged, and judging by his direction, he is heading towards the flag. We still have a chance. The veteran on the left concurred. Fire. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate even one from this batch. The veteran on the right shouted in fury, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Lin Bei. Activate the Bolt Peak 100-meter card. In that instant, as Lin Bei dashed forward, he instinctively knew the veteran's bullets would be aimed at him. Thus, he employed the card with a focused thought. After all, Lin Bei was acutely aware that at his own reaction speed, crossing 5 meters would surely result in being struck by the veteran's bullets. Whoosh. Upon using the experience card, Lin Bei surged forth like a flash of lightning, seizing the flag in his grasp. The moment he secured the flag, he was met with a hail of bullets. Smoke billowing from him. Yet, none of it mattered now. The flag was firmly in his possession. Damn, how did he get there so quickly? The central veteran exclaimed. Indeed. Like a bolt of lightning, the veteran on the right marveled. It seems this batch of recruits possesses some talent. In my opinion, they've already surpassed the Baron class. The veteran on the left mused with a sense of admiration. As the gunfire ceased, everyone quickly lowered the rubber boat, and there stood Lin Bei before them. A broad smile adorning his face, flag in hand. We won. We won. Zhang Daping shouted excitedly. Hooray, hooray. We've won. Ma Mingyong echoed, equally exuberant. The other recruits were also filled with exhilaration, while only Zhang Chong, leading the second squad, looked on with a gloomy demeanor. How on earth did they win? Aegon thought, feeling more pain by their smiles than if he had been defeated. Assemble. Not far away, Xiang Yu called out loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately rushed over. Xiang Yu looked at Class 1, led by Lin Bei, and remarked coldly, "You were cheating during the training." Lin Bei stepped forward and replied, "Report. We are not cheating. We are merely making full use of our equipment. You did not specify how we should operate the inflatable boat at the outset. In combat, we must utilize all available resources effectively to achieve success." He added, "Of course. If the squad leader can carry the inflatable boat and retrieve the flag under the formidable firepower of 3 individuals, I shall concede your victory and leave the matter to your discretion." He had little faith in Xiang Yu's abilities, after all. The distance from the water to the flag was nearly 50 meters, and without any cover, it was impossible for a single person to evade bullets unless he were divine. After hearing Lin Bei's words, Xiang Yu realized he had fallen into Lin Bei's trap and reluctantly conceded. "Fine, you win. Therefore, Class 1 is victorious. And Class 1 will return for dinner, while Class 2 stays behind to clean up." With that, Xiang Yu turned and walked away without a backward glance. "Come on, brothers. Time for dinner," Lin Bei said with a slight smile. "In the army, we are the elite of the elite, the steel amongst steel. We are the valiant sons of our motherland." Ma Mingyang and Zhang Daping sang as they passed by Zhang Chong's Class 2, igniting Zhang Chong's ire. "Chongge. Let's go and clean up," Agon said helplessly. Chapter 50. The practical combat plan. After a simple lunch and a brief rest, everyone began the afternoon training. Oh no. Not another 5-kilometer trek. Upon hearing Ba Lang announce the afternoon's training content, Jiang Xiaoyu was left dumbfounded. What is the matter? Do you have an objection? Or do you think 5 kilometers is too little and wish for 10? If that is the case, I can accommodate you. Although Jiang Xiaoyu's complaint was barely audible, it was nonetheless caught by the keen ears of Ba Lang. No need for that. I prefer 5 kilometers, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly replied with a smile. In that case, all classes, lead your teams, and let us commence. Subsequently, Lin Bei and Zhang Chong led Class 1 and Class 2 on their 5-kilometer trek. However, this time, Lin Bei relinquished the opportunity to strive for first place and instead chose to stand by Jiang Xiaoyu's side, urging her to run alongside him. "Hurry up. You sluggish fish. Get moving," he exclaimed. "Think of Daping. He is already ahead of you. You mustn't embarrass yourself." Jiang Xiaoyu, battling her fatigue, responded, "Beej. I will do my best." Lin Bei replied with unwavering determination, "You cannot merely do your best. You must summon your utmost strength. By the end of this month, that banner must belong to our class. Therefore, elevate your speed now. I will push through. I will push through," she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to muster her spirits and accelerate. Throughout the subsequent training, Lin Bei consistently supported Jiang Xiaoyu, for there remained a considerable time before the end of the month, and he was resolute in preventing the Blade Class S banner from falling into Zhang Chong's hands. Otherwise, his mission would be deemed a failure. However, even with Lin Bei's assistance, Jiang Xiaoyu still found herself at the bottom among the 22. Though her abilities had improved slightly, Lin Bei understood that Jiang Xiaoyu had yet to undergo a complete transformation. Yet he firmly believed that with daily encouragement whispered in her ear, she would gradually evolve. In the dormitory, Agon turned to Zhang Chong and said, "Brother Chong, we need to devise a plan. If this continues, the flag of the Blade class may very well remain within Class 1 indefinitely." Zhang Chong, equally anxious, scratched his head. While he was capable of fighting, he was at a loss when it came to strategizing. "I have no idea." At first, Jiang Xiaoyu was quite lacking, but now, with Lin Bei's help, she's improved a bit. After pondering for a moment, Dai Fei spoke up. "I've got an idea, class leader. Both Zhang Chong and Agon responded in unison. What is it? Speak up. Dai Fei slowly elaborated. You should approach Instructor Wu to initiate practical combat training, wagering the flag as a prize. If we win, we can reclaim the flag. Agon nodded vigorously. Dai Fei, that's a splendid idea. After all, even if Class 1 is strong, only Lin Bei and Liu Yin possess real prowess. The others are merely mediocre. In practical combat, we are bound to triumph. Zhang Chong concurred, recognizing the merit in Dai Fei's suggestion. All right, I shall go at once. We will reclaim what rightfully belongs to us in this practical training. Knock, knock, knock. Report. Enter. In the office, Wu Gang was reviewing training materials for the new recruits when a voice echoed at the door. The door swung open, and Zhang Chong strode in confidently, offering a respectful salute. Wu Gang returned the gesture and inquired, It's you, Zhang Chong. What brings you here? Zhang Chong promptly replied, Instructor Wu, on behalf of all members of Class 2, I wish to request a practical combat training session. Hearing this, Wu Gang's lips curled into a slight smile. You seek an opportunity to reclaim the flag of the Blade class, I presume? That flag has been hoisted by Lin Bei's Class 1 for quite some time. Zhang Chong scratched his head in acknowledgement. Indeed, Wu Gang continued, but are you certain that your Class 2 can best Lin Bei's Class 1? After all, Lin Bei has consistently ranked first in recent assessments. Zhang Chong swiftly responded, in a one-on-one scenario, I may not be his match, however, in a class versus class confrontation. Class 1 cannot possibly surpass us. The overall strength of Class 2 is superior. After listening to Zhang Chong's words, Wu Gang nodded. For Zhang Chong was the one he had discovered and recruited. Very well, I admire the fighting spirit of you young individuals. I shall promptly arrange a practical training exercise for you focused on hostage rescue, with the time and place determined by Balong. Here. I also hope you can lead your second class to triumph over Lin Bei's first class. However, let me make it clear that should the rescue fail, you will face severe penalties, as it is the rule of the Beast Camp, which must be adhered to. Zhang Chong immediately responded, Rest assured, Instructor Wu. We cannot possibly lose. Lin Bei, I have applied to Instructor Wu for a practical training session for our 2 classes, with the wager being the banner of the Blade class. I hope you are prepared, Zhang Chong said to Lin Bei, who lay on his bed. Oh, how intriguing. You dare to challenge us? Zhang Chong, I must say, you somewhat overestimate the capabilities of your second class, Lin Bei remarked. Genuinely surprised that Zhang Chong would seek Wu Gang for a practical training session, which seemed like courting disaster. What? Are you afraid your first class will lose? After all, aside from you and Liu Yin, the rest of your class is rather mediocre, and collectively you are not a match for our second class, Zhang Chong said with arrogance, dismissing the others as inferior fighters. What did you say? You look down on us, don't you? Ma Mingyang immediately stood up in response to Zhang Chong's words. Indeed, I do. If it weren't for Lin Bei, you lot wouldn't even dream of claiming the Blade class banner. Bah. Agon was unperturbed by Ma Mingyang's outburst and retorted fiercely. Very well, let us compete and see how our first class will triumph over your second class. Zhang Daping declared, stepping forward. Exactly. Our first class is brimming with talent. We could easily handle your second class without needing to lift a finger, Xiang Xiaoyu boasted shamelessly. Just you? Do you dare to participate? Dai Fei scoffed at Xiang Xiaoyu, regarding his abilities as utterly inadequate. If Lin Bei sent him into battle, it would be not only useless, but could potentially backfire. Why would I not dare? I fear you second class not at all, Xiang Xiaoyu responded resolutely, thumping his chest in defiance at Dai Fei's mockery. Enough with the grandstanding. Let us see true skills in practical combat, Lin Bei interjected, decisively ending the exchange between the two sides. Chapter 51. The chaos aboard the ship. At the entrance of the dormitory, Wu Gang stood before the 2 classes and proclaimed, This shall be interesting. I am eager to witness which of your classes will ultimately claim victory in this practical training exercise, or perhaps neither of you will succeed. Lin Bei and Zhang Chong, select 5 individuals from your respective classes to form a rescue team. The choice is yours. The robbers will consist of Ba Lang, Xiang Yu, and Gao Feng. As for the hostages, I have already chosen them. They will be played by our esteemed Chief of Staff, Shin. Upon hearing that Shin Gu would be one of the hostages, Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback, and when he glanced over, he found Shin Gu looking back at him. How could it be her? This is truly absurd. I sincerely hope Bei Gu does not call my name. The members of Class 1, upon seeing Shin Gu, wore expressions of intrigue. Oh, isn't this the person Jiang Gu spoke of, the one pursuing him? This should be quite entertaining. If Bei Gu calls Jiang Ji's name, It would indeed be a delightful surprise. You can rest assured, Bei Ge will certainly call it. In the end, Zhang Daping confidently declared, "All right, you two may begin selecting your team members. Zhang Chong, you go first," Wu Gang instructed. Yes, Zhang Chong promptly stepped forward and called out loudly, "Agon, Dai Fei, Zhuang Jian, Chao Hu." The four responded in unison, "Present." Upon witnessing Zhang Chong's selections, Wu Gang turned to Lin Bei and said, "It's your turn, Lin Bei." Understood. Lin Bei stepped forward as well, quickly announcing three names: Lu Yin, Ma Mingyang, Zhang Daping. The three responded immediately, "Present." As for the final name, a playful smile appeared on Lin Bei's face. Xiang Xiaoyu, standing at the side, internally pleaded, "Please don't call me. Don't call me. I am utterly unqualified. And I certainly do not wish to rescue that unfortunate girl." The members of Class 1 directed their gaze towards Xiang Xiaoyu, their expressions filled with anticipation. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, Lin Bei called out the last name, Xiang Xiaoyu. Xiang Xiaoyu immediately stepped forward, saying, "Bei Ge, I prefer not to go. If I do, I will undoubtedly hold everyone back, and Yao Ran's capabilities far surpass mine. You should let him take my place." Lin Bei replied coolly, "Didn't you say yesterday that you could easily handle Class 2? Why are you afraid today?" At that moment, Xingu also heard Lin Bei's voice, her face displaying a look of disdain. Seeing Xingu's scornful expression and glancing at the faces of Class 2 across from him, Zhang Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Present. On the beach, Wu Gang addressed the group. Somewhere on a nearby boat, 3 fully armed robbers have taken a hostage. Your task is to rescue the hostage unarmed. You now have 10 seconds to prepare. After that, your mission begins. As Wu Gang's words fell, Lin Bei addressed the 4 individuals. Lu Yin, I have faith in your capabilities, so you will operate as a solo unit. Please inform me immediately if you receive any updates. Zhang Daping, Ma Mingyang, and Xiang Xiaoyu. You 3 will form a team and, like Lu Yin, relay any information to me without delay. We will divide into 3 groups. Should any situation arise, call out immediately. Is that understood? The group responded in unison, understood. At the rear, Agon, observing Lin Bei still strategizing, promptly inquired, Chonggu, since Lin Bei is still formulating tactics. Do we have any strategy? Dai Fei chimed in beside him. Indeed, Chonggu, what plan do we have? Zhang Chong replied disdainfully, do not heed Lin Bei's boasts. What strategy could he possibly devise? We shall adhere to 2 simple directives. First, upon discovering hostages, call out immediately. Second, if we encounter the opposing faction, we engage them directly. As for Lin Bei, we will encircle him. If we can overcome one of them, I refuse to believe he can withstand all 5 of us. All right, we shall follow Chongji's lead, Agon promptly affirmed. As 10 seconds elapsed, the veteran at the forefront bellowed, first column, second column, right turn, commence action. No sooner had the veteran's command resonated than Lin Bei surged forth like a gust of wind. Zhang Chong and the others barely had time to react before Lin Bei had already boarded the vessel. Wait, what kind of speed is this? Zhang Chong was momentarily dumbfounded. He had intended to intercept Lin Bei at the onset to delay his boarding, yet now he had dashed aboard in an instant, leaving no room for obstruction. It wasn't just Zhang Chong who was taken aback. Even Lu Yin and others from Lin Bei's team were left speechless. My goodness, did Brother Bei previously train in sprinting? With that burst of speed, he undoubtedly possesses a national level above. Ma Mingliang exclaimed in astonishment. All right, let us hurry and assist him. Lu Yin, shaking off his shock, immediately urged. Just as he was about to charge forward, Zhang Chong immediately followed, forcefully shoving Lu Yin aside. Enraged, Lu Yin erupted in a torrent of curses. Zhang Chong, what are you doing? Without turning his head, Zhang Chong retorted, what am I doing? I'm going to rescue the hostage. Don't obstruct me, you worthless fool. With that, he dashed onto the ship. Very well, if that is your intent, just wait and see how I deal with you, Lu Yin seethed. Soon after, everyone followed onto the vessel. At that moment, Lin Bei, who had boarded first, began searching for the room where Xingu was held captive. Meanwhile, the members of the second class who followed him descended into chaos. As Xiang Xiaoyu approached the door, intending to check if Xingu was inside, he was suddenly tackled to the ground by Agon from the second class. Agon then attempted to rush past and open the door. Just then, Zhang Daping, who was not far from Xiang Xiaoyu, swiftly intervened, grabbing Agon and preventing him from reaching the doorknob, leaving him tantalizingly close yet seemingly worlds away. At this point, Xiang Xiaoyu regained his footing, eager to continue his attempt at opening the door, his hand already resting on the doorknob. Abruptly, Agon, still on the ground, clutched Xiang Xiaoyu's leg and yanked, causing him to tumble once more. You shall not open this door. Xiang Xiaoyu, utterly exasperated, thought to himself. Was opening a door truly this difficult? Of course, Xiang Xiaoyu was not the only one facing such adversity. Nearby, Ma Mingyang reached the door of another room, ready to turn the handle when he was confronted by Xiao Hu from the second class, who unceremoniously flung Ma Mingyang aside and surged forward, intent on opening the door himself. However, the indignant Ma Mingyang, unable to withstand the humiliation of being cast aside, promptly rose to his feet and executed a decisive throw, sending Xiao Hu crashing to the ground. Following this, he swiftly approached and opened the door to the room. However, Xiao Hu, who had fallen to the ground, rose to his feet and, embracing Ma Mingyang, began to retreat. The two of them engaged in a fierce struggle. As for Liu Yin, after opening several doors without uncovering any trace of the hostages, he made his way to the deck of the ship. However, upon arrival, Zhang Chong stood before him, declaring, "If you wish to rescue the hostage, you must first pass through me." At that moment, Zhang Chong had not found what he was looking for below, so he ascended to continue his search. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you. I've wanted to settle this with you for quite some time," Liu Yin retorted angrily. "Then let us fight." As the words left his lips, both charged at each other, engaging in a fierce struggle. Xiang Yu, noticing the delay of the expected reinforcements, could not help but exclaim, "Why have they not yet arrived?" Just then, a voice echoed back, "Apologies, but I have indeed arrived." Chapter 52. Unleash your full strength as a mark of respect. Xiang Yu glanced over to see Lin Bei, grinning at him from the entrance not far away. In truth, Lin Bei had rushed in from the very beginning. Initially, he intended to make a dramatic entrance from above, but upon discovering the thickness of the upper deck, he realized that, as an ordinary human, prying it open was mere folly. Left with no choice, he opted to force his way through the main door. Among the three, he was particularly wary of Xiang Yu, as he possessed only a proficiency card for the 8 Extremes Fist, lacking the mastery card, making him feel somewhat disadvantaged against Xiang Yu. Moreover, there were two other formidable opponents, Ba Lang and Gao Feng, further complicating Lin Bei's situation. "Why are you alone?" Xiang Yu inquired, puzzled by Lin Bei's solitary appearance. "I have no desire to explain their absence. You will understand soon enough," Lin Bei replied, feeling quite helpless, as he was aware that Liu Yin and the others were embroiled in chaos below and could not ascend. Intrigued by Lin Bei's words, Xiang Yu wished to know what the others were doing. "Enough of this idle chatter, Captain. You are the robber, and I am here to rescue the hostage. Let us commence our battle. Once I succeed, the truth will naturally be revealed to you," Lin Bei stated in a calm tone. "Oh, you intend to face us three alone? Are you certain of your success?" Ba Lang and Gao Feng emerged from within the room after overhearing the exchange between Lin Bei and Xiang Yu. "The captain speaks truthfully. You are up against all three of us. I acknowledge your strength, but against the three of us, do you truly believe you can prevail?" Ba Lang added, as he considered it a considerable challenge for Lin Bei to conquer them alone. Although Lin Bei's strength was on par with Xiang Yu's, the assistance from Ba Lang and Gao Feng made Lin Bei's victory seem improbable. Indeed, relying solely on your own strength, do not harbor hopes of a successful rescue. Gao Feng, in agreement, remarked. He had anticipated the arrival of more individuals, yet upon realizing that only Lin Bei had come, his hopes were swiftly dashed. Inside the room, Shingu observed Lin Bei, who had come alone, with a countenance of skepticism. After all, how could one person possibly triumph over three? Especially when all three were formidable experts. At this moment, she too pondered why, out of the 10 who had set out to rescue, only one had managed to reach this point, which seemed quite illogical. Under normal circumstances, they should have arrived here long ago. Could it be that unforeseen events had transpired? In response, Lin Bei smiled. "I apologize, but rescuing the hostages is my mission. Even though I am aware of your impressive prowess, I am a soldier, and it is my duty to obey orders. I hope you will unleash your full strength, as that would be the greatest show of sincerity towards me." Recently, Lin Bei had discovered 2 cards of mastery in the 8 Extremes Fist, which could be fused into a card of supreme mastery. This revelation brought a smile to his face. With the supreme mastery card in hand, coupled with a Bolt Peak 100-meter card, his strength and speed would reach their zenith, enabling him to engage in a fierce battle for countless rounds against the three. Intriguing. If that is the case, we shall indulge you, Xiang Yu remarked. Having perceived Lin Bei's sincerity in his gaze, he reflected on Lin Bei's words, recalling his own past. An exceptional soldier must embody the spirit of facing death without hesitation. Very well, Lin Bei replied succinctly. He then focused his thoughts, activating the Supreme Mastery card of the 8 Extremes Fist along with the Bolt Peak 100-meter card. And in an instant, his entire presence transformed. Among the three, the most powerful, Xiang Yu, stood closest to Lin Bei and could directly sense the changes occurring within him. Fascinating, the familiar sensation has finally returned, Xiang Yu mused. At that moment, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, prompting him to stretch and crack his joints. Then I shall make the first move. As soon as the words fell, Lin Bei swung a punch towards Xiang Yu. Years of combat experience allowed Xiang Yu to sense Lin Bei's formidable strength, prompting him to swiftly retreat a step to evade the blow. In the same motion, he clenched his right fist and aimed to strike at Lin Bei, utilizing the perfected technique of Bajiquan. Lin Bei instinctively detected Xiang Yu's punch and immediately retracted his fist, transforming it into an open palm to intercept the attack. Meanwhile, Gao Feng and Ba Lang, witnessing Lin Bei's actions, were both astonished. Even though Ba Lang had previously observed the fight from a distance, he had not grasped the depth of Lin Bei's prowess. Now, however, with their proximity reduced to less than 3 meters, the true might of Lin Bei became evident to Ba Lang. In contrast, Gao Feng's expression was one of sheer shock. Despite wearing a hood, his eyes betrayed his astonishment at Lin Bei's display of strength. As a seasoned veteran, he was well aware of Xiang Yu's reputation as the Beast Camp's war god. And to see a rookie holding his own against such a renowned fighter was nothing short of remarkable. No wonder they insisted on 3 of us together. Their strength is indeed formidable. Gao Feng, let's go, Ba Lang urged upon seeing the situation unfold. All right, no problem, Gao Feng replied. For them, a 3-on-1 was not a matter of shame, as they were robbers, and thus, engaging in a group attack posed no ethical dilemma. Come on, everyone, let us go wild, Lin Bei shouted, launching his assault with the extraordinary speed granted by the Bolt card, charging towards the 3 adversaries. Not far from them, separated by merely 2 doors, Zhang Chong and Liu Yin were also embroiled in fierce combat. Although Liu Yin's strength did not quite match Zhang Chong's, the gap was negligible, and both fighters were locked in a stalemate. Are you letting me pass or not? Liu Yin, leveraging his agility, seized an opportunity while Zhang Chong was momentarily distracted, landing a punch on his mouth. The sudden pain radiated through Zhang Chong's body, igniting his fury, and he retaliated with a wild punch that struck Liu Yan's own mouth, inflicting the same sharp discomfort upon him. It's impossible for you to pass. Only those from my class are allowed through, he declared, casting a glance at Dai Fei nearby. Dai Fei, rush in and rescue the hostage. Chapter 53. There will always be regrets. I am ashamed for you. At this moment, Zhang Chong's class had arrived on the scene, closely followed by Lin Bei's team. Both groups had pursued and fought their way up, and upon witnessing the clash between Zhang Chong and Liu Yin, they too joined the fray. However, with Lin Bei's absence, Zhang Chong's team completely overwhelmed Lin Bei's in combat. Consequently, Dai Fei, who happened to be nearby, observed the ongoing battle without any immediate concerns. Zhang Chong promptly called upon Dai Fei to rush in and rescue the hostages. All right, Brother Chong, I shall go at once. At that moment, Dai Fei recalled the urgency of the mission and dashed towards the cabin. However, upon attempting to enter, he found the door barred. Zhang Daping forcibly broke free from Chao Hu's grasp and rushed over, clinging to Dai Fei's leg. He realized that as long as he could delay Dai Fei, Lin Bei would undoubtedly bring them good news. I truly am at my wits' end with you, Zhang Daping. Could you possibly let go? Dai Fei, who was ready to sprint, suddenly felt someone clutching his calf. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Zhang Daping had somehow latched onto his leg. You shall not escape to save anyone, Zhang Daping replied with unwavering determination. I am utterly exasperated with you, Dai Fei lamented, on the verge of tears, and then desperately attempted to pry Zhang Daping's hands loose. Meanwhile, inside, Lin Bei was engaged in a fierce battle against 3 opponents. Although he had significantly enhanced his strength after utilizing 2 ability cards, facing only Xiang Yu would have allowed him to triumph. Unfortunately, the interference from Gao Feng and Ba Lang hindered his offensive, leaving him in a stalemate. He longed for a teammate to rush in and assist him, for with such aid, he was certain he could accomplish the mission. Regrettably, Lin Bei was acutely aware that none of his comrades could come to his aid at that moment. However, it was not only Lin Bei who felt troubled, his adversaries, Xiang Yu and his companions, were equally under immense pressure. After all, Lin Bei had been engaging them single-handedly for 5 minutes, and they had yet to gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate that left Xiang Yu quite vexed. At this moment, Ba Lang spoke up. Squad leader, the remaining 9 recruits have not yet arrived. Perhaps we should leverage a hostage to subdue Lin Bei, considering our current role as captors. Although Xiang Yu was initially reluctant to take such an approach, he pondered their role as robbers and, fueled by curiosity about the other recruits' conditions, eventually nodded in agreement. Lin Bei, concede your defeat. Although your prowess is formidable, your objective is to rescue the hostages, and given the present circumstances, it is evident that you cannot succeed. Thus you have lost, Ba Lang declared, slowly removing his mask. Lin Bei had long anticipated this outcome and could only spread his hands in resignation. Shaking his head in defeat, I choose to concede. At that moment, Gao Feng approached, having removed his mask, and remarked appreciatively, you have performed admirably. Among the recruits I have encountered in recent years, you stand out as the strongest, without exception. Had you possessed even one teammate, you could have triumphed over us. Alas, you did not. Ba Lang nodded in agreement. As Lin Bei's initial squad leader and witness, he understood him well, noting his dedication to training. Often the first to arrive and the last to leave for additional practice. Thus, his impressive abilities were well-deserved in Ba Lang's eyes. Let me go. Release me. Do not obstruct my path. Enough of your chatter. If we are to rescue the hostages, I shall be the first to act. Not far away. A commotion caught the attention of Xiang Yu and his companions, prompting them to approach the source of the noise. Upon opening the door to the room, they were met with the sight of 9 men grappling with one another. In an instant, Xiang Yu's expression darkened as he comprehended the reason behind Lin Bei's lack of teammates. He subtly gestured to Ba Lang, who, as the leader of the group, wore an expression even more fearsome than Xiang Yu's. At that moment, the combatants noticed the trio of Xiang Yu and immediately ceased their brawl. Tell me, what is your mission? To rescue the hostages. Xiang Xiaoyu replied. Then tell me, what the hell are you doing right now? Is this how you save hostages? By the time you finally get around to it, the hostages will have perished countless times over. I waited for ages, expecting more than just Lin Bei to show up, only to find you all brawling. How utterly ridiculous. Do you enjoy fighting? Let me remind you that your skirmishes have squandered the precious time needed for a successful rescue. Leading to the tragic demise of the hostages, Ba Lang shouted in fury. Ah, so soon? I'll handle this group swiftly. And then we can move to rescue the hostages. Can't we wait a moment? Zhang Chong retorted firmly. Wait? How can you even utter such nonsense? Do you think the kidnappers will grant you a moment's pause? Time is of the essence, a concept you seem to overlook. Remember, you are a team, soldiers united. Not 2 separate factions. The lack of camaraderie is truly disgraceful. Ba Lang's anger reached its zenith, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kick each of these new recruits. In response, the others could only lower their heads. Assemble, Xiang Yu commanded calmly. Soon, the 2 groups stood on the deck, where Lin Bei's expression remained inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. Xiang Yu, along with Ba Lang and Gao Feng, stood before the assembly. Is this what you call team spirit? I must say, I have witnessed it firsthand. Had any one of you come to assist Lin Bei today, you would have succeeded in your mission. Alas, not a single one of you showed up. It is truly ironic. Ba Lang, what does protocol dictate regarding this situation? Ba Lang responded, according to the regulations set forth by the instructor, there are indeed consequences for a failed rescue. A tradition that has persisted in the beast camp since time immemorial. We are now 10 nautical miles offshore, fully armed. Now, swim back to shore. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. 10 nautical miles? Isn't that a death sentence? Indeed, such a vast distance. Zhang Daping concurred. Ba Lang, already in a foul mood, bristled at the complaints. Now it's 12 nautical miles. If there are further objections, we shall increase it even more. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. How can you still claim that if it were not for your chaotic fighting and lack of unity, the mission would not have failed? Lin Bei, in fact, suffers the most among you all. He has remained silent, yet you dare to cast blame. Soon, everyone was transported by the assault boat to 12 nautical miles out, heading towards the shore. Chapter 54, A Fractured Mindset, Jiang Xiaoyu's desire to escape thanks to everyone's efforts. They finally managed to swim back to the beach just before sunset. Gazing at the fading glow of the sun, the group felt a surge of emotions. Lin Bei hoped that this incident would ignite a spirit of unity among them. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyu pondered the significance of his time in the beast camp. After all, he had endured the swim back from 12 nautical miles, feeling utterly exhausted and on the verge of collapse. At that moment, He longed for his days as a second-hand housing agent, wishing to abandon his role as a soldier. Zhang Chong and Liu Yin also stared towards the horizon, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. "Let us go. It's time to head back," Lin Bei announced as he rose to his feet. The others followed suit and walked towards the dormitory. Passing an intersection, they spotted Xiang Yu waiting there. Upon seeing Xiang Xiaoyu, she immediately called him over. "What's the matter? Xiang Xiaoyu? You see the commander, and you don't even greet him?" At that moment, Xiang Xiaoyu lacked the spirit for pleasantries and replied lazily. "You are an officer at the headquarters, and I am merely a foot soldier. I cannot afford to associate with you." Upon hearing Xiang Xiaoyu's dismissive tone, Xiang Yu felt a surge of anger. "Xiang Xiaoyu, I truly do not understand how Captain Long would recruit a good-for-nothing like you into the reconnaissance team. Look at your squad leader, Lin Bei. He fights 3 at a time." Xiang Xiaoyu scoffed. "Do not forget that it was this so-called useless person who saved you from the sea. Otherwise, you would be fish food by now." In response, Xiang Yu retorted with indignation, "Had I known you were such a person, I would have preferred to become fish food. Unfortunately, the truth remains that I am your savior, a debt you can never repay in this lifetime. Now, I have matters to attend to. You vented enough, so farewell," Jiang Xiaoyu declared, swiftly departing. Watching him retreat, Xiang Yu shouted after him, "Jiang Xiaoyu, you scoundrel, wait for me. I will not let you off easily." After everyone had washed up and changed clothes, they gathered in the cafeteria for dinner. During the meal, Zhang Dapeng brought out some stinky tofu from his hometown to share with everyone. "Brother Bei, try my hometown's stinky tofu. It's incredibly delicious." "Yin Gu, have some. It truly tastes great." "Gong Gu, you should also try it. It's absolutely delightful." After distributing the food to everyone, Zhang Dapeng noticed that Jiang Xiaoyu had not touched his chopsticks. It was puzzling, considering that tonight's dish was his favorite braised pork. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What's wrong, brother Yu? Could it be that you've experienced a heartbreak? Did you have a disagreement with that beautiful advisor?" Jiang Xiaoyu disdainfully replied, "Don't be ridiculous. I have no feelings for that young girl." Zhang Dapeng expressed his confusion, "Then why the reluctance? You know your appetite. Apart from Bei Gu and me, you eat the most in our class." With a deep sigh, Jiang Xiaoyu confessed, "Seeing this braised pork reminds me of my mother. It is her specialty, and now I feel an overwhelming sense of melancholy." Zhang Chong, sitting at the adjacent table, overheard and mistakenly thought Jiang Xiaoyu was refusing to eat. He promptly approached with a bowl in hand. "What's this? You're not eating? If you're not, then hand it over to me." Jiang Xiaoyu slammed the table and shouted, "Don't touch it. If you do, I'll get angry." Lin Bei interjected, "Zhang Chong, you should go back. The fish is not in a good mood." Heeding the advice, Zhang Chong returned to his seat while Jiang Xiaoyu's tears began to flow. "Mother, I miss you." He had never been away from his mother for such an extended period. The longest had been merely a week during school. However, now he had not seen her for 4 months, compounded by the failure of his daytime combat training and a grueling 12 nautical mile swim, which had already left him contemplating escape. Tonight's braised pork served as the final trigger for the pent-up emotions within him. Struggling to hold back his tears, he hastily finished his meal and rushed outside. Observing Jiang Xiaoyu's departure, Lin Bei understood the situation but felt no urgency. He would have a heartfelt conversation with Jiang Xiaoyu later. At the entrance of the unit, Long Baichuan was preparing to drive out. Not far away, Jiang Xiaoyu approached and said, "Captain Long, I wish to discuss something with you." Long Baichuan, assuming that Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to borrow his phone to call his mother, replied with a smile, "What is it? Do you wish to borrow my phone to call your mother again?" Jiang Xiaoyu shook his head. "No, Captain Long. I would like you to let me go." The smile on Long Baichuan's face vanished instantly as he inquired, "You wish to leave? Where do you intend to go? Back to the direct unit?" Jiang Xiaoyu shook his head once more. "No, I wish to go home." Upon hearing this, Long Baichuan expressed confusion. "Why would you want to go home when you're training well? As far as I know, you are in Lin Bei's squad, and Lin Bei has been taking good care of you." Jiang Xiaoyu, with a distressed expression, replied, "What does it matter? Even with his care, I still find myself at the bottom. When you brought me here, you only mentioned the good treatment, but you never mentioned how grueling the training would be. You should know that this afternoon, I swam 12 nautical miles, nearly drowning in the sea. If this continues, I truly fear I might perish here." After listening to Jiang Xiaoyu's explanation, Long Baichuan replied calmly, "Very well. If you wish to leave, I can accommodate you. However, this is the military, not a hotel. You cannot simply leave at will. There are rules to follow." "What rules?" Jiang Xiaoyu asked. Long Baichuan pointed to the hat atop his head and stated, "Here is the deal. I will give you 5 minutes. If you can take the hat off my head, I will let you go. Otherwise, you must remain here obediently." Upon hearing such a seemingly simple challenge, Xiang Xiaoyu found it hard to believe, as he perceived Long Bai Chuan to be mild-mannered and, by appearances, lacking in strength. "Is that true? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" Long Bai Chuan patted his chest and assured, "I swear on my military honor that I am not deceiving you. This place is not convenient. Let us move to another location." Soon, the two arrived at an open area, and after glancing at his watch, Long Bai Chuan announced, "All right, let us begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiang Xiaoyu executed a feint to the left. "Hey, Deputy Shen, what brings you here?" Long Bai Chuan, a veteran of decades, was well aware of Xiang Xiaoyu's tactics, and he momentarily turned his gaze in that direction. At that moment, Xiang Xiaoyu swiftly reached out to grab Long Bai Chuan's hat. Every move he made was scrutinized by Long Bai Chuan, who swiftly seized Xiang Xiaoyu's hand and gently pushed her forward, causing her to tumble to the ground. Xiang Xiaoyu quickly rose, realizing that Long Bai Chuan possessed considerable strength, and charged at him once more, only to be caught by the arm and thrown down again. In desperation, she attempted to kick him, but Long Bai Chuan caught her leg and forcefully hurled her away. Regardless of her efforts, Xiang Xiaoyu was unable to seize the hat from Long Bai Chuan's head and instead found herself on the ground once more. Not far from them, a figure silently observed the unfolding events. Chapter 55, Physical Condition Time's Up. "I'm afraid you cannot take the hat from my head," Long Bai Chuan remarked, glancing at his watch before addressing Xiang Xiaoyu. "Uncle Long, please let me go. I truly am not cut out for this. Perhaps you could reassign me back to the direct unit. I genuinely cannot endure another moment in the beast camp," Xiang Xiaoyu pleaded, fully aware of her limitations. She understood that if she continued to train in the beast camp, it might lead to her demise. Long Bai Chuan replied sternly, "I know better than you whether you are suited for this. You should take a proper rest. Once you've recuperated, return home." With that, he turned toward the vehicle, preparing to depart. Cough, cough, cough. As he reached the car door, a sudden cough erupted from him. Realizing something was amiss, Long Bai Chuan retrieved a tissue from his pocket. Upon inspection, he discovered it stained with fresh blood, just as before. He crumpled the tissue into a ball, placed it back in his pocket, and drove away. What Dragon Bai Chuan was unaware of was that his recent actions had been fully observed by Wu Gang. After contemplating the situation, Wu Gang returned to his office and made a phone call. "Dr. Yu, greetings. This is Wu Gang. I did not wish to trouble you, but there is a matter I wish to inquire about. How is Dragon Bai Chuan's health checkup this year?" On the other end of the line, Dr. Yu replied, "I apologize, but Captain Long has not yet come in for his examination this year." Upon hearing this, Wu Gang was taken aback. "What? He has not had his checkup this year?" "Very well, I understand." In the monitoring room, Dragon Bai Chuan had just finished organizing the documents when he began to cough. Following his usual habit, he retrieved a tissue from his pocket to catch the blood he was coughing up. He then crumpled the tissue into a ball and tucked it back into his pocket. Just as he stood up, preparing to leave, Wu Gang approached him. "Sit down. We need to have a serious discussion." Confused, Dragon Bai Chuan replied, "The radar showed no anomalies, and dinner was quite delicious. What other issues could there be?" Wu Gang's expression remained grave. "Do not divert the topic. I'm not inquiring about that. My question pertains to your health." With a smile, Dragon Bai Chuan responded, "I am in excellent health. I could easily run 10 kilometers right now." Wu Gang's demeanor remained stern. "Do not jest with me. I saw what was in your pocket. Show it to me." As he spoke, Wu Gang reached into Dragon Bai Chuan's pocket. "Do not rummage. It is merely that I consumed too many chili peppers, hence the blood. There truly is no other issue," explained Dragon Bai Chuan. Wu Gang, unconvinced, retorted, looking into my eyes. "Do you expect me to believe that? Be honest. Is your previous injury still not healed? Speak to me candidly. No smiling. What is the truth?" With a grin, Dragon Bai Chuan replied, "Why do you ask so many questions? You are not my nurse. Well then, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As soon as the words left his lips, Dragon Bai Chuan sidestepped Wu Gang, intending to evade him as he exited the monitoring room. Unexpectedly, Wu Gang appeared, blocking his escape route. "Do not attempt to divert the conversation. Be honest and clarify everything," he insisted. Long Bai Chuan, feeling somewhat exasperated by Wu Gang's pressure, finally responded, "Very well, I'll tell you. It's merely a minor injury, nothing serious." Wu Gang, with a grave expression and serious tone, retorted, "If you're fine, then why haven't you gone for a health check? Tell me." Long Baichuan smiled faintly. I'm in good health. Why should I undergo a checkup? Enough of this. I must take my leave. After speaking, he attempted to depart, but Wu Gang promptly pursued him, grasping his hand with evident concern. Long Baichuan, you are neglecting your own health. Do you realize that? Long Baichuan replied with a smile. I am well aware of my own body, so fret not. Moreover, Lin Bei is seeking some sort of remedy from his ancestral master, which is said to be quite effective. Besides, I will visit the infirmary for a checkup tomorrow. Will that suffice? Upon hearing this, Wu Gang nodded in agreement. Later that night, in the barracks, Xiang Yu, having noticed that everyone else was fast asleep, immediately opened his eyes and sat up. Grabbing his carefully packed belongings, he stealthily made his way outside. However, just as he stepped out of the dormitory and had run a couple of paces, he was spotted by a patrol soldier. Halt. Present your identification. The soldier commanded sternly. Flashlight in hand. Xiang Yu quickly replied, My ID is inside the dormitory. Another patrol soldier chimed in. What are you doing out here at this late hour? Thinking quickly, Xiang Yu responded, I couldn't sleep, so I planned to take a stroll by the seaside. The patrol soldier retorted, Stroll? Quickly return to your dormitory. We will escort you back. At that moment, Lin Bei and Liu Yan were observing the scene at the entrance of the dormitory. Xiang Yu protested. You two are being overly courteous. There is no need to trouble yourselves. Less chatter. Lead the way, the patrol soldier ordered firmly. Consequently, Xiang Yu was compelled to return to the dormitory entrance. Thank you for your assistance, he said as the two patrol soldiers walked away. Internally, Xiang Yu simmered with anger, realizing how unfortunate his luck was to have encountered the patrol soldiers. However, just as he turned around, Lin Bei and Liu Yan stood behind him. Oh my brother Bei. Liu Yan, what are you two doing? You startled me, he exclaimed. Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, It's quite late. What are you up to? Xiang Yu explained, Well, I was feeling well, so I went to the restroom. Lin Bei scoffed, how intriguing, going to the restroom with a backpack and accompanied by two patrolling sentinels. Don't tell me you called them because you were out of toilet paper. Liu Yan chimed in, what the squad leader said is correct. Your ruse is evident to anyone. Lin Bei continued, let us move over there and have a proper discussion. As he spoke, Lin Bei walked ahead, with Liu Yan closely following. Xiang Yu, witnessing this, had no choice but to follow suit. Sit down, Lin Bei commanded. Xiang Yu, tell me why you attempted to desert. As soon as they sat, Lin Bei spoke with a tone filled with indignation. Brother Bei, I'm not a deserter. I simply couldn't sleep and decided to take a stroll. I happened to encounter those two patrolling sentinels who insisted on escorting me back. I couldn't refuse them. Xiang Yu hastily retorted. Chapter 56. Reprimand and wager. Do you take me for a fool, Xiang Yu? Anyone can see through your situation. You must understand that desertion now could lead to a military tribunal. During wartime, individuals like you could face execution. If you continue down this path, I will report your actions to the military instructor. After all, your behavior today has been utterly disgraceful, endangering the entire platoon, Lin Bei stated, his disappointment palpable. He couldn't fathom that even after addressing Xiang Yu's mother's illness, he was still contemplating escape. Upon hearing the mention of the military instructor, Xiang Yu grew anxious, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Please, brother Bei, if you report this, my future will be ruined. And if my mother finds out, she will be heartbroken. Lin Bei admonished sternly, if you have something to say, share it with me. If you miss your mother, I can speak to Captain Long and the military instructor to grant you leave to visit her. But you chose to abandon your post instead. You must know that I despise deserters the most. Realizing Lin Bei's anger, Xiang Yu understood the gravity of the situation and turned to Liu Yan beside him, hoping he would intercede on his behalf. Unfortunately, Liu Yan paid him no mind. He found Lin Bei's words to be quite reasonable. Thus, Xiang Yu had no choice but to stand up and pull Liu Yan aside. Brother Bei, I acknowledge my mistake. I need to discuss something with Liu Yan. Subsequently, the two arrived at a distance of 5 or 6 meters from Lin Bei. Xiang Yu, what are you doing? You wouldn't want me to speak favorably of you in front of the class monitor, would you? Liu Yan, observing Xiang Yu pulling him over, immediately guessed her intentions and promptly declined. Don't, Yan Gu. If I call you Yan Gu, you must help me cover for me. Otherwise, Bei Gu will certainly not let me off easily, Xiang Yu earnestly pleaded. By the way, I have a letter for you. Perhaps you might help me plead my case. Upon noticing the letter in Xiang Yu's hand, Liu Yan instinctively reached for it, but she had already anticipated his move. If you assist me, I will give it to you, she stated. Thus, Liu Yan reluctantly nodded. All right, I will help you. Only then did Xiang Xiaoyu hand the letter to him. What are the two of you whispering about? Lin Bei asked knowingly. Come on, do you remember the promise you made to me just now? Xiang Xiaoyu reminded him. Rest assured. The two then walked back. Class monitor, please give him one last chance. After all, he misses his mother dearly. It's only human, Liu Yan interjected as he approached. Seeking to intercede. Yes, Bei Gu, please forgive me this once. I truly miss my mother, and that's why I devised this escape plan. I promise I won't attempt to run away again, Xiang Xiaoyu hastily added, seizing the moment. How could their ruse escape Lin Bei's notice? However, his primary intent was to caution Xiang Xiaoyu, not to punish him. After feigning contemplation, he said, very well, just this once. If there essay next time, you shall see how I deal with you. Seeing Lin Bei's forgiveness, Xiang Xiaoyu grinned widely. Thank you, Bei Gu, thank you. I promise there won't be a next time. At that moment, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon the letter in Liu Yan's possession. What is this? The letter has been sent? I previously warned you to stop fixating on her. Feelings are a taboo for a scout. Why can't you understand? Upon hearing this, Liu Yan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He understood Lin Bei's thoughts, yet he found it impossible to forget that girl, Xiang Xiaoyu, eavesdropping on their conversation. Sensed the underlying meaning and swiftly snatched the letter back from Liu Yan. Ah, Liu Yan, is this girl named Mulan your new girlfriend? Liu Yan, extending his hand, reclaimed the letter and replied slowly, no, you're mistaken. She is my ex-girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu immediately responded, so she is an ex. Then why write a letter? Bei Gu was right. Feelings are indeed a taboo. Since this relationship has ended, we should cut ties without hesitation. After listening to the words of the two, Liu Yan couldn't help but sigh, expressing his sentiments. Alas, I do not know how to forget. I can only hope that time will gradually help me forget. Train diligently, Liu Yan, Lin Bei advised. If you put your heart into training, these thoughts will fade naturally with time. At that moment, Zhang Dapeng rushed out, exclaiming, Brother Bei, it's terrible. Just now, Captain Ba took away our class's blade flag, stating that the martial arts instructor learned of our poor performance in practical training and decided to reclaim the flag. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was stunned. With the end of the month approaching, he was on the verge of accomplishing his task, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. He immediately inquired about the specifics. Was the flag just taken? Zhang Dapeng nodded. Yes. Then there is no need to panic. I will catch up and see if I can negotiate with Captain Ba. You all head back to the dormitory and rest. All right. The three responded in unison. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Agon, noticing the absence of the flag, couldn't help but mock. Some things are yours, and they remain yours. Others are not yours. And they never will be. Ma Mingliang, picking up on Agon's sarcastic tone, retorted, Agon, what do you mean? We have possessed this flag for over 10 days. Unlike certain classes that have never enjoyed it for even a day, utterly worthless. Moreover, if it weren't for your disruptions today, we would have completed the practical training. And the flag would never have been taken. Dai Fei from Class 2, feeling indignant, interjected, how can you say that? If it weren't for Zhang Dapeng from your class holding me back, I would have successfully rescued the hostages, and there would have been no punishment in the end. He believed all the blame lay with Class 1. Nonsense. If you hadn't obstructed me, we would have succeeded by now. The flag is rightfully ours. And we wouldn't have faced punishment. Zhang Dapeng, returning to the dormitory, shot back. Exactly. So, Zhang Chong, what do you mean by that? Liu Yan, already in a foul mood, stepped forward. What do you mean? If it weren't for your class, we would have won today, Zhang Chong fumed. Nonsense. If it weren't for your disregard for rules today, we would have already won. Do you have any shame? Liu Yan retorted indignantly. Enough. Arguing is futile. Since we cannot unite, let it be this way. If any class can reclaim the blade flag by the end of the month, they shall be deemed the victor. What do you think? Jiang Xiaoyu proposed, stepping forward. Fine. I accept. I want you all to witness the capabilities of Class 2. However, there is one condition. This matter must remain unknown to Lin Bei. Otherwise, his prowess renders the competition meaningless. Zhang Chong suddenly had an idea and immediately exclaimed, all right. I promise you. Jiang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. After Lin Bei had a discussion with Ba Lang smiled and said, as long as you demonstrate your capabilities in the upcoming training, this banner will be returned to you. It's settled then, Lin Bei replied with a smile. With this assurance, he returned to the dormitory. The members of Class 2, witnessing Lin Bei's failure to retrieve the banner, displayed expressions of relief. Zhang Chong cast a provocative glance towards Liu Yin and Xiang Xiaoyu, who retaliated in kind. Why aren't you all asleep yet? Aren't you tired? Lin Bei questioned, observing everyone seated on their beds. We're going to sleep now, Zhang Daping interjected, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Chapter 57, Cheating and Penalty the following morning. The familiar sound of Ba Lang's whistle greeted everyone. Beep, beep, beep. Rise and assemble, Ba Lang shouted loudly, looking at the still sleeping crowd. Gear distribution would take place outside, followed by the same 10-kilometer cross-country preparation as before. The slumbering Xiang Xiaoyu was instantly awakened by this news. Ah, another 10-kilometer armed cross-country. Oh my goodness. Ba Lang scoffed. Enough with the nonsense. Get up quickly. By this time, Lin Bei had already donned his gear and was standing in place, waiting for his classmates to join him. In less than 5 minutes, both classes were fully equipped, and Ba Lang shouted, "Let us go." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone dashed forward. During this time, Lin Bei did not sprint ahead but opted to decelerate, matching Jiang Xiaoyu's pace. I'm here to accompany you, so pick up the pace, he encouraged. Jiang Xiaoyu replied, No, Bei Gu, you should compete for first place with Zhang Chong and the others. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up eventually. A playful smile spread across Lin Bei's face. Let us be realistic. I know your capabilities all too well. Stop talking and keep up with me. As Lin Bei stayed behind to support Jiang Xiaoyu, Zhang Chong, Liu Yan, and Dai Fei found themselves at the forefront. The three of them alternated positions, sometimes Zhang Chong at first, then Liu Yan, followed by Dai Fei, showing no signs of the competitive spirit that would have been present if Lin Bei were leading. After several minutes, the group gradually reached the finish line, with Lin Bei still behind Jiang Xiaoyu, encouraging her to push forward. Come on, charge ahead, you lazy fish. Jiang Xiaoyu weakly replied, I can't do it anymore. Bei good. I feel like I'm dying. Lin shouted loudly, What do you mean it's impossible? A true man must never utter such words. You are an exceptional soldier of the People's Liberation Army, and you must surge forward without delay. At the finish line, he admonished the new recruits who were arriving one after another. Your pace is dreadfully sluggish. Even a tortoise would outpace you. Moreover, I see that you have not yet assembled in full numbers. This is truly disappointing. However, what astonished Barong was that he did not see Lin Bei among the newly arrived recruits, which left him somewhat perplexed. Considering the prowess Lin Bei had previously displayed, it was unexpected for him to still be absent at this juncture. I am truly flabbergasted by you, Jiang Xiaoyu. Hand over your backpack and your firearm, and let us charge ahead. Lin Bei glanced at the group of new recruits who had already arrived and promptly instructed. Thank you, Brother Bei. Jiang Xiaoyu then relinquished his belongings to Lin Bei and began to sprint towards the finish line ahead. At that moment, the onlookers at the finish line also spotted Lin Bei and Jiang Xiaoyu. Zhang Daping stepped forward and called out loudly, Go, Brother Yu. You are almost there. Ma Mingyong echoed the encouragement, Keep it up, Brother Yu. You are nearly at the finish. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Jiang Xiaoyu ultimately crossed the finish line, closely followed by Lin Bei, who arrived just in time to meet the final stipulated deadline. However, Xiang Yu stepped forward and inquired, Lin Bei, why do you possess 2 firearms and 2 backpacks? Lin Bei responded loudly, Report, Jiang Xiaoyu was utterly overwhelmed, so I chose to assist him. As his squad leader, it is my duty to help him. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Xiang Yu's eyes, yet he swiftly continued, Indeed, you are a cohesive unit and should support one another. However, I believe it is entirely unacceptable for him to complete the course without carrying his gear. And your assistance merely served to meet the time requirement. Do you realize you are cheating? Lin Bei retorted assertively, Report, I am aware. Nevertheless, I believe it is commendable that Jiang Xiaoyu can accomplish the task within the allotted time. As his squad leader, I will continue to enhance his training, ensuring he arrives at the finish line in full gear next time. Furthermore, as his squad leader, I will not abandon him. We are a collective, and mutual support and camaraderie are essential. Upon hearing this, the members of Class 1 gazed at Lin Bei with fervent admiration, their hearts stirred. He truly was an exemplary squad leader. Xiang Yu's tone softened slightly, yet remained serious. Your response is commendable, and I am pleased. However, this is a military unit, and failing to arrive at the finish line with your backpack and weapon constitutes cheating, which warrants punishment. Therefore, Lin Bei, prepare for a 10-kilometer cross-country run. Lin Bei refrained from offering further explanation, fully aware of his own actions. Understood, he replied, and then, burdened by his equipment, commenced the 10-kilometer armed run. Jiang Xiaoyu wished to argue further, But Barong interjected, "The rest of you, proceed to the beach training ground for the next round of training." Consequently, everyone moved to the beach training ground to begin the subsequent session. Liu Yan, do you think I am a failure? I seem to accomplish nothing. And now Big Brother Bei has aided me, only to be penalized with a 10-kilometer armed run. Prior to this, the banner of the Blade class had also been confiscated, and I could clearly see that Big Brother Bei was troubled. At the beach training ground, Xiang Yu confided to Liu Yan, "You are indeed quite unsuccessful, and your abilities are rather lacking." Liu Yan replied bluntly, "In my view, Xiang Yu, you are truly the weakest among our 22. However, it was indeed our shortcomings that led to the Blade class losing its banner." Liu Yan then lamented, contemplating that if he had unleashed his potential earlier on the boat, perhaps he could have surged to Lin Bei's side to confront the bandits. Had that occurred, their operational mission would undoubtedly have succeeded, and they would not have lost the Blade class banner. Rest assured, I am already probing the location of the Blade class banner. Once I ascertain its whereabouts, I shall retrieve it, and at that time, I shall put on a grand display before their squad. Xiang Yu promptly patted his chest and declared, "When the time comes, let Class 2 see for themselves. Apart from Lin Bei, we are indeed superior to them." Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Liu Yan responded with unwavering determination. At present, he had completely acknowledged Lin Bei's strength. However, he held no such respect for Zhang Chong, perceiving him merely as a thoughtless individual. The fact that such a person could be elected as the class leader of Class 2 was nothing short of absurd. He resolved to teach Zhang Chong a lesson about true intelligence. "What are you two murmuring about over there? Continue your training," Baron shouted at Liu Yan and Xiang Yu. Chapter 58. Punishment. Preparing for action 5 days after the 10-kilometer cross-country run, Xiang Yu addressed the members of Class 1, saying, "Well done. Today, you have finally surpassed Class 2, which is commendable. Particularly you, Xiang Yu. I have observed your remarkable progress over the past few days. Excellent work. Lin Bei, it seems your role as the leader of Class 1 has greatly benefited your comrades." Lin Bei responded with a slight smile, "No, it is all due to the hard work of my comrades. My assistance is minimal." Xiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. "All right, enough of that. I have noted your contributions. Today, Class 1 is dismissed as Class 2 undergoes their punishment of cold resistance training." With that, Xiang Yu departed. "Finally, it's your turn, Class 2. It hasn't been easy. Prepare to experience the cold resistance training thoroughly," Zhang Daping proclaimed as he passed by Class 2, brimming with pride. "Indeed, from this day forth, I expect to see Class 2 enduring their punishment," Mai Mingliang added. Before Zhang Chong could respond, Agon immediately retorted, "What do you mean? Weren't you from Class 1 just a few days ago? Why the arrogance?" Dai Fei chimed in, "Exactly. What are you so smug about? Just wait. Your turn will come tomorrow." Zhang Chong scoffed. "Class 2, let us proceed. Tomorrow, we shall show Class 1 our true prowess." Yes. The members of Class 2 then made their way towards the swimming pool. "You did well, stinky fish. It seems my efforts to have you train extra in the evenings have paid off," Lin Bei remarked to Xiang Yu, ignoring the recent taunts. After all, he had been guiding Xiang Yu through additional practice sessions each night, despite Xiang Yu's initial reluctance. However, under the pressure of Lin Bei's formidable presence, Xiang Yu had no choice but to comply. It appeared that the extra training had borne fruit, as Xiang Yu finally excelled today, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, we must thank Brother Bei. Although a smile graced Xiang Yu's face, his heart longed to weep, for he had truly endured a taxing few days, each one a struggle for survival. "You performed admirably today. I shall grant you a reprieve this evening to recuperate. We shall resume our intensive training tomorrow," Lin Bei remarked with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Bei." Xiang Yu expressed his gratitude hastily. Initially, he intended to inform Lin Bei that he could not attend training that evening due to personal matters. However, Lin Bei's foresight preempted him, allowing him to fulfill his plans for the night. "By the way, Brother Bei, are you planning to train tonight?" Xiang Yu inquired. "No. I have matters to discuss with squad leader Xiang this evening," Lin Bei replied nonchalantly. He had already utilized the 8 Extremes Fist Proficiency card twice, and, after a period of fervent practice, sensed that he was on the cusp of mastery. He intended to challenge Xiang Yu, which would aid him in achieving a breakthrough. "Oh, you are seeking out squad leader Xiang? That is splendid," Xiang Yu exclaimed, pleasantly surprised that Lin Bei had effectively removed Xiang Yu from the equation. He had been contemplating strategies with Liu Yan and Zhang Daping on how to divert Xiang Yu, as gaining access to Wu Gang's room to retrieve the banner would prove challenging otherwise. Xiang Yu's chamber was adjacent to Wu Gang's, and he slept with his door wide open, a dagger under his head, ever vigilant as a war god, attuned to the slightest disturbance. Jiang Xiaoyu had originally planned to flatter Xiang Yu about his progress to invite him for tea in the dormitory, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Do you also have matters to discuss with him? Lin Bei asked curiously. No, Brother Bei, you carry on. I shall take my leave, Jiang Xiaoyu replied, swiftly disappearing from Lin Bei's sight, his speed so remarkable that Lin Bei could not help but reflect, if this wretched fish could run with such swiftness, he would not have faced punishment for days. Lu Yin, Da Peng, we can act tonight, Jiang Xiaoyu announced in the dormitory, where the second class was still being punished and had not yet returned, leaving only the first class present. Did you not say you were pondering how to divert squad leader Xiang? Have you devised a plan? Lu Yin inquired. Indeed, Brother Fish. If we cannot draw squad leader Xiang away, our success may be unattainable, Zhang Daping echoed. Jiang Xiaoyu's face broke into a smile. Ah, you do not comprehend. There is a saying, when the mountains are heavy and the waters are perilous, one might find a village amidst the shadows of willows and the blossoms of flowers. Initially, I had a scheme in mind, but then Brother Bei mentioned he had business with Xiang Yu this evening, effectively clearing our path for action. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Dapeng exclaimed with excitement, Really? That's wonderful. A smile also appeared on Lu Yan's face. When evening arrived, Dapeng, you shall accompany me while Lu Yan stays in the dormitory. If Brother Bei returns, you will provide us with cover. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyu confirmed the plan. No problem. The two nodded in agreement. At that moment, the entire second class in the swimming pool was filled with indignation. It was truly Jiang Xiaoyu who outperformed us. We were so close to victory, Agon lamented. It was merely a stroke of luck that favored them slightly. Otherwise, the win would have certainly been ours. Dai Fei added angrily. I apologize, it's all my fault for dragging everyone down. A slightly overweight soldier by the pool's edge confessed. Today, it was his failure to outpace Jiang Xiaoyu during the final sprint that led to their class's punishment. No worries, Daiyu, we don't blame you. As Lin Bei said, we are a collective. We share in the hardships together, Zhang Chong reassured, thumping his chest nonchalantly. Indeed, what Brother Chong said is correct. We shall reclaim victory tomorrow. Agon echoed. All right, we have already faced our punishment. The main focus now is how to steal the flag. The deadline is approaching. If we do not act today, tomorrow will be too late. Zhang Chong recalled their wager with Jiang Xiaoyu and Lu Yan. Let us act tonight. We have already scouted the area, Agon proposed. Agreed. We shall move tonight and show Lu Yan and Jiang Xiaoyu what true strength looks like, Zhang Chong declared decisively. Good. Agon and Dai Fei nodded in agreement. Chapter 59. The flag-stealing plan. Lin Bei sought to break through. Night soon fell, and Lin Bei arrived at Xiang Yu's door. Squad leader Xiang, I have something I wish to consult you about. Xiang Yu was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect Lin Bei to seek his counsel at this hour. What do you wish to consult about? Lin Bei smiled and replied, I wish to battle you once more. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce battle intent ignited in Lin Bei's eyes. All right, I will oblige you. Let us go, Xiang Yu readily agreed, eager for a formal contest with Lin Bei. Their previous encounter on the Wild Man Island did not count as a true match due to his arm injury. Furthermore, the last real combat involved the assistance of Gao Feng and Ba Lang, which was not a one-on-one fight, so it did not truly qualify. Let us go. On the other side, Zhang Chong, accompanied by Agon and Dai Fei, had already descended to the ground floor. At that moment, Agon spoke up, Brother Chong. Logically speaking, there should be some activity from Class 1 by now. Why is there not a single sound? Could it be that they are plotting against us? Perhaps preparing to launch a surprise attack? Zhang Chong pondered this possibility, yet he remained perplexed. But what shall we do now? What if they haven't informed us and decide to ambush us instead? Agon suggested, why don't I return to the dormitory to take a look? If I see fewer people, it would indicate that our opponents have begun their maneuvers. If there are no absentees, it might mean they are preparing to confront us. Zhang Chong replied, You are too slow, let Dai Fei go instead. If he discovers that there are no people or notices anything unusual, he must return immediately to inform us. Dai Fei nodded and promptly dashed towards the dormitory. Zhang Chong and Agon then made their way to the rear of the dormitory building. Zhang Chong surveyed the structure with a disdainful expression. There is no need for ropes here. I can scale it effortlessly. However, if anything occurs, how will you notify me? Agon promptly responded. How about this? I will bark like a dog to alert you. Zhang Chong, somewhat skeptical about Agon's ability to mimic a dog, insisted, first, bark for me a couple of times. I want to see if it resembles the real thing. Clearing his throat, Agon exclaimed, woof woof, woof woof. However, Agon's voice was somewhat hoarse, and his imitation was not quite accurate, which left Zhang Chong utterly bewildered. Is that a dog barking? Which dog is that? A Japanese dog? Try again, this won't do. After a moment of contemplation, Agon responded, I've got it. Brother Chong, I'll imitate a chicken. Cock-a-doodle-doo. 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 As soon as Zhang Chong heard this sound, a smile spread across his face. Not bad. Your chicken call is quite good. Just use this to notify me later. I'll head up first. Agon nodded. Rest assured, Brother Chong. Our success in putting Ru Yin and Jiang Xiaoyu in their place depends on you. Zhang Chong patted his chest. You can count on me. Leave it to me. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Daping had also arrived at the back of the dormitory. I'll go first. If there is any development, make sure to inform me promptly. Zhang Daping nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Brother Yu. I will definitely notify you if anything arises. All right, I'll head off then. He swiftly walked away, holding a box that concealed his face. A soldier stationed downstairs inquired, Hey, what are you doing here at this hour? Jiang Xiaoyu quickly replied, I'm delivering a package for the squad leader. He just instructed me to do so. The soldier had no cause for suspicion, as you had indeed just left. All right, you may go up. Jiang Xiaoyu then proceeded upstairs. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong had climbed to the third floor. After surveying the surroundings, he climbed through the window. Upon entering the room, he immediately spotted the Blade Squad flag hanging on the wall and prepared to retrieve it. At this moment, he recalled the faces of everyone in the class, save for Lin Bei, and surmised that they all looked rather dejected. This thought brought a sense of joy to his heart. However, just as Zhang Chong reached out to grasp the flag, preparing to take it away, a commotion arose outside the door. Startled, he immediately concealed himself behind the door. The door creaked open, and Jiang Xiaoyu stealthily entered, treading carefully. She rummaged through the surroundings for a while, and, upon discovering a valuable item, swiftly tucked it into her pocket. Subsequently, she began her search for the flag of the Blade class. Meanwhile, on the beach, Lin Bei was engaged in a genuine battle with Xiang Yu for the very first time. In the previous two encounters, Xiang Yu had faced unforeseen circumstances, while Lin Bei had utilized experience cards during those initial skirmishes. However, this time is different. Xiang Yu is in peak condition, and he has not utilized any experience card. Every move and technique of Bejiquan is etched in his mind. Compared to when he relied on the experience card, Lin Bei's current prowess is indeed more formidable. After all, he has diligently trained himself, and the two states are fundamentally distinct. I am ready to begin, Squad Leader Xiang. Unleash your full strength, Lin Bei declared with unwavering determination, seeking to harness the pressure from Xiang Yu to propel his Bejiquan to its ultimate form. It is only by Xiang Yu giving his all that Lin Bei can attain such pressure. Xiang Yu removed his physical training attire and, after loosening his muscles, responded with equal resolve, All right, let us go. The two then commenced their battle. Xiang Yu raised his fist and launched a powerful blow aimed at Lin Bei's face. The swiftly approaching punch carried a fierce wind. If a mere ordinary person, or even an average special forces soldier, were to be struck by such a force, they would likely lose consciousness on the spot. With a surge of energy, Lin Bei stepped back just in time to narrowly evade the blow. However, Xiang Yu did not relent against Lin Bei. Instead, he pressed on relentlessly, delivering one punch after another towards Lin Bei. After evading several blows, Lin Bei realized that mere avoidance would not suffice, for he had come seeking a breakthrough. Thus, he raised his right hand and unleashed a punch. The two fists clashed mid-air, generating a tremendous force that sent both combatants reeling backward, each taking several steps back. However, this did not affect the two combatants in the slightest. They charged at each other once more, and the battle ensued. Xiang Yu's punches were executed with remarkable speed. His wealth of experience allowed him to discern when to accelerate and when to decelerate. In contrast, Lin Bei's Bejiquan boasted great power but slightly slower speed, compounded by his limited combat experience, which made him susceptible to evasion by the more seasoned adversary. Before long, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Due to Lin Bei's current proficiency in Bejiquan, he found himself struck in the chest by one of Xiang Yu's punches. However, he quickly retaliated with a punch of his own, though Xiang Yu's swift maneuvering rendered Lin Bei's attack relatively ineffective. Not far from this intense confrontation, a figure observed their duel intently. It was Wu Gang, the chief instructor of the beast camp. Initially, he had intended to take a leisurely stroll by the seaside before returning to rest, yet he found himself witnessing the third clash between Xiang Yu and Lin Bei. It was evident to him that both competitors were now employing their true abilities, resulting in a fiercer contest than their inaugural bout. During their first encounter, Xiang Yu had not been in peak condition, and his momentary distraction had allowed Lin Bei to seize an opportunity. This time, however, was different. With Xiang Yu in peak form and Lin Bei driven by his desire to achieve a breakthrough, both fighters unleashed their genuine prowess. Regrettably, Lin Bei was absent. Missing this thrilling spectacle, Wu Gang resolved to share the details with him the following day, relishing the thought of Lin Bai's envy. A smile crept across his face at the prospect of witnessing Lin Bai's chagrin, and he resumed his focus on the battle between Lin Bei and Xiang Yu. Engrossed in their fierce struggle, the two fighters remained oblivious to the presence of an observer nearby. Suddenly, Xiang Yu unleashed a powerful kick towards Lin Bei. The relentless intensity of their combat momentarily overwhelmed Lin Bei, and he was struck firmly on the arm, causing him to stagger several steps backward. However, this had little impact on Lin Bei. Seizing the moment when Xiang Yu retracted his leg, he immediately delivered a powerful punch. By the time Xiang Yu noticed, it was too late. His chest was struck directly by Lin Bei's heavy fist. Xiang Yu let out a cold grunt and stepped back a few paces. While Lin Bei's punch was formidable, it did not inflict any significant pain upon him. As the war god of the beast camp, Xiang Yu had participated in countless battles, rendering Lin Bei's blow a mere triviality compared to his past encounters. Naturally, the fight was only halfway through, and their strengths were relatively evenly matched. Xiang Yu then took a large step forward, launching his right leg once more. Lin Bei deftly evaded by sidestepping, countering with a flying kick aimed at Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu quickly responded, retracting his leg and retaliating with a kick of his own. The two kicks collided, causing both combatants to stagger back several paces before charging at each other again, engaging in a flurry of punches. Xiang Yu executed military boxing with remarkable finesse, while Lin Bei's 8 Extremes boxing was on the brink of mastery, thus the disparity in their skills was minimal. After several dozen exchanges, Lin Bei began to sense a breakthrough, causing his punching speed to accelerate. Noticing this change, Xiang Yu also quickened his pace, reigniting the intensity of their battle. At this moment, both combatants reached their peak speed and state. Lin Bei unleashed the 8 ultimate techniques of the 8 Extremes boxing, from the apex elbow strike to the earth-shattering cannon, yet all were deftly caught by Xiang Yu. This left Lin Bei with an undeniable impression of Xiang Yu's strength at his peak. The primary reason was that Lin Bei's 8 Extremes boxing had yet to attain the pinnacle of mastery. Otherwise, even at his zenith, Xiang Yu would likely struggle to withstand the onslaught. Lin Bei, unleash your true strength. Those recent techniques were significantly weaker than what you displayed on Wild Man Island. Are you looking down on me? Xiang Yu remarked, puzzled as to why Lin Bei's displayed power appeared diminished compared to their previous encounter. Wait, I am coming right now, Lin Bei replied with a slight smile, for after executing the 8 ultimate techniques, he had discovered the key to his breakthrough. Here it comes. Taste my apex elbow strike. As the words left his lips, Lin Bei executed the apex elbow strike at the pinnacle level, and unlike his previous attempts, this time his speed was swifter and his lethality was amplified. Now this is your true strength. The earlier display was merely a warm-up. Observing the imminent strike of a powerful elbow, Xiang Yu could not help but commend his opponent. Subsequently, he crossed his arms protectively over his chest to absorb Lin Bei's fierce blow. However, the force was so immense that even though he managed to withstand it, he was propelled backward several steps. Just as Xiang Yu prepared to charge forward for another bout, a voice resonated nearby. Enough, Xiang Yu, Lin Bei, cease your skirmish. With your combined strengths, it is likely you could exchange blows for hundreds of rounds without yielding a victor. Let us defer this contest for another day. Wu Gang, witnessing the scene, began to applaud before calling an end to their clash. After all, continuing would render it exceedingly difficult to determine a winner. Greetings, Instructor Wu. The two immediately straightened and saluted. Xiang Yu then addressed Lin Bei. Very well. Since you are stationed at the beast camp, we have ample time ahead. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. Let us eat Instructor Wu and Team Leader Xiang's counsel and postpone our duel. My objective for today has been accomplished, so it matters not. At this moment, Wu Gang interjected. By the way, Lin Bei, come along with me to reclaim the banner of the Blade class, as your prowess today has surpassed that of the second class. More importantly, your match with Xiang Yu has been quite exhilarating to witness. Upon hearing this, A smile illuminated Lin Bei's face. He had not anticipated such fortuitous news today. First, he had successfully mastered the 8 Extremes fist, and now he could retrieve the banner of his blade class. The banner was crucial to the success of his mission, and with the month's end fast approaching, he had intended to request it from Wu Gang tomorrow. Yet, fate had delivered it conveniently to his doorstep. Thank you, Instructor Wu. Let us retrieve the banner and then rest. For tomorrow we must train, Lin Bei said. Wu Gang replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, in Wu Gang's quarters, Xiang Yu had noticed the banner of the blade class hanging and approached to take it down. Observing this, Zhang Chong, who had been concealed behind the door, stepped forward. Xiang Yu, put that down. Startled, Xiang Yu turned around and was surprised to find Zhang Chong present. What are you doing here, Baldy? Zhang Chong replied, interesting. I didn't expect you to be on a mission tonight as well. However, that banner belongs to our class, so do not even think about it. It seems we are destined to clash. Xiang Yu smiled. I didn't realize you understood this concept, but you failed to complete the phrase. The full saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. With that, Xiang Yu launched a surprise attack, swiftly sending Zhang Chong crashing to the ground while she seized the banner from the wall. You audacious scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Just wait until I catch you. You will see what I do to you. Zhang Chong exclaimed in anger. Chapter 61, The Imminent Revelation. Upon hearing Zhang Chong's threatening words, Xiang Yu immediately retorted, if you dare to strike me, I shall cry out. We shall both face ruin together. Subsequently, she began to circle around Zhang Chong within the room. Behind the dormitory building, Zhang Daping was observing the situation above, pondering why Xiang Yu had not yet descended. At that moment, Aegon, who was awaiting news from Zhang Chong's, spotted Zhang Daping approaching and exclaimed, Wait, Zhang Daping, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Aegon, Zhang Daping instinctively wished to flee. In response, Aegon threatened, Where do you think you're going? Come here at once, or I shall introduce you to my iron fist. Hearing Aegon's threat, Zhang Daping reluctantly approached and explained, I overate this evening and came out for a stroll. After providing his explanation, Zhang Daping attempted to leave once more. However, how could his subtle actions escape the keen eyes of Aegon? Halt. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? Who takes a leisurely stroll here at this hour? You are here to steal the flag, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Daping hastily retorted, No, brother Gon. Aren't you also here to steal the flag? Don't assume I am oblivious. Aegon then embraced Zhang Daping. I advise you to return immediately. Chong has already secured the flag and will descend shortly. Your team has lost this time. Zhang Daping forcefully shrugged off Aegon's hand. Humph, my brother Yu is also here. He will emerge with the flag soon. It is your team that shall face defeat. Aegon's anger flared. He was already disgruntled about losing earlier, and Zhang Daping's taunts only fueled his ire. In an instant, he executed a swift maneuver, bringing Zhang Daping crashing to the ground. You claim your team secured the flag first? Speak up, confess it was your team. He straddled Zhang Daping, sternly demanding an admission. Zhang Daping, however, remained resolute, and after a brief struggle, Aegon was suddenly met with a foot before him, toppling him to the ground. Preparing to unleash a torrent of insults, Aegon glanced up to find the newcomer was Balin. Instantly, both stood upright and saluted. Good evening, class leader. Balin replied in a frosty tone. What are you two doing here at this hour? Aegon's mind raced. Class leader, Zhang Daping and I were merely honing our martial skills after all this training. I wish to assess his capabilities. Zhang Daping quickly followed suit. Yes. Aegon was just practicing with me. We were sharing insights on our recent training outcomes. Your last punch was a tad slow. Had it been quicker, I might have fallen right then and there. Balin, overhearing their exchange, let out a cold snicker. Honing martial skills, is it? Intriguing. But I distinctly saw Zhang Chong and Liu Yin arrive as well. Be honest with me, what are you really doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted on the upper floor as Balin and Xiang Yu engaged in a scuffle over the flag. What is that noise? Balin glanced upwards towards the third floor, hearing the ruckus from Wu Gang's dormitory. You too, return immediately. With that, Balin prepared to ascend, eager to uncover the situation. Inside, Xiang Yu and Zhang Chong heard the commotion below and immediately ceased their brawl. Zhang Chong attempted to escape through the window but, upon nearing the edge, spotted a figure climbing up. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu noticed a vehicle parked at the entrance, suspecting it might be Wu Gang returning. Quick hide. As soon as the words left her lips, Xiang Yu swiftly concealed herself beneath the bed, observing Zhang Chong continuing to search for a place to hide. Unable to contain herself, she urged, "Come over here and hide with me under the bed." All right, all right. Zhang Chong promptly approached and joined her in their refuge beneath the bed. Meanwhile, at the front door, Wu Gang was leading Xiang Yu and Lin Bei upstairs. Not far from them, behind the dormitory building, Zhang Daping and Agon were closely monitoring the situation. "What should we do now?" "It's all over," Agon lamented, watching as the group ascended. "Shall we return and fetch reinforcements?" Upon uttering these words, Agon attempted to retreat. At that moment, Zhang Daping swiftly grasped his arm. "No. Are you trying to lead us all to doom?" Agon, feeling helpless, replied, "Then what do you propose we do?" Ba Lang, Wu Halian, Xiang Yu, and Lin Bei have all gone up. What options remain? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Daping declared, "Since chaos has already ensued, we might as well embrace it fully. I will cut off the power from the electrical box and see if Zhang Chong and Jiang Xiaoyu can manage to escape." With that, he dashed towards the location of the electrical box. Meanwhile, Ba Lang had already slipped inside and began to survey the surroundings. Just then, he heard a noise at the door and quickly concealed himself behind it. As Wu Gang opened the door to allow Lin Bei and Xiang Yu to enter, Ba Lang seized the opportunity, launching a maneuver towards Wu Gang. To his surprise, Wu Gang immediately threw him out. Upon switching on the lights, several individuals stood frozen in place. Ba Lang promptly straightened up and saluted. "Instructor Wu, my apologies. I did not realize it was you." "Squad leader, Lin Bei. Why are you also with Instructor Wu?" This left Ba Lang in a state of confusion. Wu Gang was equally perplexed. "What are you doing in my room, Ba Lang? And why did you lay hands on me?" Xiang Yu echoed. "Indeed, Ba Lang, you ought to give Instructor Wu a proper explanation." Faced with inquiries from both esteemed figures, Ba Lang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "Well, I came in to apprehend someone, and just as you returned. It was not my intention to sneak in. Wu Gang interrupted. "Calm down. Take a moment to gather your thoughts before speaking." Taking a deep breath, Ba Lang continued, "There was an intruder in your room, and I intended to catch them, which is why I entered." Wu Gang summarized, "So, you are implying that someone entered my room, correct?" Ba Lang nodded in affirmation. Wu Gang then pressed, "Now, where are they? Tell me, where are they now?" Observing this scene, Lin Bei felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck and could not help but think, surely, it cannot be Zhang Chong and Jiang Xiaoyu attempting to steal the flag. His gaze shifted to the wall adorned with the flag, only to discover its sudden disappearance, causing Lin Bei to feel overwhelmed. He genuinely did not anticipate that these two would return to steal the flag. Moreover, with 4 individuals present, including himself, Wu Gang's office left no opportunity for the two to escape. Chapter 62. The arrival of the 6th man. The coveted blade-class flag was missing. Wu Gang scanned his room, questioning, "Where's everyone? Do you see anyone in my room?" Lin Bei was aware that Zhang Chong and Jiang Xiaoyu were hiding beneath the bed, yet he certainly would not divulge that information, for revealing such a detail would be rather peculiar. However, even if Lin Bei did not speak, Ba Lang, after casting a glance around, fixed his gaze upon the space beneath Wu Gang's bed. Subsequently, Ba Lang approached the bed, intent on lifting the blanket to thoroughly inspect whether the 2 individuals were hiding beneath it. As Ba Lang's footsteps grew nearer, Zhang Chong and Jiang Xiaoyu, concealed beneath the bed, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Just as Ba Lang was about to pull back the blanket, Zhang Daping had already arrived beside the electrical box. With a swift motion, he yanked the lever down, plunging Wu Gang's room into darkness. The sudden blackout left Ba Lang momentarily stunned, prompting him to rush over and fumble with the light switch. After futile attempts, he realized it was ineffective. "It seems the circuit breaker has tripped. I will go check," Xiang Yu said at that moment. "I will accompany you, squad leader Xiang," Lin Bei replied, hoping to buy some time in the hopes of allowing Zhang Chong and Jiang Xiaoyu to escape. To their surprise, Wu Gang casually interjected, "No need. It will be lit again shortly." Hearing this, the two had no choice but to remain where they were. Underneath the bed, Jiang Xiaoyu, realizing the power outage, whispered urgently to Zhang Chong, "It seems the power is out. Quickly, this is our chance." Zhang Chong nodded in understanding. "Let us hurry. If we get caught, we will be in serious trouble." With that, the two emerged stealthily from beneath the bed, their movements deliberate and quiet to avoid detection. However, shortly after their ascent, the guard below activated the electrical circuit within the power box. In an instant, light flooded back into Wu Gang's room. As Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong were crawling, they beheld 8 legs emerging within their line of sight. Immediately sensing something amiss, they slowly rose to their feet, an awkward smile gracing their faces. "Good evening, Instructor Wu, Squad Leader, and Sergeant Ba." Upon hearing this, Ba Lang reprimanded them. "Stop grinning like fools and stand at attention." Wu Gang addressed Ba Lang and Lin Bei. "You two, step over here and stand with them." "Yes," they responded, taking their positions beside Xiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong. At that moment, Lin Bei was overwhelmed with a torrent of grievances, utterly perplexed as to why he was being made to endure punishment alongside the two miscreants. "Now, provide me with an explanation," Wu Gang commanded, his gaze fixed on the blade class banner in Zhang Xiaoyu's possession. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyu replied, "Instructor Wu, it's truly just a misunderstanding. I hadn't seen this banner hanging on our classroom wall for several days, so I came to check on it." Zhang Chong chimed in, "Indeed, what the stinky fish says is correct. This blade class banner has never been displayed in our class, and I merely accompanied him out of curiosity." At this, Lin Bei was rendered speechless, his expression blank and devoid of hope. After absorbing the exchange, Wu Gang sneered. "How amusing. Do you truly believe I would accept such an explanation?" Consequently, Zhang Xiaoyu felt compelled to clarify further. "All right, to be honest. After seeing the banner taken by Sergeant Ba, we made a wager with Class 2 to see who could steal it back from you first. That class would be deemed the winner." Hearing this, Wu Gang was both infuriated and amused by their audacity. "Ah, so this is merely a contest, is it?" Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Zhan Daping hurried back, breathless. "It's over, Yen Ge." Lu Yin, observing Zhan Daping's labored breaths, responded, "Do not panic, Daping. Take your time and explain what has happened." Ma Mingyang added, "Yes, what transpired? Speak slowly." After catching his breath, Zhan Daping articulated, "I suspect Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong have been caught trying to steal the banner. Although I had pulled the circuit breaker, within minutes, the guard restored it. They were not caught by just one person, but by four. Wu, the squad leader, Sergeant Ba, and Lin Bei are likely reprimanding them now." Upon hearing Zhan Daping's words, Lu Yin was stunned, not anticipating that the two would be discovered. "What are we to do now?" Within the confines of the dormitory, the assembled individuals found themselves at a loss, uncertain of the appropriate course of action. "Fear not," Lu Yin reassured the group. "This predicament was orchestrated by me and Stinky Fish. If anything arises, you may seek us out. There is no need for trepidation." He stepped forward to comfort everyone, acknowledging that he, along with Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong, were the principal architects of this affair, which bore little connection to the other team members. Thus, he willingly assumed responsibility. "Do you know why Lin Bei is accompanying me?" Wu Gang queried Jiang Xiaoyu within the room. Jiang Xiaoyu shook his head in response. "I do not know." Wu Gang, with a sardonic smile, continued, "I brought him here at this hour to entrust him with the banner of the Blade class for him to take back. Yet, now it appears that you have managed to misplace it." Upon hearing that the banner was lost, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression shifted to one of anxiety. Fully aware of Lin Bei's fervent desire for the Blade class banner, this urgency was precisely why he had intensified Lin Bei's training that night, hoping to reclaim the banner. However, the situation had now turned unfavorable, as it was lost under his watch. In desperation, Jiang Xiaoyu implored, "Please, Instructor Wu. This matter is in no way related to Brother Bei. He is unaware of our circumstances. Could you possibly allow us to rehang the Blade class banner for our team?" Wu Gang shook his head, his tone resolute. "Do you recall what I previously conveyed? You are a collective, you belong to the first class. And he is the leader of that class, even if he is unaware of your affairs. One person's error necessitates that the entire collective bears the consequence. That is the nature of the military." Barang, present. Barang promptly responded, "As their class leader, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility regarding this matter. Now, it is 30 kilometers of armed cross-country on the playground." "Yes," Barang affirmed with conviction. Lin Bei, present. Wu Gang continued, "Even though you are unaware of this situation, as Jiang Xiaoyu's leader, you too bear undeniable responsibility. You will join Barang in the 30 kilometers of armed cross-country. Furthermore, I shall temporarily confiscate the Blade class banner." Wu Gang's countenance was grave. "Understood," Lin Bei respectfully replied. Chapter 63. You die, I die, we do not wish to perish. Hurry and run. Tomorrow there is training awaiting. Wu Gang instructed Barang and Lin Bei. "Yes. As for Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong, you two may return for now," Wu Gang said to them with an indifferent tone. This statement took them by surprise. Why was Wu Gang not punishing them? Observing Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong standing motionless, Wu Gang's previously subdued ire flared once more. "So, You two refuse to depart? Perhaps you would prefer to accompany Barang and Lin Bei in a 30-kilometer armed cross-country run? Xiang Xiaoyu immediately replied with a smile, No, no, Instructor Wu. We shall depart right away. Hurry up, you bald-headed one. Do you intend to run? At this moment, Zhang Chong finally regained his composure. I do not wish to. Let us go, let us go. Unexpectedly, after the two had taken only a few steps, Wu Gang spoke up. Wait a moment, while you may leave. Do you intend to take the Blade class flag with you? Xiang Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned around and smiled as he explained, My apologies, Instructor Wu. It seems we simply forgot. Here, let me place the flag right here, and we shall take our leave. After placing the Blade class flag on the table, he and Zhang Chong swiftly departed. At that moment, Xiang Yu interjected, Are you truly not going to return the Blade class flag to Lin Bei? It appears he is genuinely unaware of this situation. It would be unjust to let him bear such a heavy grievance. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Wu Gang was slightly taken aback. Oh, our renowned war god of the beast camp is actually speaking up for someone. This is a first. If I recall correctly, did you not previously make him run 10 kilometers as punishment? Xiang Yu responded calmly. He and I are of the same ilk, and I can discern his yearning for the flag. How about this? On the last day of this month, we shall grant it to him. What do you think? Reflecting on his past encounters with Lin Bei, Xiang Yu felt a certain camaraderie with him. Wu Gang, who also held a fondness for Lin Bei, pondered for a moment before replying, Very well, since it is you, Xiang Yu, the war god of the beast camp, I shall grant you this favor. On the last day of the month, I will return the flag to his class. Thank you, Instructor Wu. I shall go see how they are faring in their run. Xiang Yu said with a knowing smile. On the way back to the dormitory, Xiang Xiaoyu muttered, Can you believe it? We truly were not punished. This doesn't seem to align with Wu's usual demeanor. Given his understanding of Wu Gang, he was certain they would face some form of punishment, potentially even harsher than what Lin Bei and Ba Lang had encountered. Yet, Wu Gang had let them off, leaving him utterly bewildered. Zhang Chong scratched his head, equally perplexed. I have no idea. I thought we would be joining Lin Bei and the others for a run. Well, no punishment is better than the alternative. However, it seems we may have brought misfortune upon Lin Bei. Recalling Lin Bei's earlier expression, Zhang Chong quickly added, Oh no, according to Wu's usual standards, the Blade class flag was supposed to be handed over to Brother Bei. Now, due to our meddling, not only has the flag been lost, but Brother Bei is also facing a 30-kilometer cross-country run as punishment. At this realization, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of panic wash over him. If Lin Bei were to complete that run, he would surely be infuriated. After all, it was not only the flag that was lost, but also the grueling 30-kilometer armed trek. Well, good luck to you. I am leaving first, Zhang Chong said, swiftly making his exit. Although he did not fear Lin Bei overly much, he recognized his culpability in the matter and opted to depart promptly. You miserable bald head. If it weren't for our bet, I would not have gone to steal the flag. And now, look at the trouble you've caused. You just run away. Upon seeing Zhang Chong sprinting away, Jiang Xiaoyu erupted in anger. On the playground, Lin Bei, burdened with a backpack and wielding a rifle, was jogging, followed closely by Balong. Lin Bei, you must keep a close watch on Jiang Xiaoyu, Balong urged. Lin Bei nodded, feeling quite helpless. Rest assured, squad leader Balong, I will ensure proper oversight. This incident took me by surprise. I truly did not foresee it. I understand your sentiments. Continue running, Balong replied, patting Lin Bei on the shoulder. He recognized that Lin Bei was also a victim in this situation, as they were on the verge of claiming the Blade Squad's banner, only to be thwarted unexpectedly. What are you two chatting about? Hurry up and run. A voice called from behind them, and upon turning, they saw Xiang Yu approaching. What brings you here? Balong inquired. Puzzled. I will run alongside you. Consider it extra training, Xiang Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Then why don't we have a little competition among the three of us? Balong suggested. I have no objections. What about you, Lin Bei? Lin Bei glanced at Xiang Yu and immediately responded, I am also in. Let's go. Then let the race begin. As soon as Balong finished speaking, he dashed forward, successfully seizing the lead position. Boring. Lin Bei and Xiang Yu remarked simultaneously, exchanging glances before they too took off. Upon returning to the dormitory, Jiang Xiaoyu was immediately surrounded by Zhang Daping. So, did you get caught? He inquired. Indeed. What happened? You seem unscathed. Could it be that you successfully escaped? Ma Mingyong chimed in, observing Jiang Xiaoyu's lack of injuries and speculating on their escape. Speak up. Everyone is waiting to hear what transpired, Lu Yin urged. With everyone's eyes upon him, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly explained. We were apprehended, but Zhang Chong and I are fine. Wu Halian retrieved the banner and let us go, while Balong and Lin Bei received a punishment of 30 kilometers of armed cross-country running. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Daping chuckled. Well, that's a relief. I thought you and Zhang Chong were in serious trouble. You scared me. Lu Yan, however, appeared puzzled. It's strange that Wu Halian didn't punish you. That's truly odd. Jiang Xiaoyu promptly replied. This isn't about Wu Halian. It's about my brother Bei. When I was caught, Wu Halian was bringing him to claim the Blade Squad's banner. Not only did they fail to obtain it, but they also took the blame and received a 30-kilometer armed cross-country punishment. What do you think he will do to me? Upon hearing this, the crowd contemplated the situation anew. Zhang Daping approached and gently patted Jiang Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Fortune favors the bold, brother Fish. There is little we can do to assist you in this matter. Ma Mingyang shook his head in agreement. Brother Fish, while we can support you in other endeavors, for this particular affair, you must rely on your own wits. After all, everyone knows that the returning Lin Bei will undoubtedly be seething with rage. Should you cross paths with him, it might result in a rather unfortunate outcome. Lu Yan struggled to suppress a chuckle as he too patted Jiang Xiaoyu. You best prepare for the worst. Chapter 64. A death to share unremarkable? Witnessing the countenance of those around him, Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. No, you all participated in this. Why should I be the sole target? If it comes to it, we shall all meet our demise together. None of us shall escape unscathed. Zhang Daping immediately countered. Brother Fish, you must speak with some integrity. Was it not you who proposed this idea? Did you not pilfer the flag? And was it not you who was discovered? Ma Mingliang chimed in. Indeed, Daping is correct. Brother Fish, the entirety of this scheme bears your signature, and we are merely bystanders. When the time comes, it is you whom Bei Gu will seek out. Others echoed in unison. Yes, this is not our concern. We shall retire for the night. With that, the group dispersed, each retreating to their respective quarters. The once tightly knit assembly was abruptly reduced to Lu Yan alone. Lu Yan, they all fled. You cannot escape either. When the time comes, we shall perish together. I refuse to shoulder this burden alone. I shall assert that you were complicit in this plan, as one of its architects. Furthermore, when Zhang Chong and the others return from their extra training, they too shall not evade responsibility. If we are to face death, it shall be as a trio, mark my words. Jiang Xiaoyu stated resolutely. For he could not bear the thought of facing his end alone. He was determined to bring two companions along for the ride. Even in death, he would ensure they shared the burden together. You. Well done, Jiang Xiaoyu. You truly are something else, Lu Yan remarked, rendered speechless for a moment. However, the words of Jiang Xiaoyu left him without retort, for he was indeed one of the staunch supporters and decision-makers in this matter at that time. Before long, Zhang Chong and his second team returned to the dormitory. Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu rushed forward without hesitation. Tuzi, Beige hasn't returned yet, so you can't escape. Of course, it's not just you. I, along with Lu Yan, will accompany you. Regardless of the circumstances, the three of us shall face our fate together. Hearing this, Zhang Chong lowered his head. I truly am at my wit's end with you. How can one be so infuriating? Betting against you has brought me nothing but misfortune. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately retorted, and here you are complaining. Had it not been for your stubbornness in challenging us, would I have ever conceived such a plan? Without that, the banner of the Blade Squad would already be flying above our class. Zhang Chong, known for his hot temper, felt his anger bubbling over as Jiang Xiaoyu continued to provoke him. If you utter another word, do you believe I won't strike you right now? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu had abandoned all pretense and showed no leniency towards Zhang Chong. Come on, hit me now. With my fiery temper, just see how I respond. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Chong prepared to make his move. What's all this commotion? With such abundant energy, how about a 30-kilometer armed cross-country run? A voice rang out at the door. The two turned to find Lin Bei, drenched and serious, standing there. No, I'm off to wash up, Zhang Chong quickly exclaimed, grabbing his toothpaste and basin to flee the scene. No, Beige, look at my scrawny arms and legs. If I attempted a 30-kilometer run, I would surely perish on the playground. Jiang Xiaoyu hastily waved his hands in refusal. It was no jest. He recalled how exhausting even the nightly 10-kilometer extra training had been, leaving him utterly drained. If you refuse, then rest well for me. After tomorrow, I will have you continue the extra training, Lin Bei stated in a calm tone. Then, Beige, won't you give me a good thrashing? Xiang Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled, as he was curious about Lin Bei's unusually composed demeanor, devoid of any trace of anger. Even Liu Yan, not far away, was intrigued. After all, if he had unjustly borne the brunt of a major mishap and lost the Blade Squad banner, he would have been seething with rage, ready to confront the instigator. Yet, seeing Lin Bei's placid expression, he wondered if this was merely the calm before the storm. What use is it to discipline you now? Striking you poses no challenge. Lin Bei replied nonchalantly. Initially, he had planned to teach Xiang Xiaoyu a lesson upon his return from running. However, he soon realized that merely striking him would bear little consequence. Instead, it would be far more effective to intensify his training, instilling in him the true meaning of torment. Thank you, Brother Bei. You are truly a good person, Xiang Xiaoyu praised. We have indeed erred in this matter, and we extend our sincerest apologies to you. You are akin to Gui Jing from the Legend of the Condor Heroes and Xiao Feng from Demigods and Semi-Devils, possessing an admirable magnanimity and spirit. At this moment, Lin Bei felt a sense of elevation in his spirit, as apart from his mother, the person he held closest was undoubtedly Lin Bei himself. Enough with the flattery. It's time for a shower, and then to bed. Tomorrow we have training awaiting us, Lin Bei remarked coolly, as he was quite fatigued after the 30-kilometer armed cross-country run, where he had been striving to surpass Xiang Yu, pushing himself to the limit. Ultimately, the first place was claimed by Xiang Yu, while he and Ba Lang crossed the finish line together. It must be said that experience trumps youth. The reason why the god of war is revered is undoubtedly due to his prowess. As for Lin Bei, aspiring to become the next god of war or even surpass him, he felt he was still a step away. Nevertheless, he was confident that this goal would soon be within his reach. Wake up. What are you still sleeping for? The next morning, Ba Lang's whistle and his commanding shouts echoed in everyone's ears. Get up quickly. Waking you all is like pulling teeth. Upon hearing Ba Lang's voice, everyone immediately sprang from their beds, donned their clothes, and rushed to freshen up. After completing their morning routines, they stepped outside, gathering under the rallying cries of Lin Bei and Zhang Chong. At this juncture, Xiang Yu stepped forward, declaring, destination, the beach. Left turn, march. Subsequently, the group, led by Ba Lang, sprinted toward the beach. Upon their arrival, they found the assault boats poised and ready. Everyone aboard. Today's task is to swim 5 nautical miles while fully armed. Upon hearing Ba Lang's words, Xiang Xiaoyu's brows furrowed involuntarily. However, unlike before, the crowd no longer sighed in despair, for they had erred in this manner on several occasions. They knew that a mere sigh would prompt Baron to increase their distance. Upon boarding the assault boat and arriving at the designated maritime area, one by one, they leaped into the water, embarking on their 5-mile journey. Brothers, let us charge forth. After several hours of swimming, they finally reached the shore, utterly exhausted, apart from Lin Bei, Zhang Chong, and Liu Yan, who were still on their feet. The others lay sprawled on the beach. At that moment, an off-road vehicle approached and halted before them. Chapter 65. Still wish to indulge in a feast? Time for confinement is near. Subsequently, Lin Bei emerged from the vehicle, his face contorted with fury, as if a colossal flame simmered within him, poised to erupt at any moment. Xiang Xiaoyu, Liu Yan, and Zhang Chong immediately responded, present. Not far away, Lin Bei observed the unfolding situation and shook his head, realizing that the 3 individuals were destined for confinement. Subsequently, a remark from Lin Bei left Lin Bei in utter disbelief. Indeed, Lin Bei, come. As Lin Bei, who was prepared to witness the spectacle, heard Lin Baichuan's voice, he felt bewildered, never expecting that he would also be included in this confinement. All 4 of you, get in the car and come with me. Xiang Xiaoyu, still with a playful grin, inquired, what is going on, Captain Long? Are you perhaps treating us to a grand feast? From Xiang Xiaoyu's perspective, this was a plausible scenario, given that he and Lin Bei were quite familiar with Lin Baichuan, while Zhang Chong and Liu Yan excelled in training, consistently ranking among the top performers. As for the first place, that honor had been unassailably claimed by Lin Bei, leaving no opportunity for others. Lin Baichuan, suppressing his fury, replied with a smile, yes, I am indeed inviting you all to a feast. Let us go. Next to him, Liu Yan and Zhang Chong wore expressions of delight, astonished that the captain of the reconnaissance team would treat them to a lavish meal. Such news would certainly elevate their standing. Train well, everyone. I'll return after the meal. Zhang Chong called out to the members of Class 2 behind him. Chong-gu, seize the opportunity and see if you can bring back some takeout for the brothers. We too desire a grand feast, Agon said, brimming with envy. Indeed, It has been ages since we last enjoyed a sumptuous meal. Chonggu, as our class leader, you must consider your brothers, Dai Fei chimed in. Rest assured, I will definitely bring something back for you. Just wait, Zhang Chong assured, patting his chest. Meanwhile, seeing Class 2's enthusiasm, Zhang Dapeng from Class 1 joined in. Yuga, Younga, if they are getting takeout, you must also bring us some. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Ma Mingliang echoed, absolutely. With the three of you in our class, we should surely receive more than Class 2. Let us make them envious. Jiang Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Brothers, worry not. I, Jiang Xiaoyu, am not the type to forget my comrades. Anticipate my feast. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's response, Ma Mingyang turned his gaze to Lin Bei. Bei, as the leader of Class 1, you must also bring us something. At these words, Lin Bei's expression remained stoic. He was in a foul mood, as they were not headed for a feast, but rather to face confinement. The most unfortunate part was that this predicament was entirely undeserved. I'll bring you a great big nothing. Focus on your training, he retorted. Upon witnessing Lin Bei's reaction, Long Baichuan surmised that Lin Bei had likely anticipated the outcome. Initially, he had no intention of involving Lin Bei. However, after deliberating, he recognized that they were part of a collective, and given Lin Bei's formidable strength and astute intellect, he ultimately decided to include him. Very well, let us depart. Please, board the vehicle, Long Baichuan interjected, interrupting the group's desire to continue their conversation. All right. Let us get on the bus, exclaimed Jiang Xiaoyu with enthusiasm. However, as he gazed at Lin Bei's expression of serene indifference, he felt a twinge of confusion. Brother Bei, aren't you excited about this sumptuous feast? What is the matter? Zhang Chong chimed in. Indeed, this is a lavish banquet courtesy of Captain Long. You ought to be elated. Even Liu Yin nodded in agreement. They were not mistaken. Lin Bei, you should allow yourself to feel joy. Observing the three of them, blissfully unaware of the impending torment, and reflecting on how their influence had led to his confinement, Lin Bei felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Enough talk. Let us get in the car. In a short while, Long Baichuan drove the car to the dormitory entrance. Grab your blankets and toiletries. We must leave, he commanded. This sudden directive left Jiang Xiaoyu and her companions perplexed. Hadn't they been promised a lavish feast? Captain Long, what is going on? Weren't we supposed to enjoy a grand meal? Long Baichuan's tone was stern as he replied, no more questions. Hurry up and pack. Seeing his demeanor, the trio promptly entered to gather their belongings. Xiao Bei, initially, I didn't intend for you to come inside, but upon reflection, you are the class leader of Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin. You must take responsibility for this matter. There is no other choice, Long Baichuan remarked nonchalantly. Lin Bei offered no rebuttal, acknowledging the truth of Long Baichuan's words. I understand, Uncle Long. I'll go in and pack as well. Upon entering the confinement room, the four surveyed the surroundings with resignation. Only Jiang Xiaoyu maintained a sense of optimism, cheerfully exclaiming, Ah, it has a Japanese style. I quite like it. Meanwhile, the new recruits, having concluded their trainings, quickly realized that Lin Bei and the others were not off to enjoy a feast, but were being confined due to the flag theft incident. Upon learning that they would only receive one meal for the day, they hurriedly ordered food from the cafeteria and purchased some snacks, intending to deliver them. Dai Fei was the first to approach the veteran guard. Squad leader, could you please make an exception and let us deliver this food? Following closely, Ma Mingliang added, indeed. Can you imagine only one meal a day? That would leave them starving. We all know that both Bei and you have hearty appetites. This simply won't do. Zhang Dapeng quickly chimed in. Absolutely. While we cannot visit, we must at least ensure they receive their meals. The seated veteran banged his hand on the table. No can do. Without orders from above, I cannot allow it. Hearing this, Aegon, known for his short temper, immediately retorted, What is wrong with you? Can't we have a civil conversation? Are you looking for a fight? Zhang Dapeng swiftly intervened, restraining Aegon. Calm down. Let us communicate respectfully, or we're bound to fail. After soothing Aegon, Zhang Dapeng turned to the seated veteran with a smile. Brother, please do us a favor. We assure you this matter will remain confidential. There are top-tier recruits in there, especially the first-ranked one, who is the strongest of this batch. If he suffers due to hunger, can you shoulder that responsibility? Upon hearing Zhang Dapeng's words, the veteran felt a flicker of emotion within, for he had already gleaned some understanding of the situation upon his arrival to guard this place. Just as he was about to acquiesce, Balong approached them. What are you lot doing here instead of resting up for this afternoon's training? He inquired. Chapter 66, Come and Fight. The group turned to see Balong. Good day. Squad leader. Agon pointed inside and said, We were hoping to before he could finish, Jean Dopping interrupted. We noticed that your training is quite arduous. So we ventured to the store to procure some snacks for you. Inside, you'll find instant noodles and their soulmate, ham sausages, among others. To this, Balong replied, Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Since you're so spirited, I shall assign you an additional training session. Upon hearing this, the group immediately shook their heads. No, squad leader, we were wrong. Balong snorted coldly. In that case, you'd best be on your way. Upon hearing this, the group hurriedly grabbed their belongings and fled. Stop, leave the items behind. At this command, the group promptly placed their goods on the table. Thank you, squad leader. Subsequently, they dashed in the direction of the dormitory. These little rascals. Watching them disappear, Balong couldn't help but smile. Reminiscing about the innocent camaraderie from his early days in the army, truly immersed in the collective spirit. He then turned to the veteran and said, Veteran, could you please assist me in bringing these items inside? The veteran nodded in agreement. Inside the room, Lin Bei was doing push-ups, Xiang Yu was writing. Liu Yin was lost in thought against the wall, while Zhang Chong was grumbling. It's been 3 whole days with only 1 meal a day. And not a shred of meat in sight. Did they take me for a monk? Infuriated by this thought, Zhang Chong kicked over a chair, startling Xiang Yu, who was engrossed in his writing. What is wrong with you, bald head? You scared me. Meanwhile, Liu Yin said nonchalantly, Why do you think the food is unappetizing? The cafeteria serves delicious meals with chicken, duck, and fish. Why don't you go back and eat there? To this, Zhang Chong retorted, What do you mean by that? Liu Yin replied blandly, Nothing much, just that I feel sorry for you not having any meat. Zhang Chong disdainfully responded, It's not the lack of meat that irritates me, but rather sharing a room with you two. It feels a bit cursed. Liu Yin immediately shot back, How come? With 4 of us in this room, you only dare to complain about us 2 and not mention our squad leader? Are you afraid? Upon hearing the sardonic remarks of Liu Yin, Zhang Chong felt his inner fury reach its zenith. Initially, he managed to suppress his temper. But after 3 days of enduring such provocations, his patience had reached its breaking point. Just as he sought an outlet for his pent-up frustration, Liu Yin approached him, tauntingly proposing, What? Are you still unconvinced? Let us engage in a bout, for I believe we left our fight on the ship unresolved. Let us see how many rounds this swimming champion can endure against me. Liu Yin, too, bore the weight of accumulated anger after 3 days of confinement. Come on then. Who dares to challenge you? If you insist, I shall oblige you until the end. Allow me to demonstrate that I am not so easily trifled with. At that moment, Lin Bei, having just completed a set of push-ups, walked over, visibly agitated. What are you two bickering about? Still contemplating a fight? If I may interject. It seems your tempers are flaring. The most wrong party here is undeniably me. I was merely waving my banner, and then you two decided to wager, resulting in the loss of my esteemed banner and a penalty of 30 kilometers. Now I find myself confined with you. I have yet to express my own frustration. Yet you two are already at each other's throats. If it's a fight you desire, then why not both of you come at me? I am brimming with rage, seeking an outlet. Over the course of 3 days, Zhang Chong and Liu Yin had quarreled numerous times, while Lin Bei paid them little mind, as he considered their disputes rather commonplace. However, today was different. Their intention to fight stirred the tumult within him. With the month's end approaching, he realized that he would fail to accomplish his mission regarding the banner, igniting an unquenchable fire of frustration within him. The substantial rewards of the task, particularly the coveted fragments of the heart rescue pill, weighed heavily on his mind, as they symbolized the health of Lin Bei. Now, they were all but lost. The prospect of waiting indefinitely for a similar opportunity further fueled his ire, even causing the usually composed Lin Bei to seethe. Why the silence? Will you fight or not? Lin Bei pressed, observing their sudden quietude. Brother Bei, calm down, calm down. This situation is indeed our fault. Let us not stoop to their level. First, let us dine. And afterward, I shall engage you in something enjoyable. Xiang Yu interjected at this juncture. Speaking of food, I must admit I am rather hungry, Zhang Chong murmured. Indeed. I too feel a bit peckish, Liu Yin chimed in. Recognizing Lin Bei's escalating anger, they understood that should they confront him, the outcome would only result in a one-sided beating. Observing the scene, Xiang Yu quickly remarked, There we have it. It seems only Brother Bei can manage the 2 of you. Let us first eat, and afterward, I shall entertain you. Subsequently, he picked up a steamed bun and began to gnaw at it heartily. After taking a bite, Zhang Chong frowned. For him, the absence of meat rendered the bun inedible. Just as he contemplated spitting it out, he noticed Lin Bei's unwavering gaze fixed upon him. He sensed that should he dare to expel the bun from his mouth, Lin Bei's fist would undoubtedly find its way to his face. Well, I'm a bit thirsty. I'll have some water, Xiang Yu explained. And thus he reached for the soup nearby, drinking deeply. With the aid of the broth, he finally managed to swallow the bun. Observing this scene, Lin Bei averted his gaze and began to nibble on his own bun. A few minutes later, the group finished their meal. Liu Yin inquired, "Stinky fish. You mentioned having something good earlier. What is it? Show us." Xiang Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, do let us see. I couldn't stop thinking about it while I was eating. Seeing their keen interest, Xiang Yu smiled and promptly retrieved it from behind him. Behold. I spent an entire morning crafting these playing cards. Impressive. I didn't expect you had such a skill, stinky fish, Liu Yin praised. Of course. You must know I am quite the professional. Before I worked in real estate, I dabbled in many things. Creating this is a mere trifle, Xiang Yu declared with pride. By the way, what shall we play? Xiang Yu asked. How about a game of high card? The loser must partake in a truth or dare challenge. Are you up for it? Xiang Yu confidently proposed. Who is afraid? I'm in. Xiang Yu replied with assurance. Count me in, Liu Yin added. The three then turned their gaze toward Lin Bei. Come on, as if I would be intimidated by the three of you, Lin Bei retorted disdainfully. Chapter 67, Balong's plan. The four commenced their game. Report. A voice echoed from the office door as Lin Bei spoke calmly. Come in. Soon after, Balong strode in, saluted, and said, Captain Long. Lin Bei looked up and recognized him. Ah, Balong. Why aren't you training the recruits? What brings you here? Balong smiled in response. I noticed you've been coughing a bit lately, so I brought you a remedy. It's a unique concoction from our grasslands and is quite effective. Do give it a try. As he finished speaking, he placed a small bottle on the table. Lin Bei smiled appreciatively. It's rare to see you so thoughtful, Balong. Thank you. However, after delivering the items, Balong did not depart but remained in place, grinning foolishly. Is there something else, Balong? Dragon Bei inquired. Balong shook his head. No, it's nothing. Dragon Bei exposed him, saying, Let us not pretend in front of me. If it's truly nothing, then why the silly grin? Speak up, or vanish from my sight. Don't impede my work. Upon hearing this, Balong respectfully replied, Yes, Captain Long. I request the transfer of Xiang Yu, Liu Yin, and Xiang Yu from my class, leaving only Lin Bei. Hearing this, Dragon Bei was puzzled. Why? Please provide a reasonable explanation. Balong responded, With all due respect, Captain Long. Anyone pulled from our vast prairie would surpass the three of them in skill and obedience, causing no trouble whatsoever. I simply do not comprehend why you chose to recruit them. Wouldn't it suffice to enlist only Lin Bei? This entire situation was instigated by those three. Reflecting on the earlier punishment runs and learning that Lin Bei had also been confined, Balong felt quite perplexed and voiced his thoughts candidly. After a moment of silence, Dragon Bei replied, Balong, your statement raises concerns. Every individual possesses unique strengths and characteristics. Lin Bei is merely an anomaly amidst the years. Furthermore, were you born a perfect soldier? When you first arrived at the beast camp, you had your flaws, just like Lin Bei. Were you not also beset with various shortcomings before maturing into the person you are today? The reason I placed those three in your class was to encourage you to assist them in their gradual development into commendable soldiers. As he spoke, Dragon Bei slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. After absorbing Dragon Bai's words, Balong took a deep breath and said, Captain Long, I acknowledge my mistakes and request to be confined as well. Why? Dragon Bei asked. Balong replied firmly, Because those three are soldiers I brought along, and Lin Bei is the most exceptional soldier I have encountered. If he is confined, then as their squad leader, it is only right that I accompany them in punishment. Thus, I request to be confined. Dragon Bei immediately responded, If I confine you, who will lead the new recruits? Tell me. Hearing this, Balong smiled and said, Indeed. Who will lead the squad? Hence, Captain Long, to resolve this issue, there is but one solution, as you are aware. Release all four of them. The conditions in confinement are quite poor, and it would not bode well if Lin Bei were to suffer any consequences from hunger. Certainly. The situation for the other three is not favorable due to their hunger. Perhaps you could approach Instructor Wu and request their release. After all, only by setting them free can I adequately train them, reform their habits, and mold them into exemplary soldiers. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei smiled. How intriguing, Baron. I did not expect you to engage in such cleverness. Leaving this vial of medicine here for me is quite resourceful. Baron responded with a slight smile. I would not dare, Captain Long. This medicine is genuinely effective. You may give it a try, and if it proves ineffective, you may seek me out. Long Baichuan nodded. Very well, I understand. You may go now. Baron saluted in reply, yes, sir. With that, he exited. Observing Baron leave, a grin spread across Long Baichuan's face. This lad remains unchanged. He then picked up the desk phone. Hello, please summon Instructor Wu Gang. Let's commence today's first game. In the confinement room. Xiang Xiaoyu addressed the three individuals. Let us begin, Lin Bei said nonchalantly. Subsequently, Xiang Xiaoyu dealt 3 cards to each, comparing their values. Lin Bei glanced at his cards and saw a winning combination. Zhang Chong looked at his hand and found 2 5s and a 3, sensing an unfavorable outcome. At that moment, Xiang Xiaoyu examined his 3 cards, revealing a 6, a 4, and a 3, also feeling apprehensive about his situation. Lu Yin cautiously inspected his cards. Only Lin Bei remained composed, tossing his 3 cards onto the table. You should concede. The trio, hearing Lin Bei's confident declaration, immediately scrutinized his hand, discovering the winning combination. They collectively gasped in astonishment. No way, Bei Gu, that's sheer luck. Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed. The foul-mouthed fish is correct. Lin Bei, are you cheating? Zhang Chong chimed in. What cheat? If I were cheating, would I still be confined with you? Now, hurry and reveal your cards. There is no need for childishness. Lin Bei replied with a smile, confident in his impending victory, oblivious to who the unfortunate one might be. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Chong revealed his cards. Exclaiming in resignation, See, my hand is of no consequence. Upon seeing Zhang Chong's cards, Jiang Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Haraha, Baldy, our hands are identical. You scared me. I thought the lowest hand was mine. He followed suit by discarding his cards, and the sum of the numbers was identical to Zhang Chong's, both totaling 13. Fortunately, with your company, I felt at ease. Upon discovering that Jiang Xiaoyu's cards matched his, a smile blossomed on Zhang Chong's face. His initial worry had dissipated entirely. It's your turn, Lu Yin. You wouldn't have a lesser hand than us, would you? At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu fixed her gaze upon Lu Yin. Lu Yin had just glimpsed his first card. Yet a smile crept across his face as he promptly tossed that card onto the table. Chapter 68. Jiang Xiaoyu's Cursed Tongue. Unfortunate Lu Yin Zhang Chong and Jiang Xiaoyu exchanged glances, realizing that Lu Yin had discarded a 10. We still have 2 more to compare, but I believe this single card speaks volumes. If it doesn't suffice, I might as well reveal my second card. While I may not surpass Lin Bei, I am confident that I can certainly outdo the 2 of you, Lu Yin asserted with conviction. Zhang Chong glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu. I remain unperturbed. I possess a pair of 5s, thus I must exceed Jiang Xiaoyu's hand. Even if our hands are equal, the loss will fall upon her. However, Lin Bei promptly interrupted Zhang Chong's words. Hey, Baldy, are you still half asleep? This is a game of comparing sizes, not a game of flower cards. Who cares about your pair of 5s? If you 2 have the same total with your 3 cards combined, then you both lose. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong was left dumbfounded. Following closely, Jiang Xiaoyu also appeared stunned. Wait, is this how you want to play, Bei Gu? Alright, since we are playing this way, I can only resort to my crow's mouth. Lu Yin, it seems you have forgotten something. If both of your remaining 2 cards are 1s, your total will be lower than ours. Inquiry, Zhang Chong chimed in. Exactly, the smelly fish is right. Lu Yin, if your last 2 cards are both 1s, then the loser will be you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin wore a look of disdain. Impossible. Let me show you my luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped over his second card. To everyone's astonishment, a 1 was revealed before their eyes. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong erupted in laughter. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Is this it? Zhang Chong exclaimed amidst his laughter. Jiang Xiaoyu echoed his sentiment. Lu Yin. Now you see the power of my words, don't you? My mouth is truly blessed. Whatever I say comes to fruition. Your last card is definitely another one. Even Lin Bei was taken aback by the situation, not having expected Jiang Xiaoyu's words to hold such power. It can only be said that this mouth truly has been blessed. Hearing the laughter of the crowd, Lu Yin did not feel disheartened. He believed that Jiang Xiaoyu's success was merely a stroke of luck. That was just your good fortune. Just watch. I refuse to believe that the last card will also be a 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin flipped over his card. Once again, a 1 was presented to the side of the 4. An even greater wave of laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Smelly fish, how is your mouth so powerful? It must truly be blessed. Zhang Chong exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. Genuinely astonished that such a slim probability could be encountered by Liu Yan. Xiang Xiaoyu, upon witnessing this scene, was also momentarily stunned. Yet he did not show it on the surface. Instead, he smiled and said, "Liu Yan, brother, see, I told you my mouth is blessed. You didn't believe me. But now you know." Liu Yan quickly retorted, "Come on, it was just a matter of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. What's so impressive about that? And even if I lose, you shouldn't be the one asking. It should be Lin Bei, who has the highest score. Why are you in such a hurry? Even if you're anxious, you must wait for me." Upon witnessing that both of Liu Yan's final cards were ones, Lin Bei was astounded. He had somewhat underestimated the formidable power of Xiang Xiaoyu's ominous predictions. "Brother Bei, why don't you relinquish this opportunity to me? After all, we are good friends and fellow compatriots. I have been harboring a question for Liu Yan for quite some time, and today, I finally have this chance." Xiang Xiaoyu interjected before Lin Bei could respond. "All right, I shall grant you this one occasion." Lin Bei nodded in acquiescence. "Yes, this is splendid," exclaimed Xiang Xiaoyu. Brimming with excitement, Liu Yan observed this exchange and could only shake his head in resignation. He contemplated countering but ultimately reconsidered in light of Lin Bei's capabilities and chose to remain silent. Xiang Xiaoyu immediately pressed on. "I have but one inquiry. You must honestly clarify the situation between you and that Milan. You seem perpetually brooding, and today I must uncover the truth behind it." Although Xiang Xiaoyu had caught wind of Liu Yan and Lin Bei discussing the matter during his previous attempt to flee, he was not well versed in the intricacies. Moreover, having noticed Liu Yan's distracted demeanor lately, he was determined to elucidate this matter. However, upon hearing Xiang Xiaoyu's inquiry, Liu Yan responded, "Your question is rather simplistic. Could you possibly pose something more technical?" Xiang Xiaoyu shook her head, insisting, "No, I wish to hear this story. The happiness of others is my torment, while their suffering brings me joy." Zhang Chong interjected with a mocking tone, "What is the matter? If you cannot handle it, then perhaps you should not partake at all." Lin Bei then shared his perspective, stating, "Since we have chosen to engage in this game, we must adhere to its rules. Wouldn't you agree, Liu Yan?" "Indeed. Brother Bei speaks the truth. We must be able to bear the consequences, Liu Yan. Besides, we are all from the same class. You wouldn't want to lose face in front of Zhang Chong from the second class, would you?" Their words completely dismantled Liu Yan's resolve. All right, I concede." He finally relented. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu and Zhang Chong immediately displayed expressions of curiosity, while Lin Bei remained composed, aware of Liu Yan's circumstances. However, hearing it directly from the person involved felt rather different. "Milan was my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 5 years and 5 days. I believed I would marry her, having even purchased an engagement ring. Unfortunately, after I enlisted, she ended our relationship without granting me a chance to reconcile. On the day I received the breakup letter, Brother Bei comforted me." After listening again, Lin Bei was the first to speak. "Take it easy, Liu Yan. She is not worthy of your affection. You are here to serve and protect your country, while she only cared about your status as a champion. It is better to have parted ways sooner, rest assured. Love awaits you in the future." Jiang Xiaoyu added, "Brother Bei is right, Liu Yan. Since it's over, let us make sure it's definitive. Let her go. You still have us, your brothers. Women are like clothing. Once discarded, they are forgotten. The bond of brotherhood is what truly matters." "Absolutely," Zhang Chong echoed enthusiastically. Liu Yan patted his chest, expressing gratitude. "Thank you all. However, for me now, she has become a thing of the past. I no longer harbor any feelings for her." Jiang Xiaoyu remarked appreciatively, "Now that sounds like you, Liu Yan." "Yes, I support that," Liu Yan replied. "Well, that chapter has closed. Let us move on quickly. I want you all to share some secrets with me." Chapter 69, The King of Luck. All right, let us continue. Brother Bei, yours. Liu Yan, yours. Zhang Chong, yours. Soon, Zhang Xiaoyu dealt the second round of 3 cards to everyone. Lin Bei glanced at his cards and, upon seeing 3 tens, could hardly contain his excitement. He had never anticipated such fortune. He tossed the cards onto the table, casually stating, "Let us see which of you 3 ends up at the bottom." The 3 others, just as before, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. "Wait, how's this even played?" Zhang Chong was utterly bewildered. Although he was uncertain, he was sure that his hand was not weak. Xiang Xiaoyu smiled and placed his 3 cards on the table, 2 8s and 1 9, which was indeed a commendable hand. "It's your turn, Liu Yan," Zhang Chong. Upon seeing Xiang Xiaoyu's cards, Zhang Chong became even more perplexed. Then, Liu Yan glanced at his cards, smiled, and tossed them onto the table. Before Zhang Chang's eyes appeared 3 nines. Simultaneously, the gazes of the 3 individuals turned towards Zhang Chong, causing him to feel an immediate sense of discomfort. Wait a minute. How come all 3 of you have such high cards? Are you cheating? Xiang Xiaoyu retorted. What? Can't handle losing? My brother Bei and I, along with Liu Yan, simply have good fortune. If you lack luck, don't complain. Just admit you can't take the loss. Zhang Chong immediately countered, who can't take a loss? I haven't even revealed my cards yet. How do you know mine are low? I assure you, my hand is definitely the same as Lin Bei's. I'll show you what luck looks like. He then flipped over his 3 cards, which indeed matched in number, but each card had a 0 missing. Ha ha ha. Indeed, they are the same, but 3 ones, the lowest hand. Zhang Chong, your luck is astonishing. How did you manage to draw such a hand? Upon seeing Zhang Chong's cards, Jiang Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Lin Bei also smiled, surprised that Zhang Chong could draw 3 ones. It was truly remarkable. What is this? I'm really at a loss for words, Zhang Chong lamented, staring at the 3 ones. In response, Jiang Xiaoyu smiled and said, a bet is a bet. No need for further discussion. I'm ready to pose a question. Hearing this, Zhang Chong was perplexed. Wait, why is it you who gets to ask? Lin Bei won. Do you think I'm foolish? Jiang Xiaoyu replied defiantly. Bei is my good brother. He just entrusted me with this question to ask, right, Bei? Lin Bei replied with conviction. I'm sorry, but no. This question I must ask Zhang Chong personally. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong chuckled. Ha. See, I knew it. Look at you trying to be clever. At that moment, Lin Bei smiled again. Don't worry, I'm quite professional when it comes to questioning. I guarantee that the question I have in mind is the same as what you wish to ask. Then, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Chong. Now, honestly tell me, do you have feelings for that female soldier, Wu Yun? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Xiaoyu's face broke into a grin. Let me just say, Bei is a good brother. This question is exactly what I wanted to ask. He truly understands me. However, Zhang Chong was utterly taken aback. Lin Bei, please refrain from such nonsense. I do not appreciate it. Lin Bei's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Chong. Really, you genuinely do not like dark clouds? I had initially thought that if you did, I could ask Yu to speak on your behalf, Jiang Xiaoyu chimed in. Indeed. Baldy, if you truly harbor feelings, I could even offer some advice. I am quite adept in that realm. Zhang Chong continued to feign indifference. I truly do not like her. Please do not spread rumors. Lin Bei exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Xiaoyu, who understood immediately. Baldy, if you persist in this manner, it would essentially amount to your class playing tricks. Once I step outside, I shall weave this into a tale and recount it before your class daily. I am eager to see how you will face them then. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyu's words, Zhang Chong's expression shifted, for he was a person who valued his reputation. If such an incident were to transpire, he would lose all semblance of dignity in front of class too. All right, I shall speak. I am unsure if it qualifies as affection, but I do feel uneasy when I see her, as if hundreds of lice are crawling on me, which is quite distressing. Ha. That is indeed affection. Jiang Xiaoyu responded with laughter. Lin Bei nodded. Yes, that is what it means to like someone. Go for it, Baldy. I have faith in you. Liu Yan echoed this sentiment. Indeed, Zhang Chong, give it your all. Soon enough, you shall embrace your beloved. Zhang Chong replied, enough. All of you, let us cease this chatter and swiftly commence the next round. I want you to divulge some secrets. Jiang Xiaoyu promptly responded. All right, coming right up. Yours, Liu Yan's, and Bei Ji's. Before long, Jiang Xiaoyu dealt 3 cards to each of them. Lin Bei picked up his cards and, upon inspection, saw an 8, a 9, and a 10, without a doubt, a winning hand. I am ready to pose a question. The other 3 sighed upon seeing Lin Bei's cards. How is it that your luck is so extraordinary? Zhang Chong could not help but comment. In 3 rounds, Lin Bei's cards have not dipped below an 8. What sort of luck is this? Notably, the highest card among the 3 rounds for me was merely a 6. How is one to survive in such circumstances? However, Zhang Chong glanced at the cards in his hand, 2 7s and 1 6, which were quite formidable, so he decided to discard them. After all, he was certain he wouldn't be the one to lose. It was now up to the 2 of you. Liu Yan picked up the 3 cards on the table and revealed them, 2 8s and 1 4. Not bad. He estimated that his hand was certainly superior to Stinky Fish's. It's your turn, Stinky Fish. Let us see your cards, Lin Bei said to Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu cautiously examined his first card and discovered it was a 3, which made him anxious. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his second card. and a 6 appeared before him. Zhang Chong snatched the 2 cards Xiang Xiaoyu had seen and tossed them onto the table. Ha ha ha, a 3 and a 6. Even if your last card is a 10, you'd still lose. Accept your fate, stinky fish. It's our turn to question you now. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. Zhang Chong is right. Even if your last card is a 10, that only sums to 19. Be good, you may now pose your question. At this point, Xiang Xiaoyu looked utterly helpless. Everyone makes mistakes. Go ahead. Lin Bei asked with a resolute tone, will you escape from Beast Camp? Tell me. I want to hear your true answer. Gazing into Lin Bei's steadfast eyes, Xiang Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. No, Bei Gu, I like it here. Lin Bei hoped that Xiang Xiaoyu's words were sincere. Chapter 70, The End of Confinement. Lu Yin wore a green hat. Really? Just this one question. And that's it? Lin Bei, you are truly kind to stinky fish. Asking such a simple question, Zhang Chong complained. Exactly, Bei Gu. You are really generous to stinky fish. This question is practically meaningless, Lu Yin said with envy. In response, Xiang Xiaoyu remarked. You can't compare my relationship with Bei Gu to yours. We are true brothers. Lin Bei couldn't help but smile. Brothers indeed. I remember when you sold me that grave, pulling off a double deal. Is that how you treat a good brother? Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu felt embarrassed. There's no need to bring that up. Bei Gu, we were both acting as intermediaries back then, and you know the circumstances. I only did it out of necessity. Otherwise, I would never have done such a thing. Lin Bei replied, I know. Otherwise, I would have dealt with you long ago. All right, enough talk. Let us continue playing. I refuse to believe that you can keep winning. Lin Bei, Lu Yin interjected. Yes, I also don't believe your luck can last indefinitely. Zhang Chong chimed in, expressing his discontent, stating that Lin Bei's 3 rounds of cards had never been inferior, which truly unsettled them. Even if luck played a part, it could not possibly be this extraordinary. What was the difference from merely having the game rigged? All right, I shall continue, replied Xiang Xiaoyu. Let us proceed. However, just as they were about to deal the cards, the door to the confinement room swung open, and Xiang Yu stepped inside. Come on, everyone, you may leave now. Xiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Wait, we've only been locked up for 3 days and are being released already? Lin Bei retorted before Xiang Yu could respond. If you wish to remain here, then by all means, stay. I have no desire to linger in this place any longer, Lu Yin concurred. Brother Bei is right. If you want to stay, you can do so alone at your leisure, Zhang Chong added in agreement. Indeed, if you wish to remain, you may do so by yourself. I certainly do not wish to spend another second in this wretched place, Xiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. Xiang Xiaoyu, if you still wish to stay inside, I can assist you in applying for it, he offered. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu immediately waved her hands. No, I do not want to. I earnestly seek my release. In that case, let us depart, Xiang Yu replied. Subsequently, the 4 gathered their bedding and toiletries before following Xiang Yu out. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a shard of the heart-saving pill. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lin Bei's mind, leaving him somewhat astonished that he had received a notification of task completion. By the way, Lin Bei, the flag of the Blade class has been returned to your group. But only for today. Coincidentally, today is also the last day of this month, Xiang Yu informed Lin Bei, who was walking at the back. All right, thank you. Squad leader Xiang, Lin Bei nodded, a smile gracing his face. The successful completion of this task was indeed an unexpected delight for him. My bed is undoubtedly the most comfortable. I truly detest the wooden planks in that confinement room, Xiang Xiaoyu lamented while reclining on her bed. At that moment, Zhang Chong noticed a letter on the table and immediately exclaimed, Whose letter is this? Xiang Xiaoyu sprang up from her bed, raising her voice. Mine. She swiftly snatched the letter from Zhang Chong's hands, only to exclaim, it's not mine, Lu Yin, it's yours. Milan has written. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin, who was tidying up his bed, halted his actions and turned around with disbelief. Impossible. How could she write me a letter? Do not jest with me. Xiang Xiaoyu replied earnestly, It is indeed Milan's letter. Lin Bei, standing nearby, nodded in affirmation. It is certainly Milan's letter. Upon receiving Lin Bei's confirmation, Lu Yin immediately turned back, attempting to snatch the letter from Xiang Xiaoyu's grasp. However, she quickly stepped back to evade him, and the two began to chase each other around the dormitory. All right, Xiang Xiaoyu, stop the commotion. At that moment, Lin Bei spoke decisively. Upon hearing his words, Xiang Xiaoyu halted her actions. Simultaneously, Lu Yin seated himself on the bed. Observing this scene, Xiang Xiaoyu remarked, Then I shall read it aloud, so everyone can hear. Go ahead, Lin Bei nodded in agreement. Taking a moment to compose herself, Xiang Xiaoyu began to read. Yin, I know that everything is my fault. Please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Liu Yin sprang to his feet. Overwhelmed with emotion, he still could not forget Milan. After all, 5 years of affection cannot be easily erased in just a few days. Witnessing Liu Yin's reaction, Xiang Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Haha. Liu Yin, seeing your response, I can tell you have not forgotten her. However, this is not a letter from Milan. It is a letter from your teammate Zhao Yang from the physical education team. If it were truly Milan's letter, I certainly would not be able to read it. I understand that rule. At her words, Liu Yin sat back down, beginning to tidy his clothes. However, Lin Bei shook his head, for he understood that the true spectacle was yet to unfold. Following this, Xiang Xiaoyu resumed her reading. A wedding invitation has been sent to you. Goodness, just look at the swiftness. Marriage is upon them, and then there's you. Zhang Chong chimed in. Indeed, look at yourself. Can you not hasten? Liu Yin paid no heed to the two, continuing to adjust his attire. Thus, Xiang Xiaoyu proceeded with her reading. It insists that you must attend the wedding, for he wishes to apologize to you in person. But why does he need to apologize to you at his wedding? How peculiar. Zhang Chong expressed his confusion alongside. Yes, why does he owe Liu Yin an apology? Subsequently, Xiang Xiaoyu opened the invitation. You are cordially invited this August 26th. At the Rose Garden Hotel, Zhao Yang accompanied by Milan. Upon hearing this, Liu Yin's movements in adjusting his clothing came to an abrupt halt. Even Lin Bei, having heard about Liu Yin's situation numerous times, couldn't help but reflect when he heard it once more. Liu Yin, the tragic male lead, with a girlfriend who swiftly ended their relationship only to be with a good brother. At that moment, Xiang Xiaoyu approached Liu Yin, extending the letter towards him. Liu Yin, I have some paper here. Wipe your tears, and if it's not enough, I can fetch more from the store. Lin Bei gently patted Xiang Xiaoyu, urging him to remain calm. After reading the letter, a few minutes later, Liu Yan's expression transformed into one of determination. Chapter 71. Interception and Persuasion. Seeing Liu Yan's state, Lin Bei immediately signaled, Baldy, Stinky Fish, get ready to intercept Liu Yan. At that moment, Liu Yan, now standing, swiftly made his way toward the dormitory entrance. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Zhang Chong and Xiang Xiaoyu rushed forward to restrain Liu Yan. What are you doing, Liu Yan? Liu Yan shouted. Let go of me. I need to take leave and return. I must clarify what is happening. Xiang Xiaoyu responded, but Liu Yan, do you think they will grant you leave if you go there now? Zhang Chong added. Precisely, I doubt they would grant you leave at this point. The two managed to push Liu Yan back onto a chair, and Lin Bei approached, saying, Liu Yan, calm down. I know you can't forget her, but you must remain composed. This is the military, and I am your squad leader. I will communicate your situation to Captain Long and Instructor Wu to see if we can secure your leave. Your primary focus now is to stabilize yourself. Xiang Xiaoyu concurred. Yes, Brother Bei is right. Liu Yan, you must stay calm. I understand that this situation has hit you hard, but regardless, you must maintain your composure. Zhang Chong also encouraged. Lin Bei and Stinky Fish are right. You need to stay calm. At that moment, the whistle for training sounded. Let us proceed with the training. Liu Yan, I will provide feedback on your matters later, so do not fret, Lin Bei remarked. Let us go training. Subsequently, Zhang Chong and Xiang Xiaoyu escorted Liu Yan outside. After the training concluded, Liu Yan discovered that his toothpaste was missing and decided to purchase some from the supermarket. While queuing at the checkout, he noticed Cui Jia standing in front of him. The cashier then reminded her, I'm sorry, but you are 1 yuan short. Upon hearing this, Cui Jia rummaged through her wallet, only to find she lacked the necessary amount. Noticing Liu Yan waiting behind her, she felt it was impolite to keep him waiting. Thus, she pointed to a box of biscuits and said, I apologize. Please return this box of biscuits. I no longer want it. The cashier responded with a smile. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Yan promptly handed over a yuan. Take it. There is no need for her to return it. Thank you. Cui Jia replied with a smile. I appreciate it, comrade. Which squad are you from? I will return the money to you later. Unfortunately, Liu Yan, who was solely focused on uncovering the truth, had no desire to engage with Cui Jia. Furthermore, as it was merely 1 yuan, he did not regard it with any significance. Thus, he replied in a flat tone, No need, I'm not from that squad. He then took his belongings and walked away. After dining, Lin Bei addressed Liu Yan, saying, I will seek out Instructor Wu and Captain Long to discuss your situation and see if I can secure a leave for you. Liu Yan replied, Thank you, Brother Bei. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You are a member of my class, and given our relationship, it is only natural for me to assist you. With that, Lin Bei exited. Meanwhile, Ruyan also stepped outside, found a place to sit, and began to ponder. He could not comprehend why Milan had chosen to be with Zhao Yang after their breakup, a situation that left him utterly bewildered, especially since they were now planning to marry. It was astonishing to him that just a few months after their separation, they were to wed, indicating that the bond between Milan and Zhao Yang was evidently more stable than the 5 years he had spent with her. His thoughts were clouded with doubt. Could it be that, during their time together, Milan had already contemplated ending their relationship to embrace Zhao Yang instead? At that moment, Xiang Yu approached, boxing gloves in hand. Brother Liu Yin, stop wallowing in sorrow. Let me train with you. Liu Yin cast a disdainful glance at Xiang Yu. Just give it up. With your skills. Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. If it were Lin Bei or Zhang Chong, I might be interested. Xiang Yu, incensed by Liu Yan's derision, retorted, what? You look down on me. Let me tell you, while I may not be as strong as Brother Bei or Baldy, I possess a unique technique. When I unleash this move, not even Zhang Chong can defeat me, let alone Brother Bei. This technique was famously used by Zhang Wuji in his battle against the 5 great sects. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Xiang Yu executed a flawless 180-degree somersault, showcasing his boxing stance. What do you think? Isn't this move impressive? Liu Yin, with an impassive expression, replied, impressive? Not at all. That move wouldn't even impress Zhang Daping. Moreover, I'm not in a good mood, so I advise you not to provoke me. Xiang Yu immediately resorted to his provocative tactics. Brother Liu Yin, I know you excel in the water, and I can't compete with you there. During training, I am also no match for you. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, I'm an expert. Upon hearing this, Liu Yan's expression shifted. Your words have successfully incited my anger. Come on, let us fight. Xiang Yu shook his head. No, I don't wish to fight. I merely want to share some insights on relationships. Love is akin to boxing. One must master both offense and defense, and most importantly, learn to feint. Do you know where you falter? You've only learned to attack, neglecting all other techniques, which is why you've failed in love. At this, Liu Yan's anger intensified. My romantic affairs have nothing to do with you. If you keep talking, I'll show no mercy. Xiang Yu continued. You still have a long road ahead. This failed relationship doesn't signify much. In love, we must be decisive and not dwell on the past. Moreover, you received her breakup letter, yet still cling to her. That shows you haven't truly moved on. You're simply too young and need more experience. Seeing Xiang Yu's continued mockery, Liu Yan's fury reached its zenith. He raised his fist and swung it toward Xiang Yu, exclaiming, You like to talk, don't you? I'll make you train, I'll make you listen. Upon witnessing Liu Yan's frenzied assault, Xiang Yu had no choice but to retreat. A minute later, Xiang Yu waved his hand and exclaimed, Hold on, hold on. Liu Yan, are you serious? Didn't you just say it was over? How can you contradict yourself like this? Liu Yan bellowed in response, You don't understand. You truly do not comprehend. She is my ultimate love. I have given her my heart. Why is she treating me this way? Tell me. Why is she treating me this way? As his words fell, his fists rained down upon Xiang Yu once more. Speak to me. You must tell me. Chapter 72. Preparing to escape, the relentless barrage of punches forced Xiang Yu to shield his head and cry out, Stop, stop, stop. Amidst his desperate pleas, Liu Yan finally ceased his assault. You are really going all out. What does this have to do with me? How would I know why? Xiang Yu retorted. I am not Zhao Yang. If you wish to know, you must ask him directly. After uttering these words, Xiang Yu approached Liu Yan and whispered, Liu Yan, if you genuinely wish to see Milan, I have a way. I can help you escape from the beast camp. Liu Yan looked on in confusion. What plan do you have? Besides, Bei Ge has already gone to search for Wu Hei Lian and Long to DUI. Why should I trust your method? Xiang Yu swiftly elucidated, Brother Liu Yan, you may not be aware, but even if Bei Ge seeks out Wu Hei Lian and Long to DUI, do you think they would grant such leave? Understand that the camp has only a limited number of passes, and they will surely deny your request based on this reasoning. So even if Bei Ge goes, they will not approve it for you. Upon hearing Xiang Yu's explanation, Liu Yan inquired, Then do you have a plan? Xiang Yu glanced around at the soldiers training nearby and suggested, There are too many eyes here. Let us speak in a more secluded location. Subsequently, Xiang Yu led Liu Yan to a remote corner and retrieved a document from his clothing, handing it to Liu Yan. Liu Yan examined it and asked, What is this? Xiang Xiaoyu explained, "This is a pass." Upon hearing this, Ru Yin immediately responded, "So you were not attempting to steal the flag, but rather this pass? I did not expect you to be so cunning." However, Xiang Xiaoyu retorted, "But, my friend, have you forgotten what you promised Lin Bei?" "I am aware," Xiang Xiaoyu replied, "but the training in the beast camp is truly exhausting. I cannot endure it any longer. Moreover, you heard him say that I will face additional training. If this continues, I shall perish in the beast camp." "Indeed. If you wish to leave, you must adhere to my guidance along the way. Otherwise, I shall not assist you." Liu Yin nodded. "All right, let's go." Knock. Knock, knock. "Come in." Inside the office, Wu Gang was diligently preparing a report. Lin Bei entered with a smile, first offering a respectful salute, then spoke. "Hello, Instructor Wu." Upon seeing Lin Bei, Wu Gang, who was writing, broke into a smile, his dark visage betraying none of the fearsome reputation he held in the beast camp. "Oh, it's you, Lin Bei. What brings you here?" Lin Bei chuckled. "Instructor Wu, I have a small favor to ask." Wu Gang immediately responded, "What is it?" "Speak freely, and I shall assist you in any way I can, especially since you are one of the promising talents from our camp." Hearing this, Lin Bei eagerly replied, "Really? Instructor Wu? Then I shall proceed. You see, Liu Yin recently broke up with his girlfriend, who is getting married next week, and to a teammate from the Special Operations team no less. He wishes to return to seek closure. I was wondering if you could grant him a couple of days off. I assure you will return promptly after." As Lin Bei spoke, a smile graced his face. However, after hearing his request, Wu Gang's expression grew contemplative. After all, Liu Yin was still a recruit, and the types of leave available to new soldiers were quite limited. Unfortunately, Liu Yin's situation did not fit into any of those categories, making it, in a strict sense, impossible. However, the person seeking him now is Lin Bei, which leaves Wu Gang in a state of considerable dilemma. Had it been Liu Yin, he would have undoubtedly dismissed the request outright. The individual in question is Lin Bei, who, after only a few months of military service, managed to reach an impasse with Xiang Yu, a feat that surely marks him as the next god of the beast camp. I can grant him a 2-day leave. But this matter must also receive the consent of Long Baichuan. Without his approval, the arrangement becomes null and void. Furthermore, you must agree to one condition from me. Upon hearing that Wu Gang had indeed consented, Lin Bei's face illuminated with excitement. When he arrived, he surmised that the likelihood of Wu Gang's agreement was merely 30 to 40%. Unexpectedly, Wu Gang pondered for a few moments before acquiescing. "What is this condition?" "Instructor Wu? I shall exert every effort to fulfill it, provided it is within my capability," Lin Bei responded eagerly. Wu Gang smiled and remarked, "I merely hope that you train diligently and emerge as the next war god of the beast camp." With unwavering determination, Lin Bei replied, "Rest assured, Instructor Wu. The next war god of the beast camp shall undoubtedly be me. I shall take my leave for now. I am off to see Captain Long," he said, waving goodbye. "Go ahead." With a resounding thud, the door closed behind Lin Bei as he exited Wu Gang's office. This lad is truly intriguing. He possesses both loyalty and valor. Wu Gang commended as he observed Lin Bei's departure. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Soon after, Lin Bei entered Long Baichuan's office. "Hello, Uncle Long." Upon reaching Long Baichuan's desk, Lin Bei saluted respectfully. Seeing Lin Bei, Long Baichuan's face broke into a smile. "Ah, it's young Bei. What brings you here? Are you here to complain about my sending you to confinement?" Lin Bei shook his head. "Not at all. I would never dare to complain to you, Uncle Long. I primarily wish to visit and have a chat." Long Baichuan waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you rascal, I know you well enough. No one comes to my office without reason. Speak, what is it?" Lin Bei smiled. "No wonder the old are always sharper. Uncle Long saw right through me." Long Baichuan laughed heartily. "Of course, if I couldn't discern your little schemes, then my role as captain would be in vain. Now, tell me what is on your mind. If the conditions are reasonable, I shall certainly assist you." Lin Bei promptly recounted the situation regarding Liu Yin to Long Baichuan. "By the way, Uncle Long, Instructor Wu has already given his approval." Upon hearing that Lin Bei had successfully persuaded Wu Gang, Long Baichuan smiled in response. "You, my boy, have managed to convince him. You certainly possess some skill. Although this matter is generally disallowed, I will make an exception for you, the strongest recruit of the beast camp. Just as with Wu Gang, I hereby grant Liu Yin a 2-day leave, but he must return immediately after to train in the camp." Lin Bei immediately saluted. "Thank you, Uncle Long. Immediately, I shall convey this news to Liu Yin, Dragon Baichuan waved his hand, smiling as he spoke. Go on, go on, go on. Yes. Lin Bei then exited. Chapter 73. The two escape. The furious Wu gang upon returning to the dormitory. Lin Bei found only Zhang Chong, so he inquired, Baldy, where are Xiang Yu and Liu Yan? I haven't seen them. Zhang Chong glanced around the dormitory and shook his head. I don't know. I came back after dinner and didn't see either of them. What's up, Lin Bei? Are you looking for them for something? Lin Bei smiled and replied. I successfully requested a leave for Liu Yan. Instructor Wu and Captain Long agreed to grant him 2 days off. Hearing this, Zhang Chong exclaimed in excitement, Oh my goodness. It's all thanks to you, Brother Bei. I can't believe you managed to get the leave. All right, let's find Liu Yan first. Zhang Chong nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Let's locate him. The two then ventured out to search, but found no trace of Liu Yan. Moreover, even Zhang Xiaoyu was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a thought crossed Lin Bei's mind. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoyu has taken Liu Yan to desert? Damn it, I already said I could help him get leave. Why would he trust Zhang Xiaoyu's words? Furthermore, that wretched Xiaoyu dared to deceive me and even go AWOL. Just wait until I catch you. You'll see what I do to you. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Bei's anger surged. Meanwhile, at the sentry point, Jiang Xiaoyu presented the pass she had stolen from Wu Gang. After inspecting it, the sentry remarked, Why is there only one pass? To this, Jiang Xiaoyu explained, My roommate has come down with a strange illness and hasn't slept for 7 or 8 days. The commanding officer issued me this pass to take him for an examination outside. Upon hearing this, the sentry replied, Hold on, I need to verify. At this statement, Jiang Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her and immediately responded, But comrade, there's a stamp on it. Do you still need to verify? The sentry, showing no courtesy, retorted, Can't you wait for the verification? Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyu had no choice but to say, I can wait, I can wait. The sentry then went inside to make a phone call. At this moment, both Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yan felt extremely tense. If they were discovered, their plans would be ruined. Fortunately, fate smiled upon them. No one answered the phone on the other end. Could you wait a moment? No one is picking up. The sentry said. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately replied, No, my comrade's illness is extremely urgent. We cannot afford any delays. Observing the situation, the sentry finally said, In that case, you may go. Thank you so much. With a smile, Jiang Xiaoyu responded and swiftly led Liu Yan away from the beast camp. Shortly after they exited, the keen-eyed Jiang Xiaoyu spotted a military vehicle. Liu Yan, quickly hide. There's a military truck, she urged. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yan immediately concealed himself. Once the truck had distanced itself, they emerged from their hiding spot. Afterward, Liu Yan intended to head towards the train station along the main road. No, Liu Yan. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaoyu questioned, perplexed by his actions. Liu Yan promptly replied, I'm going to the train station. Jiang Xiaoyu cautioned him, Are you foolish? Walking along the main road to the train station? Do you want to get captured? Follow me along the mountain path. It's safer. After more than an hour of walking, they found a large tree to rest against. Breathing heavily, Liu Yan remarked, I must say, you've got a stroke of luck. Stinky fish. If that phone call had gone through earlier, we would have been in serious trouble. Jiang Xiaoyu confidently replied, You see, that's where you're mistaken. The reason I ran with you at noon was that I had already learned that Wu Halian was at the political commissar's report meeting today, and Wu Ti returned for at least 3 hours. Come on, let us keep moving. Meanwhile, in Lin Baichuan's office, Lin Bei reported, What? You say they escaped? Yes, I strongly suspect they have. When I took my leave, I intended to inform Liu Yan, but I couldn't find him anywhere. Moreover, I didn't see Jiang Xiaoyu either, so I'm certain they both escaped. Hearing this, Lin Baichuan was furious. Hadn't Liu Yan already been granted leave? Why has he run away, and why did Jiang Xiaoyu go with him? Lin Bei replied, Uncle Long, don't forget that when he came looking for you. Lin Baichuan, somewhat surprised, asked, How do you know about this? Uncle Long, I happened to see it that day. However, the urgent matter now is to find the two of them immediately, Lin Bei suggested. Lin Baichuan quickly concurred, Yes. We must locate them quickly, especially while Wu Gang is still in the meeting with the political commissar. Otherwise, it will be quite difficult to handle once he returns. Then, Lin Bei recalled the plot in his mind. Uncle Long, let us search the nearby mountains first. Jiang Xiaoyu is quite clever. She certainly wouldn't take the main road. Lin Baichuan nodded in agreement. All right, promptly notify your new recruits to cancel this afternoon's training and thoroughly search the nearby mountains to see if we can uncover any clues. As for the others, Let's refrain from mobilizing them for now. It would be troublesome if Wu Gang were to find out. Very well, Uncle Long. I shall head there immediately, Lin Bei responded. We have not found them. We have scoured the surrounding mountains. Yet there is no sign of the two individuals. In the office, Lin Bei spoke to Long Baichuan. Long Baichuan was equally incensed. How could these two fellows have fled so swiftly that we cannot locate them? Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open, revealing Wu Gang storming in. His fury palpable. You, Long Baichuan, how could you not inform me of such a situation? Damn it, these two must be utterly brazen. Dashing into the beast camp in broad daylight, and what infuriates me further is that they use the front entrance. What does their behavior signify, if not that of deserters? Long Baichuan explained. Haven't we already dispatched personnel to search? Wu Gang retorted. You sent but a squad of fresh recruits. Do you truly believe they can find them? We must locate these two immediately. Otherwise, the brigade commander and political commissar will undoubtedly flay us alive. Given the present circumstances, Long Baichuan could only concede. Immediately notify all soldiers at the beast camp to cease training and initiate a comprehensive search. We have already combed through the nearby mountains. And now we must intensify our efforts. I refuse to believe we cannot capture them. Wu Gang nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed with your plan. These two have truly driven me to the brink of madness. Chapter 74. The search in the depths of the forest. Xiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin were hiding within. Liu Yin spoke up at that moment. Stinky fish, what will we do if Team Long and Beiga find us? They would surely eliminate us, especially Beiga. Our escape has been rather reckless. Xiang Xiaoyu countered. What? Do you regret joining? I call Team Long uncle, and Beiga is a good buddy of mine. I've fled. So what is there to fear? Liu Yin began to explain. It's not about fear, but rather a sense of guilt towards Team Long and Beiga. After all, I was specially recruited by Team Long. Now that I've fled, it feels somewhat. Xiang Xiaoyu scoffed. Guilt? Look over there at the military vehicle. Within sits Wu Halian. Consider the fate that awaits us should he capture us. We would fare far worse than under Uncle Long and Beiga. Upon hearing this, Liu Yin glanced at Wu Gang's expression and found it indeed terrifying. Then let us depart. On the mountain, Lin Bei and Zhang Chong, accompanied by the new recruits, continued their search. At this moment, Lin Bei was uncertain of Liu Yin and Zhang Chong's whereabouts. He only knew that the two had last been seen at the shooting range, having failed to escape. Upon realizing the outcome, he gazed at the vast mountains and relinquished his thoughts of pursuit. Only Zhang Daoping remained, persistently calling out the names of Xiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin. Yet to no avail. By now, Xiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin had changed their hiding spots. Liu Yin, do you believe they have lost their minds? The entire beast camp has mobilized, and we carry neither state secrets nor vast sums of money. Why are they all here? Liu Yin felt a surge of anxiety at this remark. If we are captured and taken back, we might face execution multiple times, Xiang Xiaoyu replied. Do not fear. They surely cannot find us. We are concealed in an unexpected location, one they would never anticipate. If we can evade them today, tomorrow their numbers will dwindle, and we shall seize our chance to escape. Meanwhile, on the road, a truck transporting vegetables to the training ground broke down. The driver and the soldier in the passenger seat began repairs, unaware that two pairs of eyes were watching them from a distance. Liu Yin, hurry up. This truck might be headed to the city. Liu Yin nodded and dashed forward, leaping into the cargo area, followed by Xiang Xiaoyu. They believed they were bound for the city, oblivious to the fact that the vehicle would take them back to where they started. At the train station's police station, Xiang Yu placed photographs of Xiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin on the table before Ba Lang, speaking calmly. These are the two individuals, dressed in attire identical to ours. Of course, they might change clothes along the way, but their faces will remain unchanged. The officers appeared somewhat perplexed. Ah, so just the two of them have arrived. What is the plan? Xiang Yu explained. We are short-handed and require your assistance. The police, slightly flustered, suggested, how about this? I can contact the armed police unit. After all, we are merely regular transit officers, and if any issues arise, we fear we cannot bear the responsibility. Xiang Yu shook his head. The armed police are unnecessary. You are fully capable of handling this. In Xiang Yu's perspective, apprehending Xiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin did not warrant the involvement of armed police. However, the officers, feeling apprehensive, cautiously inquired, Comrades, may I ask if these two are involved in drug trafficking, robbery, or homicide? Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu and Ba Lang exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of helplessness. They are new recruits in our reconnaissance unit, and they left without permission. Upon hearing these words, The tension on the officer's face immediately dissipated, replaced by a smile. "I see," he remarked. "I was under the impression we were dealing with a fugitive." Baron chuckled, albeit with a hint of irritation. "What is so amusing about this? Do you realize the consequences of these two recruits leaving the ranks?" The officer nodded. "Please, do not panic. I understand your concern. We thought we were facing a criminal, which made us quite anxious. Now it turns out they are one of our own. Perhaps your training is just too rigorous, prompting them to consider leaving." Both Xiang Yu and Baron chose to remain silent. As the vehicle ventured into the coastal training ground, it jolted slightly while passing over a large pothole, rousing Xiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin from their slumber. They peered out curiously at the training area. Weariness etched on their faces. "This doesn't look like the city at all," Xiang Xiaoyu remarked, equally perplexed. "I'm not sure where we are either. But judging by those armored vehicles, could it be?" In a different location, Lin Bei's office was filled with agitation as Wu Gang exclaimed, "Damn it! Those two brats! How have they not been found yet? The beast camp has always commanded respect. It has never been a source of ridicule. Now, they've completely tarnished our reputation. Where is Xiang Yu?" Lin Bei replied. "He and Baron are at the train station, keeping watch." Wu Gang waved his hand dismissively. "Tell them to return immediately. No more searching. Just report back. It's pointless." Lin Bei responded, "I understand this is embarrassing, but I believe they deserve a little more time. They're new recruits, and their perspectives may not be fully developed. We must grant them this opportunity." At these words, Wu Gang's anger flared. "You are simply indulging them." After glancing at his watch to calm his frayed nerves, he continued, "Very well, I shall grant them one last half hour. If, after that time, I do not see those two, I will report to the battalion commander. At that point, do not blame me for withholding opportunities for thereafter." The names Xiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin will be erased from the beast camp entirely. At that moment, the truck came to a halt. Xiang Xiaoyu surveyed the vegetables inside and grabbed a couple of carrots. "Let us take these along, lest we go hungry on our escape." They then opened the curtain and looked outside. Liu Yin quickly spotted soldiers not far away. "There is someone over there." Xiang Xiaoyu immediately turned his gaze. "Oh no. It's the armored unit. We haven't escaped yet." He then glanced towards a nearby mountain and said, "Brother Liu Yin, there is no one at the foot of that mountain. Let us slip over there to hide for a bit and contemplate our next move." Unbeknownst to the two individuals, the location they hastened towards was none other than the shooting range. "Come in," echoed Wu Gang's voice from within Lin Bei's office. Lin Bei strode confidently into the room. "Lin Bei, have you found them?" Lin Bei inquired anxiously upon recognizing Lin Bei's presence. Lin Bei shook his head. "No, but I have a rough estimate of their current whereabouts." At this, Lin Bei and Wu Gang immediately gathered around him. "Oh, then do hasten to divulge their location." "Damn it, if I catch those two rascals, I shall give them a lesson they won't soon forget," Wu Gang exclaimed with palpable anger. Lin Bei concurred, urging, "Lin Bei, quickly reveal where these two scoundrels are hiding." Lin Bei organized his thoughts and replied promptly, "We have scoured the nearby mountains and forests within a radius of several kilometers, leaving no stone unturned. Not a single creature, not even a bird, could have slipped past our watchful eyes. Hence, it stands to reason that they have not escaped. Furthermore, I observed the vehicles on the nearby road and discovered traces of a vegetable delivery truck alongside two sets of footprints. I surmise these footprints likely belong to Xiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin, indicating they must have jumped onto the truck." Lin Bei responded without delay. "So you mean to say that if we locate that truck, we can trace those two?" Lin Bei nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Captain Long. I have already inquired about the truck's destination. It is headed to the maritime training ground. Therefore, they must be hiding in the vicinity of that location." Upon hearing this, Wu Gang cursed vehemently. "Well then, those little rascals have fled to the maritime training ground. Summon Balong and Xiang Yu back. We shall head to the vicinity of the training ground and apprehend these two miscreants." Lin Bei added, "Let us make the call to bring them back. However, Wu Gang, you must promise me not to act impulsively. We shall deliberate before deciding on any course of action." Wu Gang, still seething with rage, replied, "I care not. Those two cannot be allowed to remain in the beast camp. Let us go." Just as they prepared to leave, the phone rang. "Hello, Brigade Commander." "Yes, understood." After hanging up, Lin Bei announced, "That was the brigade commander. He mentioned that a female soldier has engaged in a confrontation with two old fellows at the maritime training ground and has summoned us to witness the spectacle. This situation has become rather complicated, as Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin are also hiding there. Wu Gang's expression turned furious. What kind of nonsense is this? If the brigade commander learns of this, he will surely have our heads. Long Baichuan replied, thus advising to act according to the circumstances when the time comes. Allowing Lin Bei to discreetly search without exposing the matter. You must also maintain composure. If you find the two of them, refrain from losing your temper. Any issues can be discussed back at the beast camp. Wu Gang was well aware of the gravity of the situation. I understand. Let us proceed, he affirmed. Subsequently, the three of them exited. Meanwhile, in the pit, Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin prepared to rest. After taking a bite of a carrot, Jiang Xiaoyu handed another to Liu Yin. Let us take a moment to rest and replenish our vitamins with this carrot. We have a long journey ahead if we wish to escape. Liu Yin shook his head. You go ahead. I'm not particularly fond of carrots. I have never been so terrified of military service as I am today. Jiang Xiaoyu consoled him. It is a minor issue, brother Liu Yin. Even if they do capture us, it would merely result in a few days of confinement. They cannot truly execute us. Unexpectedly, as Jiang Xiaoyu's voice faded, a barrage of bullets struck the mound behind him, startling both individuals into dropping to the ground. No way, they can't catch us. They're desperate now. They really intend to execute us. Liu Yin replied. Surely not. Executing us wouldn't require this many bullets, he continued. The two cautiously peered from their earthen refuge to ascertain the situation outside. Liu Yan's gaze fell upon a nearby squad of female soldiers reloading their weapons, preparing for the next onslaught. I truly cannot believe you, foul fish. Look where you've led us. This is a shooting range, and we become live targets. He lamented. Honestly, why is my luck always so abysmal with you? You were fortunate while playing cards before. How come your luck has turned so dire now? Jiang Xiaoyu retorted. It's not our fault. I had no idea this was a shooting range. However, rest assured, brother Liu Yin, once they finish firing, they will likely depart. And we can make our escape then, he assured, resuming his piece with a carrot in hand. Let us hope so. Liu Yin could only wish at that moment. After the female soldiers completed their firing, they began reporting their scores. When they announced that Wu Yun had achieved a perfect score, the observing Colonel Xiao rose and applauded. Excellent, excellent. If my memory serves me right, no recruit in the history of the beast camp has ever scored full marks. I never expected today a female soldier would accomplish this feat. What remarkable talent. Upon hearing this, Cui Jie began to explain. After listening, Colonel Xiao praised, indeed. Her gaze indicates she possesses the makings of a sharpshooter. Let us provide her with a different rifle for further testing. Yes. He then ordered a new rifle be brought to Wu Yun for her to attempt hitting a target 800 meters away, without a hint of trepidation. Wu Yun accepted the sniper rifle and proceeded to lie down. Following her usual ritual, she took a sip of liquor before aiming to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 3 rounds, Wu Yun stood up. The scorer announced 2 tens, and before he could finish, Wu Yun interjected and 1-9. Reporting, sir. This rifle has a problem. I believe it is inaccurate. No sooner had she spoken than a voice replied, apologies, but the rifle is functioning correctly. Wu Yun, unconvinced, countered. Impossible. This rifle is definitely flawed. Otherwise, I would not have hit a 9. Liu Xiaoshan responded coolly, young lady. We are responsible for all the firearms at the training ground, and we have meticulously inspected each one. If you claim the rifle is faulty, then you are implying we are at fault. Such a statement is an affront to both of us. Wu Yun, still unconvinced, firmly believes in her shooting prowess. I do not claim there is an issue with your skills. Rather, I assert that this firearm is undoubtedly flawed. In my previous experiences on the prairie, I could not have performed so poorly, even at a distance of 800 or even 1,000 meters. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoshan, without further ado, seized the sniper rifle from Wu Yun's grasp, positioned himself, and executed a shot with precision. Rising to his feet, he confidently declared, I apologize, but the weapon is indeed functioning properly. Wu Yun retorted, we have yet to see the target results. Your assertion seems rather conclusive. Just then, the scorer announced, 3 tens. In an instant, Wu Yun felt her face flush with embarrassment, while applause erupted around them. Chapter 76, Victory. At this moment, Deng Xiaoguang stepped forward and said, My dear, this is not your fault. The firearm is sound, and so are your skills. The issue lies with the air. You were accustomed to the air density of the prairie. But here, by the sea, the conditions differ. However, achieving such results under these circumstances is commendable. However, the dark clouds were unyielding. I challenge both of you to a duel. Do you dare? Deng Xiaoguang remarked with a smile. There's no need for that. This place is filled with experts. We are merely spectators. Defeating us would bring you no glory. Yun did not heed Deng Zhoguang's words and took a step forward. A true man should be straightforward. Shall we compete or not? At that moment, Commander Xiao interjected. Deng Zhoguang, Liu Xiaoshan, let us see if you two are still up to the task. Liu Xiaoshan replied. Since the commander has spoken, let us engage in a contest. Subsequently, the three commenced a shooting competition. At the outset, Deng Zhoguang conceded to Wu Yun in the 29th round. Their exchange, however, left Xiang Yu and Liu Yin, who were concealed in the pit, in a dire predicament. Why are they taking so long to shoot? Logically, this should have concluded by now, Xiang Yu pondered aloud. Liu Yin responded, never mind. As long as we keep our heads down, it doesn't matter how long they take. They won't hit us. All right then, I shall continue to nibble on my carrot. Cui Jie observed the remarkable prowess of the two seasoned soldiers and was perplexed as to why such formidable veterans were stationed at the training ground. The brigade commander elucidated their prior accomplishments and the circumstances surrounding their injuries, thereby assuaging Cui Jie's curiosity. At that moment, the shooting competition reached its conclusion. Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan achieved a perfect score with 100 shots, each garnering 10 points. Wu Yun, on the other hand, amassed a total of 972 points from her 100 shots. The brigade commander, witnessing Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan's continued excellence, could not help but offer his praise. Impressive. You remain the same exceptional marksman as before. Thank you for your encouragement, brigade commander. Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan replied in unison. They then approached Wu Yun, commending her performance. Well done, young lady. This rifle shall henceforth be yours. He picked up the sniper rifle from the ground and handed it to Wu Yun. Thank you, brigade commander. Wu Yun exclaimed joyfully. At this moment, Commander Xiao discovered Wu Yun's water bottle, mistakenly believing it contained water. Upon opening it and taking a whiff, he realized it was liquor. What on earth is this doing at the shooting range? This is a military base. Such substances are strictly prohibited, Wu Yun explained. If I don't drink it, I cannot aim properly, Cui Jie chimed in. Commander, Wu Yun has never been intoxicated, Commander Xiao replied. That is unacceptable. This is a military establishment, and she must be prohibited from consuming it. Just as he was about to elaborate further, Long Baichuan and Wu Gang arrived. Report, Commander. The entire beast camp has arrived. Please provide instructions. The commander glanced at his watch. You are late. I do not want excuses. Since you are here, you must make it worthwhile. Deng Zhoguang, Liu Xiaoshan. Showcase your skills. Let them see, lest they think too highly of themselves. Understood. Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan responded. But, Commander, what should we engage? The commander gestured towards the hiding place of Xiang Yu and Liu Yin, saying, that area is the enemy's position. Do whatever you can to demonstrate your capabilities. Yes. Subsequently, Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan began their individual displays. Ba Lang watched their shooting in awe, exclaiming, the last time I witnessed their training was in the recruitment documentary. Having not seen it firsthand until now, I must say, they are truly impressive. Their skills far exceed mine. Xiang Yu replied nonchalantly, indeed. They are legends of the reconnaissance battalion. Had it not been for their injuries, we would hardly stand a chance. Meanwhile, Lin Bei returned after searching the vicinity, reporting, report. Long team. I found nothing. I have scoured the area, except for one location. Long Baichuan inquired, what location remains? Lin Bei pointed towards the shooting range. I suspect the two of them are hiding in there. At this moment, Wu Gang overheard Lin Bei and Long Baichuan's conversation. Damn it. Those two little rascals have hidden in the shooting range. Long Baichuan, feeling a headache coming on, realized that Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan were currently demonstrating their weapons at the commander's behest. This is becoming complicated. I should approach the commander and explain the situation. I will take responsibility for any repercussions. Taking a deep breath, Long Baichuan thought, if Liu Yin and Xiang Yu were indeed hiding there, and Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan were now using missiles, one misstep could result in a catastrophic accident. Go. That is the only option now. We must rescue those two first. Wu Gong furrowed his brow, for even if he wished to expel the two from the beast camp, he must first rescue them. Should they perish here, he surmised that his own fate would inevitably be sealed along with their demise. Before long, Baichuan had the chance to explain the situation. The brigade commander, who was observing Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan, suddenly noticed the white flag being raised in the distance. The commander was taken aback and, after inspecting with his binoculars multiple times, confirmed that there were indeed individuals at the foot of the mountain. Halt! You two, cease fire with the mortars. There are people down there, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the two immediately put away their mortars. At the foot of the mountain, Xiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin were running towards them. After exchanging glances, Lin Bei and Wu Gang hurried over. Xiang Xiaoyu, in tears, exclaimed, "Captain Long, Instructor Wu, we finally found you. It has been incredibly challenging." Witnessing this, the brigade commander shouted, "Where are these two soldiers from, and what is the situation?" Lin Bei promptly stepped forward and replied, "Report, brigade commander. These two are new recruits from our beast camp." This revelation left the commander perplexed. Wait, how could new recruits from the beast camp end up here? Following this, Deng Zhoguang interjected, "Report, brigade commander. We cleared the area an hour ago and found no signs of anyone. How did you manage to sneak in?" Xiang Xiaoyu began to explain, I saw that there was no one at the foot of the mountain, so we." Liu Yin then interjected, "I apologize, leaders, but actually, Before he could finish, Xiang Xiaoyu interrupted, "Leaders, I owe you an apology. There is something I have concealed from you for quite some time." Chapter 77. The reason for the scolding. The brigade commander immediately inquired, "What is it?" Xiang Xiaoyu continued, "The truth is, Liu Yin is unwell." Wu Gang sternly asked, "What kind of illness?" Xiang Xiaoyu responded, "He suffers from severe sleepwalking. It has been a habit of his since the beginning." Sergeant Baba, Brother Bei, "You must have seen him running in his sleep at night." Sergeant Baba confirmed, "Yes, that has happened." Lin Bei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is true." Xiang Xiaoyu added, "Yes, he was sleepwalking. At first, I thought he was just training harder, but it turned out otherwise. His sleepwalking became increasingly erratic, often occurring in the latter half of the night. Just last night, he sleepwalked again. I was afraid to wake him, as I have heard that waking a sleepwalker can drive them mad, so I could only follow him, which ultimately led us here. It was only when you fired your weapons that he finally woke up. I am so sorry. It was my fault for not disclosing his condition. Captain Long, Instructor Wu, I hope you can forgive us this once. I assure you I will keep a close watch on him from now on." Upon hearing Xiang Xiaoyu's account, the brigade commander asked, "Is this truly the case?" As Wu Gang was about to speak, Lin Bei immediately restrained him. "Report to the brigade commander. It should be like this, right?" Upon hearing this, the brigade commander became even more infuriated. "What do you mean it should be like this? What are you two doing? You don't even have a clear understanding of the new recruit's physical conditions. Today's situation was incredibly perilous. If I hadn't discovered it, the artillery here could have fired, and those two might have met their demise. At that point, neither of you would have the chance to escape. If I don't properly discipline you, I might as well not be called Xiao." He had never anticipated encountering such a situation today. Fortunately, he had noticed it. Otherwise, if something had gone awry, he would have been in trouble as well. Observing this, Lin Bei stepped forward and said, "If something had truly happened, you would hold us accountable. Moreover, we must thoroughly check the new recruits when we return to see if there are any similar issues." The brigade commander did not respond to Lin Bei, but instead addressed Cui Jie beside him. "Cui Jie, didn't you study medicine? Please take a good look at this soldier when we return, lest he runs off and ends up not knowing how he met his end." "Understood," Cui Jie replied. As soon as the brigade commander finished speaking, he departed. After the brigade commander left, Wu Gang rushed forward, intending to kick Xiang Xiaoyu. Fortunately, Lin Bei noticed just in time and quickly intervened. "Don't fight here. We can discuss it when we return." Wu Gang nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll give you this face. Lin Bei, we'll talk about it later, damn it." Meanwhile, on another side, we had entered the room of Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan, holding a sniper rifle. "This is my first time using this gun, so I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Wait for me to become proficient before challenging you." Liu Xiaoshan replied indifferently, "If it's a gunfight, forget it. I'd rather compete in drinking." Upon hearing such disdain from the other party, Wu Yin exclaimed loudly, "Don't underestimate me. I'm serious. I'll show you my prowess then." Deng Zhoguang chuckled, "Miss, could you do me a favor? There's a box of matches on that table. Please take one out and insert it upright on the outer railing." Liu Xiaoshan smiled. "Old Deng, you're at it again, selling your matches." Deng Zhoguang smiled in silence. Wu Yin looked at Deng Zhoguang as he aimed the sniper rifle and said, If you actually hit something, I'll consider you impressive." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Deng Zhoguang fired. Bang. Subsequently, a real man never turns back to look at the outcome. Wu Yin mocked. "Seeing this, it's clear you missed." As her gaze fell upon the match, she was astonished to witness it igniting. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yun was utterly taken aback. At this juncture, Deng Zhoguang, while polishing his firearm, spoke slowly. Miss, mere figures cannot elucidate the matter. You must practice diligently. Upon the truck's return to the beast camp, Wu Gang, seated in the off-road vehicle, stormed out in a fit of rage. Jiang Xiaoyu, Liu Yin, you too. Come down immediately. After Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin leapt from the vehicle, they approached him. Wu Gang's voice was laced with fury as he declared, Liu Yin, I am at a loss for words regarding you. Your platoon leader, Lin Bei, sought my assistance for your leave to attend your ex-girlfriend's wedding. Though I had no intention of granting it, considering your commendable performance and Lin Bei's persistent persuasion, I conceded and permitted you 2 days off. Yet here you are, running away. And you, Jiang Xiaoyu, I am equally perplexed. Hand over my pass. Jiang Xiaoyu promptly retrieved the pass from his pocket and presented it to Wu Gang. You, I truly cannot comprehend. Your mouth could be smeared with oil, yet still not mask the stench of your actions. You too have gained some audacity, daring to venture to the shooting range. Had the brigade commander not discovered your absence, the artillery would have been aimed at you. And then, where would you be? At this moment, Lin Bei stepped forward to mediate. Calm down, calm down. Wu Gang immediately redirected his attention to Lin Bei, questioning, why do you continually obstruct me from speaking the truth to the brigade commander? Lin Bei replied, I am not hindering you. Upon hearing this, Wu Gang could only laugh in exasperation. If you are not obstructing me, then why do you interrupt me whenever I speak? Lin Bei explained. I merely wish for you to collect your thoughts and remain composed. Agitation can harm your health. What you speak of is a clear reflection of flawed leadership. Wu Gang retorted. Lin Bei did not contest this statement. Indeed, I have faltered, he admitted, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yin. Jiang Xiaoyu, you wish to escape the burdens of hardship. Liu Yin, you long to attend your ex-girlfriend's wedding. I am uncertain how to address your actions. Reflect upon them earnestly. With that, Lin Bei and Wu Gang departed. Oh dear, this is a predicament. We have no idea how we will be dealt with, Liu Yin murmured. Jiang Xiaoyu, however, responded nonchalantly, a dead pig fears not the boiling water. Go to the convenience store and buy a deck of playing cards. Liu Yin, puzzled, asked, what on earth is the purpose of buying playing cards? I told you to go, so just go. Why so many questions? In response, Liu Yin had no choice but to make his way toward the convenience store. Meanwhile, as Jiang Xiaoyu arrived at the dormitory, he spotted a familiar face standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for quite some time. Chapter 78, Plea for Mercy, assigned to the sea training ground approaching to take a closer look. Jiang Xiaoyu was surprised to find it was Baron. Squad Leader Ba. I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. Just now, Instructor Wu gave me a thorough scolding. And it was quite severe. I am still trying to recover from the shock. So, please spare me your reprimands. I truly cannot bear another. Baron wore a smile upon his face. What? Did I ever say I would scold you? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu recalled Baron's kind words about him and immediately responded, by the way, I must thank you for helping us out earlier. Baron replied nonchalantly. So how do you plan to express your gratitude? Jiang Xiaoyu suggested, how about I treat you to seafood? Although, that will have to wait until next month. I've already sent this month's allowance back home and currently have little money on me. Baron nodded. No need to treat me. I am not fond of seafood. I prefer the meals from the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu insisted, no way, Squad Leader Ba. I absolutely must show my appreciation today. Baron replied. Since you wish to express your gratitude, let us do it in a military manner. 1,000 push-ups, right here, right now, he commanded. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. 1,000? You're just like Instructor Wu. Perhaps you should scold me thoroughly instead. At that moment, Baron was seething with rage. He despised deserters more than anything else. And thus exclaimed, very well, I shall teach you a method that requires neither reprimands nor thanks. Jiang Xiaoyu, puzzled, inquired, what method? Baron articulated each word with precision. Simply remove your military uniform. You are not worthy to wear it at this moment. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Xiaoyu responded, Squad Leader Ba. I have already apologized to you. What is the meaning of this? Baron retorted angrily. You need not apologize to me. You owe no apologies to me. The only person you have wronged is yourself, and you have betrayed the entire Marine Corps and the uniform you wear. Reflect on that. And consider how you will explain this to Lin Bei. With that, Baron turned on his heel and left without another word. Meanwhile, Liu Yin had just purchased a deck of playing cards and was heading back to the dormitory when he unexpectedly encountered Cui Jia at the store. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again. The brigade commander asked me to check on your sleepwalking condition. Liu Yin, feeling displeased, replied. I do not have a sleepwalking condition. Cui Jie paid no heed to Liu Yan's tone, but continued to speak gently. We have met before, right here. When you graciously paid $1 on my behalf. Do you remember? Thank you. I am returning the dollar to you now. Liu Yan, taken aback, replied, no need. You remain as bothersome as ever, and then walked away without a backward glance. Upon returning to the dormitory, Liu Yan stared blankly at his hat, while Xiang Xiaoyu packed his belongings. At that moment, Zhang Chong remarked, you two are in quite an extreme state. However, I must say Lin Bei has not yet returned. If he does, be prepared. Xiang Xiaoyu, displaying indifference, had already succumbed to despair. Liu Yan, sharing a similar sentiment, felt emotionally desolate and thus harbored no fear of Lin Bei. It's fine. I intend to go into confinement. Even Bei Ge cannot do anything to me. Liu Yan. I have hidden the deck of playing cards you purchased inside the soap. They won't discover it during inspections. We can easily play cards for months inside, Liu Yan responded. Bring it on. We'll take our time. Just then, an old soldier entered. Jiang Xiaoyu, Liu Yan, pack your things and prepare to leave. Jiang Xiaoyu smiled. No need for your reminder, brother. I have everything ready, clean clothes, cups, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. The old soldier replied. What? Do you two wish to return? When I say to pack, I mean all your belongings. Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yan were taken aback, as were the others in the dormitory, who had not anticipated that they would be departing from the beast camp so soon. As Jiang Xiaoyu walked away, he felt a wave of regret. It dawned on him how much Lin Bei and Long Baichuan had cared for him, yet he lamented that there was no remedy for regret. He could only continue down this misguided path. At that moment, an off-road vehicle approached and halted before them. From the vehicle emerged Long Baichuan and Lin Bei. Jiang Xiaoyu called out, Uncle Long, Bei Ge. Liu Yan, with a complex expression, added, Team Leader Long, Squad Leader Lin. As they spoke, both saluted. Long Baichuan responded with a nod. He then addressed them, Jiang Xiaoyu, Liu Yan, set down your luggage. Yes, they replied in unison. Long Baichuan then turned to the old soldier, keep an eye on their luggage. Yes. Jiang Xiaoyu, Liu Yan, about face, destination, tactical training ground, march forward. Yes. The two individuals immediately sprinted towards the tactical reconnaissance. In the distance, the new recruits observed the scene with smiles on their faces, believing there remained hope for Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yan's return. Uncle Long, do you think our plan will succeed? Lin Bei inquired casually while standing beside Long Baichuan. Even if it may not succeed, we must give it a try. When the time comes, do speak kindly to Wu Gang on our behalf, Long Baichuan replied, as he too did not wish for the two to depart in such a manner. On the tactical training ground, Long Baichuan commanded, crawl forward quickly, move with haste. At his bellow, Jiang Xiaoyu and Liu Yan immediately dropped to the ground and commenced their actions. Not far away, Wu Gang observed the scene with a subtle detachment. Jiang Xiaoyu, Liu Yan, can you truly bear to depart in such a humiliating manner, leaving behind your comrades? Long Baichuan shouted. Quick, 300 push-ups, get to it. Wu Gang said impatiently. Long Baichuan, we've been friends for many years. Surely, I know the depths of your intentions. Long Baichuan continued to shout. Put in the effort. Then he addressed Wu Gang, brother, I was the one who recruited these two. When I brought them in, I believed they could become excellent soldiers. So, could you possibly reconsider? One swims swiftly, and the other can hold their breath. Wu Gang stood up and replied, I apologize, but this is a matter of principle. Their abilities are merely talents, not combat effectiveness. Tell me, Long Baichuan, what happened to your principles? How have you changed so? Long Baichuan, filled with emotion, responded. If I had swum a bit faster or held my breath a bit longer, the outcome of the 303 submarine would not have been such. Your brother, my good comrade, would not have sacrificed. At these words, Wu Gang fell silent. Meanwhile, Lin Bei approached. Instructor Wu, grant them one final opportunity. If they cannot remain in the beast camp, let them go to the sea training ground, Long Baichuan suggested. I think it's a good idea. They enjoy dreaming of the sea training ground. So let them go there, Wu Gang began to ponder. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. But this shall be the last chance. Agreed, as long as they can stay. Thank you, brother. A smile spread across Long Baichuan's face. Chapter 79. A severe beating upon reaching the sea training ground. Lin Bei approached Liu Yan and Jiang Xiaoyu, saying, All right, stop now, get up. Hearing Lin Bei's words, the two rose to their feet, unable to meet his piercing gaze. What is this? Have you two suddenly become so obedient? You were quite arrogant when you fled earlier. Weren't you? Lu Yin, do you recall what I initially told you? I said to wait. I would surely assist you. And what did you do? Tell me. What the hell happened? Lin Bei addressed Lu Yin with a raised voice, expressing his frustration. After putting in considerable effort to secure Lu Yin's leave, the latter had the audacity to flee alongside Xiang Xiaoyu, showing no regard for Lin Bei's attempts. Aware of his wrongdoing, Lu Yin's face flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of internal conflict, he replied slowly, Brother Bei, it was my intention. I was merely concerned that if your leave request was unsuccessful, I would be unable to return. Before he could finish, Lin Bei interrupted sharply. What do you mean by unsuccessful? Are you predicting outcomes? You know I detest behaviors like yours. As Lin Bei continued, Xiang Xiaoyu interjected. Brother Bei, this cannot be solely blamed on Lu Yin. Please refrain from such remarks. We've acknowledged our mistakes, and besides, Instructor Wu has already reprimanded us. Noticing Xiang Xiaoyu's boldness, Lin Bei fixed his gaze upon her. Oh, so you wish to shield Lu Yin from my reprimand? Very well, though our acquaintance has been brief, I have enjoyed our interactions. You regard me as a brother, and I see you as a sister. Do you recall your earnest declaration in the confinement room, where you vowed never to escape, just 2 days later? And here you are. Xiang Xiaoyu attempted to defend herself. Brother Bei, it's not that. The training at Beast Camp has been exceedingly grueling, and I truly couldn't bear it. Coupled with your intense nightly drills, Lin Bei responded with a sardonic smile. Enough of your excuses. Although you have evaded severe consequences, the anger within me has been ignited by both of you. Prepare for a sparring session. At his words, Xiang Xiaoyu and Lu Yin exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. Do my words fail to resonate with you? Lin Bei reiterated. Prepare. Recognizing his demeanor, the two understood that evading a beating today was not an option. Very well, I shall commence. As soon as the words fell, Lin Bei executed a sweeping kick that sent Xiang Xiaoyu crashing to the ground. Following that, he unleashed a formidable punch aimed directly at Lu Yan's chest. Naturally, Lu Yan's prowess far surpassed that of Xiang Xiaoyu, and upon witnessing the incoming blow, he swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the strike. However, facing the full force of Lin Bei, he soon found himself unable to escape the subsequent powerful punch from Lin's left hand, which struck him squarely on the left cheek, instantly causing it to swell. In the same breath, Lin Bei employed the Iron Mountain Lean from the 8 Extremes fist, charging towards Lu Yin. Before Lu Yin could fully comprehend the situation, he was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Why not intervene? This is not the style of Long Baichuan. In the distance, Wu Gang observed Lu Yin being sent flying by Lin Bei and turned to Long Baichuan. Long Baichuan shook his head. Let Lin Bei vent his frustrations, after all. What Lu Yin and Jiang Xiaoyu have done this time has truly wounded him. If he keeps this bottled up inside, I fear it may lead to a heart ailment. Wu Gang nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. I certainly do not wish for these two deserters to jeopardize my next Beast Camp War God. In his eyes, the combined worth of Lu Yin and Jiang Xiaoyu was less than a single hair of Lin Bei. And it was just right for Lin Bei to unleash his pent-up feelings, allowing him to train earnestly thereafter. Moreover, had Long Baichuan not intervened earlier, Lin Bei would have already taken his frustrations out on Lu Yin and Jiang Xiaoyu, for these two had brought disgrace upon the Beast Camp. All right. Let this be the end of it. Even if you go there, make sure to train diligently, or else beware of my wrath. With his mood slightly lifted, Lin Bei addressed the two with a nonchalant tone. Jiang Xiaoyu and Lu Yin, disregarding their pain, quickly replied, Understood, Brother Bei. Farewell. The two watched Lin Bei walk away. Their emotions complex. Let us go. Get in the car. It's time for you to depart, Long Baichuan's voice echoed, reminding them it was time to leave the Beast Camp. Received. They echoed in unison. As Lin Bei walked further away, he turned back and called out to Jiang Xiaoyu and Lu Yin, Wait for me. You too. Escaping will not be so easy. The off-road vehicle transported the two to the coastal training ground. After disembarking, they grabbed their luggage and headed toward their accommodation. Jiang Xiaoyu looked around, his excitement palpable. Well, this place is fantastic. We're staying in a sunny seaside villa, just 100 meters from the ocean, and it's still relatively uncrowded. If this were out in the world, I could sell it for hundreds of millions. This is amazing. I expected a dilapidated place, yet here we are in paradise. At that moment, Lu Yin also surveyed the surroundings and noticed it was indeed much better than the Beast Camp. Jiang Xiaoyu then shouted toward the distant house. Hey, is anyone there? Hurry up and welcome your guests. Bring out all your delicious food. Lu Yin glanced back and replied, Stop shouting. The door isn't locked. Let us just go in ourselves. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu relented and followed Liu Yin inside. After placing their luggage on the ground, Liu Yin noticed a task list posted on the wall and remarked, "Stinky fish, do you know if we have any other duties besides watching over this place?" Xiang Xiaoyu shook his head. "I have no idea. Why don't you read it out loud?" Liu Yin replied, "Aside from maintaining order, we also need to focus on cleaning and maintaining our equipment, training personnel's food and supplies, clearing beach litter, and dealing with the grass." Upon seeing these tasks, Liu Yin lost his enthusiasm to continue reading. Just then, Xiang Xiaoyu, who had been listening intently, inquired, "Why have you stopped? I find it quite interesting. It's a perfect opportunity for us to get some exercise." Liu Yin retorted, "Bah? Engaging in these chores is hardly preferable to being outright dismissed. There is no dream to speak of." Xiang Xiaoyu consoled him, saying, "Brother Liu Yin, I am quite different from you. I rather enjoy it here. We don't have to rise early, nor do we have to train. Performing these tasks is rather pleasant. Moreover, it allows us to grow healthy and plump. What a wonderful life. I never dared to dream of such a reality, and now it seems attainable. How can one not feel exhilarated?" Chapter 80, Professional Mischief, the Furious Liu Xiaoshan. At that moment, Liu Yin responded, "You fool, have you forgotten something? Brother Bei instructed us to train diligently. Otherwise, he will come looking for us." The thought of facing Lin Bei, with his formidable strength, made Liu Yin uneasy. The disparity in their abilities was stark. Even when he was knocked away, Liu Yin sensed that Lin Bei had not exerted his full power. Otherwise, he would likely be in the hospital now. In response, Xiang Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is there to fear? Brother Bei won't he come here? He is too busy with his own training. He is merely trying to intimidate us. In my opinion, we should rest well here and calmly await our discharge. Just live your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Xiaoyu headed towards a cabinet. Observing this, Liu Yin questioned, "What are you doing, you fool? Rummaging through someone else's cabinet is quite impolite." After opening the cabinet, Xiang Xiaoyu remarked, "You don't understand, do you? By examining a person's cabinet, we can discern their character and personality." He soon discovered several books, all pertaining to military topics. Boring. Liu Yin, this person reads such literature, there is no refinement. Once I showcase my heroic deeds published in the newspaper, he'll know what true greatness is. Liu Yin paid no heed to Xiang Xiaoyu's musings, instead surveying their surroundings. At that moment, Xiang Xiaoyu opened a second cabinet and, upon seeing the neatly arranged items within, couldn't he help but exclaim, "This person is impressive." It's evident they cherish life and approach tasks meticulously. Simultaneously, Xiang Xiaoyu found a trophy in the drawer, but the English inscription puzzled him. He immediately called out, "Liu Yin, your English is good. Could you translate this for me?" Liu Yin took the trophy and pronounced each word distinctly. Second prize of the 2000 Mars International Reconnaissance Competition, Liu Xiaoshan. Contemplating this, Liu Yin mused. Could it be that these two veterans at the training ground are indeed extraordinary? Xiang Xiaoyu shook her head, her expression full of disbelief. This cannot be true. If it were, the trophy would have long been presented to the team, and how could these two still be here? They would have been promoted ages ago. With an expression of exasperation, Liu Yin replied, "Are you not aware that winners can have a trophy replicated?" Xiang Xiaoyu, puzzled, responded, "Oh, is that so? Well, I'm not familiar with that. However, this situation doesn't seem right." Back at the beast camp, Baron mentioned that the Mars International Reconnaissance Competition is a contest for the elite of the elite. Such individuals would have soared to great heights by now. How could they still remain here? Moreover, if this were indeed a genuine trophy, it would surely be displayed on the table for daily admiration, not hidden away in a cabinet. I now have a rather straightforward impression of this comrade. He appears quite pedantic. As she spoke, Xiang Xiaoyu began to act out her thoughts. Liu Yin, however, paid little attention to her performance as he was preoccupied with arranging his shoes. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the trophy that had been in Xiang Xiaoyu's hands flew out and shattered into dozens of pieces upon hitting the ground. Liu Yin looked up at the bewildered Xiang Xiaoyu and immediately remarked, "You are truly in trouble now. Just wait for them to return and see how they deal with you." Xiang Xiaoyu exclaimed in panic, "That can't be. Isn't this trophy a replica? How could they possibly harm me?" Liu Yin smirked, "They may not kill you, but you certainly won't emerge unscathed. Based on your earlier analysis, this person harbors a strong desire for revenge, and the fact that he kept this trophy hidden indicates his fondness for it. Now that you've ruined everything, just wait and see." With that, Liu Yin walked out. Xiang Xiaoyu gazed at the scattered shards of the trophy, her face filled with sorrow. However, soon she devised a plan. She would gather all the fragments, place them in a bag, and toss them into the sea so that no one would know. Are you sure you're not afraid of being discovered? Liu Yin stared at Xiang Yu, who was throwing the pieces into the ocean, dumbfounded. You don't understand. This tactic is called destroying the evidence. As long as I dispose of these fragments in the sea right now, no one will ever know about this incident. Liu Yin was speechless. Have you really lost your mind? You came up with such a ridiculous idea? Xiang Yu retorted angrily, what else should I do? There are no cameras in the dormitory, and as long as you don't say anything and I don't, who else would know about this? However, to Xiang Yu's dismay, just a few meters away on the beach, Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan were reclining in the sand, observing every move made by the two. At that moment, Xiang Yu brazenly declared, as long as I scatter these fragments a little, Liu Xiaoshan will never find them. At that point, I shall be free from worry. Upon hearing this, Liu Xiaoshan, already seething with rage, could no longer contain himself and immediately emerged from the sand pile. What the hell are you doing, destroying evidence? I'll make you pay for this. At that moment, Deng Zhoguang also crawled out from the adjacent sand pile, chuckling as he spoke. Apologies, Shanzi, but you've lost. Today, I have triumphed in the human heat resistance training. Liu Xiaoshan retorted coldly, you may have one. But what I demand now is my trophy. He then shot a furious glare at Xiang Yu. I heard every word you just said. I am the Liu Xiaoshan you mentioned, the cautious one, the mountain cannon. Why did you shatter my trophy, only to come here and destroy the evidence? Xiang Yu hastily explained, it wasn't me who broke it. It was already shattered when I went in. Liu Xiaoshan waved his hand dismissively. No more excuses. Do you really think I'm a fool? There were so few people at the training ground. If it wasn't you, was it a ghost that broke it? I know you. You're that guy with the white flag, Xiang Yu, right? He then turned to Liu Yin beside him. And you, sleepwalker. You didn't just wander into the dormitory this time, did you? Let me tell you both, your little tricks won't work on me. I'm giving you a chance. Retrieve my fragments as you toss them, not a single piece less. If you fail to do so, you will see how I deal with you. With that, Liu Xiaoshan strode away. Deng Zhoguang shook his head. You've really gotten yourselves into trouble. Hurry and retrieve them. Chapter 81. Facing the wrath, Cui Jia arrived at the training ground under a dark cloud. What do we do now, Liu Yin? Xiang Yu inquired. Liu Yin, filled with inner fury, was incensed. The shattering of the trophy had nothing to do with him, yet now he bore the blame. What else can we do but retrieve it? Do you think you would let us off the hook otherwise? I can't believe you, old six. I told you not to touch anything, but look where we are now. Xiang Yu waved his hand in resignation, indicating his own helplessness. Liu Yin, you can't blame me for this. How was I to know that trophy would fly out like that? Now, let us hurry and retrieve it. Subsequently, the two individuals ventured towards the sea, commencing their search. Hours passed, and as darkness enveloped the sky, they had managed to retrieve all the fragments, save for the elusive pentagram atop the trophy, which left them both disheartened. Inside the dwelling, Xiang Yu and Liu Yin huddled under a blanket, shivering from the cold. Having soaked in the seawater all afternoon, resulting in a chill that beset them, causing incessant sneezing, Liu Xiaoshan, meanwhile, scrutinized the retrieved fragments, contemplating how to restore them. At that moment, Deng Zhoguang spoke up, stating that their martial arts instructor had previously alerted him to their arrival, but upon witnessing the current situation, deemed it unnecessary. Liu Xiaoshan retorted with a fierce tone, expressing that their initial encounter had left a profound impression on him, one that was indeed unforgettable. At the beast camp, the absence of Xiang Yu and Liu Yin did not dampen spirits. Daily training continued unabated. Keep up. No one is allowed to fall behind. Lin Bei commanded the group behind him. Yes. The entire 1st Battalion responded in unison. 2nd Battalion, charge ahead, surpassed the 1st. Zhang Chong echoed the sentiment. Yes. The 2nd Battalion shouted back. In the Marine training ground, it was now 8 in the morning. Xiang Yu groggily opened his eyes and blissfully remarked. Without Belong's whistle and his stern voice, it is truly delightful. Waking up naturally is an unparalleled pleasure. Don't you think so, Liu Yin? Turning his head, he realized that Liu Yin was absent from the adjacent bed. Hastily donning his clothes, he stepped outside, discovering Liu Yin seated on the steps. Observing Deng Zhoguang and Liu Xiaoshan's training. Brother Liu Yin, have you had breakfast? He inquired. No. I was just pondering how these two veterans could be so impolite as to neglect preparing breakfast for us. I shall have a stern word with them. Our requests are modest. A cup of milk and a couple of slices of bread would suffice. Do you think these veterans are a bit deranged? Training like this every day? Brother Liu Yin, why are you not responding? Xiang Yu pressed on, only to find Lu Yin utterly speechless. Honestly, must you chatter so much first thing in the morning? It's rather annoying. Xiang Xiaoyu dismissed Lu Yin's retort, resolutely maintaining his stance. I understand now, brother Lu Yin. You must have been relegated to this beast camp, and your noble spirit simply cannot bear it. Lu Yin, incensed, replied, I will say this once more. Could you possibly be quiet? Every day, you drone on and on. I truly wish that Bei Gu had struck you harder yesterday, leaving you unable to speak. Xiang Xiaoyu remained relentless. Brother Lu Yin, please refrain from mentioning Bei Gu. I barely escaped his clutches. Just as Xiang Xiaoyu was preparing to continue, Liu Xiaoshan, who was training, interjected, Xiang Xiaoyu, it's time for you to cook. Xiang Xiaoyu was momentarily bewildered. What? I'm supposed to cook? Liu Xiaoshan replied, if not, then hurry up and get to it. With an expression of resignation, Xiang Xiaoyu conceded, fine, I admit my voice was a tad loud just now. Come. The dishes are ready. Let us begin. Deng Zhouguang and Liu Xiaoshan praised the food as they enjoyed their meal. Not bad at all. Your skills surpass even mine. I propose that you take on the cooking duties from now on. Xiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. Wait, why has the cooking task been assigned to me? Noticing Xiang Xiaoyu's boldness, Liu Xiaoshan quickly retorted, if you're unwilling to cook, then find the 5-pointed star from my trophy. If you manage to locate it, I shall absolve you of cooking. Upon hearing this, Xiang Xiaoyu could only smile wryly. Then I suppose I'll dutifully cook. After all, cooking is certainly less arduous than training. Recalling the hardships of previous training, he realized cooking was indeed a relief. Subsequently, Deng Zhouguang and Liu Xiaoshan began discussing the recent exercises, each harboring differing opinions regarding the Blue Army's defeat. After savoring a piece of meat, Xiang Xiaoyu, misreading the atmosphere, blurted out, how about after dinner, we indulge in a few rounds of landlord for some leisurely entertainment? At this, Deng Zhouguang and Liu Xiaoshan turned their attention toward him. Even the somewhat perturbed Lu Yin glanced over. Forget I said anything, Xiang Xiaoyu quickly added, awkwardly chuckling as the three continued to gaze at him. I think we're running low on dishes. I'll fetch a couple more. He hastily rose and dashed towards the kitchen. What an embarrassing moment. Lu Yin muttered in exasperation at the scene. Guests have arrived. Early in the morning, Deng Zhouguang introduced Lu Yin and Xiang Xiaoyu. This is Vice Captain Cui Jie of the Female Soldier Squad. And this is Soldier Wu Yun. Following this, Cui Jie spoke. The primary aim of our visit to the training grounds is to enhance Wu Yun's shooting accuracy. Hence we will be residing here for 2 days. We appreciate your hospitality during this time. Liu Xiaoshan smiled and responded, no problem, just a minor issue. Lu Yin, from today onward, you are to oversee the shooting range daily, while Xiang Xiaoyu will be in charge of logistics, 6 dishes and a soup, nothing less. Xiang Xiaoyu wore a troubled expression. Yet due to his fear of Liu Xiaoshan, he had no choice but to acquiesce. At the shooting range, as dark clouds loomed overhead, Wu Yin grew increasingly impatient while listening to the target scores reported by Cui Jie, yearning for a drink, only to be restrained by her. Frustrated, she rushed over to adjust the target's distance. Meanwhile, Cui Jie observed Lu Yin, who was busy loading his magazine, contemplating the return of the money she owed him. However, the discontented Lu Yin was incensed by the situation and shouted directly at Cui Jie. Feeling wronged, Cui Jie stepped aside. And Lu Yin soon realized that his previous demeanor had been inappropriate. He approached her and said, I apologize for raising my voice. Cui Jie replied coolly, it's all right. I didn't mind. I've heard you suffer from sleepwalking. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin raised his voice once more, exclaiming, I do not. That is nothing but nonsense from Xiang Xiaoyu. Look, your voice has risen again, Cui Jie remarked, feeling aggrieved. I truly apologize. I'm sorry, Lu Yin responded hastily. Chapter 82. The Defeat of Mischief. Xiang Yu, come forth, let us engage in battle. Lin Bei called out on the playground. Come on, continue to strike. You alone in the beast camp can put me under pressure, which is precisely what I need for my growth. Xiang Yu's eyes ignited with fierce determination. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a punch towards Lin Bei. Bring it on. You must take a punch from me as well. Lin Bei shouted as he responded with a punch of his own, their fists colliding midair. Both retreated a few steps before charging back into combat. Xiang Xiaoyu, hurry and finish picking up the trash here, then go install the bathroom door. After that, prepare the meal, Liu Xiaoshan instructed while standing on the beach, addressing Xiang Xiaoyu, who was tidying up the litter. What? Am I to do every task? Do you really consider me a jack of all trades? Xiang Xiaoyu complained. Having thought his daily duties would merely involve picking up trash and cooking, the addition of installing a door was simply intolerable. Liu Xiaoshan smiled faintly and responded, "What's the matter? Don't want to work. Very well. Then, retrieve the pentagram from my trophy. If you manage to do so, I shall relieve you of these tasks." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu conceded, "You're an old soldier, and I have the utmost respect for veterans. From now on, you shall be my mentor. I shall go install the door right away." However, within Xiang Yu's heart, a scheme began to take shape. "So you enjoy assigning me tasks, do you? Just wait for me at noon today." A sly smile crept across her face. "It's time to eat. Everyone, please indulge yourselves. Here, master. This is your soup." At the dining table, Xiang Yu presented a bowl of soup before Liu Xiaoshan, smiling as she spoke. Liu Xiaoshan, not contemplating too much, accepted the soup and took a sip. "How is it, master? The flavor is delightful, isn't it?" Liu Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. "Quite good. Indeed, it merits encouragement." The following day, while Liu Xiaoshan and Deng Zhiguang were training, Liu Xiaoshan, who was running ahead, suddenly collapsed. Observing this, Deng Zhiguang approached and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Shanzi, you seem off today." Liu Xiaoshan replied, "Damn it, I've been suffering from a stomach upset all night. I must have eaten something wrong." Just then, Xiang Yu approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Master, I've brought you some paper. I trust you are not out of it." Liu Xiaoshan responded, "Thank you." However, he soon realized that something was amiss. "No, how do you know I'm out of paper?" After years of military service, Liu Xiaoshan immediately deduced that the soup from the previous night must have been tampered with by Xiang Yu. Upon noticing his expression, Xiang Yu swiftly ran ahead. "Damn it. How dare you pull this on me? You better not let me catch you," Liu Xiaoshan cursed. He then picked up the tissue on the ground and made his way to the restroom. On the beach, Lu Yin lay on the sand, gazing into the distance. Cui Ji approached, pushing her bicycle. "Hey, do you have some time? Help me practice riding." Initially reluctant, Lu Yin eventually acquiesced to Cui Ji's persuasion. From that moment on, their relationship began to evolve. Lying in bed, Lu Yin contemplated his conversation with Cui Ji from the afternoon, realizing he could not continue down this path of decline. Thus, the next morning, he rose early. "Wake up, you lazy fish." Xiang Yu grumpily got out of bed. But after all, he had promised Lu Yin the night before. Get up, just get up." In the sea, Lu Yin was swimming, while Xiang Yu cleaned up the litter on the beach. Just then, Deng Zhiguang and Liu Xiaoshan arrived after their training. "Well, I didn't expect Lu Yin to have some skills," Xiang Yu praised. "Humph, of course. You were scared, weren't you? Let me tell you, he is a swimming champion. And he holds the freestyle record for the beast camp," Liu Xiaoshan remarked. Deng Zhiguang appeared somewhat surprised. "I didn't realize he had such a remarkable background. This is intriguing." "Lu Yin, come on up," Liu Xiaoshan called out. "Kid, you have some potential. Are you interested in training with us?" Lu Yin shook his head, stating he preferred to practice alone. "I'm not interested. I just want to train by myself." Seeing this, Deng Zhiguang commented, "Oh, sorry, but your swimming technique is incorrect." Lu Yin immediately retorted, "Are you joking? My technique is textbook level. How can you say it's flawed?" Deng Zhiguang waved his hand dismissively. "Calm down. Your swimming form is indeed standard, but in a combat situation, burdened with various gear, this one T suffice." Lu Yin continued to argue, "That applies to others, but not to me. I swim fast, even when laden with equipment." Deng Zhiguang decided to forego further discussion. "Let us have a competition and see who can reach that buoy first." Lu Yin readily agreed. "All right, lazy fish, you start the countdown." Xiang nodded. "No problem. Leave it to me." "Lu Yin, you must not bring shame to the beast camp. You must win. If you cannot win, do not return." Lu Yin spoke with unwavering determination. "I cannot possibly lose." Once the two had donned their gear, Xiang issued the command, "Begin." Subsequently, Lu Yin and Deng Zhiguang charged forward. On the shore, Liu Xiaoshan wore a smile, while Xiang appeared somewhat troubled, as he noticed Lu Yin and Deng Zhiguang initially neck and neck. However, within a few minutes, Deng Zhiguang pulled ahead. Soon, Deng Zhiguang successfully reached the shore, securing victory in the competition. Xiang hurried over. "Lu Yin, why did you let him win? Even if he is a veteran, you should not have done that." Lu Yin shook his head. "I did not concede. I exerted all my strength. However, carrying the equipment hindered my ability to accelerate." Liu Xiaoshan calmly addressed the two. "Do not underestimate the landlord. Even if you are a dragon, you must abide by the rules here." Deng Zhiguang remarked, "I can't take it anymore. Denying my age is futile. Just swimming a couple of strokes has exhausted me. Back in the day during the international scout competition, I could swim back and forth over this distance without fatigue. Liu Xiaoshan nodded. Indeed, back then, it was certainly not tiring. Xiang Xiaoyu sighed. Ah, the international scout competition. That trophy is indeed real. Liu Xiaoshan smiled. What else would it be? You wouldn't actually think it was fake, would you? Upon hearing how formidable the two were, Lu Yin immediately pleaded, You too, I wish to train with you. Chapter 83, The Struggle for Lu Yin, the Unfortunate Little Fish. Deng Zhouguang casually remarked. Do you really want to train with us? You should know that Shanzi and I are accustomed to rigorous training. If you train with us, your days of leisure will be over. It will be quite arduous. Are you certain you can endure it? Lu Yin nodded, responding with resolute determination. As long as you allow me to train with you, I will persevere through any hardship. At the dining table, Lu Yin gazed at the sumptuous spread before him but had no appetite. He was far too exhausted to eat. Deng Zhouguang lamented, since arriving here, I haven't commanded troops in ages. Liu Xiaoshan replied, Indeed, I miss the days of leading troops. Therefore, Lu Yin, you will train with me, and I will devise a detailed exercise plan for you. Upon hearing this, Deng Zhouguang immediately interjected, Lu Yin, do not heed his words. Train with me. If you train with him, you will be done for. Upon hearing these words, Liu Xiaoshan was quite indignant, tossing aside his chopsticks and immediately retorting. What do you mean by saying I've wasted my training? I find that quite unpalatable. Deng Zhouguang shook his head. Shanzi, I acknowledge your considerable skills. Yet the troops you command leave much to be desired. Even our former company commander has doubts about your leadership abilities. Liu Xiaoshan responded with a look of helplessness. But can you really blame me? The soldiers I was assigned were hardly exemplary. If I had Lu Yin under my command, I would undoubtedly cultivate a formidable battalion. To this, Deng Zhouguang waved his hand dismissively. Enough of that, Shanzi. Lu Yin has just completed a match with me and has witnessed my true prowess. Hence, he has chosen to train under me. Liu Xiaoshan burst into laughter. Haraha, old Deng, your humor is truly delightful. If I were one for pretense, it would surely be me competing with Lu Yin. Lu Yin, have you ever seen me swim? No. Let me tell you, I possess far more knowledge than old Deng. I am a professional swimmer. As a swimming champion, you ought to understand the concept of streamlining. After hearing Liu Xiaoshan's words, Lu Yin nodded, realizing there was merit to his claim. Deng Zhouguang then said, in light of this, Lu Yin, think carefully. One cannot have two masters. Whom will you choose? Lu Yin appeared quite perplexed. I don't know. I just want to train diligently to enhance my strength. If I ever return to the beast camp, I will certainly show Zhang Chong and Lin Bei my capabilities. Liu Xiaoshan coughed, ahem. Given that, you must choose me. If you follow my training, I assure you that you will surpass those two. In response, Deng Zhouguang interjected, Lu Yin, let me advise you. Choosing the wrong mentor could spell disaster. Remember, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Meanwhile, as they were dining, Xiang Xiaoyu, who had been listening to the conversation, stood up and said, gentlemen, I have a suggestion. How about? Before Xiang Xiaoyu could finish, Liu Xiaoshan interrupted. Silence. Did I permit you to speak? Xiang Xiaoyu quickly pleaded. I just want to say one thing. I know both of you are exceptional experts. Why not have a competition? Whoever wins, Lu Yin will follow whom. What do you think? Liu Xiaoshan and Deng Zhouguang exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Very well, let the competition commence. Under Xiang Xiaoyu's command, the two engaged in numerous events, each resulting in a stalemate. By the end, Xiang Xiaoyu fell silent. This is ridiculous. You two are at an impasse again. How about we eat first, and after the meal, we can continue our matches? Liu Xiaoshan firmly declined, stating, No, we cannot dine before completing the competition. For our next event, we shall engage in an obstacle race. Deng Zhouguang nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. I have no objections. Xiang Xiaoyu, with a resigned expression, felt powerless, acknowledging that one must yield under such circumstances. On the beach, after preparing the necessary equipment for the obstacle race, Xiang Xiaoyu began to elucidate the rules. You two must heed my instructions. The first to surpass the tactical net shall emerge victorious. I will await you at the finish line, ready for my signal. Ready, set, go. As he spoke, he simultaneously used a small knife to cut the final rope. He was determined to prevent a stalemate between the two. Otherwise, the wait for food could extend indefinitely. Thus, he devised this approach. At the sound of Xiang Xiaoyu's whistle, Deng Zhouguang and Liu Xiaoshan surged forward, their strengths evenly matched. Before long, they arrived at the final challenge. Just as Liu Xiaoshan was preparing to ascend, the rope suddenly snapped, causing him to fall behind Deng Zhouguang by a step. Deng Zhouguang exclaimed with excitement. My apologies, Xiaoshan, but it seems I have won this time. I shall take Liu Yin with me. Jiang Xiaoyu happily chimed in. Indeed. The outcome is clear. Let us feast now. Only Liu Xiaoshan approached the severed rope, examining it closely before seizing Jiang Xiaoyu. Give me a reasonable explanation. Jiang Xiaoyu replied. This isn't my fault. It's evident that the rope was neglected for a long time and thus broke. Liu Xiaoshan, filled with fury, retorted. Do you take me for a fool? I inspected it just a week ago. He then turned his gaze towards Deng Zhouguang. Old Deng, this competition is unfair. This scoundrel has sabotaged my rope. I propose we compete again. However, Deng Zhouguang shook his head. My apologies, Xiaoshan, but I fail to see any sabotage from Jiang Xiaoyu. You must accept your fate. He then addressed Liu Yin. We shall commence our training early tomorrow. Liu Yin nodded in agreement. Understood, master. With a smug expression. Deng Zhouguang continued. Xiaoshan, I truly apologize. You may continue to be the solitary commander. If you truly dislike that role, you have another talent behind you to choose from. At these words, Liu Xiaoshan took a deep breath. All right, Jiang Xiaoyu, come here. Jiang Xiaoyu, who was about to flee, had no choice but to approach. Since you are taking on a disciple, I shall take this fellow too. I can also train him to surpass your Liu Yin. Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but interject. This has nothing to do with me. You can simply contend for Liu Yin. Liu Xiaoshan admonished. Silence. How dare you speak? Were it not for you, Liu Yin would have been mine. Moreover, did you not call me master before? Since that is the case, I shall oblige you. From now on, you are my subordinate. Starting tomorrow, you will train alongside us. Chapter 84. Commencement of Training and Assessment. Seeing Liu Xiaoshan truly accept Jiang Xiaoyu, Deng Zhouguang wore a smile. Since you have taken him under your wing, let us compare and see whose disciple excels more. Liu Xiaoshan nodded. No problem. Let us compete. Do you think I fear you? We shall first divide into teams. Deng Zhouguang smiled. In that case, I shall name my team after my previous participation in Mars. The Iron Blood Squad. Liu Xiaoshan replied. Then I shall call mine the Tough Bones Squad. At this, Jiang Xiaoyu gulped nervously. I don't have tough bones. Liu Xiaoshan immediately retorted. Whether you have them or not, you must exhibit toughness. In this team, you will follow my lead. After dinner, Liu Xiaoshan presented the meticulously crafted training plan to Jiang Xiaoyu. This is your preliminary training regimen. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the plan displayed on the tablet. On the first day, 600 sit-ups, 600 push-ups, 600 pull-ups, and a 40-kilometer cross-country run. No, 40 kilometers? When I was in the beast camp, I struggled with even 10 kilometers. Isn't this a matter of life and death? I believe only Baldi and Brother Bei could accomplish such feats. I certainly cannot. Jiang Xiaoyu lamented. Liu Xiaoshan responded nonchalantly. That is of no concern to me. You are my disciple, and I am unfamiliar with the two you mentioned. Moreover, this is merely your ground training. Tomorrow, you will practice underwater techniques and shooting. Jiang Xiaoyu sighed in resignation. But what does your quarrel have to do with me? I finally escaped from the beast camp, and now I'm here, having barely enjoyed 2 days. Liu Xiaoshan retorted fiercely. At your age, how can you afford to be lazy? When I first entered the army, I trained diligently every single day. From today onward, you are a member of my Hardbone Squad, and I am your captain. Do you know why we are called the Hardbone Team? Jiang Xiaoyu inquired. Is it because all the meat has been consumed by others? Which is why we are named this. Liu Xiaoshan struggled to suppress his urge to reprimand Jiang Xiaoyu and scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? Stand up, right now. I shall tell you that the reason behind this name is that my team, whether in training or in combat, instills fear in the enemy with our tenacity. From this day forth, you must become that piece of hard bone. Jiang Xiaoyu wore a sorrowful expression in response. The following morning, everyone gathered promptly to commence training. Liu Yin, 5 kilometers of cross-country, Deng Zhouguang announced. In response, Liu Xiaoshan declared, Jiang Xiaoyu, we shall do 8 kilometers. Jiang Xiaoyu was taken aback. What? We are starting with 8 kilometers? Enough chatter, start running. Liu Xiaoshan commanded. Soon after, the group transitioned to the second exercise, squatting with rifles and water. Deng Zhouguang called out, Liu Yin, 100. Liu Xiaoshan echoed, Jiang Xiaoyu, 200. Hearing this, Deng Zhouguang chuckled, Shanzi, why bother? You truly think a coward can succeed? The material is just that. No amount of effort will change it. However, Liu Xiaoshan replied earnestly, I do not care. Even if he is a coward, I believe he can grow stronger under my training. He then shouted loudly, Jiang Xiaoyu, regardless of how many Liu Yin completes, you must surpass him by 100. In the water, Jiang Xiaoyu responded, yes. Subsequently, he crouched down again. After several days of training, Xiang Yu felt utterly exhausted. At that moment, Liu Xiaoshan approached him. Come on, Xiang Yu, are you up for this? We've been lagging behind old Ding and the others for days. If you fall behind in this afternoon's training, I'll have you picking up trash at the sea training ground tomorrow. Xiang Yu replied, It matters not. I can pick up trash. It's not like I've never done it before. Seeing Xiang Yu's demeanor, Liu Xiaoshan gave him a thumbs down. You truly disappoint me. You're nothing but a piece of seaweed. With that, Liu Xiaoshan walked away. On the beach, after finishing his trash collection, Xiang Yu sat on a boat to rest. Oh, heavens, save me. I barely escaped the beast camp and ended up here, where things are even tougher than with Brother Bei. Just when I thought I could take it easy. I'm now forced to pick up trash every day. Meanwhile, at the beast camp, a competitive assessment was underway. The legendary warrior, Xiang Yu, served as the examiner, conducting combat assessments for the new recruits. Stop, I concede, said a gun to Xiang Yu in the center of the arena. As soon as he spoke, Xiang Yu immediately released his grip. Lin Bei, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but praise. Not bad, not bad. To have exchanged so many blows with Xiang Yu shows that you have trained diligently during this period. Assessment passed. Next, Zhang Chong, your opponent is Ba Lang. Zhang Chong strode in with an air of arrogance, while Ba Lang remained expressionless. Lin Bei stood calmly observing the proceedings. At this moment, Lin Bei spoke again. Let me reiterate the rules. The assessment does not limit fighting techniques, but the moves employed by the participants must meet the specified criteria. The assessors will judge the performance based on real combat effectiveness. Do both of you understand? Zhang Chong and Ba Lang replied in unison. Understood. Very well. Let the assessment begin, Lin Bei announced. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chong raised his fist and charged at Ba Lang. Unfortunately, the experienced fighter Ba Lang sidestepped Zhang Chong's punch effortlessly. Following this, Zhang Chong swung his fists again, but Ba Lang retaliated with a kick. In just a few seconds, both exchanged a punch and a kick. Ba Lang remarked, Your technique and strength are commendable, but your accuracy leaves much to be desired. Zhang Chong retorted angrily. What you say is mere nonsense. Continuing forward, Zhang Chong advanced towards Ba Lang, yet his strength was significantly inferior to that of Ba Lang. After enduring several punches from Ba Lang, he altered his offensive strategy, targeting Ba Lang's lower regions. Following a failed punch, he attempted a kick aimed at Ba Lang's groin. Ba Lang instinctively evaded, stepping back, yet his heart swelled with indignation. What are you doing kicking that area? This is supposed to be free fighting, not a wild brawl. I warn you, if you continue with such reckless moves, I will deem you unfit, Zhang Chong retorted angrily. I don't care, as long as I can bring you down. That's a valid tactic, Zhang Chong declared, raising his fist once more to launch an attack on Ba Lang. This time, Ba Lang showed no mercy, intercepting Zhang Chong's punch with both hands, firmly restraining him. He then delivered a swift kick to Zhang Chong's leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. After several futile attempts to rise, Zhang Chong realized he could not stand. At that moment, Ba Lang spoke. Do you understand? On the battlefield, you face enemies, not the wild beasts of the mountains. Lin Bei concurred, observing that Zhang Chong's techniques were merely remnants of his prior encounters with wildlife in the forest. While these moves might suffice against ordinary warriors, they were inadequate against seasoned fighters. Chapter 85, The Battle. Zhang Chong injures Ba Lang consequently. Ba Lang approached. Report to Dragon Team. The rookie Zhang Chong has exhibited inappropriate tactical usage during the assessment, demonstrating a considerable disparity from his training. Thus, I believe he has failed the evaluation. Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. The surrounding rookies were expressions of intrigue. The last evaluator, Lin Bei, please prepare, Lin Bei remarked, glancing at Zhang Chong sprawled on the ground. Which of you two will take on the challenge? He surveyed Ba Lang and Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu replied, Let me take this one. It will be a good opportunity to see if he has made any progress these past few days. Very well. I leave it in your hands, Lin Bei acquiesced. Squad leader, without further ado, let the battle commence. Lin Bei stated in a neutral tone. No problem, let us go. Subsequently, the two individuals commenced their fierce combat, each move imbued with formidable power. In this assessment, Lin Bei refrained from utilizing his Baji Quan, opting instead for military boxing. Due to his diligent training and the recent mastery of Baji Quan, Lin Bei's proficiency in military boxing has rapidly advanced, now reaching a level of consummate skill. Thus, from the very onset of their duel, it became a visual feast. Lin Bei, at this moment, finally had the opportunity to closely observe the intense clash between Lin Bei and Xiang Yu. The spectacle of their confrontation prompted him to nod in approval, as he felt that one of the wisest decisions of his life was enlisting Lin Bei into the Marine Corps. Meanwhile, the new recruits nearby were utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Lin Bei could hold his own against Xiang Yu. Goodness, Brother Bei is astonishingly powerful. I had thought he was merely slightly stronger than Zhang Chong, exclaimed Zhang Daping in surprise. Indeed, I shared that belief, but witnessing this, it is evident that his prowess is far beyond mere increments. It is no wonder he dared to speak so boldly to Zhang Chong and Lu Yin, responded Ma Mingyang, equally astonished. Even Aegon, who had previously sparred with Xiang Yu, found his pride somewhat humbled by Lin Bei's displayed strength. A few minutes later, Xiang Yu spoke up. If we continue to fight like this, we will not reach a conclusion. Let us adhere to the previous agreement and call it a draw, as this is merely an assessment. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. I am amenable to that. It is up to the squad leader. Subsequently, the two ceased their combat. However, during the fierce confrontation between the two, Zhang Chong was oblivious to their struggle, as he was engulfed in a tempest of rage, leaving him disinterested in all else. Later that night, in the barracks of the new recruits, after completing their evening routines, the group returned to their quarters, where Dai Fei exclaimed with excitement, "Today's assessment nearly terrified me. I thought I had failed, but thanks to Captain Long, I received a passing mark." Aegon replied, "Oh, it was merely a minor setback. You were bound to succeed. Our capabilities are evident, and we are assured of passing. In a couple of days, we should gather and enjoy a drink. It's on me." Upon hearing this, Dai Fei chimed in, "Indeed, it's your turn to treat us, especially since you are about to be promoted." Seeing this, Aegon laughed heartily. "Oh, come now. Nothing is set in stone yet. Squad leader Aegon, squad leader Aegon, squad leader Aegon." The others disregarded Aegon's modesty and immediately began to shower him with compliments. However, this incited considerable ire in Zhang Chong, who was sulking with a drink nearby. After downing the remaining liquor in one go, he stormed out of the dormitory. Coincidentally, at that moment, Balin was passing by. I refuse to accept this. Apart from Lin Bei, none of those fellows in the new recruit company can match me. Why do they qualify while I do not? And that scoundrel Aegon, what right does he have to be the squad leader? I could easily knock him down with 3 punches. Why is he in charge? You tell me. Balin responded, "This afternoon. I already clarified that today's assessment focuses on tactical skills and combat methodologies. You fail to meet the criteria in both aspects, hence you are unqualified. Although they may not currently be able to defeat you, their combat techniques align perfectly with the requirements, thus they qualify. Furthermore, I assure you, it won't be long before you find yourself unable to contend with them. As for the squad leader position, how can you lead Team 2 when you yourself are unqualified?" After hearing Balin's explanation, Zhang Chong wore a disdainful expression. "Stop with the grandstanding. I have just one thing to say. Today, we shall engage in a match, and I will definitely bring you down." With that, Zhang Chong charged at Balin. However, he was never a match for Baron, especially in his current inebriated state. After a few exchanges, he was swiftly brought to the ground by Baron. "With your current level of skill, you would need to retreat to the mountains and train diligently for 2 years to stand a chance against me. I simply do not understand. You are both class leaders, yet look at Lin Bei and then look at yourself. What a stark contrast." As soon as he finished speaking, Baron turned and walked away. Upon hearing Baron's derisive remarks while he lay on the ground, intoxicated, Zhang Chong noticed a metal rod nearby. He picked it up, rose to his feet, and shouted, "To hell with you." He struck Baron on the head with the rod, and before Baron could react, a sharp pain surged through him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Having just concluded his extra training, Lin Bei witnessed this scene unfold and rushed over, kicking Zhang Chong away while admonishing him. "Zhang Chong, what on earth are you doing? I truly do not know how to reprimand you." Zhang Chong stood up and shouted back, "Mind your own business, Lin Bei. This is between me and Baron, so step aside." Lin Bei, seeing that Zhang Chong was completely intoxicated, wasted no time in delivering a powerful blow, sending Zhang Chong flying to the ground, unconscious. "Class leader Ba, let's go. I will escort you to the infirmary." Lin Bei then turned to the crowd gathered at the dormitory entrance. "A few of you, come and help me carry Zhang Chong to his bed." Upon hearing this, Zhang Daping and Ma Mingyang immediately rushed out. "Class leader Ba, who did this to you? Tell me, and I will help you deal with him." On the playground, Wu Yun inquired about Baron. Baron waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Subsequently, Wu Yun produced a box of medicine from his pocket. "This is a remedy from the grasslands. It works far more effectively than what the army provides." Baron wanted to refuse, but Wu Yun was insistent. So he reluctantly accepted it. "Thank you," he said. "There's no need for thanks. It's a trivial matter. We are fellow villagers after all." "You still haven't told me who injured you," Wu Yun pressed. Baron fell silent, offering no response. Wu Yun then resorted to a more forceful tactic. "If you refuse to tell me, I might just go to the authorities and ensure that he is duly punished." Baron immediately interjected, "No, no, no. He is one of my soldiers. Though he may currently be a troublemaker, I believe he has the potential to become a fine soldier. He shares a bit of your temperament." Meanwhile, on the training ground, Xiang Xiaoyu was in a frenzy when a familiar figure approached. "Xiaoyu, brother." In a moment of frantic turmoil, Xiang Xiaoyu heard a familiar voice and immediately turned around. "Ah, Mingzhu, it's you. What brings you here?" Mingzhu replied with a smile. "I came specifically to see you. Captain Long sent someone to escort me." The two then engaged in conversation, and as their dialogue progressed, Mingzhu revealed that she was to be married, and the groom was not Xiang Xiaoyu. Shocked, Xiang Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment, suppressing the anguish within, and forced a smile, saying, "It's all right. This is good news." After a short while of carrying Mingzhu's belongings, Xiang Xiaoyu took her on a tour of her dormitory, exclaiming, "I can't let you leave on an empty stomach. My cooking skills have improved immensely. I'll prepare a delightful meal for you before you go." As soon as she spoke, Xiang Xiaoyu stepped outside, tears welling in her eyes, yet she managed to hold them back. This was indeed a joyous occasion for Mingzhu, and Xiang Xiaoyu felt she should be happy for her. However, by the time Xiang Xiaoyu finished cooking, Mingzhu had already departed, leaving behind a letter that explained her reasons for marrying, along with a mirror gifted to her by Xiang Xiaoyu's mother, tears streaming down her face. Xiang Xiaoyu gazed into the mirror, a trace of bitterness crossing her features. Just then, Liu Xiaoshan, Deng Jiuguang, and Liu Yan returned, prompting her to quickly hide the mirror and wipe away her tears. "Wow, you made chicken. Let us eat it while it's hot," Liu Yan exclaimed. "I haven't washed my hands yet," he added, then turned his attention to Xiang Xiaoyu. "It seemed like a girl came looking for you earlier." Xiang Xiaoyu responded, "Yes," but did not address Liu Yan's question, instead retrieving the fruit that Mingzhu had brought. "Here, have some post-meal fruit." As night fell, Xiang Xiaoyu sat outside, gazing at the sky and reflecting on Mingzhu's visit. Liu Yan emerged, asking, "What's wrong? Are you having trouble sleeping tonight?" Xiang Xiaoyu replied, "I'm not sleepless. It's just that the room is too warm, and it's cooler outside." Liu Yan continued, "You're just pretending. Come on. Is it because of that girl who visited you today?" Xiang Xiaoyu stubbornly retorted, "That girl came to discuss our engagement. I'm happy about it, you know?" Given Liu Yan's prior experiences, he was well aware that Xiang Xiaoyu's bravado was merely a facade. "Well then, in my presence, spare me those words." The best way to avoid these thoughts is to train relentlessly. If you train hard enough, you won't have the time or energy to dwell on such matters. After a long day of training, you'll be able to fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Xiang Xiaoyu immediately retorted, "Do not speak to me of such matters. I am perfectly fine. As per your previous words, it would be best if you distanced yourself from me." The following morning, as Liu Yan's alarm clock blared, he rose to dress, only to discover that Xiang Xiaoyu had vanished from the adjacent bed. Upon arriving at the beach, he found her already engaged in a vigorous run. At this moment, she was compelling her mind to forget about Mingzhu as she jogged. Liu Yan remarked, "How is it that you claim to be free of insomnia, yet here you are, running at dawn?" Xiang Xiaoyu, with feigned bravado, replied, "I am here to shed some weight. The meals have been exceedingly indulgent. I am to be wed, and I cannot allow myself to grow this corpulent." Just as Liu Yan was about to retort, the voice of Liu Xiaoshan called from a distance, "You too, return swiftly. We are preparing to welcome the new recruits." The four of them stood in a line, and soon a rugged vehicle approached, halting nearby. From the vehicle emerged Zhang Chong, clutching his backpack. Upon seeing him, Xiang Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement, "Baldy, what brings you here? If that is the case, does it mean my brother Bei is soon to arrive as well?" Zhang Chong, in a foul mood, did not respond to her inquiry and instead made his way towards the house. Nearby, Deng Jiuguang observed the unfolding scene.